Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. 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 Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Activate. Activate.
Holy Spirit, activate.
Oh no.
Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. 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 Holy Spirit, activate.
Oh no.
Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Activate. Activate.
Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. 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 Holy Spirit.
Not yet at 10,000 likes, y'all.
Activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Activate. Activate.
Tap that screen.
Activate.
Oh no.
Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. 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 Holy Spirit, activate.
Oh no.
Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Activate. Activate.
Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. 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 Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit,
If this makes you mad, you need to get activated.
Holy Spirit, activate.
Oh no.
Holy Spirit, activate.
Holy Spirit, activate.
Activate. Activate. Holy Spirit, activate.
Oh no.
Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Activate. Activate.
Holy Spirit, activate.
Come on, get your imagination warmed up.
Holy Spirit, activate. 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 Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Activate. Activate.
Holy Spirit, activate.
Hell yeah.
Holy Spirit,
Hell
activate.
yeah.
Holy Spirit,
Come on
activate.
now, y'all. Holy Spirit is performing.
Holy Spirit, activate.
The Holy Spirit is performing.
Activate. Holy Spirit,
It's about to activate.
activate. Activate.
Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. 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 Holy Spirit, activate.
Almost at 10,000 likes, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for Bakanga to activate.
Activate. Activate.
Holy Spirit, activate.
Oh no.
Holy Spirit, activate. Holy Spirit, activate. 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 Holy.
Alright. I know some of you religious people are about to cry. You can't stand anything that's not consistent with your religion. What's up, man?
I'm all right, Bakanga. How you doing?
I'm chilling. What you got?
Yeah, I just want to ask you a question. How and what is man made up of? Is it spirit, soul, and body, or is it a religious thing? That's what I want to know.
Human beings are made up of matter, flesh. That's it. Everything about us is physical, about what makes us human. Now, the way our body works, it works like any other machine. It requires energy, a source of power. And we get that source of energy in different ways. The food you eat, the water you drink, and the static electricity that goes through your body. The sun you enjoy. That's it.
So there's nothing like soul, right?
No, the word soul is a poetic way of saying memory. The word spirit is a poetic way of saying character and behavior. That's why spirit and soul, you cannot see them. Just like you can, the memory of a person, like when a person dies, right? We think of their memory. Yes, that's what you leave behind, your memory, the memory of you.
But mostly Africans will say our ancestors' spirit is is it a memory that's working out the energy they're using?
No, when we say our
incantation?
ancestors, when we refer to our ancestor spirit, we're talking about their character, their principles, their teachings. The spirit of our ancestor is with us. That means that the things that our ancestors taught us is with us. The lessons, the teachings. That's what it means. In any context.
Okay.
You
All right.
don't have something called spirit. Anything that is spiritual is fundamentally imaginary. So there are ideas and concepts. That's it. Your brain can process information. But what is a computer without the software, right? And what
Yeah.
is a software without a computer? Software without a computer is useless. So what makes you is your body and what is contained within your body. The fact that you are alive means your body is animated.
Yeah.
It's not
Okay.
mysterious. It's not mysterious.
Yeah, I want to ask you one question again. What is the science behind the Bermuda Triangle?
And there's many theories from electromagnetism to different weather conditions to just straight up BS, right? So there's many
One more,
theories. There's
one
many
more
theories.
question. One more question. Have you heard was like you're from Africa? Have you heard was like marine spirit? Like if a boat capsized and then people will start saying it's the marine spirit that is there anything like a marine spirit?
Fantastic lies. Fantastic lies. That's what happens when you feed into religious delusion, bro. Especially if you do it across multiple generations. People just make up stories, concepts, and then other people will feed into it in order to feel valuable. So all superstitions, bro. There's no such thing as marine spirits. Marine spirit. Africans think that anything they can understand is spirits.
Yeah, yeah. That's the truth. That's the truth. All right. I just want to find out. And one other question:
All
is
right,
there
bro.
anything like reincarnation?
Reincarnation, no sir.
Okay.
Bro, once you die, that's it. Like your life is precious for that reason. It's not easy to be alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't get try and error. It's not a video game. A lot of people they're so overwhelmed by their emotions in life they don't realize that. You won't get another one. This is it, man. Live it. Just like everything else that has value, it's very rare. Very rare. Very, very rare. 99% of the universe is non-living things. Life is very rare. And if you have it, make use of it. Don't invest in things that that will profit you nothing. Thank you,
Yeah.
my brother. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Thank you, bro. Thank you. I appreciate it, man.
No problem. There is no God. Never has been and never would be. What's
So
up,
what
man?
is so what is there?
Turn on your camera, please.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, tap the screen. Let's get to 20,000 likes. Bamboozle that screen. Bamboozle that screen. Of course, I'm back. I said I was going to step away for a few minutes.
What's up, brother?
What's up, buddy? What's cooking?
So what is there?
Just us.
Right. So what created us?
We're not a product of a creative process. We're a product of a transformative process.
So evolution?
You can call it evolution, and even if it's evolution, it could be natural or artificial.
Right. So even if it's natural or artificial, so does that mean that it's a process or that it's an origin?
It's a process because everything that takes form and shape comes
Right. So
from
whenever you
some form of raw material, right? Like you require raw material. If you're creating, it's almost as though you're insinuating that it wasn't there at all, and then you literally out of nothing, no raw material whatsoever. That's the context in which the word creating is really
no.
used,
No.
especially in the.
So what I'm saying is if you said that there's a process, that means that we have a beginning. So that means if we have a
The
beginning, then we have a
specific form, yes. You can say it in that context if you're talking about the form that we currently have as maybe Homo sapiens, right? Yeah, it's a transformation from one state to another, and every transformation or every state has an amount of time that it endures before it changes to the next state. So on an individual basis, obviously, like some people would debate if your beginning is when you were born or when you were conceived or as a sperm or as an egg. You can go back. It just depends on context. So if you're talking about us as a species at this specific form, yes, at some point we went from something else to this form
So we had a beginning.
per se.
Right. So that means that we were created.
No, that means that we are a product of a transformation, not created.
So what created the transformation for us to begin this process?
That's literally part of the whole natural scheme of things.
Okay, so the whole
Different forces of nature interacting, finding balances within themselves, and creating environments that are safe to say can nurture life or different forms of different organisms. It's like if it's dry, no plants will grow. But the moment it begins to rain, then plants grow, right?
no, that's
If
not the
it,
truth because some plants grow when it's dry.
like what
So
plant?
that's not the truth. You got to
Like what
use a
plant?
different analogy. What? A cactus?
Okay, good. Now, if you plant a cactus in the middle of a forest, will it grow with too much water?
No, it'll die.
Okay, that's why I said it. Different transformations, right? Create different environments. So the lack of something allows something else to flourish. The presence of something will cause something else to flourish. That's the context in which I mean.
Right, but what you're saying is that we all started off as a single-celled organism at some point and became multi-cell
It could have been a multiple cell organism. It could have been anything. That part of it, nobody can conclusively put their feet on it, right? That's why we're still researching.
You can use common sense to agree that nothing creates nothing.
I mean, I can agree with you on that, but it still creates a problem in the long run.
Okay, so we're at the point to where nothing creates something.
I can agree
Right.
with you. I can agree with you on that.
Okay, so no life and no life equals no life, right? It doesn't equal life, correct?
Of course, it doesn't.
Okay, so something had to create it.
Or life could be the byproduct of certain environmental changes.
Okay, so with the certain environmental changes, so what you need to do is, I mean, we have all the atoms and molecules here today that we've had for a while, if not more. Actually, we've had more because of the pollution and the carbon dioxide and all that shit. But either way, you can still take all those things, you can fill it in an empty jar, and it still creates nothing.
Not if you try to do it for 100 billion years, undergoing different stages of decomposition, not even decomposition, changes in electrical charge. I mean, you just can't measure it. When you look at the magnitude of the size of what we think the universe is, and then you look at how much time there has been since the universe would have been the universe, bro, you're talking about anything is possible, bro.
So, so that just contradicted yourself. So it's either we had a beginning or we didn't have a beginning. Which one is it?
Like I said to you, and I don't want you to take my statements out of context. In terms of whatever form we currently have right now, yes, you can say we took this form at some point in time, right? Like this bottle wasn't always a bottle, but the raw material that made this bottle has always been there. So, but when it took this form, you can say it was the beginning. Just like a rock, right? A rock is sitting down there and it's round. And then water flows and the river chips it away. And then before you know, it gets a triangular shape or a rectangular shape, right? At what point did that rock get the rectangular shape? Well, at the point where the water swept it away. But has the rock always been there? Sure, it's always been there. In fact, the rock gets swept away completely and now it's sand. Has the sand always been there? Yeah. It used to be a rock, but it's changed form. It's like ice. You put ice on the table. At what point did it become ice? Well, when the temperature changed. When the temperature warmed up, it melted. Then it got too hot, it evaporated. Then it cooled down, then it fell down again. That's what I'm talking about. The change I'm talking about. So yes, if you want to talk about the beginning of a human being, at what point did we become human as we know it to be today?
We can take the humans out of it. We can say just a life form period, the very beginning of life form.
Yes, the very beginning of life form is possible within a natural environment without a specific intent or anyone having initiated that process.
Right, so we all started from one single-celled organism. That's the truth. That's your truth. We all started from
It
that.
could have been a multiple cell organism considering the diversity and the life forms that we see.
Okay, I'll even go with that. A multi-celled organism. So I'll even go with that, right? So and then
Yeah.
it just started. And then by happenstance and luck, it created all the species that we have now. That's what you're saying.
It's actually not luck. It's
No,
it's
we
the
can't do it.
it's what I will label for the sake of religious people the supreme coincidence. Yes. So if you look at the fundamental nature of the universe, you have particles, eternal particles, right? No beginning, no end, just interacting with each other, and in a different interaction leads to the creation of different substances, hydrogen, nitrogen, just chaotically. for billions and trillions and quadrillions of years. You have these particles, some traveling at light speed, some traveling slow. The
What did
best
you just
theory,
say?
the
What?
best theory. Go ahead. Go
Sorry,
ahead.
I wasn't trying. I thought you were paused. I apologize. I'm not trying to be rude.
No, I can
But
see that you're trying not to be rude, and bro, it goes a long way, man.
right. So, but what did you say about life on Earth? And to your last person, you were saying that 99% of the universe does not have life, and it's lucky we only have one life to live, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, are you taking that statement back now, and it's not luck, or it is?
What are you talking about? I'm telling you that it's not necessarily luck, right? Luck is still indicative of intent. It's a coincidence.
So it's a coincidence that we're the only planet that has life in our universe, right?
It is when you consider the magnitude of non-life.
So,
When you compare life to non-life, the chances that life could have been are quite small,
so
and it
it's hard.
coincidentally happened so.
So with how complex we are, I mean, even your eye, it's that hard for you to believe that we had a. Sorry, my dog's out. It's that hard for you to believe that we had a creator.
Actually, the eye is not really complex. The eye is only complex to someone who doesn't know how the eye works. To someone who actually studies how the eye works, it's actually simple.
Can you make an eye?
Well, I can't make an eye, but the knowledge to make an eye is available to me. Yeah.
So if you just read a book, you can make an eye.
It's called a camera, bro.
No, you can make an eye, an eyeball, an eyeball.
That's
You
it's
have.
called a camera. It's called a camera.
No, a camera is a lens, not an eye. It's not connected to a
No, no,
brain.
no. The lens is part of the camera, but the entire system of capturing images, storing those images in a memory bank, it's the same function that the eye does. We did not make it to be like our eyeball because we don't need it in that form, right? We don't need an eye in the form that our biological eyes are. We need it in other forms. That's why our cameras, which is a reverse engineering of the eye, not just of the human eye, but just an eye in general, we reverse engineered it and made it in the way that serves our purposes. We don't really necessarily need round eyes. Now, in the future, are we going to be able to make bionic eyes that we could actually literally replace the ones that we have? Yes. We just need certain improvements in technology to improve quicker.
So
The concept is probably there already. We just don't have the tools.
so other than procreating ourselves, we can make life.
Eventually, we would be able to. And we are already in the beginning stages of it. Right now, our entire computer system is literally our civilization developing a brain, an independent brain. And then once we stabilize that, we'll work on developing the rest of what will make it whatever form we want it to be. It doesn't have to be in the humanoid form. It can be whatever form we want it to be. But you will have thinking, feeling beings that are a product of human ingenuity. Yes, sir.
Okay. So whenever you get there, how do you create the consciousness?
Consciousness is not something that necessitates to be created. Consciousness is a phenomenon that occurs. And there are certain prerequisites that are necessary for consciousness, right? Like AI. Literally, we study, it's called machine learning, self-awareness. And self-awareness is when a specific system has the ability to collect information, store that information, and then use that information to improve its capacity and capabilities based on new information obtained. So like your computer has a basic information system, right? It collects that information and then it can store that information. What makes an AI slightly better than the computer is that the AI can store that information, continuously processes that information, and when it obtains new information, it compares that new information to the information it already has and makes adjustments. And that process is called consciousness. Consciousness is defined as being aware of one's environment. Anything that has sensors is conscious. Anything that has sensors.
So you're saying that we are going to be able to create it.
We are. And that's why I find it so strange, right? When my religious brothers and sisters claim that God is the one that made the world and so and so. Why do you underestimate human potential, man? Like, honestly. And the way I see it, there's so much about humanity that's still shrouded in mystery as far as what human beings are truly capable of. We haven't even seen what is possible if 8 billion human beings are working together to solve a singular problem. Like, we haven't even seen the product of that. Before we even go imagining, I mean, when I consider human capacity, it's not strange to me that even if the earth was made, it could have been made by humans, like this earth that we live on. It wouldn't surprise me if human beings don't even originate from this particular earth that we see as it is right now. Just because when I look at human ingenuity, what human beings can do, human potentiality, it's scary as hell. Like, you literally have to try to bring humans down and step on them for them not to be literally capable of anything. Anything.
So this is the problem I have with atheism. So you have all these miracles that you were saying are just happenstance, but no miracle worker. That just cracks me up.
That's why they're not considered miracles. That's why they
You're
can be
believing in a
explained.
miracle. You cannot explain evolution. Well, you can. You cannot explain the creation that made the evolution. You're just saying what if. That's why it's a theory, and that's why it's not a fact.
So check this out. Check this out. That's why it's important that you understand me. First of all, I'm not an atheist, okay? I'm a realist. So I don't need to believe nor disbelieve what anybody else tells me. I see the world as it is, right? So what's a fact is a fact, regardless of what anyone thinks, including me. So if this is a bottle, it's a bottle, right? It is what it is. Now, anyone can believe what they want to believe about it. So I do not identify as an atheist, though a lot of what I say might be on the same side of it. Just like you're a theist, but you're not a polytheist. You're not a deist. You're specifically a theist. So not everybody who believes in God is a monotheist or a polytheist or an agnostic or a deist. Same thing is true about people who don't believe in God. Not everyone who believes in God is necessarily an atheist.
Right,
I'm a
but you gotta
realist.
have right. But being a realist, that would mean that you'd have 100% the fact and the truth. It wouldn't be just you would say happenstance
There you
or
go.
by.
So when I'm trying to establish truth, I only establish truth based on absolute certainty. And things which are not absolutely certain and backed by evidence, we can theorize on that.
Okay, so
There's a possibility for error.
okay, so you want to go with evidence. So is morality objective or subjective?
It's 100% subjective.
Okay, so slavery is good.
It depends on who you're talking to. For
I'm
me,
I'm
no.
asking you. I'm asking you.
For me, it's not.
So who is it right for? So we just so murdering somebody or unaliving. I'm sorry,
Brother,
unaliving somebody.
my good brother, you
I,
can't. You try to create humor
I'm
or
sorry.
what? You should have picked a different example because me and you were like a unique combination. To where if we talk about slavery, it's gonna be funny as hell, right? You know that some people thought it was all right. That's why they did it. They didn't do it thinking it was wrong. That's why I don't
No, it
judge
was.
them. I
It
don't
was
judge. I
wrong. That's
don't.
how we know. That's how we know morally today that it was wrong. Everybody knows it was wrong.
We know morally today because those who thought it was wrong won the war.
That's the only reason.
Yes, that's the only reason. If those,
Okay,
if
so okay, wait. So before the war, how did those people know that it was morally wrong to fight the war?
because that was their way of looking at it already, right? And they were not predominantly in power, so they had to use power
They
and
were
use the means
already looking
necessary.
at it. So the morality was objective. So they were already looking at it, and they knew it was wrong without winning the war. That's why they fought to prove it right.
Yes, for those who fought for it being wrong, of course it'd been wrong for them. For those who fought to support and keep it, it'd been right for them.
Okay, I got a better
Because,
question. I got a
because
better.
it's
I got a better.
subjective.
I got a better one for you. I got a better one for you, and I think everybody in this chat and everybody else can agree. So is grape okay?
Not for me.
Not for anyone.
Yeah, for the grapies.
No, it's not okay for them. That's why they.
Listen,
What happened?
listen. That's why I keep telling you it's subjective. That's why when someone does something that I don't like, I want to be on the side of power, right? The majority of people think that's wrong. You're correct. But there are some people that's literally okay for them. That's why they do it.
Okay,
Nobody
okay,
goes
okay.
around to do it, and nobody
So
knows that it's not okay.
no, I'm gonna agree
That
with you. So you're
yeah.
telling me that they have a genetic defect in them, but for most of us, it is morally objective that grape is wrong. Correct?
No, it's not morally objective. It just so happened that our different subjective views are in alignment. They're not always, but on that specific subject, majority of us have a similar view on it that we don't want it. Now there are some elements in society they don't care. Look at Jeffrey Epstein, bro. If we would have seen that dude's list, it might be a little bit more than just a few, right? Look at Puff Diddy. You know what I'm saying? It's okay for those people. Those people that me and you would consider sick. It's okay for them, but it's not okay for us. That's why when we meet them, bro, there's conflict. I'm pretty sure if I had a little girl and you saw somebody doing something to it, you're gonna defend it because you have that view. If you had a little girl and I saw someone doing some stupid stuff, I'm gonna defend her because I'm against it. But you think Puff Daddy would defend your little girl? Nah, he won't.
Right. Right. Because of why?
Because from his perspective, it's okay.
Was it from his so whenever he came back to it and he was taught to do it, he didn't think it was morally objective? Whenever
I
he
don't
was
know.
taught,
I don't know if
he
he was taught to
didn't think it
do
was
it,
wrong?
or I don't know how he got to thinking it was okay for him. That would require more research to get the facts straight. But all I know is that when you go and do something that you clearly know that majority of society wouldn't be okay with, it's because it's okay with you to do it. Like a bank robber. A bank robber, he doesn't think it's morally wrong for him to rob the bank. That's why he does it.
So if our society changed the law right now and they said that it was okay to grape whoever you want, would that be okay with you?
I'm pretty sure I'll be among the people who are going to wage war before we allow that shit to happen.
Right. I'm just why?
Because we don't want to
Society-
live like that. Because we
You
don't
just
want to
said-
live like that.
Right, but society already says it's okay. That was your defense. Society says
And
it's
that's
okay.
how society works all the time. Somebody gets up, makes up some jacked up rules, and the majority of people or the few people don't want it, so they fight. Ain't nothing wrong with fighting. Anyone can think what they want to think, but if they want to impose it on us, then we're gonna fight. How about that? If I don't want to live, if I don't want to live the way that you want me to live, bro, then I will fight. If you don't want to live the way I want you to live, and I'm trying to impose it on you, you're gonna fight. You're not just gonna give in just because all of a sudden we'll change the law. You're gonna fight. At some point, you say screw the law, especially when the law does not adjust with your own subjective morality.
The only subjective morality that we can have is like taste and smell and sound, because that's the only subjective morality we have. That's the only thing we can argue. Like, you could argue Dr. Pepper tastes better than Coke to me.
Like I said, bro, just because morality is subjective doesn't mean that human beings cannot come together and have a compromise, a moral compromise, right? For example, a Muslim, it's immoral for them, for their women, to go to the beach with bikinis. But to most Christians in America, that's not immoral for them. You know, it's a give and take. You know,
So
it's immoral. It's immoral for a woman to stand up and talk in the mosque. But in the Christian world, a woman can even be a pastor. You know.
So is it more so what's best for society and carrying on as humans and doing what's best for our species? Would you say that things could be taken care of in unmoral ways for the better of human species?
There are some immoral things that have been done for the betterment of specific human species.
And do you agree with them?
It is what it is. I don't need to agree nor disagree, especially if I don't have the power to change it. Now, if it's something that's happening in current time that I have a power, then I think my opinion matters. But if it's things that have already passed, then it is what it was.
So you just take a learning from it and then depict your own future.
Like slavery. Like slavery, bro. You my brother.
Right,
You my brother. You look a certain way, but you my brother because I don't see you as someone who comes from a specific line or specific people who did a specific thing. Because I understand that what is done is done. They did it. It was right to them. That was them. And you're not doing it. So you're clearly different from them, right? So that perspective of the world is different.
Well, I mean, that'd be hypocritical anyways if somebody was going to look at our skin color and say that my skin color is the only one that owns slaves. That doesn't work that way.
It's in reference to recent events. It's in reference to recent events and the most impactful. Yes.
In recent events, I need you to go to the first slave owner in Pennsylvania and tell me what color he was.
I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure about that exact detail, but I'm pretty
I can tell
sure.
you.
I'm pretty sure systematically in the Articles of Confederation, a person like me was considered 1/5 of a human being, and that was the law of your land.
Right, and I agree with you right now that was morally wrong.
Well, you only agree now because there's nothing you can really do about it because what is done is done. But how about you say that to the black man who had to live in those days? You think that he matters? That now you think it matters to him that now you think like that? No, he had to endure through it, and that reality remains. Right? Now, me and you, we can morally disagree with it because obviously none of us are trying to make anything out of anybody.
Well, any of us, that's a tough word. I think a lot of people are out there to make people out of themselves. You know what I mean? But whenever it comes to this is my issue with not believing in anything, right? I just want you to believe in something. It doesn't make sense that nothing comes from nothing and that miracles happen, but there's no miracle maker. That we have a beginning but no creator. That makes absolutely no sense.
Miracles don't really happen.
What you're saying is a miracle that we were a
No,
multi-cell organism
no,
that ate each other and
it's
ate
not,
one
it's not
another.
a miracle. That statement that we're a multi-cell organism is based on our observation of how the human body works, and that's literally scientifically proven. Now, it is true that on TikTok I cannot give you every scientific detail, but if you were to study that discipline, you will not come to any other conclusion.
If you wait, I'm sorry. What did you say? If you weren't
If
a
if 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 you were to study microbiology, right,
hmm
and look at the neurological aspect of it and become an expert in it, you won't
hmm
beg to differ.
Oh yes, of course I would because I still wouldn't be able to create life.
Because life is not something that can be created on the spot. It takes time.
So it takes time to create life. So we haven't had the time to put two microcell organisms in a little petri dish and let's see what they do.
Not if we're gonna try to create life from scratch using inorganic matter, which is what we're doing with computers. Our
But the
computers
issue
are
with
completely our computing system is a thinking system that is completely inorganic. It
brother, but
literally
you're
is the
still not hearing
inception
me.
of life.
You're not hearing me. So even if we go to that multi-cell organism, that is still life. So the only way we could make life is from taking life from life to create life. I'm asking you,
Right,
where does life come
as
from?
of right now, yes, as of right now. But like I said, the evolution of our computing system is proving to us that you can make life, without non-life, without using life. Because computers, listen, bro, AI, oh man, it's gonna done on people, right? It literally is gonna done on people, just like any other invasive technology. One day people are just gonna get up and computers will do everything better than them. Living. What makes us
Wait,
alive is not just what we are, is what we can do. That's the difference between non-living things and living things.
so
It's
if I
is
build a
the
fence, so if I build a fence, the fence is alive.
if the fence if the fence
If I
can
build,
can if the fence can think for itself, yeah.
okay, so what can we build or what can we make or what do you see that is being done around you other than what we've already had that is thinking for itself and being life made?
Literally, this phone.
This isn't life.
It is. It is a type
It's
of
not.
life. It's a type of
It's not.
life. It's a type of
It's not.
life. Okay,
No.
so let us then define life. What is life?
Hold on. Wait. I'm gonna have my phone make dinner. I'm gonna let it sit right there and it's gonna make itself dinner.
Your phone can't make dinner any more than your 1 month old can make dinner.
What's that?
Your phone cannot make dinner any more than your 1 year old can make dinner.
What happens if my 1 month old don't eat?
If your 1 month old doesn't eat, he's gonna run out of energy, just like any other system.
I mean, he's gonna unalive. There's no bringing him back.
Yeah.
This phone can this phone can unalive and then you can plug it into a charger. So it's nothing like my 1 month old kid.
Listen. The phone doesn't die just because it run out of battery power.
Well, you just proved my point. Thank you. So
You can
now,
listen. You can
so how
recharge
is it
it.
life?
You can
So how
recharge
is
it.
it life? It's
You can
energy.
recharge it.
Right. So it's just energy. It has
Watch.
no consciousness.
I'll give you the yes, it does, because your phone is aware of its environment to a certain extent. This is the definition of life: the condition that distinguishes animal plants from inorganic matter, including the capacity for growth, reproduction, functional activity, and continual change preceding death.
Okay, so my iPhone can reproduct.
Not yet.
So you just proved it wrong again.
No, listen. That's why I said to you, there are different categories of what makes something alive, right? Like I said, it says distinguishes animals and plants from inorganic matter, including, but not limited to. I added that part, that but not limited to, because that's what I'm really trying to say. It's not limited to the capacity of growth. It's not limited to reproduction. It's not limited to functional activity and continual
So you
change
add
preceding death.
so you gave me the definition or you added to the not limited to because that's what you're saying. You're not
Yes,
giving me the
so
clear definition. You
I'm
just
using the
said that you added.
definition. I'm using the definition to show you how life is not limited to all of these functions, because
No, that's
they,
just that's what you just defined.
there are some
Define life.
listen, bro.
Define just life. Define
Listen,
life like you said. Define life.
check this out. Not every living thing can reproduce.
Right, because of a genetic defect.
No, even without genetic defect.
Like what?
Like a 5-month-old baby cannot reproduce. It's
Right,
a living
because
thing. It's a living
it
thing.
hasn't came it hasn't came to of age, but eventually it will be able to
There you
reproduce.
go.
We
So
know
it
that.
requires so in order for that 5-month-old to get to the reproductive aspect of its being, it needs to grow. Like I said, our phones and our technology is in a growing state. It's growing. Eventually, it will get to the point where its reproduction will become an independent capacity of itself. Right now, its reproduction is external, depends on external forces.
What are we so we're on like iPhone 15 right now, so it should be at the age where it's reproducting already.
Not necessarily. It depends on the science available and the tools necessary to get it done.
So so what you're telling me, it's hard for you to believe that we have a creator, but it's not hard for you to believe is that my iPhone is one day going to have a baby iPhone.
The word that I'm telling you is not that. Like I said to you, we're not observing a creating. We're not talking about creation. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed, right? So that principle in of itself invalidates any claims of creation. You're either manufacturing something, producing something from raw material. Everything is going to require raw material. That's true. Because
Okay,
of that,
so
unless you yourself have to materialize that raw material, you're not really creating. You're just changing the form of that raw material. That's what you're doing. You're not creating anything
so
new.
is this tire going to have the capability of having a baby tire one day?
Maybe we might not even need tires one day. Tires are going to be disrupted.
Right, but this tire itself will eventually evolve to where it will have a baby tire.
If it is a purely mechanized, computerized system, yes.
Brother.
I don't think you understood what I meant. But I said our entire computing system right now, that is the inception of the brain of what will be future machines. Just like this iPhone that you were telling me about, bro. This used to be an entire room to get a system like this working. Now it's
Right.
literally in the palm of our hand. And I suspect that in the future, we're not even going to need the hardware to be this size. It will be a little chip.
And it's still not alive. And it will never be alive.
It will be alive.
Okay, fine. We can go from that. So we can go to the pyramids of Egypt that have been here for a long ass time. Guess what? Still not breathing.
Yeah, because the people that were building that technology, that wasn't their intent. The entire purpose of our entire technological system is to replicate life, and we would accomplish it. Like I said, if you choose to undersell what human beings can do, despite the evidence that human beings have proven, that's you. I'm looking at it based on the data that I see, right? When I look at the rate at which human technology is improving, there is almost nothing that you can imagine in your head that human beings will not be able to do at some distant future. That's why I said that if we're gonna look at the world and you're so perplexed by what the world is, you cannot eliminate the potential that some past human civilization could be responsible for it. Now, does that make human beings? Does that make human beings almighty supreme beings? No. You don't need to be an almighty supreme being to change one state of matter to another. So even if life started from the perspective of initiated by some form of thinking being, it doesn't necessarily need to possess the qualities of being almighty, all-knowing, omnipresent, supreme, superior, right? And like I said, that initial Big Bang that people like to say is the Big Bang, the collision of the two particles that began this process, that could literally be the creator. A non-thinking, unplanned, coincidental, random occurrence led to circumstances that allowed the conditions for life to brew. And over millions of years, everything happened incrementally. And even right now, the earth is not perfectly designed for life. If you allow things on earth to remain naturally, most living things will die. If you just allow the natural environment to be the natural environment, you got to go get food to eat. If you don't get food to eat, if you just sit down like a tree, you're probably going to pass away. So even the life that we possess is not natural. The life that we possess literally goes by us intentionally trying to combat our environment.
Do you ever watch National Geographic?
No, not really. I'm not a fan of it.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let you know something. So out there, they have deserts and like rainforests that are untouched by humans, and the only time anything ever comes extinct, most of the time, is because we killed it off. We unalived it off. So it had nothing to do with the environment changing them around them. What happened to do was the predators that changed around them, which was us. So yeah, I disagree with you once again.
But the
Earth is
predators,
completely fine for us to live in.
but the predators are not independent of the natural environment. So the predator's behavior is consistent with the natural environment around them. So an extinction doesn't have to be a direct work of nature. Nature works through its different agents, all natural things. One natural thing, right? Like a tsunami coming and destroying our city. Well, did the tsunami destroy our city? No. A big ass wave of water destroyed the city, right? The tsunami could have collapsed, but the waters would swell and sink the entire city, mess up the entire grid. Was it the fish in the water that destroyed? No. It's still a product of the natural environment. Like I said, even humans are not independent of it. We're natural beings, we're natural creatures. And we literally have to go outside of the bounds of nature in order to survive.
So the fish, I'm sorry, the fish didn't die in the tsunami, but whatever.
The fish is not the one who destroyed the city.
Right, the water did.
Right. And the water is not the one that destroyed the city. It was the earthquake. And the earthquake is not the one that destroyed the city. It was the moving of the tectonic plates. The movement of the tectonic plates is not the one that destroyed the city. It was the shift in the poles. The shift in the poles is not the one that destroyed it. It was the gravity of the sun moved a little bit. You can keep going, bro. Everything has a root cause, but they are like causes along the path.
Whoa, wait. You just said everything has a root cause. Everything.
Yes.
So you believe in a creator.
No.
If you believe in a beginning, you believe in a creator.
No.
Then you believe in happenstance and luck.
Listen, check this out. Where did the creator come from?
He always existed.
That's the point that I'm making to you. If you tell me that everything has a beginning, you cannot exclude the creator. I'm not excluding the creator. The creator himself, if you investigate the creator as necessary, you're going to find that he's also a product of the natural environment. You can't, the idea that the creator has always been there, but you don't think the universe could have always been there.
You're saying that he has to have time, space, and matter. To create life, you have to have life.
No.
You're saying that he has to be, he can't be omnipresent and he can't be God. And that he can't just be above time, space, and matter. He can't take all those things and make them together. But what you can say is that you believe that two planets collided together, landed in an ocean, had multi-celled organisms, and then went through a million years, we all evolved into all these perfect different species, and that's how it happened. But you can believe that.
Not in a million years. You're underselling it.
You said millions and billions of years.
Yes. Okay. I want you to tell me how much time is 1 billion times 165 billion times 165 trillion. And then I want you to explain to me the movement of all the different elements and the different possible combinations of elements like acidic, basic. Explain all of that to me. You can do that in that amount of time. Anything is possible, bro. Life itself needs basic requirements, even for hydrogen to be able to bond to two atoms of oxygen or what the other way around. I'm not even sure. Look at my brain is puffing. You still need to have the basic elements. You still need to have the basic elements at the subatomic level, and we figured that out scientifically. That's why our highest science today is literally us accelerating particles. We've narrowed it down.
And guess what they can't do?
What
Create life.
Because life is not created.
Oh, it's not created, but we just can't create. So it's not created, it's just formed? What is it? Tough question?
Listen.
Tough question?
Life is defined as the condition. Life is a condition that distinguishes animals and plants. So life is not a thing. It's a condition. It's conditional. There are certain prerequisites that are necessary for life. For example, right, the condition that distinguishes animals and plants from inorganic matter, right, including the capacity for growth. So there are certain conditions that are necessary for that capacity for growth to be able to continue. There are certain conditions necessary for the reproduction. There are certain conditions necessary for functional activity and for continual change. It's conditional. A condition is a phenomenon, and those are all non-created things. Those are natural events, right? Like the presence of water, naturally. Plants, naturally.
So it's natural. So whenever I say I need a child, I should have a child right here, right?
That will that will only be possible if you believe in a God who said let there be light and it just popped out of nowhere. You should be able to do it too. If your creator that you believe in could say let there be light and it just came out of nowhere, that should be observable.
That means
in nature. It should be naturally observable.
That's saying
Because
that
this is
you're
your
pointing
excuse.
to
This is
God.
your excuse. This is what you're really trying to tell me, my brother. You're trying to tell me, oh, I look at the universe and it's too complicated for me to understand. So I'm just gonna believe that it was an almighty, all-knowing being that is outside of space and time that made it, because I don't know how all these things are the way they are. Nah. That would never lead you to anywhere. Shit. If human beings were thinking like that, we'd still be riding horses. If your excuse for if your excuse for every impossibility in your head is that it's done by an almighty, all-knowing being, the first person that began messing with electricity would never have led down to the invention of the light bulb, to the invention of the battery, to the invention of the car. We literally go out of our way when we defile all these things that we consider impossible and attempt to make it possible through practical applications of the disciplines and the knowledge that we accumulated over time. If your assumption is that the universe is complex, that's why it was an almighty, all-knowing being, you will never understand the universe.
I can show
Especially
you a
if,
simple,
if you don't have a scientific method that led you there.
we're gonna do a scientific challenge right now. We
Sure.
make it to where we can see your hands.
Sure. What about my hands?
What's in them?
Air.
Right. So put them together. Now I need you to create something.
Okay.
Nothing comes from nothing, brother.
Hold
It's
up.
pretty simple to
Then
understand.
your God didn't come from nothing. Where did your God come from?
He always existed. He's always
But
omnipresent.
you just said to me that nothing comes from nothing.
He wasn't
So
part of it.
so how did you go from nothing comes from nothing, brother, to my God just came from nowhere? How did you connect those two?
So whenever he's omnipresent, always existing, no beginning, no end.
That's the universe. You've just described the universe. The universe is infinite.
Whoa, wait. So you said the universe is infinite, but yet you said we had a beginning. So which one is it? You're contradicting yourself.
Because we listen. We are not the universe. We are part of the universe. You get it? Space, time, and matter fundamentally are principles that show us that our environment has always been. That's why energy, listen, there's a scientific principle, right? That says energy can neither be created nor destroyed. Everything is made up of energy, bro. So nothing is created nor destroyed. You can just change the form of a thing. You cannot create a thing. You can only change its form from one state to another.
So now the Earth doesn't have a beginning.
The earth, as the earth, may have a beginning, but the earth, as matter, doesn't have a beginning. You're correct.
So matter doesn't have a beginning.
No.
So no creator, no beginning, no nothing. Matter just existed.
The beginning of a thing can only be indicated from the point of observation.
Okay,
You
so
get
from
it?
the point of observation, how
Yes,
old is the Earth?
that is how we describe beginning. So in the real sense of the word beginnings, everything begins with you. The real beginning begins the moment that you think in your head that there has to be a beginning. That's the beginning. That's where things begin. Things begin when you form that desire to acknowledge that thing, or to think about it, or to conceptualize it, or to observe it. So the beginning is always going to be zero, right?
Okay,
Zero is
so
the point of observation.
Okay, so how old is the Earth?
You can only approximate. I don't know. It's really old.
Okay, how old is the universe?
If you drew the number 1 and you put a bunch of zeros behind it, you can live in this world for 100,000 years and you wouldn't be able to put how old the universe is.
Okay, so where did all the planets come from?
The planets are a product of the natural phenomena that happen in the universe.
So we were a blank space, and it was natural phenomena.
It's not a blank space.
There.
There's no such thing as a blank space. There's always matter.
There
Matter
was
is
nothing there.
no. There was
There was
something
nothing
there.
there.
There was something there.
How could there be something?
Matter.
How could there be something?
Matter.
How could matter be there?
Because
How did
matter
you get
at
matter out of nothing?
at its smallest indivisible subatomic point of view, that's what matter is. It's indestructible. It's energy. If you break down all matters, you're going to get energy. The most indestructible form of matter is energy, right? And it's something which can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only change its form from one state to another.
Sorry, my kid. He's playing outside. So if you take energy, it's always going to be the same energy until we change it, right?
Unless it is acted upon by an external force, which can be generated by another form of energy. Yes. So water and fire
Okay.
are two forms of energy.
Wait. You just said it, and you just slipped up by saying it. Unless it's changed by external force.
Yes.
So matter was there, and it stayed the same until it was changed by an external force, which is
No,
what?
matter doesn't stay the same.
You just said unless it's changed by an external force.
Because you asked me the specific question is that if it's there, right? So if you're looking at, let's say you have a molecule of hydrogen just going through space at one speed, and then it runs into a brick.
Where did the hydrogen come from?
It's always been there.
So it's easy for you to believe that, but not to believe that God's always
Yes,
been there.
because inorganic matter outlives organic matter. Non-living things outlast living things. So non-life can endure the chaotic nature of the universe more than living life. Living life requires too many conditions in order to sustain itself at a living form of life, right? Life is very fragile. It doesn't matter what you look at it. There's nothing that's alive that cannot be killed. That's the thing about life, right? The conditions necessary for life eventually end in death. Like the idea of life is not independent of the idea of death. There is nothing that has ever lived or that would ever live that would not be susceptible to being killed.
So once again, you just said that non-life can't create life.
That's not what I said. I said non-life does not require as many conditions to remain itself as life does, living things. Living things require too much care, right? And if there's no care, then it is forced to evolve. It's forced to adapt under very harsh conditions until within itself it gains the ability to help itself survive by adjusting its environment. If we don't mess with our environment, our civilization is not the way it is right now. There are no roads, there are no airplanes, there are no cars. We have to mess with our environment. If we stay just the way the environment is, there's disease everywhere, there's no medicine, and literally, it won't be long before we go extinct. If we just allow everything without messing with it, you will see that life cannot be life unless whatever is alive evolves.
So you're telling me that non-life can create life?
Of course, because non-life is what sustains life.
All
Are
right,
you
so
kidding?
I need you to go to all the unalived bodies and lay them next to each other and tell me what life that creates.
It creates a manure for plant life. I can line up all those bodies and put it in the ground.
All right, so it's going to create parasites, right, that were already living, and then the manure is going to...
It becomes raw material for something else. That's how life works, bro. listen. Let me see what you're trying to do, okay? Let me show you what you're trying to do. You're trying to find holes in my outlook.
It's not a hole, it's an answer, and you're getting upset, and you don't even completely
No,
answer
I'm not getting upset. This is how I talk.
It becomes food.
Listen.
Things that already exist.
Everything that you are saying contradicts your point, because your point begins with an almighty, all-knowing being, which is life itself. And you're telling me that life cannot come from non-life. And yet in the same tongue, you're telling me that your God came from non-life. Where did your God come from?
God was omnipresent. He always existed.
There's no such thing as, there's no way you can scientifically prove that something is omnipresent. That's literally a mythological claim.
And so you can scientifically prove that
the only way you can establish the omnipresence of a thing is to yourself be able to investigate everywhere where it's possible to investigate that thing is present. Let me ask you something. Is your God in this bottle right now?
He's everywhere.
Is your God in this bottle right now?
Everywhere.
Yeah, but I'm trying to isolate to just this bottle. Is your God in this bottle right now?
He's everywhere. The isolation won't work. He's everywhere. So in the bottle.
Yeah, but I'm trying to reason with you the way you try to reason with me, right? Is your God in this bottle right now? That's my question to you. I'm asking you specifically about this bottle.
In the bottle, he's everywhere.
No, I'm asking about the bottle, not everywhere else. I'm isolating the where. You say he's everywhere, so I can pick a specific place where I want to investigate if your God is there. And then, if I can prove that your God is not in this bottle, your God is not omnipresent, bro. Is your God in this bottle?
I said he's everywhere.
Yeah, but I'm asking you about this bottle specifically.
It's going to be the same answer everywhere.
You're deflecting. You don't want to answer the question, because if you answer the question, then it will become evident that your God is not in the bottle.
So in the bottle, out the bottle, around the bottle, in the room, out the room, around the world. I mean, which one do you want? Omnipresent everywhere.
But your God is not in the bottle. We can clearly see that your God is not in the bottle, so you lied.
You can clearly see that he's not in the bottle? You can see
Yes.
God? Molecules and atoms, brother.
Hold up, your God is made up of molecules and atoms?
Everywhere. He is
Hold up.
everything.
Hold up. Is your God made up of molecules and atoms?
You're saying molecules and atoms. He is everything.
Hold up, your God is everything,
Everything.
including the devil.
Everywhere.
Hold up, including Jeffrey Dahmer
He is everywhere.
and everyone.
Well, that's the free choice of having him to have his salvation.
But if God is not in the free choice of human beings, then he's not everywhere.
What do you mean the free choice of human beings? It's a free choice that we have
Omnipresent.
to choose.
You know what omnipresence means?
Omnipresent. Yes, I do. Go ahead and look up the definition before, and don't change it. Look up the definition.
You tell me what it is, then I'll look it up to see if you're consistent with what it
I
actually
won't
is.
have to change it and say not a knowledge to or not inheritance to. I don't have to change it. You'll have to change it. I don't have to.
Omnipresence. The state of being widespread and constantly encountered.
Thank you. Okay, so God.
Does
thank
do
you. So
do
he's
do 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 human beings encounter God doing their free will?
doing their free will?
Yes, doing the act of exhibiting free will. The place where your free will comes from, is God there? Is God in the place where human free will comes from?
Yes.
Okay, that means that every decision we make is really God. God can be held responsible for every decision we make because we don't make our decisions independent of God. So human beings don't have free will. So you can blame God for everything Jeffrey Dahmer did, every serial killer did. You can blame God for it because God is there, right?
It's called sin. We were born into sin.
But God
That
has
we
to be
chose.
in sin. God has to be in sin if God is omnipresent. God has to be sin as well.
No, so Adam and Eve created sin.
But Adam and Eve couldn't have created sin because God is the creator of everything, like you said. So
So-
God created sin.
God created everything, but Adam and Eve conceived to it. And that's why we aren't living a perfect world any longer.
Yeah, but remember how everything has a root cause? If you go back to the root cause of the creation of all things, it's God. That means God created everything. You don't give credit to
Right.
anyone else, it's God. Either God created everything or he didn't.
He gave us the free will to choose or not.
But he can't give us the free will because free will means that we have the ability to make a decision without God influencing our decisions. Do we?
You have the free will right now to choose not to follow God. You're doing it right now.
But I can't choose not to follow God because God is everywhere. How based on what you're saying that God is everywhere, right? So how could I then choose not to follow God when he's everywhere? Where will I go that God is not? So how is God something that I need to choose to follow?
You would have to choose to follow to choose that you believe in him.
Bro, you only choose to follow something that is not necessarily readily available. Something that is everywhere. Why do you need to follow? It's like you saying that a fish chose to follow water. But the fish is in water all the time. So the fish cannot choose to follow water.
So if you need something that's readily everywhere, then you can literally follow nothing.
Then
Based
you
on-
don't have any need to follow it or to not follow it because it follows you. So you don't need to follow God because God is everywhere, right? That means God follows you everywhere you go, so you don't even need to think about God.
Yes, you do. You'd have to for your salvation.
But you don't need salvation because God is everywhere. Why do you need salvation for?
Because you have to acknowledge that he's a creator.
Then what do you gain by doing that?
Eternity in heaven.
What's so special about heaven?
It's not just nothing. Like I said, it's not just
And
nothing.
then what's the alternative to heaven?
Hell.
What's so messed up about hell?
You should read about it.
No, I'm asking you.
Pretty hot.
But God's gonna be there because God is omnipresent.
Yep.
Okay, so nothing to worry about. Shit.
That is something to worry about. I'd rather him. Okay, I'll put it this way. So if you're omnipresent with me, I'd rather you be omnipresent with me sitting in this chair, chilling out, relaxing, versus you being omnipresent with me sitting inside of a volcano.
I'm not necessarily impressed with it because guess what? In the beginning, everything was perfect in heaven. Lucifer still find a way to make sin there. So what's to tell you that it won't happen again? If it's happened before.
So you just said in the beginning, so there is a beginning?
Because I'm talking in the context of your religion.
No, you can't just say in my religion. You already said that.
Bro, we just talked about God. I literally just talked about God as if God existed. You clearly know that I don't believe that God exists. I'm talking within the context of your belief system, not mine.
So with the context in my belief system,
In the
you're saying
beginning, and within your belief system, wasn't it perfect in heaven where God made everything the first time
yes.
before Lucifer sinned?
Yep.
So if a perfect being like Lucifer can all of a sudden sin, what's it make you think is never going to happen again?
It is happening again. That's what we're living out right now.
No, I mean, once you go to heaven and you or God are chilling there, what's it make you think it's not going to happen again?
Lucifer ain't there.
But Lucifer wasn't the only one who sinned.
Right. There was other followers of Lucifer.
And before Lucifer sinned the first time, no one could have predicted that Lucifer would sin, right?
Yeah, God knew.
Oh, God knew, but he let it happen?
Yeah, of course.
Why did he do that?
Free will.
Oh, so free will is the only thing. Hold up. Free will is the only thing your God cannot defeat. So as long as you got free will, you can do whatever you want to, and God can't do nothing about it, huh?
He could defeat it, but why?
Okay, so if I got free
glory
will,
is that
listen. That means if you got free will, you don't even need God. Why do you
What
need God for
glory?
if you got free will?
What glory is that to him?
Who cares about his glory? I got free will.
Who cares? So if you
Free
go
will,
build a house,
free will is the only part, based on your belief system, free will is the only part of the human being that your God can't touch, right? Because God got all this almighty power, except he doesn't got the power to supersede free will. So guess what? You know what that means? That means as long as we got free will, we can kill God if God was real.
you can't kill God.
But we got free will. We got free will, and God can't stop our free will. God can't stop our free will. Can God stop our free will?
Yes, if he chooses to, yes.
Oh, so why does he choose not to?
Because it glorifies him.
Is it possible that he chooses not to because he's scared?
So he's not having. So okay, let me tell you this. So if you're with a woman, so if you're in a relationship with a woman, you rather force her to love you than choose for her to love you?
If I'm in a relationship with a woman, if I'm in a relationship with a woman that I did not make with my own hands, that I did not necessarily form, of
That's
course.
not the answer.
Hold up.
saying that you
Listen,
want God to force
because
people
you're
to love
using you're using a false comparison. I did not create the woman, so I don't get to decide what the woman does precisely for the fact that I did not create her. If I created a woman, I'll make her do whatever I want her to do. For me,
you force people to love you. You don't want them to choose to love you. You wanna force them to love you?
everything that I make it the way I want to, and I make it to do what I want. I will never make something to do something that I don't want.
So you would rather somebody be forcibly chosen to love you rather than choose to love you. That's what you're saying.
If I did not
imagine
create that person, then what that person chooses to do is not up to me. But if I'm the creator of that person, I will make that person exactly the way I want them. And if I want them to love me, I will make them to love me. If I am the one who created that person. But guess what? I did not create a woman. Right? I did not create that woman. So the reason why she gets to choose if she loves me is because I am not the one that originates her life. God is the creator. So he gets to make you do what he wants you to do. If he cannot make you do what he wants you to do, that means that you can do things that he doesn't want you to do, including killing him.
So if God was creator and he was a good person, then that means that he would create you and let you make your own destiny and choose your own
For
fate.
an almighty, there's no such thing as good. For an almighty, all-knowing being. Almighty, all-knowing means he can do anything he wants to, whether it's good or bad. There's no distinction. You cannot have a good God that's almighty. It's impossible.
So do we have good and evil in this world?
Listen, bro, what does almighty mean? Almighty means he can do whatever, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, your God can do whatever he wants to do because he's almighty and he doesn't have to be good. And even if God decided to do, even if your God, your almighty God decided to do evil and call it good, he can do it because he's almighty. So when you're talking about an almighty being, you can no longer describe him as good and evil because you've made him a singularity. You've made him an absolute. Every time you make a being an absolute, it's no longer good or evil. No, it doesn't matter to him. God could care less about good and evil. And the moment you make your God care about good and evil, you're now giving your God human qualities. Because the reason why human beings care about good and evil is because human beings are not almighty.
So
Because no matter how mighty you are, somebody else could have a difference of opinion and they can be a threat to you.
So do we create good and evil, or is good and evil already created?
Good and evil is subjective. It's not really practical. What is good for one man is bad for the next man. Whether it's harmful or not harmful. I'll give you an example. It used to be very bad for white women to marry black men at a certain point in history. And even white folks who ain't racist, Didn't even like the idea. Because the way it was promoted and preached was that, hey, that's the endangerment of our species. Because when a white man has a baby with a non-white person, the baby comes out looking more like the non-white person. So white folks saw it in general as a threat. So there was a time when it wasn't a good thing to do it. Now we live in a world that is more homogeneous, right? So a lot of folks don't care, but there's still some white folks who care about it. And when I see them, bro, I don't actually think that they're wrong. I think that's normal. It's normal to care about one's own self like that.
So good and evil doesn't exist. Good and bad doesn't exist.
Good and evil are subjective. Yes, subjective, not objective.
So just like hot and cold is subjective.
Yeah, exactly.
So everything's just subjective.
Things that are conceptual are subjective. You're correct.
So everything.
Not everything.
How so?
Because there are some things that can be observed the same way no matter what perspective you're looking at.
No. So if I look at
There
this
are some
donkey,
things that can be observed the same way no matter how you're looking at it.
So is a donkey black and white or white and black?
It's black and white, and it's also white and black.
So then it's not
Both
observed.
both statements are true.
But it's not the same. It's subjective.
No.
just-
The donkey is black and white, and that's true. The donkey is white and black. That's also true.
So which one is it?
It's both.
So two truths.
Yes. Two different perspectives, the same truth. Because what do those truths have in common? The two things that the truth have in common is black and white.
So, but if you
Now,
observe it,
check this out.
write it down white and black.
Say that again.
So if you write it down that it was black and white, and I write it down that it was white and black, and somebody else reads it, it's both true.
As long as the white that you're talking about is the white that I'm talking about, and the black you're talking about is the black I'm talking about, and we just said it in two different orders. Now, if you're calling what I call black white, and I'm calling what you call white black, then they can both be true.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So then it would be subjective.
Yes. But the way you said it, bro, it was as though the black and white donkey is black and white, and two people are standing from two different perspectives, and they can see that it's both black and white, but one chooses to tell it beginning with the black and white, and the other person chooses to tell it beginning with the white and black.
So
But if you're,
sorry, go ahead.
I think a better example would be, you think the donkey is green and blue, and I think that the donkey is black and white. Which one is true?
That's what I'm saying. There's no evidence to prove either at that point.
Unless we can put the donkey in front of us and ask the majority of people to observe it. What is it?
Right. So whenever the majority of people say that God's real, why don't you believe it?
Because they have no evidence.
They have no evidence, but yet the majority claims it.
The majority of the people can be sick with a sickness. Yeah, you're correct. Majority of people can be mentally intoxicated. Just like there was a time in the white world where majority of white folks thought that it was okay to enslave black folk, right? But guess what? They were wrong.
So will you go and type in your computer how many people of the population of the world believe in God? Just to God.
I don't need to type that. There's about 2.3. There's about 2.3 billion Christians. There's about 1.7 billion Muslims. There's about almost 1 billion, 400 and something billion Hindus, and then between all the other small religions. So out of 8 billion, you could probably have 3/4 of the world that believes in God.
Okay, so we can just say 3/4 of the world believe in a creator. I won't even just say God, in a creator,
Yes.
right? That we created.
Yes.
Right. So 3/4 of it believe it, but you're the part of the quarter that's saying that 3/4 of us are wrong.
Yeah, because 3/4 of the world are not geniuses. Yeah, have you ever seen this 3/4 of the world we're talking about, bro? Think about it, bro. That's the reason why everyone is not a genius, bro. Geniuses are very few for a reason. There's a reason why some people are geniuses. There's a reason why majority of the people in the world are poor and a few people are rich. So this majority of the people that believe in God are not rich folks, and not people whose lives are kumbaya. They're mostly miserable people.
Miserable.
Yes, there's a direct relationship to a
I'm pretty.
miserable life
I'm
that
pretty set well
necessitates
off.
that necessitates believing in God. It's 100% emotional. Like you don't just get up in the morning. Let me give you an example, bro. Let me give you an example I use with people sometimes. Let's say you've lived your whole life in a cave, right, bro? In a cave. I don't know what city you're at. I don't know if you want to share with me where you live right now. What state
Yeah,
are
I
you
live in
in?
I live in Texas, brother. I live in North Texas.
Texas. I should have known that. As soon as I heard your accent, bro, I'm a Texan man too. I love Texas, bro. I won't lie. Texas is my state. Sometimes I tell people I'm Texan African, bro. I ain't tripping around, bro. Everything in Texas is just nice and great. Anyways, imagine, bro, that you live in a cave north
Mm-hmm.
of Dallas, right? You live in a cave north of Dallas.
Let's pick somewhere else other than Dallas.
Why? You live
Let's
in Dallas? You live in
no, I live
Dallas?
no, I live in Wise County by Decatur.
Decatur. Okay, okay, okay. Okay,
Let's
let's
go to Decatur.
no, I want to use a real city. I want to use like a modern city. So
Okay, Fort Worth. Fort Worth.
Fort Worth.
Fuck this town, bro.
Hey man, just because rent is going up doesn't mean that you gotta freaking be mad.
Right.
Bro, I was in Waxahachie. I lived in Waxahachie just a little shortly over 3 years ago, south of Dallas. A little bit past
cool.
DeSoto. Yeah, like Red Oak. And yeah, I used to work for Bombardier out there. And I spent like 4 years in Dallas, I think. Yeah, 4 years. A little bit under 3.5, 3 and 3/4. It was not complete 4. But yeah, I love my time in Dallas, man. Anyways, let's say, okay, I'll go to Austin. Screw this shit. Let's go to where you got there. Oh,
Let's
what's
go
a
to
good old, what do Texans say about Austin?
Street.
Don't say it.
6th Street.
Yeah, 6th Street. Yeah, that's right. 6th Street. All right, bro. So let's say you grew up in a cave north of Austin on a huge mountain, and you never been out of that cave. You know how life works in that cave. Everyone you know is in that cave. You had no clue that there was such a place as outside the cave. Then one day, you and your friend wander down this little cave path, and then you see a bright light at the end of it. At first, you're scared, but you guys keep going. You hear all this noise coming from it. You've never heard it before. Then you come out of the cave, and the first thing you see is Austin skyline, with airplanes flying all around the sky, with nice, tall, beautiful trees, with birds, with all types of Teslas, a bunch of Cybertrucks, human beings riding bicycles. These human beings look completely different from any human beings you ever seen. My question to you is,
Bro,
do you
I'm
think
Christian. I've heard this a million times.
because you watch me, yeah,
I
yeah,
just wanted to see how like detailed you were gonna get, but yeah, I've heard this a million times
from who? From me?
from other people, but no, they wouldn't be my God.
No. That's not what I'm asking. Do you think that the first thought that goes through your mind when you see that city, something so magnificent and mind-blowing, I mean airplanes, machine guns, all those things, do you think the first thought that goes through your mind is that this was made by an almighty, all-knowing, supreme, powerful being that is omnipresent? Do you think that that's the thought that goes through your mind when you see that?
If I lived in a cave,
Yes, your whole life. You've never been outside the cave. You've literally lived in that cave ever since Native Americans have been Native Americans. And then you come out of that cave for the first time.
I would wonder what created it. Yes.
Yes, but my question to you is, would you think that it was created by an almighty, all-knowing, supreme being, supernatural being that made all of those things, and that all what you're seeing right now was made by this one singular, almighty, all-knowing, omnipresent, omniscient being? Would you think that?
I would have to research it.
No, without researching. I'm asking you if the first thought that will go through your mind when you see it, will it be that it was made by an almighty, all-knowing, supreme being?
Okay, I'll take care of it, son. So without researching it, you already tried to debunk faith? You didn't have to do any research to not to believe so?
No, you didn't have to do any research. You just saw it, and your mind was so blown. What's the first thought that goes through your mind? Does that have? Do you think the first thought that goes through your mind will have to do with an almighty, supreme being?
No, my first thought would probably be scared shitless, and I'm going back in my cave.
That's true, but as far as when you go back into your cave and you're thinking about it later on, Who would you think made it?
I would have to go ask
Ask who?
whoever made it.
For some reason, you can't get into the city. You can only ever look at it.
I can only look at it.
Yes, you have no clue who made it. But you think in your head that someone made it. My question to you is, will it be someone almighty, all-knowing, all-powerful, supernatural?
Yeah, I would have to think, holy shit, whoever created this is amazing. If
Would
I
you
lived
think
inside
that?
a cave, I
Would you think it was made by one person?
yeah, somebody would have the lead role in it. Yeah,
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying, would you think it was made by one person who just spoke it out into existence?
I wouldn't know. I've never been in a fucking cave north of Austin, brother. I wouldn't
Let me
know.
tell
I
you.
can't-
So hold up. Let me show you what I'm talking about. The cave is your mother's womb,
I know what it is. I know what you're talking
and
about.
and the city is the world. You came out
Right.
into the world. You never thought about the idea of God until someone introduced that into your brain. You would
Right. Which
do
it
this
says in my
experiment.
Bible.
A baby,
Which it says
a baby will never come out of his mother's womb, look at the entire world, and think to itself, this was made by one supreme, almighty, supernatural being. It's irrational. And when
Well,
you
baby
actually
can't
do,
do
when you actually do investigate the city, bro, come to find out the guy who built the building is not the guy who made the road. The guy who made the glasses on the building is not the guy who made the frames. So yes, it was made, but not by a singular entity. And certainly the people who made it are not almighty, all-knowing. The reason why you thought that it was almighty and all-knowing is because your ignorance about it was almighty and all-knowing. That's what I think about people who believe in God. I think your belief in God is directly proportional to your ignorance of how the world actually works. Where did you go, bro? I wonder if that was on purpose or accidental. And I have spoken to you before, Hendrix. This ain't the first time I'm talking to you.
It's raining outside. Shit.
Hello? Hey, Hendrix, you probably went somewhere with no data. Feel free to come back when you want to, bruh. Mr. Heaven on Earth, what's going on?
Me?
If you think
What's
that
up,
God
buddy?
made the world, what's up, man? Turn on your camera, bruh.
Yeah, let's talk.
All right, bro. What you got?
Said that God doesn't exist, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, what is your basisness for consciousness?
Consciousness is defined as being aware of one's environment. It's a
And
phenomenon.
who do we get that from?
We don't get it from anywhere per se as a who, but if you must get it from someone as a who, you inherit it from your parents.
Say it one more time.
We don't get it anywhere per se, but if you must put a who to it, then it can be said in another way that you get it from your parents.
So you had the story about a baby being born and it not knowing of any type of divinity, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So why do you think that is?
because a baby that is not born with any preconceived ideas already pre-installed in its mind. And divinity and consciousness and all those things are ideological.
So let's talk about your allegories. I'm a Muslim, by the way, right? And I was listening to you talk to, that's my battle, Jared, that you were talking to earlier. He was in the Air Force. I was in the Marine Corps and the Army. But let's have this conversation, man. So a child being born into
Marines.
this world
Y'all some
with no
badass
type
motherfuckers.
Say it again.
I say y'all some badass motherfuckers.
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, I've been
But
respecting
listen, hear me
military
out.
folks,
So,
man. Abby,
So
go
if
ahead.
we are born into this world with no type of preconceived basis, bias, or notions, right?
Mhm.
Then explain to me how people can come into divinity.
Divinity is a concept that's really not practical. It's 100% metaphorical and fictional
Okay. So how could you prove that?
because it's not practical.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you a better question. How do you prove that something is actually real?
By giving it objective reality, by making it present.
But scientifically though.
It's all going to require science because there is a method to it, right? That's why
But I'm saying
science.
scientifically, how do you prove something is real? How do I prove right now that you are a real human being that's talking, speaking to me? How would I know scientifically that you are a human being? How would I be able to prove that?
You just go through the scientific process, scientific
So
method.
So for me, being able to talk to you and go through a decision process, right? That's probably milliseconds in my brain to say this is a human being to recognize. This is a human being. This is a man that I'm talking to, right?
Hmm.
What is that called though?
Say that again.
It's a key term I'm looking for you to say because
It
once you
is it
say
is
that, I take
scientific.
you. Okay, so listen, what it's called is a primary source, right? So and I've heard this from so many different people who have tried to discredit divinity, right? And they're never able to argue against this. If your argument is that I saw you hold up a bottle earlier, and you said, "Is this bottle God?" My answer to that question is 100% yes. Everything around us, me, you, my daughter, my wife, your family, my family, we are all one and the same thing, right? The divine source, it doesn't matter what we call him. I call him Allah. Christians call him God. Jews call him Yahweh, right? It doesn't matter. There's still a divine source that's there. So what Jared was saying had some truth to it, right? If you believe in the process of creation, that has to say that you believe in some type of divinity. Would you agree with me?
False.
Okay, so how would you explain creation, life, and consciousness in a way that is scientifically proven to say that a God or God period doesn't exist?
The reason why most people are confused in the first place is because they think that we live in a creation. We don't live in a creation. What's the difference between making something and creating something?
Creating something that was never there.
And then making something.
You can make something that's been there by using the resources available.
Okay, let me help you out. Creating something will mean you use no raw material in its most practical usage. Making
Right. It was
something
never
means
it's never
means
existed before.
not that it's never existed per se, as much as you didn't use any raw material, right? So yes, you're correct. It never existed before. Like even what it's made of never existed before. So you had to you had to bring out the raw material out of thin air before using the raw material to make it. But that actually contradicts the Bible because the Bible says that God used the dust of the earth to form man. So you can say that man came from the dirt. Now, how did man come to the dirt? Did God really use the dirt to form man, or did man evolve naturally?
The
Go ahead, play
Bible,
that
the
game.
Quran, the Torah, and the Apocrypha are all allegorical stories used as esoteric signs and symbols to explain life. See, I'm
Oh,
a different type of
oh,
person. When you,
listen,
when
listen,
you,
listen.
when you,
You listen. I like what you said. They're not
sure,
just allegorical. They're not just symbolic, but they are
they're all
most.
they are
They they are
100% all allegorical.
they are
Every
above
single story
all.
in the Bible, the Quran, and the Torah are 100% allegorical.
Right.
100%.
But even more than just allegorical, they are mythical and fictional. You're correct.
How can you state that?
Because none of what's in the Bible is realistically practical, even when you make it just as an allegory, right? If you were
So
to make
Babylon didn't exist, Mesopotamia didn't exist,
no,
Jerusalem and Bethlehem didn't exist.
no, none of those places in the Bible actually existed, even if they have names of real places in the real world.
So the
Just like
Isaiah scrolls didn't exist.
hold up, check this out. Just like New York City, where Avengers had to defend against Thanos, doesn't exist. But New York City in our real world exists. You see, there's two New York cities here. There's the New York City in the fictional story called the Avengers, and then there's the New York City in the real world. Somebody just used the real life place as inspiration to write a fictional story. That's exactly what the Bible and the Quran are. They use real places to write in their fictional stories. So when a generation
You
came
cannot
later,
create anything new underneath the sun or the moon. Nothing. Because what you just said, you discredited yourself. You said creation means you are bringing something to life, essentially, or to this reality without the need of raw resources.
that's why
That's
that's
wrong.
why that's why Christianity and Islam are not new. They're just retellings
I'm
of
not arguing
ancient
about
and
Christianity. I
yeah,
don't
I
care
know, I
about
know, I
Christianity.
know. That's why I said Christianity, Islam, and all these religions are all just retelling of the same old stories, right?
But hear what
Imagine
I'm
the
saying though. So but Bakanga, your argument is that God doesn't exist. I'm telling you that that's 100% wrong. And then your argument is saying that, well, we can't prove it, but there have been many historical texts and primary sources that have proved it. And if you believe in math, if you believe in science, if you believe in engineering, if you believe in philosophy, then why is it so hard for you to believe in a source that's bigger than you?
because the source doesn't have to be bigger than what it gives that gives things that gives something, right? The source of something doesn't have to be bigger than the thing itself.
You know what makes us human and gives us mortality?
What
Is
is
the
it?
fact that we lack divinity. That is the reason why humans that don't believe in a source will never be able to understand divineness, because divineness and
Actually, that's
consciousness.
false, my brother.
I believe more in frequencies than I do that there's a sky daddy up there.
We
Now,
are,
I
we
do
are,
pray to Allah, but I
we,
don't
we,
believe he's a mythical figure in the sky that rains down miracles. He is you, he is I, he is these walls, he is the air, he is everything that is here right now. It's spirituality. If a baby is born and never had contact with any type of humans and came to live of his own free will and nature, right? He was raised on berries and raw, food straight from the earth. He could have some type of spirituality to him, to where he might honor the moon, he might honor the sun, he might honor the earth like pagans do. But you cannot definitively say that there is not a source. Let's just call it that. Don't take God out of it. There is not a power or a source that created this. Because the thing that you can't understand is that if you could understand that there was a God and you could prove it, there would be no division on this planet. It would all be unified. You get where I'm going with this?
no,
In
brother.
the same way, that you
This
have.
is what I think. I think you just took science and took religion and you're trying to merit them in a
Not at all.
very,
I
very
just told you
unholy
I'm a
way.
Muslim.
In a
I'm a
very
Muslim, but I'm
in
not
a very
religious.
unholy way.
Okay, so hear me out. Hear me out. You don't believe God exists, right?
I don't need to believe that God doesn't exist. I know that God doesn't exist because I know how to tell when something exists and when it doesn't.
So where are you getting your original source from to confirm that? Where is your scientific factual basis to prove something?
Honestly, what you need to know that God doesn't exist is not really science. All you need to know is the meaning of the word exist in the English language.
I speak 7 different languages, my guy. You can't just say the English language. The English
Good.
language is new.
So
Let's
what
talk
other
Latin. Let's talk Aramaic.
what other languages do you speak fluently?
I speak French. I speak Arabic. I speak Aramaic. I speak Creole. I speak Farsi.
Are you fluent in French?
I'm decent. I'm okay, yeah.
What does the word
But
exist in
the
French?
question, listen, the
No,
question,
no, hold on,
the
hold on, hold
question,
on. What is the word exist in French?
I don't know. To be honest, I don't know.
It's almost the same. Exist. Existo.
Exists with the E at the end, right?
Yeah, and it depends on how you
Okay.
conjugate it, right? Whatever tense you're looking at. So,
Sure.
but its meaning is practically the same. So the meaning doesn't change from language to language. The word will change, but the meaning will not change because the meaning can be explained by putting certain words together, right? That's why I said the word existence has a meaning. We have a way of establishing reality, an accurate way of establishing reality. So we can compare things that don't exist from things that do exist, right? Things that don't exist can be found nowhere, at no point in time, in no shape or form. I repeat, things that don't exist can be found nowhere, at no point in time, in no shape or form. So it is literally
How is
void
that?
of space. is void of space, time, matter, right? Space, time, matter simply means somewhere at some time as something. So you are something somewhere at some time. That's space, time, and
Okay, so
matter
we agree on
conceptually.
that. I
Yes.
100% agree on
So
that.
if something cannot be found within space, time, and matter, that means that thing is nowhere at no point in time as nothing. So when people
I
tell
don't
me
agree with that.
when people
Everything
tell me
that's
that
ever been
God,
created you can use from raw assets from the earth, raw resources. Let's take a diamond ring. A diamond is what? Formed under pressure, a lot of pressure to create that gem, that stone. And then these people, they take it, they shape it, they cauterize, and then what do? They put it on an actual ring. So you're telling me that a diamond ring doesn't exist, but it does. And it comes from the raw assets that we use of the earth. Your argument, the reason why I'm saying your argument is weak is because you say God doesn't exist, but yet you have the views of an omnipresence, of omniness, right? Oh, well,
yes,
God's
because
within me.
I'll tell you why. Because people have personified the qualities of the universe. That's why you give it an identity. You give it God, right? Personification is when you take human characteristics and you give it to a non-human thing. The universe
Sure.
itself, it's infinite, immeasurable, incomprehensible in its totality because of its infinite nature. Infinite means what? If you keep counting, you never reach an end. And if there is a beginning, it begins from zero. So
No,
the
that's not
0
what
point.
infinite means.
What does infinite mean?
Infinite means it's forever. It's all within totality. The same thing as eternal.
What does
Except
forever
eternal,
mean? What does
eternal has
forever?
a correlation with divinity.
What does forever mean?
I don't know. I don't have the dictionary. I can look it up for you real quick.
Look it up.
All right.
666. Ladies and gentlemen, tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. Bamboozle the screen. We should have been at 100,000 likes by now. Let's get to 100,000 likes, y'all. Y'all gotta tap the screen.
Okay, so there's two, and it's an adverb, and it said the first one is for all future time, for always, and then the second one is continually,
Exactly.
which is what I was saying.
So,
Infinity
and that's what I mean
is
by
continuous.
that's what I mean by you keep counting, and
You
the
can
point
count what?
you can count different patterns and increments and repetitions.
And that
So
comes off of what number?
it doesn't
369, right?
it doesn't even have to be numerical, but that's due to the quantifiable nature of matter itself. Matter is not like
And what does
one
that relate
big
down
fat
to?
rock.
369, correct?
Say that again?
Everything in science breaks down to 369. Would you agree with me?
No.
So you're saying that everything doesn't break down into 369.
No, it depends on what numerical algorithm
That's
you're
not true,
using.
brother. Everything breaks down into
Not if
369.
no, if I write it,
Literally me, you, everything.
hold up,
even air.
hold up. You know that when we count, right? For example, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're counting in multiples of 1, right?
Yes.
Okay. Counting in multiples of 1 is elementary, but it's not the only way that you can count. You can also count in multiples of 2. So you go 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and you keep going. You can also count in multiples of 3. You can count in even numbers, odd numbers. You can count in multiples of 5. So if you're counting in multiples of 1, then you can find 3, 6, 9 being special. But if you're counting in multiples of 2, you never have a 9 or a 3 anywhere. So it depends on whatever algorithm of counting you're using. That's what I said. So if you break...
So 0 is not a number, right?
0 is a
not
number.
a number.
0
And
is a
1 can
number.
be broken. 1 can be broken down into 3, 6s, and 9s. Period.
Zero is
Period.
a number.
0 is not a number. Does not exist. It's not a number. It's undefined.
Look it up. Actually, you got a computer.
0 is not a number. It's undefined.
Look it up, boss. You got a computer. It would be nice for us to learn.
I'm telling you, I know for a fact, 0 is not a number. It's undefined.
Look it up, boss.
Okay.
I beg to differ.
Okay.
Zero is only undefined if it's divided by 1.
It's a number representing an empty quantity. Adding
There
0
you
to
go.
any number leaves that number unchanged. In mathematical terminology, 0 is the additive identity of the integers, rational numbers, real numbers, and complex numbers, as well as other algebraic structures. But we're talking about zero. It's an empty quantity. It's non-quantifiable.
It's still a number
How is it a number?
because it literally just said zero is a number that represents. So it's a number
Zero is a
that
number that
represents.
can be that. So 100. 100 is a number that has zeros on it. You hear what I'm saying? But zero itself, not 100, not 1,000, not 10,000. Zero is a non-quantifiable number. That's why mathematicians, if you take 1 times 0, it's not what? It's not 0. It's an undefined number.
Okay, so let me show you something, right, bro?
Go
There's a
ahead.
difference between a number and what that number represents. So a number is a number. What a number represents is also different from that number itself. So numbers themselves are abstract. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You never walk out of your door and see the number 1 hanging out and say, "Hi, I'm the number 1." But when there's a quantity that can be represented by the number 1, what you're looking at is that quantity. Now, the number 0, it's a number, but there's no
Sure.
quantity. There's no quantity that can be represented by the number 0 because 0 indicates that there is no quantity, but it's a number.
Right.
So it does the
Okay.
job of a number. It's a real number.
Right.
Because you know what that means, bro? That means that something can be absent. There are things that don't exist, like you said.
Absolutely.
Good. If there is
So
a number
you
that
just proved my
defines,
point.
no,
You
no,
just
no, hold
proved
on,
my
hold on,
point.
hold up. I'm going to show you. That's why I was showing you how 0 is different from what it represents.
I'll let you continue. Go ahead.
If you had to represent God with any number, what number would you use?
If I had to do what? I'm sorry?
If you had to represent the source of all things with a number, what?
Infinite. Infinite.
No, infinity is not a number.
But 0 is.
What is a number that represents the source?
What is pi? What is pi?
Hold up. What is a number? What would be a number that represents the source? Pi is 22/7.
Infinity. Infinity, which is pi.
Hold up. Infinity represents the source?
Absolutely, it does.
So you're saying that the source is an infinite regression?
How could it be an infinite regression? It's neither
Because it's
progression or
infinite.
regression.
Because it's infinite. That means it continues to go. It's
Hold on.
continual, right?
You're using
So-
the wrong. You're using the wrong.
So,
You're saying-
listen. I asked you the question, my brother. I said, what number? So give me a number, an actual number, not an idea.
pi.
What is pi?
I'll give you the first 10 numbers.
3.14. So. But what does what?
To infinity.
Yes, but how does pi represent God, the source?
Because it's infinite and it's continuous.
What makes pi represent God?
Because it's infinite and continuous. You're talking about
No.
creation. and we're talking about death. That's how a lot of people-
You're not getting it. You're not getting it.
Okay, go ahead.
What about pi makes pi the source?
Because it's infinite and continuous.
So
There
tell me
was no-
something.
there
Tell me
was- there
something.
is no start.
Tell me something that comes from pi.
I can't.
Because nothing comes from it, so it's not a source. That's what I was
So
asking.
then why do we have it? So why did it? Why does
what
it
number?
exist?
It has to do with circles, bro. Finding circumferences, areas, and stuff like that.
Now you're getting there, right? Sacred geometry. You
Hold
can't
up.
say that it's sacred geometry without the divinity part of it.
Hold up. Pi is relevant in that aspect of things, but I'm not talking to you about pi from that context. I'm talking to you as what is a singular number, whole number that represents the creator or represents the
There
source.
is none. That's what you're not understanding. You're trying
Check
to
this out.
quantify
Check this
pi
out.
in a number.
Check this out. Can God be quantified?
No,
Is God a singularity? Or
absolutely not.
God is not a singularity.
Absolutely not.
So God is not a person.
Absolutely not.
So God is not one thing.
Absolutely not.
So God is everything.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, check this out.
Yeah, I'm ready for it.
How much is everything?
I wouldn't know. I'm not God.
Does everything
I'm being
include
honest.
things?
I wouldn't
Hold
know
up.
what you would do.
Does everything include things that don't exist?
Yes, absolutely.
So things that don't exist are also part of God,
Yes, absolutely.
like unicorns.
I mean, they could be, yes, absolutely. That's a
Nah,
thought
come on,
that
bro.
came from man, essentially.
Bro,
That's a
bro.
thought that came from man, and man has free will, so absolutely.
No, I mean an objective unicorn, not just the thought.
What you're trying to do,
Actual unicorn.
but
How about
listen,
how about
listen.
Superman?
So you're asking me a question, I'm giving you the answer to that
Yeah.
question, and then you're trying to quantify that to make it relative, right? Let's just go with what you're asking me. Yes, unicorns, devils, dragons, all of that is a part of God. Yes.
Listen, you said God is not a singularity, right?
He is not.
Okay, God will have to be a plurality, right?
There is a polarity there, yes.
God is everything, right?
Yes.
And God is the source, right?
He is.
That means there's no source.
Or she.
No, listen, bro. If God is everything, then there's no source.
How's that not possible? How's that possible?
Because there's nothing that's not God. Everything is the source. Everything. No, bro. Listen. Check this out. That means everything is the source.
That exactly.
So there is no source.
Exactly. How would there not be a source?
Because what does the source do?
Create.
Okay, but the source hasn't created anything because everything is still that source. So the source hasn't created anything.
We are still seeing creations before our eyes.
No, but they're not creation because it's all the source.
How is it not creations? You said earlier.
Listen.
That's not use of raw assets.
The source is different.
Being created,
bro.
That haven't existed.
The thing that comes.
If you ask me about creation, it's everything in the future has already been done. It's already been written. That's what I'm saying. Everything in the past is the same. And the present, right now, where we live in the present, in this reality, in this dimension, right, is divine. The future is also divine. The past is not. We learn from the past to shape the future. And when we meditate, when we pray, especially Muslims, we are taught to pray in the now, in the present. So you can't say that there's not a source at all, because we came from something. Would you agree?
Bro, is the source of a river the river?
Is the source of what?
Is the source of a river the river?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, is there a difference between a thing and its source?
Is there a difference between a thing and its source?
Yes.
I'm not understanding what you mean there. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to. That's all.
Yeah. So think about anything you want to think, right?
Okay.
Is there a difference between that thing and its source?
No.
So the source of that thing is not really the source of that thing because that thing is not sourced.
That source comes from an original source.
Is there a difference between that source and the original source?
No, there's no difference.
Okay, then everything is still the original source. So there's no sourcing happening. You only have a source. That's it. You only have one thing and nothing else.
Your argument that you have would mean that we wouldn't be able to breathe right now because quantifiably air is not visible, right? But you still are breathing right now, correct?
It depends.
No, that's not the case. That's 100% factual basis.
Air can be visible. Air can be visible. Check this out. Air can be visible. But let me demonstrate something to you real quick, right?
Something impedes with it.
Let me demonstrate something to you real quick. Hold on.
Sure.
Is there water in this bottle?
There is water that I can see, yes.
How about this other bottle?
There's not water in that bottle.
Okay. What is the source?
What is the source of the water? Is that what you're asking me?
No. What is a source?
I'll give you the definition. Hold on. A place, person, or thing from which something comes from or can be attained. And then the verb of that would be attained from a particular source. Each type of coffee is sourced from one country.
Okay, a place, a thing, or a person from which something
Right.
comes,
And
right?
we already agreed that a thing is not different from its source. That's what I was telling you. It's the
Hold
same
up,
thing.
hold up, hold up,
Sure.
hold up. No, hold up, relax. A thing, right?
Yeah. A place, a person, or thing.
This bottle is a thing, right?
Yes.
But the bottle is different from the water in the bottle, right?
The water is, say it one more time.
The water is not the bottle.
No, it's not.
Okay. I want you to tell me, once I drink this water, this specific water that I'm drinking right now,
Sure.
what thing was the source? What was the source of this water that I'm drinking right now?
Are you asking me where the water came from?
Before it got into my mouth, where did I source it from before it got into my mouth?
The store.
I'm not talking about the store. I'm talking about right now. What you just observed right now.
I have no idea what brand of water that is. I do not know who manufactured or distributed that water.
Where did
but
the
it came from a company that you bought it from at a store.
what did the water come out of?
A bottle.
Is the bottle the source of the water I just drank right now?
No, it's not.
Why not?
Because it's not the original source of where it came from.
Now read the definition of a source again.
A place, person, or thing from which something comes from or can be obtained.
Where did I obtain water from right now?
You talk about drinking. That's a different act than obtaining something.
No, I obtained water. I went and got it, right? And where I got the water from my desk.
Where did you? We're playing semantics now. This has nothing to do with the divinity that we're talking about. I'd love for you to prove your point.
The source of the water I just drank was this bottle and not this bottle.
Well, I don't understand your point.
The water I just drank came out of this bottle and not this bottle.
I understand that.
Okay, it was already in this bottle before I got the bottle.
Sure.
So this bottle is the source of the water I just drank.
Okay, I could agree with you there. Fine.
The
That
water-
you just drank, yes.
The
That you just
water
drank, yes.
and the water I just drank is not the bottle.
It's not. It's two separate things.
It couldn't be said to be the bottle.
I'm not saying, I would never say that it was.
Okay, it's in the same capacity that a source and what comes out of that source is not the same thing. The source,
Your argument
the
is-
source,
your argument is weak because you could go
no.
to
The source is
Go to
where the
fountain
thing
and
comes
open it
from.
up.
Listen, the source is where the thing comes from, or who the things come from, or what the thing comes from. And the thing that is sourced is the effect. It's like cause and effect, right? The cause is not the effect. The effect is different
your
from the
point, though?
cause.
Are you trying to, I just want to clear up what you're trying to say because it's not making sense to me.
So
Are you
what I'm trying to
that
say
the
to
water
I'm-
was sourced from the bottle?
Yes, I sourced the water from the bottle. And just like if
you drank the water from the bottle.
Hold up. If the water is the bottle, then I did not drink the water from the bottle. I drank
They're
the bottle.
two different things. That bottle is made out of
Thank you.
plastic and different compounds,
Thank you.
molecules and atoms.
Thank you.
Right? That
Thank
water
you.
is H2O that was
Thank you.
sourced from some type of company.
Thank you. So God cannot be the source.
How could
Because
it not
God-
be the source? God
Because
is in that water.
because
God is in
nothing
the plastics.
nothing
God
comes
is in
out of
your
God.
shirt.
Bro,
God
nothing
is in your
comes.
head.
Think about it. Nothing comes out of God. What comes out of God?
What are you talking about? So then, if you're
Listen.
saying nothing
That's what a
comes-
source
hear
is,
me out,
right?
hear me out.
A source is something that is a thing or a place from which something is obtained or where it comes.
Explain life. Explain life.
Life-
What is the purpose of life? If you can explain that,
Life.
then hear me out. Hear me out, Bakanga. If
Life
you
has
can
no
explain
purpose.
Hear me out real quick. If you can explain the purpose of life, then everybody on this planet that is a scholar in religion, and mind you, I've said this from the jump. I am not religious. I do study Islam, right? And I do pray to Allah, but I am not religious. So if you're saying that what came from God, then explain to me the purpose of life. And if you can explain to me in a logical manner that everybody here that's listening to you can understand, then I will recant and I'll say, you're right. But I don't think that you can tell me the purpose of life.
I'll tell you.
Okay.
Life fundamentally has no purpose.
So you're just basically saying we are here on this planet literally just because of what?
That's true. Just because we are.
We're just here just because.
No, hold up, think. Just check this out. I'll show you something. We are on this planet simply because we are on this planet. We are a product of the natural environment, void of intent, void of purpose, void of specificity. That is why
That
there is
doesn't
no
make
specific.
any logical sense.
Hold up. I will show you.
Okay.
Okay. Now, purpose is a human idea that is born out of the human's need to have to go against natural forces in order to survive. Purpose is a human idea that is born out of a human's need to literally keep going, especially once a person has tasted life. So life can have a purpose after life has been conceived and born. But life cannot have a purpose before life is conceived. So no living thing has a purpose before it's
No
conceived.
living thing has a purpose?
Before it's conceived, no. After it has been
Before it's
conceived,
conceived, no living thing has a purpose.
yes, before it's
So
conceived.
you don't believe in the circle of life then?
No, relax. I'll show you something. Once
Sure.
once the living thing has lived and tasted life, now if it's a sentient thing, it gets the opportunity to determine its purpose. If it's not sentient, then it will forever have no purpose unless something other than itself uses it for its own benefit. Right? Like a tree. A tree has
A tree
no
has a
specific
purpose.
A tree has no specific purpose.
It absolutely does.
Relax. A tree is only useful to a human being and to all other form of organic life because those organic lives can feed on the tree. But to the tree itself, it has no purpose.
It absolutely has a purpose.
A tree wants nothing and a tree does nothing.
That doesn't have to be purpose.
Listen, a purpose is the reason for existence. That's what a purpose is. A reason for which something is done. A tree has no reason why it grows. It simply grows because it can. You see? So once you're old enough to understand the idea of purpose, you get to determine purpose. So purpose is self-determined once one has a sufficient understanding of life. So when a baby is born, the baby has no purpose until it begins to really learn what this environment is about. And then that learning itself takes a process. So its purpose is not even determined yet, right? So once it gets to the point where it can think for itself and really begin to understand the world, then it realizes that there is multiple alternatives to what it can do. Then it chooses what it wants to do, and that becomes its purpose. So purpose is
That is so
self-determined.
wrong. That's so wrong. Let me just read this to you real quick, right? So something set up as an object or end to be attained, intention, resolution, determination, or a subject under discussion or an action in course of execution. So if we didn't have trees on this planet right now, right, how would we be breathing? If we didn't have the atmosphere around us, how would we be breathing? How would we not be burned by the sun? The sun and the moon serve a purpose, as the waters and the earth serves a purpose.
Listen,
Everything has a purpose. My shirt has a purpose, right?
Check this
My
out.
computer has a purpose.
No.
The trees have a purpose. Butterflies have a purpose.
I think you're confusing
Bees have a
purpose for
purpose.
function. I think you're confusing the word purpose for function. Look up the definition of the word function.
All right, so I'm going to say it one more time for purpose, and then I'm going to look up function, right?
Yeah.
Something set up as an object or end to be attained, intention, resolution, determination, or a subject under discussion or an action in course of execution. So with your logic, right?
Plants have no intentions.
What they do have intentions. Their
No.
intention is to give off oxygen, is to
No.
literally give off life.
No, that's not what intent is.
So you're saying that trees have no intention or purpose at all. There's no intent.
Yes.
They're
Yes.
they're
Yes.
inorganic matter. So they
In
would
in
be dead,
in,
correct?
intent is 100% an animal characteristic of animals. Non-animalistic lives don't have intent.
Interesting.
Yes.
So this is where we differ.
So look up the definition of function real quick, please.
Okay, I got you.
The function of a thing and the purpose of a thing is different. There are
It might give me a
circumstances.
mathematical definition. Give me 1 second. Hold on.
Just look it up on Oxford, on Google. It will pull up Oxford.
I did, and it's giving me the It's giving me the numbers.
Yeah. It's giving you the mathematical definition of a function.
Yeah. So hold on, give me 1 second.
Just put function.
All right, here it is. So an activity or purpose natural to or intended for a person or thing. Bridges perform the function of providing access across water. In mathematics, a relationship or expression involving one or more variables. And then a verb, work or operate in a proper or particular way, right? So you're saying
There
in the
you
sense
go.
of number one, an activity or purpose natural to or intended for a person or thing.
Hold up, let me find the meaning.
Which you literally said that inanimate objects don't have a purpose, but then you're using function.
An activity
I like
or
to cut
purpose.
hair.
Hold up,
Like
hold up,
clippers
hold up,
have
hold
a
up,
function
hold up,
to it,
hold up,
and they serve
hold
a
up.
purpose.
Hold
You
up,
see where
listen.
I'm going with this?
Listen. It's an activity or a purpose natural to
Yes.
or intended for a person or a thing.
Boom. So
Now,
trees.
hold
have a
on.
purpose.
Listen. An activity or purpose natural to or intended for a person or thing.
Yes.
Okay, so it's an activity or, I want you to pay attention to the word or, purpose natural to.
Yes.
Okay, what is a purpose natural to?
I literally just told you. So a natural purpose or the intent of a tree is to give off oxygen to this planet. It's how we breathe.
No,
It's a systematic process that has been here before us.
that's not the intent of a tree.
Okay, let's take out the word intent because I don't want to play semantics.
Yes, no.
Listen. I agree with you, Makanga. Let's take out intent and let's just focus on purpose and function.
Listen carefully.
I'm listening.
Okay, an activity
Yes.
or a purpose natural
Yes.
to, not a purpose of, not a purpose for, a purpose natural to,
Yes.
or intended to, intended
For a person
for,
or thing.
or intended for a person or a thing.
Right.
So that means that the purpose of a thing is predetermined. The function
sure.
of a thing is predetermined.
Sure.
Okay. So if a plant does have purpose, it is naturally intended. Not
Yes, for a
intentionally.
person or thing.
Hold up. Not intentionally intended.
Okay. I lose that argument.
So check this out. So yes,
let's
I will
knock
concede
out
to
the
you.
intent,
I
but
will
functional
concede.
purpose
Listen. I will concede to you that you can use purpose and function
Okay.
interchangeably, right? But it depends
Sure.
on context. When you talk about the purpose
Everything has a
of
purpose,
a thing,
though.
no, not everything.
Everything has a purpose.
No, not everything.
Why not?
Because some things have no purpose that is natural to them.
There's nothing on this earth that doesn't have a purpose.
There are many things on this earth that have no purpose.
Name one.
One of the things that don't have purpose is a rock. What's the purpose of a rock?
There's many different things that you could use a rock for.
No. Outside of you don't do nothing with it. It's just the rock. What's its purpose?
The rock, listen. So a rock, I could say a rock could be used as foundation to
No.
walk on. A rock could be used
That's
to
not what I'm
build a
talking
house.
about. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about someone outside of the rock itself. I'm talking just the rock. What's the purpose of the
And
rock
I'm giving
outside?
you exactly what you just said.
No. Listen, bro. outside
Sure.
of any other thing, right? Just the rock by itself, it's rock. What's its purpose? Like just a rock. You're not using it. Nobody else is doing anything with the rock. It's just the rock. What's the purpose? What's its purpose?
There's many different purposes of a rock, though. So
Okay, give me one purpose of a rock.
foundation.
Of what?
Anything. Foundation. It's a foundation.
Is the foundation of
You've
what?
never seen a big ass rock before that you could stand
Bro,
on?
bro, listen. What's the purpose of a grain of sand?
It could be turned into glass.
No, I'm not asking what somebody else can purpose for it. I'm asking its purpose. It's
It
naturally
wouldn't be a
to
purpose if
itself.
it didn't serve a purpose, Bakanga.
There you go.
It would not be a.
There
Hear me out.
you go.
So a grain of
Listen.
sand,
Listen.
a molecule. An
I
atom.
think now you're getting me. Now you're getting me. Okay. Purpose is self-determined. You asked me what was the purpose of life,
Sure.
right? And I said to you, it's predetermined. If the purpose is not predetermined, that means somebody is using you. So you have no purpose for yourself, but somebody else has a purpose for you. So they are using you as a resource. Resources in
What does
of
that have to do with
themselves,
divinity?
a resource in of itself has no purpose unless there is someone that needs that resource, and that resource becomes purposeful for that person in order to achieve a specific thing, right? A plant in of
Everything
itself.
on this planet,
Hold on,
everything on this
hold on,
planet serves a purpose.
Hold up, bro. A plant in of itself has no purpose within itself.
But they
The
do.
plant, bro,
Plants
listen,
give off, plants
bro,
give off oxygen.
bro, relax.
I'm chilling.
A plant has no specific intent to live, nor to die. It doesn't bother it. A plant will not wage war to protect its
Okay.
young ones. Hold up,
Let's talk
bro.
about plants,
Hold
right?
up,
Can you
bro.
tell me what kind of plant this is?
Hold up, bro. A plant has no purpose within itself. A
Okay.
plant only becomes purposeful as in reference to its environment and other things in its environment.
Which means that
The
it's a
same
purpose.
thing,
That's what a purpose is for.
the same thing is true about everything. Nothing really has a purpose until there is something that needs to be done. If nothing needs to be done, there's no need for purpose.
You're using subjectivity and relativity to explain your thought process.
Subjectivity
This
is
plant-
in fact
this
at the
plant
mother.
right here-
Listen, subjectivity is literally the mother of this entire conversation. It's all subjective. Because the purpose of a plant, either you say that something has multiple purposes or it has one purpose, right? Bro, what is the purpose of a knife? Is it to stab
To
someone?
cut.
No. Is it to stab someone? Or
To
is
cut.
it to... No. You can use a knife
What do
to
you
stab
mean, though?
someone. No, the purpose of a knife is to stab.
It's to cut.
No, it's to stab.
No, it's not. A knife was originally made.
Hold
the
up,
knife
hold
was
up,
originally made
hold
for
up.
a way to cut.
Hold up.
You're
No,
talking
no.
about a spear.
No,
This-
listen. A knife is used to stab someone. Can it be used to stab someone?
This is subjective.
Good. So let me tell you the purpose of a knife. The purpose of the knife depends on who is using it. It's
Okay,
determined.
but you're not-
Listen.
But Conga,
The
hear me out.
purpose,
You're not
the
arguing
purpose, the
anything
purpose of the
different than what I
knife.
said.
The
Everything
purpose
on
of the
this planet
knife.
has a purpose.
The purpose of the knife is determined by the person who's using it. So if you have no use for that knife, that
guess.
knife. Hold up, bro. If
I
you
hear
have
you.
no use, if you have no use for that knife is purposeless. Now
No,
let me ask
it's
you
not.
something. Hold up. What is the purpose of trash?
What is the purpose of trash?
Yeah.
Depends on how you look at it, man. Because that's what you're doing. You're telling me that the knife-
bro.
Hear me out, Bakanga.
Stay on your same line of reasoning. Don't
I
switch
am
to
on
my
my
side
same
now.
line. Hear me out, hear me out,
Don't switch to my side now. Okay.
No, you're convoluted. I'm not on your side at all. You're convoluted.
Bro. Hold up.
Hear me out. I heard
I
you.
have
right?
one important thing that
So
I
look,
wanted.
look at this. Does this
I
not
think
have a purpose? Do you know what this is? You see this?
That's
this
the
doesn't have
micro-
a purpose, you're saying,
that-
right? Because I don't have a need for it. Is that what you're trying to say?
there you go. purpose
That
is
doesn't
directly.
make sense, bro.
Hold up,
That
bro.
doesn't make any sense.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Everything has a
Hold up.
purpose, no
Hold up,
matter
bro.
what the need or
Ho-
function is.
Hold up, bro. What is the purpose of the trash you just took out the other day out of your house? What's the purpose of that trash?
The purpose of it is to be thrown in the trash, to be disintegrated and turned to something else.
So the purpose of that trash is to be thrown into the dumpster?
And recycled into something else or decomposed into something else.
What if it's not decomposed into something else? Then what?
Then that's not trash.
Then what is it?
It could be metal. Or it could be something that's non-decomposable, which wouldn't be trash.
Okay. What is the
You know
purpose
there's a
of
difference between
hold up,
compost,
hold up, bro.
and
Hold up, bro.
recycling, correct?
Hold up, bro. What is the purpose of piss?
It's like urine.
Yeah.
It's an excrement that helps us clean our urinary tracts. It helps take out the salts, the minerals that we need to get out of our body, and it flushes that out of our system.
Okay, let me help you out. What's the purpose of piss once it's out of your body?
I just told you.
No. Once it's out of the body, what's its purpose?
I literally just told you.
What's its purpose?
It's excrement. It's meant to clean out your body from what
Yes,
you
that's
have.
I'm gonna allow you play with that while it's in the body. But I was really talking about piss after it comes out of your body. What's its purpose?
It already served its purpose.
So after it serves its purpose, what's its purpose?
I'm
so
sorry?
after the piss leaves your body, it no longer has purpose.
It served its purpose.
But
See,
you said everything.
Wakanda,
You said
you're
everything,
playing
bro.
you're
But you said
playing with
everything
words.
has a purpose, right, Tariq? You said everything has a
Everything
purpose.
does have a purpose.
Okay, so what is the purpose of the piss once
I
it leaves your
literally
body?
told you.
No, I'm not talking about the piss while it's in your body. While it's in your
You
body
can't-
is
listen.
Listen.
What
Hold
you're
up, bro.
I'll let
While
you talk,
the-
man, because it's your show. I'll let you talk.
Yeah.
But you
While
know
the
what you're doing, though. You know what you're doing.
While the piece is in your body, it's not necessarily considered waste. It's still in your body, right? Once it exits your body, that's when it becomes waste. So my question to you is, once that piece has exited your body, I'm talking specifically after the point when it leaves the body, like the last contact it makes with the body. What's its purpose after that? What's the purpose of that
It
fluid?
has already served its purpose. There's
So
no
once it-
other purpose to
So
go in there.
so hold up.
How do we
Once-
get from piss to divinity? Come on now.
Hold
Listen,
up,
I
bro.
asked you to
Hold up,
prove
bro.
a point,
I'm
you
taking you
couldn't
there.
prove it.
I'm taking you there. So once the piece has exited the body and served its purpose, the way you're saying, what do you do with it?
It's already served its purpose. What? I don't have the need to do anything for it other than pee. The same way.
So
when I
after you pee, what happens to the fluid?
What?
What happens to the
Bro,
piss after it comes out of your body?
Urine and excrement is there to cleanse the body of nutrients and disease and viruses.
Yeah,
that
bro.
you may have. It
That's
cleans
when
itself.
that's
That
that's
is
when
its
that's when
purpose.
it's in the body. What happens when all that disease and all those
It
viruses
has to
come out of your body?
Of the body. What are you talking about?
Bro, when you piss, the piss is not in your body. You're pissing outside of your body.
So you don't believe that there's urine inside your body that
No,
you need to release?
that's not what I'm talking about. When
Well, then what are
urea,
you talking about?
when
You have no point. What are you talking about?
when uric acid exits your body, what is it used for? What is its purpose?
It's not just uric acid, it's urine.
Sure.
Urine is in your
Once it has come out of your body, what is its purpose?
It doesn't have another purpose because it's already served its purpose.
No, okay. So once it's out of the body, what do you do with it?
It's in the toilet, Bakanga. What is your point?
Okay, so why is it in the toilet?
Because you just fucking peed, dude. Come on, man.
Why don't you?
Like,
Why bro,
Where are you getting at with this? It doesn't make
So
any sense.
listen. So you're saying that piss in the toilet is not something that has a purpose?
No.
So there are some
'Cause it's
things in
already
this.
It's already served its
Hold
purpose.
up. So there are some things in this world that don't have a purpose, right?
No, you're not. Listen. Everything has a purpose, and you
Okay,
can serve
so
its purpose.
what is the
And then
purpose
after
of
it
peace?
served its purpose, there may not be a need for it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So bro, what is the purpose of peace in the toilet bowl?
There is no purpose. It's already been served.
So that
The
is
original
the
point.
so
We
so
wanna go
hold
back
on,
to
bro.
the definition of purpose.
Is the peace in the toilet bowl something?
You asked me a question. Just please don't interrupt me. Let me answer this question because I want you to see how you're playing semantics right now, right? Urine inside of the body serves a purpose once it comes outside of the body. Once it's outside of the body, it's in the toilet. It's already served its purpose. You can't say that it didn't have a purpose because it already served it, is what I'm saying.
I'm not talking about the urine while it was in your body, because while in your body, it's something. Once it comes out of your body, it's also
talk about it because
hold up,
you're trying to make it a subjective point.
hold up, bro. My question to you was: is urine in the toilet bowl something?
The same question that you're asking me, I could say when you chew food and it's a tomato is in a refrigerator, does it not have a purpose once it's in my mouth?
Bro, that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying that is
That's
urine
exactly what you're asking.
is
the same
no,
thing.
no, bro. Face my question. Is urine
I've already answered it.
is urine?
You want me to say yes or no? It's not a yes or no question.
No,
it's
no, no.
Already served its purpose.
It's a yes and a no.
Does urine have a purpose when it's
No,
outside of the
bro,
body?
bro.
Yes, it's already served.
Urine
to come outside of the body and cleanse itself.
Listen, bro. That's what I said to you. That purpose depends. It's self-determined, right? It depends. There are some things in this world that have no purpose. It doesn't matter
There's
when.
nothing in this world that has no purpose.
Okay, what is the purpose of urine in a toilet bowl?
It's already served its purpose.
No, I'm not asking of what it's previously done. I mean, in the moment when that urine. Hold up, Tariq. What is the purpose of the urine while it is in the toilet bowl?
Why don't you want to accept the answer? It's already served its purpose.
I'm not asking about what it has done before it was in the toilet bowl.
But you can't answer that question.
I'm talking about it while it is in the toilet bowl.
Yes or no?
Bro, while the urine is in the toilet bowl, what's its purpose? It's something. It's not in your body. It's in the toilet bowl. What's its purpose? That's what I'm asking.
I'm going to say this again, Bakanga. Right? Because your argument, it doesn't have any basis at all.
Of course it has a basis, Tariq. Just because you're intentionally ignoring my question, bro, you're ignoring my question. Because I'm talking to you about the urine in, bro. This water has already served its purpose to the manufacturer of this bottle and this water. But when I purchase this water still has a purpose to me. And the purpose that this water.
My point. What are you
saying? Hold up. The purpose that this water has to me is not the same purpose it has for the person who sold it to me. The person who sold this to me, the purpose of this water was a commodity for him to make money. The person who bought the water, the purpose of the water is to hydrate themselves. So I'm asking you. I'm not talking about the water while it's at the manufacturer. I'm talking about the water once it leaves the manufacturer. So think of your body as the manufacturer and think of the toilet bowl as a customer. While when the urine is in the toilet bowl, what is its purpose? That should be flushed. Why did you just say that? But you said it had no purpose. So how come now its purpose is to be flushed?
Because you can pee anywhere. It doesn't have to be within a toilet.
You're playing semantics.
Bro, I'm a lawyer. That's what I do all day.
Oh man, that's crazy, man. I'm an aspiring lawyer, so I guess we're playing games here.
Come fuck me, man. Hey. Come fuck with me, man. Hey. This explains.
Hey, right, this explains. Everything has a purpose. Hey, hold up. You ain't finna lock my man up. You ain't finna lock up my man that I'm defending over here. I'm defending the piece in the goddamn toilet bowl, and you over here trying to justify why he has no purpose, right?
Because listen. If you see it from my point of view, hear me out real quick, Bakanga, right? If you see it from my point of view, right? Everything does have a purpose.
No.
Now, what you're distinctly
some things don't have a purpose. If purpose
everything has a purpose, brother.
Everything can have a purpose if it can be used. Something that
No,
has no
everything can have a
utility.
need.
Listen, bro.
It's a
Something that has no utility has no purpose.
Something that
So
has no utility has no purpose.
that's why we throw it away. That's
Everything
why.
can be used.
Hold up,
Everything on this planet can.
hold up, bro. That's why we
Go
have
ahead.
something called waste, bro. What is waste?
What do you mean? What is waste?
The definition of waste. What is waste?
Oh, it's giving me some other bullshit. Hold on.
I was like, bro, why you proofreading it?
Nah, I'm just. I put in Google what is waste, and it's giving me some American Veterinary Medical Association or
God damn,
Wikipedia.
bro.
All right, here it is.
What the heck is wrong with your search engine?
Bro, I don't know. I be using VPNs though.
Yeah. Hey,
All
you
right,
know
it
this when
says
it comes for you, bro.
synonyms of waste. It says a sparsely settled or barren region on cultivated land, the act of instance of wasting, loss through breaking down of bodily tissue, gradual loss or decrease by use, wear, or decay, damaged, defective, or superfluous material produced by a manufacturing company process, such as material rejected during a textile manufacturing process, scrap, an unwanted byproduct of manufacturing process, chemical laboratory, or nuclear reactor. Refuse from places of human or animal habitation, and material derived from mechanical and chemical, weathering of the land and moved down sloping surfaces or carried by streams to the sea.
Actually, bro, I'm gonna help you out a little bit.
Sure.
Just give me 1 millisecond. I think that this actually ends the argument. This would be a good place for us to end the argument. I'll give you a chance to conclude, though.
Of course. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you guys to read this. Man, sometimes I don't know why I like to play around, bro, when I could just like hit the point with a nail. But I guess I enjoy. You're smart. You're smart. You ain't all like that. And you know what? So I'm gonna fix this problem right now.
Talk to me.
Yeah. Be patient with me. Give me literally 1 minute, y'all. 1 minute. And there's two possibilities, Tyreek. There's two possibilities. What I'm about to show you.
Okay.
There's two possibilities. Sure. You either saw it and you didn't like it, or you just didn't see it. I want everybody to read the screen. That's the definition of waste.
Use or expend carelessly, extravagantly, or to no purpose.
To
we
what?
can't afford to waste. But that's a verb. That's not the noun.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro.
Go ahead.
What is the definition of the word waste? Of course.
Use or expend carelessly, extravagantly, or to no purpose.
To know what?
Or to no purpose, but that's the verb, though. You were talking about waste as a noun, a physical thing.
You don't know if that's what I was talking about.
It had to be.
Okay.
Because
so
you said what is trash.
Check this out.
You related it to trash, which is a physical aspect.
There is a reason why waste as a noun is clearly connected to waste as a verb.
Sure.
Waste as a noun fundamentally doesn't have a meaning that is different from waste as a verb. The reason why waste as a noun is waste is because of waste as a verb. Use.
So, let me ask you this.
Hold on, bro. That's why I said it's self-determined. It literally has to do with utility, purpose.
Sure.
So
let me ask you this,
the
Let's
important
read the first part.
The important thing here is not even the verb aspect of it, it's the to no purpose, right? So use, expend carelessly, extravagantly, or to no purpose. No purpose. There are some things in this world that have no purpose, bro. Yeah.
All right. So hey, let's get back to the topic, right? About God. I'm gonna ask you a question that goes back to that because we're just talking about semantics though. What is
No, bro.
consciousness?
No, bro. That wasn't just semantics.
What is consciousness to you?
Being aware of one's environment.
What else though? What other definitions of the word do you know?
It can be defined anyway at that point philosophically, you know, consciousness, the state of having
The
consciousness,
awareness or
the
perception?
state of being awake.
All right. So the state of being awake and aware of
Yes.
one's surroundings, that's one. And then the
Yes.
awareness or perception of something by a person, correct?
But that person has to be awake and aware of the
That's
environment
fine.
to be
That's
able to
fine. But
perceive anything. Yeah.
I'm asking in the sense of the perception, right? Would you agree with me that that consciousness is an innate human quality?
No.
Okay. So if you don't believe that consciousness isn't an innate human quality, then what do you define it as?
It's not innate only
Because
to
this
human beings.
definition here,
Even
it says,
non-human things can be conscious.
like what?
Like plants, like dogs, goats, pigs, fish.
Yeah. Okay.
So
So
it's
then
not
let me ask you this. My next question is, right? If non-human things, right, can have a consciousness, then where does that consciousness come from?
consciousness doesn't come from anywhere. Consciousness happens.
It does though. It does. It
No,
absolutely does.
it doesn't come
Okay,
from
let me read this
somewhere.
to you. Let me read it to you.
No,
The
hold up.
state of being awake and aware of one's surroundings. So consciousness has to come from somewhere. It
No,
has to be an environment that consciousness is held within. It
no,
doesn't? It doesn't come from
no.
anywhere?
Listen. Let me tell you, bro. Check this out. Consciousness doesn't come from anywhere in the same way that ice
It
doesn't
doesn't
come
come
from
from your
anywhere.
brain?
No. Listen. Consciousness doesn't come from anywhere in the same way that ice doesn't come from anywhere. Consciousness is caused,
Bakanga.
but
Bakanga.
it is a
Bakanga.
state. Listen. It's defined as a state.
That's not the only definition of it. I'm gonna read you the other one.
It's a state of being.
The awareness or perception of something by a person. Is a dog a person?
Even awareness is a state of being.
Is
You
a
can be
dog a person?
aware. You can
Is a
be
dog a
aware.
person?
No, even awareness is a state.
Hear me out again.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about people and consciousness and how there's a God, and you're saying that there's no God, right? So explain consciousness. If there is no God and consciousness is indicative or correlated to a person, this is what the definition says. I see your definition, the state of being awake and aware of one's surroundings, that's one. The awareness or perception of something by a person, that's two. And the third thing is the fact of awareness by the mind of itself and of the world. So
There
you're
you go.
telling me that a dog has consciousness, even though a dog is not a person, right? So
Yes.
how are they? What are they conscious about?
The environment through the five senses, through the senses. So your consciousness is impossible without sensors.
God doesn't exist then? How does that not exist?
Say that again.
You just said it. Say it one more time. Say what you just said again.
I said
gonna let you feed
consciousness.
yourself what you say.
Consciousness would not be possible without sensors, senses.
So where does that come from?
That's part of our anatomy. It doesn't come from anywhere.
No. I'm saying consciousness, not senses. We're not gonna get back into semantics.
Consciousness doesn't come from anywhere. Neither does it go anywhere.
So you don't have it doesn't come from the mind.
No.
It says it right here. The fact of awareness by the mind of itself and the world. So
Yes.
consciousness is
Yes.
saying,
Listen.
I know what I am. I know my
Listen.
state of being,
No.
and in what it's and the
No.
relative,
Do
and the
you
relative
do
nature of
do
that
you
within
know
the world.
why?
That's what it says.
Hold up, bro. Do you know why?
Consciousness emerges from the operations of the brain. I'm
No,
not making this up. Look,
No, check this out. Check this out.
I'm
I
not
know you're
making
not
it up.
making it up.
You see that, right?
I know you're not making it up, but let me teach
All
you
right.
something. Let me teach you something.
Sure.
It's got more than one definition, right?
It has 3 definitions.
Okay. And the definitions are given to you in a specific order, and it's numerical, right?
Sure.
What's the first definition?
The state of being awake and aware of one's surroundings.
Okay, good. Now, what's the second definition?
The awareness of perception of something by a person.
Now, can a person be aware without being awake?
No.
Okay, you see, that second definition depends on the first one being true. Now, what's the third definition?
The fact of awareness by the mind of itself in the world.
Okay, that third definition depends on the second and the first definition, right? The mind will not be able to be aware of itself if it's not awake. And if it doesn't have perception. Now, have you ever heard someone say, damn, I got knocked unconscious?
Yes.
What does that mean?
They blacked out. They're not awake.
So where does their consciousness go when they get knocked out?
It goes nowhere. It's still there.
No. If it's still there, we're not going to define it as being unconscious.
So let me ask you this. When you're asleep, you're not conscious?
No, you're not.
Oh, you're not?
No.
Okay, so you have no consciousness when you're asleep.
Not even consciousness of self. Not
so
even
then
self-consciousness.
Let me ask you this.
Listen,
If you don't
that's
have-
why it's
if you
listen.
don't-
When you go to sleep, you enter a state called the subconscious. The subconscious. So there is a state that is not consciousness that comes before consciousness, and that's the state that we call sleep. You are subconscious.
So let me ask you this.
So it's less than consciousness, right? Just like
we gonna play
like
with the word.
subhuman.
We're gonna play with the word. We're gonna play with the word all the way, right? If you're saying when you're unconscious, you're not awake, and you go to sleep, you're saying that you're unconscious then.
Of course, you're unconscious
Because you can't be subconscious.
Yes, when you're asleep, you're unconscious.
No, that
Yes.
doesn't work like that.
Yes.
I can go to sleep. I was in the military for 10 years. I can go to sleep and be aware of my surroundings and not be awake, and I still have consciousness.
Hell no. If you fall asleep, you're not gonna be awake. You're not gonna be aware of your environment. Are you sure about that? Listen. Yes.
Okay.
Now, it's not impossible to relax.
Hold on. I'm gonna just look it up, and we're gonna ask someone who's smarter than both of us, right? Give me 1 second.
Bro, I don't think there's anyone who's smarter than me. Hopefully, you don't think the same thing. You saw what Anthony Joshua did to Francis Ngannou. He knocked him unconscious, bro. That happens in the UFC all the time. They get knocked unconscious. Unconscious means no consciousness. Unconscious. So when you are asleep, you are unconscious.
Is that a state of being?
That is a state of not being.
So sleep is defined as a state of unconsciousness from which a person can be aroused.
A state of what?
External stimuli.
A state of what?
Sleep is defined as a state of unconsciousness
Thank
from
you.
which a person can be aroused.
That's why I said it
Therefore,
says
external stimuli have no effect. In this state, the brain is relatively more responsive to internal stimuli than external stimuli. So,
hold up. Say that again.
which part? The whole thing?
No, the part where it's responsive to stimuli.
In this state, the brain is relatively more responsive to internal stimuli than external stimuli.
Thank you. Now, do you know the difference between internal stimuli and external stimuli?
Of course.
External stimuli 100% depends on the senses, right?
I'm sorry?
External stimuli depends on your 5 senses. It's
Sure.
necessary. That is why the most important ingredient for consciousness is the 5 senses. If you remove the
Hmm.
five senses out of the equation, it's no longer consciousness. Even if the mind is
Yeah.
still working, because the mind begins to work autonomously now. It's no longer working consciously. That's why he said that, bro. He did it unconsciously. He hurt you unconsciously. He harmed you unconsciously, right?
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
almost like not purposefully, right? He did not intend to hurt you, right?
Right.
That's why it's defined as a state of unconsciousness. It is a state of not being. Not being. What are you not when you're asleep? You're not yourself.
You said what are we not when we're asleep?
Yes, when a person is asleep,
We're in
right,
a
to
dream
themselves.
state. We're in a dream state.
No, relax. Yeah, the dream state is a state of unconsciousness. You're not conscious
Sure.
of yourself. You're not conscious of yourself,
Okay.
right? So what you are
Right.
not, what you are not when you're awake is that what you are not when you are asleep is you are
Look,
not
I'm about to roast
awake.
you. Here it comes.
Go ahead.
I
Do
hope
it.
you're ready. Because
Do
you're
it.
just proving my point, brother. And you don't
Do
even
it.
know it. I'm about to walk you through this door together. You ready?
Man, you about to get your ass whooped again. Go ahead.
Look, come on. All right. So listen. When you go to sleep and you're unconscious, what is the thing that wakes you up?
An excessive, overwhelming stimuli.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Like what?
Like any stimuli that is
Now,
excessive
come on
to
now.
is hold up.
We're gonna use these. We're
Yeah,
gonna
I
use
got
these
you.
terms.
I got you. I
Let's
got
use them
you.
the
I
right
got
way.
you. I got you. I got you.
So
Any
what wakes us
stimuli,
up?
any stimuli
Any
that
stimuli.
yes, that is excessive to a
But
specific
I
sensor
thought you said
on
that
your
not
body.
everything has a purpose.
Listen,
I'm
any
listening.
any stimuli that is excessively induced upon any of your senses. So bright light, right? Think about it. Bright light, really bright light will wake you up,
Sure.
right? Now, really loud sound will also wake you up. A really strong smell will wake you up. And
Yeah.
an extreme change in temperature will also wake you up.
Right.
Those are the only things that can wake you up.
When you wake up, what happens? You're conscious, right?
When you wake up, you slowly come to consciousness, but you don't become conscious all at once.
Why not?
Because your body parts, your body organs, some of them go to permanent sleep. They go into a state of complete autonomy. And it takes time
Like
for
what?
them to come back
Name one
to
thing that goes into complete autonomy.
your brain, your
brain
ears.
shuts off.
Yes, no. Listen. Autonomy means that it's working without you
Sure.
being aware that it's working, right?
Okay.
Your neurological network, right?
Come
like
on.
the
Talk to me.
instructions all the way down to your feet, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, I can even say every organ in your body except
Come
your
on
heart.
now.
Listen,
You
hold
about to
up.
preach to me.
Every
Come on.
organ in your body except
Yes.
your heart, your lungs, your intestines, and your brain.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
What you got? I'm done.
Okay. So would you state that every organ in your body has a purpose?
Of course, every organ in your body has a purpose.
All right. So if every organ in your body has a purpose, who designed that?
It's not designed.
It's not designed?
It's a product of the natural evolution. The fact that you naturally evolved from your father and your mother, and the chromosomes that you borrowed from your father and your
You
mother.
believe in evolution, but you don't believe in God?
No, because you don't need God for things to change.
Oh, okay.
God is
So-
a
so
presupposed.
would you
God is
agree
a
with me then?
presupposed exaggeration of man's mind that is directly proportional to man's ignorance.
That's fine. Would you then, right? So we didn't get the whole 360. We didn't get the whole gambit, right? And now we're back. At the end of the day, if God doesn't exist, that's your perception of it. You cannot then tell me that God doesn't exist because that's your perception.
Yeah, let me show you something.
Sure.
You could not make God tangible as defined. What's the definition of God? Look it up. Look it up. Let's end the
definition
argument.
of God?
Yes,
Okay.
let's look it up.
Sure.
And I want you to read it like a preacher. Put on your titty jakes, man.
I'm like, you ever been swallowed? I'm gonna do that. All right, hold on.
Pause, Diddy.
It says in Christianity and other monotheistic religions, the creator and the ruler of the universe and the source of moral authority, the supreme being. In certain other religions, a superhuman being or spirit worship is having power over nature or a moon god. And then here I have another one. the supreme or ultimate reality, such as the being perfect in power, wisdom, and goodness, who is worshipped in Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, and as creator and ruler of the universe.
You now see the consistencies in the definition. The reason why I know that God doesn't exist is because, as defined, it is not observable. It is 100% conceptual. It's just an idea. It's fictional. A superhuman
So for people that
being.
have said that they've experienced God, disprove
I
that.
didn't understand that.
I call those hallucinations and illusions
Why?
because it's
Define a
not consistent.
hallucination.
A hallucination is when you see something that's not there,
So then how can the same people have the same hallucinations?
because they're not really having the
Especially if
same.
they don't exist.
They're not having the same hallucination. They're having
There are
similar.
many people that have said that they've
Hold up,
seen
hold up,
God,
hold up.
accounts of God.
The narrative is similar, but when you actually observe what they say, it's different. Bro, I know people who said they saw Jesus. Jesus took them to hell, and they saw Michael Jackson there. And then somebody
We're
else
not
said
talking
Jesus.
about Jesus.
Hold up,
We're not
hold
talking
up.
about
I know.
Jesus.
I'm just giving you an example. I'm just giving you an example. I'm just giving you an example. I know people who said they saw Jesus, and he told them that he was God. He took them to hellfire, and they saw Whitney Houston and Michael Jackson. I know somebody
Yes.
else that had an experience where they went to heaven, they saw God, and they saw
So
Michael
this is my
Jackson
point.
and Whitney Houston
After
in
everything
heaven.
that you just said, that's perception. So I can't tell you, because you're not willing to accept the fact that God is real, right? Even though that's my perception. Your perception is
Let me tell you
doesn't
what your
exist.
perception
That
is.
doesn't- would you also agree with me?
It's okay, bro. Let me. It seems like you said you were gonna put a nail on the coffin on my conversation.
Oh, well, here it is. Here it is. If you're saying we said everything about consciousness, right? And that's a state of being awake, and that there's perception that's within that, right? Then you can't then try to impart your perception on someone else, because you already have a definitive basis, a bias in what you believe in. So at the end of the day, there is God, but your
Check this out.
perception of it
Check this
is
out.
not within this reality.
Check this out.
Yeah, I'm listening.
No, your perception of it is not within this reality. So let me give you the definition of
How
the word
can you
illusion.
say that?
Because of literally the definition of the word illusion. A thing that is
So do you
or
believe
likely.
a phenomenon?
Hold up. Listen. An illusion is a noun defined as a thing that is or is likely to be wrongly perceived or interpreted by the senses. Illusions make parallel lines seem to diverge by placing them on a zigzag stripped background. Now, it's also defined as a deceptive appearance or impression, a false idea or belief. The fact that belief is required to establish the existence of God is what makes it false. That's why the belief in God is a false perception, wrong interpretation of reality.
So give your factual basis that God doesn't exist.
God is a thing that is or likely to be wrongly perceived or interpreted by the senses. It is a deceptive appearance or impression. It is a false idea or belief.
That's not proving that God doesn't exist.
By definition,
you said illusion.
It is an illusion. It's an illusion.
So that's what you're calling it. That's still a type of perspective.
No, it's not my
Right?
perspective,
You also-
because
you also
listen.
said what you
I
said.
am
You said,
describing.
talked to a
I
guy
am
that
I
told
am
me
literally
Jesus was gonna bring
describing
him
the
hell,
word
he's gonna do
and
this.
applying the word as described. There's an illusion has a definition, so you can identify one when you see one, right? How do you know
Sure.
that someone is experiencing an illusion? When they make claims about reality that is not observable independently
But how
of,
can you
of
prove
their
that?
perception.
But how
Because
can
no
you
one
prove
can. God cannot be seen. Think about it, okay? Think about it. No one has ever smelled God, touched God, heard God, seen God, now tasted God. That makes, first of all, what that makes God is that makes God an idea. Because anything,
But where are you getting your sources from? What do you mean?
literally by definition, bro, that's how you understand any language. You just need to understand the meaning of the
and
words.
Moses and David and Paul and Jesus didn't talk to a God?
No, they didn't.
So who they talk to?
They had illusions. Chances is they didn't
Okay.
even exist.
So they didn't exist, right?
Yes,
They
Moses,
didn't exist.
David, all those characters never existed.
Then why do we have natural phenomena here? Things
Where?
that cannot be explained by science.
Like what?
Plenty of things.
Hold on.
Lights.
I'm asking, like, What is that? Things that cannot be explained by science. What is that called?
Phenomenon. Things that cannot be explained by science.
That's correct.
There's many natural
Listen.
phenomena.
Let me tell you. Things that cannot yet be explained by science, because the whole purpose of science is to explain phenomenons, right? So there are some things that
Sure.
science hasn't gotten to explaining yet. So
And you know the main thing that science hasn't gotten?
What's that?
The creation of life. They say it came from the Big Bang, but that's been debunked.
Well, science has already proven that life cannot be created or destroyed, because life,
So then how are we here?
we are part of a natural phenomenon.
And what would that natural phenomenon be then?
Birth and death, reproduction.
It had
What
to
we
come
call
from
life.
somewhere. That's
Life,
what you
no,
said.
no, it doesn't. That's your
You're
problem. That's
based
your
off of
problem.
your science,
That's
your
your
word,
problem.
it has to come
No,
from
no, no.
somewhere.
Listen. That's your problem. You keep thinking it has to come from somewhere when it's a natural phenomenon. It's a part of the natural way of things. It's just one of those things that happen naturally,
Okay, so hear me
and
out.
it happens for a
If-
given amount of time. Then it expires.
If science can't explain it and it's unexplainable to everybody's perception, does that make it not real?
It's not completely unexplainable. What are
How
you
is it not
talking about?
completely unexplainable?
Because there's many things about life that we've already figured out.
That's- you're not gonna go there. We're not gonna go down that road. Listen,
In fact,
can
when
you
it
explain to me how life started,
hold up. When it comes to life, scientifically, we've already figured out more than 80% of it.
No, we haven't.
That's literally why it has a definition. What's
Bring
the
that
definition?
article up.
Hold up, bro. How can
That's
we
a
define?
very
Bro.
strong
Let me ask you a question. How
Sure,
can we
go ahead.
define? How can we define life if we don't understand life?
We can't.
We cannot define life.
There's no real definition of
Hold on. Bro, how can we define life? How can we define life if we don't understand life? How can we define a word without understanding the word, bro? It's impossible. Literally, the definition of the word is a product of a complete understanding of that word, and that definition of the word is consistent with observation, right? So if I define a bottle, that means that you can learn that definition and then gain the ability to identify a bottle when you see a bottle based on the characteristics of the bottle, demonstrating the properties that are defined in that definition. So
You
if I
can't see atoms, but you believe they exist.
I don't see what?
Atoms, but you believe they exist.
I can see atoms if I want to see atoms.
Okay, but I'm saying naturally with the natural occurring eye. Let's go back to your
Yes,
story.
yes,
If you go
yes.
outside,
You are
were born
correct.
in a cave, and you go outside that
Listen.
cave, you're not gonna know. You're not gonna be aware that there are atoms because you never were taught that, right?
Listen. Of course not.
Okay,
That is
then.
why.
So listen.
Hold up,
ahead.
bro. So how did human beings find out that there were atoms?
They had to discover it through research.
They just, it's not a matter that they had to discover it.
They had to discover it.
No, they didn't just discover it.
Okay, so you explain to me how humans came upon atoms. I'd love to hear this.
They theorized it. Listen carefully.
You don't make
Hold
any sense.
up. Hold up. Let me show you something, okay? Do you know what after observing the world, human beings formed a hypothesis.
What's a hypothesis?
Yes, they formed a hypothesis. The hypothesis.
Where's the hypothesis come from?
Hold up, bro. A hypothesis is an educated guess. Hypothesis is an educated guess.
Okay.
Look it up.
I'm looking it up right now. A supposition of proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation.
There you go. That's why it's an educated guess.
A supposition or proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation says nothing about a guess.
Look up the definition of a guess.
We don't have to do that though.
That's why listen, bro. That's why I said to you, listen. It's an educated guess.
Hear me out real quick. Hear me out. You said that they theorized it. Is that not what you said?
I'm about to explain to you how they theorized it.
But you did say they theorized it, right?
Yes.
So that what you're making, you're basically saying they made an educated guess that there were atoms, right? But that's not what this says. It says a supposition or a proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence. So they had to discover it before they could theorize anything, because that wouldn't make them
Bro,
scientists. That would
bro,
make them seers and
bro,
fortune tellers.
bro. Listen. In science, a hypothesis is an idea or explanation that you test through study and experimentation. Outside science, a theory or a guess can also be called a hypothesis. A hypothesis is something that is something more than a wild guess, but less than a well-established theory. It's a guess. Now, look up the definition of the word guess, and you'll get a more
But
solid
why
understanding.
are you ignoring on the basis of limited evidence as a starting point?
That's what I'm saying. The limited evidence is the reason why it is an educated guess. So you have some
But
evidence.
that came from what though?
Listen,
For you to have limited evidence, it means you had to discover that or research
No,
it, right?
it came from observation. Listen.
Okay,
listen,
hold on.
Listen.
So,
listen.
yet again, a guy
Listen.
comes out of a cave
Listen.
that does
Listen.
not know about scientists,
Listen.
nothing about science at all, and he's able to observe atoms.
Listen carefully. Let me explain to you. That's why I keep telling you. Let me finish, because I was giving you the scientific method, right?
Go ahead.
So this is how the hypothesis was formed. A really smart person who likes to think and has time saw that everything around us has a shape, a regular shape or an irregular shape or form. Everything around us can be crushed into smaller pieces. So someone hypothesized that if you keep crushing down something, you will definitely get to a point where you reach the smallest indivisible particle or form of it, right? That was the hypothesis. Hypothesis is that if you take like a grain of sand and you keep crushing it and crushing it and crushing it and crushing it, you will eventually get to the smallest indivisible particle. So that person went on to experiment that. So that was the hypothesis. Now, the hypothesis led them to taking a grain of sand, obviously, crushing it. But they got to the point where with their physical eye, they could still see really small. And then somebody else invented a microscope, right? So that person took that microscope and put those small grain of sand that he hit under it, right? And bang, until eventually throughout the years, they eventually saw the atom. Not only did they see the atom, but
that is considered what?
Hold up, bro. Once they saw the atom, they concluded, and they were even teaching people in school, that the atom is the smallest indivisible particle of everything. At that point, they did not know that there was such a thing as a subatomic thing. Protons, neutrons, the nucleus, electrons, photons, quarks. Not only that, because of that theory that everything can be broken down, right? The theory is everything can be broken down until you get to the smallest particle. The hypothesis that they got was that it's broken down all the way to the atom. Then somebody else came later and said, listen, if everything can be broken down, has anyone ever tried to break down the atom? Well, with new technology.
But Congo, what is that called?
That's called research.
Which is what I said, also known as discovery.
No.
Bakanga.
Listen carefully.
You just said it's called research.
Yes.
When you're researching, you're trying.
Unmute yourself. Okay. Unmute yourself.
How's this calling?
Oh, bro, that's
So I
gonna
did that weird shit.
That's gonna jack up the sound.
Yourself.
How's this calling?
That's gonna jack up the sound. Let me finish. So okay, unmute yourself while I talk, and then when you talk, you unmute. So check this out. If you already have an idea of what you're looking for, and you discover what you said you were going, if you find what you said you were going to find, that's really not a discovery. A discovery is when you have no idea what you're looking for, but you're just searching, and then you find something that you had no idea you would find.
I'm gonna drop it. Come back.
No, don't do that, bro. Then I need to bring another guest on. Go ahead, drop real quick. You guys, Tariq done played all types of games today and got his ass whooped in all types of ways. It's okay though, because he's not necessarily a dum-dum. Yo, let's see how many people got in line. We only got 3 people in line. So we're gonna need to conclude pretty quick, Tariq, so I can bring up somebody else.
What were you saying, bro? I'm sorry.
Let's draw to a conclusion soon. So check this out. If I was going to go and look for, let's say for example that my daughter got kidnapped, and someone told me that my daughter is being held downtown in a building with a red door, and I go to that building with the red door and find my daughter, I didn't discover her. I found her there, as I knew I would. Now, let's say that my daughter goes missing, and I'm just looking, and then somebody calls me and say, "Hey man, some old lady discovered your daughter sleeping under a tree in the woods." If you don't already have an idea of what you're looking for, you're not really discovering something. If you discover something, you had no idea that it was there, and you weren't even looking for it. Read the definition of a discovery.
Scientific discovery can be defined as a discovery of new objects, phenomena, mechanisms, cures, technologies, and theories, including the unification of theories. So that's exactly what that is. It's what I said. You can't.
No, hold up.
No.
I said to look up the definition of discover. You read to us.
I can't because listen, when you
No,
look
no,
up
no,
discovery,
no. Hold up. Look up the definition of discover and read to us the definition of discover. Then
of
read
discover.
Yes.
Of discover.
Yes. We use English words so much that you guys don't understand that words have meanings. If you know the meaning of a word, you will get it. What does it say, bro? Read it.
It says find something or someone unexpectedly or in the course of a search.
On
the second
what?
one
On
says
unexpectedly. Unexpectedly, right?
or in the course of a search.
Unexpectedly, right?
Or in the course of a search, yes.
You can
Not
find
just
something
purely unexpectedly.
Hold up. You can find
Sure.
something unexpectedly even when you're searching for something else.
You just proved my point, though.
Listen. You can find something unexpectedly even when you're searching for something else. The person who was searching for the atom was searching for the atom. They didn't find it unexpectedly. They expected to find it.
Okay, so stop right there.
Yes.
They expected to find it, right? The second part of this, let's say the first part, before it says unexpectedly, it says find something or someone unexpectedly or in the course of a search. So we just agreed that research is what? It's literally the same thing. They were trying to find the atom. Now, we're not talking about them unexpectedly coming across the atom. They were specifically what you just said, right? They were crushing sand and sand and sand and sand. You not say that? You said that. They were crushing it down and down and down.
Listen, bro.
They got to the smallest part. That's research. And in their research, they discovered what? They discovered atoms.
What's the difference between search and research?
You want me to look that up too?
Yeah, do it. It's okay.
You want
Like I
me to look it up
said,
too?
people just use words. What is the difference between simply searching and then researching?
The definition of search and research.
Why don't we call it scientific searching? Why do we call it scientific research?
Because there's mathematical research, there's scientific research, there's
Yes.
engineering,
Why do we call them
technological research.
why do we call them searches rather researches rather than searching? Because we don't go
Because
looking
because
blindly.
there's a different when you're going into research, it's off of something that has already basically been found, and
That's
you're
what I'm
doing your
saying.
okay.
Yes.
So,
So
but you
so
still,
so
you
the
still,
definition
wait, you,
the definition of searching says simply or during a search, not during research. It doesn't say during research. It says during searching.
which is still discovering.
Not when you're
You said
researching.
you
Not.
specifically said, Bakanga, that there's no discovery there. That's why I brought up the word discover and discovery.
That's why I said you're not really discovering anything
Search is trying to find
because you
something by
knew
looking or
what you were looking
otherwise
for.
seeking carefully and thoroughly, whereas research is a systematic investigation into studies of materials and sources in order to establish facts and reach new conclusions.
There you go.
No, that
So
has nothing to do with your point.
listen,
That serves to my
listen. Yes,
point.
it does.
If the
It has
person, I'm gonna read it
everything.
again. Search
Yes.
is
Yes.
trying to find
Yes.
something by looking or otherwise seeking carefully and thoroughly. So
Yes.
for a person that has never researched it, it doesn't exist yet. Let's talk about Notre Dame, right? He didn't know that airplanes existed. He didn't do any research. He didn't do any discovery. He did predictions, totally different. Let's talk about Einstein. Einstein did what? He did searches and discovery that turned into other people's research. That is my point. And when you are
Bro,
trying to research something, you are going off of
read
works that
what it
is
said. You
already
only read
there.
searching. Read researching very well so
I
people
read
can get
both
it.
of them. Search is trying to find something by looking or otherwise seeking carefully and thoroughly, whereas research is the systematic investigation into the study of materials and sources in order to establish facts and reach new conclusions.
So the person who was researching to find the atom was trying to establish a fact that was already known,
Sure.
right? They were not searching for the atom. They were researching
Someone had to search for the atom for there to be research.
systematically. Listen, they didn't have that fact was established logically. That
No,
fact,
it wasn't.
yes. The fact of an atom was established logically by the
Because
fact that
they
you
did what?
But listen. The fact of the atom was located logically, and the logic was based on the observation of the fact that things can be broken down. So
let me ask you this.
the person who was who researched the atom and found the atom knew what he was looking for, and he found what he was looking for.
What does that mean, Bakanga? That means that he had to discover an atom. There's
No,
a person.
he found the atom. The atom is already there.
He discovered it.
Listen. No, he did not discover it. It's already there.
How did he not discover it?
Because the atom is already there. The atom is not separate from the
So
bread.
you're saying people can't discover things that are already here? It's because it's already here?
Listen. Yes, you can. If you're not looking for it and you stumble upon it, then you discovered it. If you're looking for it, then you didn't discover it. Let me give you an example, right? Christopher Columbus. Columbus discovered North America.
No, don't use him. That's a horrible example.
No, it's not a horrible example. It's for principal
All right,
purposes.
let me hear what you got.
Christopher Columbus discovered North America, right?
No. He did not. Absolutely not.
Okay, let me tell you why Christopher Columbus discovered North America. Because he was searching for
bro.
India. He was searching for India, but then he discovered something else. That's why he called them Indians. Because he was searching for India.
Do you know?
Listen, bro. You are searching for something, and then you find something else. That's a discovery.
What? Say it
Yes.
again. Say it again. Say it again.
You are searching for something specific, and then you find something else in the process of searching what you were looking for. That's a discovery.
So, one more time, I want to make sure you said that again. Say it one more time, brother.
Christopher Columbus was searching
Yes.
for India,
Sure.
expecting to get to India.
Yeah.
But then he discovered North America. He had no clue it was there.
Do you know the first place that he landed? Let me debunk what you're saying real quick. Do you know the first place that Christopher Columbus landed?
The moral of the story is literally in the statement that
But
I made.
you're saying he discovered something. He didn't
Whether
discover
Christopher
anything.
Columbus was a hero or not. I know that he
I'm
got to
not
the
calling
islands
him a
first.
hero. I'm just saying basically.
I know
what you're
that
saying.
he got to the
He ran
islands
into
first.
the Caribbean first.
Yes, I know
Specifically Trinidad and Tobago.
I know he went to the islands first. But that's
Oh,
besides
so
my
then how did he
point.
discover America?
Because that's what we are told. So I'm just going based on what we are told, right? Hold up. We can argue about whether Christopher
My
Columbus
mama and
discovered
daddy
anything or
told me
not.
God exists.
Listen. I heard there was one this wise African woman who said,
But Kyle,
listen.
you know you lost this, right?
No. Listen, you're not
How
listening.
you not lose it, bro? You gotta admit.
You're not
defeat.
listening because
You're
I made a
busted.
statement. I made my point based on the statement itself, but you're trying to question the validity of the statement, which is not what I was trying to establish. I wasn't trying to say that Christopher
hear you.
Columbus discovered America. I'm just bringing up the point that that's what we are taught in school. But I'm using that example to show
Sure.
you how discovery is used in its proper context. Now I
Find
I
something
listened
or someone
to I listen
unexpectedly
I
or in the
listen.
course of
I
a
listened
search.
to. I listened to a smart African woman who once said. She said this sometime in the 80s. She said, "To the white man, something does not exist until he discovers it. So if he didn't know that it was there, and he stumbles upon it, that's when that thing begins to exist. How can you discover some place where there are already people there? You didn't discover it. You found
That's
it.
exactly my point.
Hold up. That's not your point. That's my point. That's my point.
We
You
have the
cannot
same point on that.
Bro, you cannot discover something you already know. If you didn't know that it was there, then you discover it.
So, okay, then let me ask you this. If you're saying that that's your point, then when I literally said that the person that was trying to find the atom, right, was that not a discovery? Because it was
No,
already there?
no. He knew that he would find the atom.
So that's
He
still...
he
I'm gonna
knew.
read this
He
again.
knew. It's like you
Discover.
discovering Africa, bro. It was already there. He knew he would find it there.
So finding something or someone unexpectedly or in the course of a search. So if in the course of his search, he's trying to find the atom and he finds it, that means he discovered it.
No, he did not find it unexpectedly. Listen. A discovery is finding something unexpectedly. You cannot remove that part of the definition.
No, it's not. No,
Listen,
it's not.
hold up.
There's two parts of the definition that you're leaving out. Find something or someone unexpectedly or in the course of a search.
Yes.
So
Listen.
And I find it,
In
and I'm the
the
first one that
search,
found it, they're gonna say I discovered it.
listen. You're searching for something else, and then you discover something else that you were not searching for. So the search.
No, that's not.
Hey, listen. It says in the course of his search, right? Christopher Columbus was searching for India. Then he unexpectedly discovered North America. That is the context. So he's searching. You are searching for something else. You're searching for. Think about it, right? You're searching for a murder criminal suspect, and then when you get to his house, you discover bodies there. You went to his house.
That's exactly what it says. It says
Hold up.
firemen discovered a body in the debris.
Hold up. You were searching for the criminal, right? You already know what the criminal is. You know he's at his house. You have intel. Right? So you go to his house to go and search him. But while you are in his house, you unexpectedly find more dead bodies. That's the discovery. The discovery is not the fact that you discovered him at home. Like, we were searching for him. We knew he was at home. So we went to go and get him. And then we discovered him at home.
You are 100% wrong, brother. You're twisting the definition of the word.
No, it is.
Yes, you
it
are.
Is,
Listen,
it is literally
right
it is literally in the definition of the word. Listen, this is what you're trying to do. You're trying to isolate the part where it says finding something unexpectedly to the part where it says searching for. You're trying to isolate that part, right?
No,
you're trying to isolate it, but it works together. It works together.
It's not together. It's two separate things. What is or?
Listen, or. Now, does it say what you're searching for in that second part of the definition?
Or in the course of a search.
Searching what?
for whatever the fuck you're trying to discover.
Okay. But no. It doesn't say whatever you're trying to discover. You're just searching. So you're searching, right? A search can be a search. Hold up, bro. Hold up, bro.
Unexpectedly or in the course of the search. What do you mean you're not trying to
Yes,
discover?
because
That's
a search
the
is
definition of discover.
listen. It doesn't say that in the course of a search of what you discovered. No. You're just you're just searching. Listen, bro, you're searching for a missing person. And then when you find that missing person, you discover other bodies.
Negative. You are
Positive.
No, you are alienating everything after the word or. I'm gonna flip this.
No. Listen, I am not alienating anything. I am not alienating anything.
Alienating.
No. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. You didn't listen to what I said, right? You are searching for a missing person. So yes, you are searching for a missing person.
What's it say?
Right?
What's
searching,
it say, Conga?
Searching, find something unexpectedly or in
the course of a search.
In the course.
What's your point?
While searching for something else. So listen, the reason why it's in the course. Hold up, Tariq. You're playing a game that you're losing. You're playing a losing game. You're playing a losing game. You don't find it as the search. You find it in the course of a search, right? So you're still searching. So even when you discover something in the course of a search, you don't stop searching because you were searching for something else. That is why it's in the course.
When you found what you're searching
in the
for,
course.
that's the discovery.
No. Listen,
all right, fine.
Listen.
Let's use law because that's where I get down.
Listen.
Why do we have discovery? What is it called? What do we do when we have discovery?
I don't know, bro. I'm still in the early stages of the law.
You're talking like you know. So what do you mean you don't?
I don't know. You want me to tell you that I know something that I don't know? I don't know.
This is my point, right? If you don't know what discovery is, and we have the same thing in scientific discovery as it is in legal discovery. We have a portion that we basically have to say we have to find the evidence to support the charges. That's what discovery is. So what's
say that again?
Mean?
No. Say that again.
So
say that
discovery, the phase of discovery is when a person has been charged with something. Let's say they've been charged with theft, right? Okay. Now they have the right to discovery. Their discovery means that me as a prosecutor and the DA's office have to prove without a reasonable doubt that this person is guilty of said crime. If I can't, that's what the court system is there for, right?
Okay.
So
If
it goes back to what I was saying.
what do you need in order to prove that discovery?
Facts, evidence.
Okay. So when you go searching for the evidence, what are you looking for?
I'm sorry?
When you go searching for the evidence, are you looking for another crime that he committed, or are you looking for evidence?
I'm not searching for the evidence. I'm not searching for the evidence.
What are you searching for?
I'm not searching for anything.
So how do you obtain the evidence without searching for it?
I'm not a detective.
Of course, but the detective is part of your process. You as a prosecutor, you have to work with a detective, right?
Yeah, that is right, but
you're filing the charges on behalf of the state. So you and the detective are on the same team.
So hear me out. You go and you rob a Walmart. You get caught. They do all of the charges at the police station. When we get the paperwork, it's already put down for us. So it's not for us to discover. It's not for the prosecution's office to discover. It's for the defense attorney to be able to actually get the evidence, give it to the defendant, and then make a case off of that. That's why it's called discovery.
Okay, what are you discovering in this discovery?
The evidence.
Where's the evidence at?
Within the discovery.
So you already have the evidence, right?
Me as a prosecutor, yes, but not as the defense attorney, no.
The defense attorney does not have the evidence. That's why it's a discovery, right?
That's absolutely. And he didn't find it unexpectedly.
Hold up. Of course, he found it unexpectedly. He doesn't know what you
No,
got.
he didn't find it unexpected.
Hold up. He's expecting that you have something, but he's not expecting you to have something that's gonna make it to where he has no case. What he's actually expecting.
That don't make
Hold
no
up.
sense.
Hold up. The defense attorney, every defense attorney expects to be able to find plausible doubt in any evidence presented. That's what he's looking for. Even in a case where he's like,
if his defendant is telling him the truth, yes.
that's what I'm saying. So if you
But
give
guess
him
what-
some,
guess what that defense attorney is doing?
bro, in order for you to have a case as the prosecutor, you want to present facts and evidence that they don't expect that you would. If they can predict what you will provide, they'll probably beat you in that case. You understand that. You understand the need for unpredictability.
No, see, there we go. I as a prosecutor cannot mingle or mess with the evidence at all, right?
But
So
you
in the
decide,
search,
hold up.
it is
But is it not you who decides when to present the evidence?
I'm sorry?
Is it not you as the prosecutor who determines
No.
when you're going to present the evidence?
No.
Who determines
No.
when the evidence is presented?
The detective on the case.
What are you talking about?
The detective on the case is a person that provides the evidence.
When we go to court and you're on the other side, and I'm on the other side, I'm defending. And you state your case, I state my case, right, to the judge and the jury. How do you prove? What's the determination? You just bring all the evidence all at once?
Yes.
So you put down the fingerprints, you put down the footage, you put down everything all at once?
Absolutely. And we have to submit it to the judge.
Okay, you submitted.
Before I even give the discovery over to the
Yes.
defense attorney, it has to go to the judge. It has
Okay,
to be
good.
submitted to the judge
Good.
for the judge
Good.
to be able to
Good.
read and make a determination on.
That's fine that the judge knows. But at what point
But
in
guess
the
who doesn't know?
Hold up. At what point in the process do you let the defense know the evidence that you have? Do you submit the evidence to the defense?
If they ask for it, yes.
Okay, you
have
are
to ask
entitled.
for it.
Hold up. You're entitled to provide all the evidence you have to the
I'm
defense.
sorry, say it one more time.
You provide all the evidence you have to the defense before the case.
No.
Why not?
Because that would fuck up my case.
Okay, so when you provide your evidence, for example, right, come to find out, nobody knew that there was a video footage of the crime. You find that evidence, right? Like 2 weeks into the process, right? Do you give the evidence to the defense, or do they discover that evidence once you
I
present
don't
it
have
in
to give
court?
any evidence over.
Right. So it's a discovery to the defense because they don't know what you got on them. Exactly. Because it's unexpectedly to them. They're not expecting that you're gonna have footage.
Why would they not expect I have footage? That's the first thing they asked for.
Because they said there was no footage. But during
Who
the process,
said there's no footage?
Listen. During the listen. Because we're dealing with a case here, right? Listen to what I just said to you. There was no footage to begin with, right? The detective said we went and tried to tap into the footage. We were not able to get it. But there's a neighboring gas station. Nobody went and looked there, right? Nobody even knew they had a camera. Midway in between the trial, you go and you obtain that footage and you bring that footage to court. Do you let the defense know that you now have new evidence, or you tell them what the evidence is before you actually present it in court? In
I
front
don't
of
have
the
to tell the
jury?
defense attorney anything.
Why not?
But if I'm
Hold
going to trial,
on. Why don't you have to tell them?
Say it again.
Why don't you have to tell the defense attorney anything?
Because I don't.
Why not? What's your reasoning?
I absolutely have to not. I don't have to present any evidence to the defense attorney or not.
Okay,
It's
so
their job to file for a motion.
so when the defense attorney finds the evidence, did they expect that evidence, or is it unexpected to them?
Say it one more time.
When the defense attorney actually sees the evidence that you have, is it expected or is it unexpected?
It's expected
Why is it expected?
because they know they've already talked to their defendant about what crime they specifically committed.
But the
and they've
defendant
came up with
doesn't
their
know
case
that there were
against
cameras
it.
there. The defendant doesn't know
Say
there
it
were
again?
cameras. The defendant doesn't
Say
know
it
that there were
again?
cameras. The defendant does not know that there were cameras.
How would he not know that there's cameras if he robbed a bank? Or
because
not
he
rob the
doesn't
bank.
know.
But
He doesn't.
if he stole something,
Listen,
how would
listen,
he not
listen,
know
listen,
there's
listen,
cameras?
listen. Because the cameras were on the gas station across the street. The defendant is not out here to find the evidence against himself, right? So he doesn't know that that's new evidence. New evidence just came in. Remember, I said new evidence. So the case has been gone for 2 weeks.
But my point being, Bakanga, I don't have to give anything to the defense attorney unless they file
That
a
is
motion
why
for it.
it is called a discovery, because when the
That's my point.
when the defendants actually come face to face with the evidence, they have to make a plan on the spot. They couldn't plan for what they didn't know. So it's a discovery. To them, that's the definition. Unexpectedly. That's my point.
Bakanga. I'm gonna ask this last thing, and then I'm gonna get off because we got off the topic of God, right?
Bro, you're trying.
First and foremost,
Hold
I'm
on,
not a
bro.
criminal
Ricky,
defendant.
before you say that last thing,
ahead.
1 second, right? Bro, you literally went from the neutral definition of discover to the scientific definition of discover, and then now you just went to the law.
I just gave you one
you're
definition.
definitely more experienced in law than I am, but it doesn't really take experience in law to understand something logically, right? And you still lost all of it because the whole point here is that it's unexpected. The person who is discovering, the person who's at the end of the discovery, is coming up on that discovery unexpectedly. Period. That's my point. My point is that it's going to be unexpectedly.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Again, I'm going to read this definition to you. To find something or someone unexpectedly or in the course of a search. So there's two different ways that you can discover
it doesn't
something.
say it, bro. Listen, bro. It doesn't say at the end of a search. It doesn't say at the beginning of the search. It says on the course of a search.
So that means that you were looking for something.
Yes, but what you discovered is not what you were looking for.
No, that's what you're doing.
No, that's what on the course means. That's what on the course means.
I'm going to say this again because I see what you're doing. You're literally delineating the rest of the sentence, right?
No, I am paying attention. I'm paying attention to the transitional word, which is course.
There's no transition of anything.
There is, bro.
You can find something unexpectedly. That's a discovery,
bro.
Or you can find something in the course of what you're searching for,
bro. That definition could have said, or to find something at the end of a search. It could have said at the beginning of the search, but it didn't say that. It didn't say at the beginning of a search. It did not say at the end of a search. It said in the course of a search. Because once you discover something on the course of a search, it doesn't mean that you're going to stop searching. You keep searching because you were originally searching for something else.
You ever read this?
Nah.
Read this book, please. This is going to give you a basis of where you're trying to come from. I'm serious. It's a good book. I'm not trying to debate with you. It's a really good book, for real. It's called Herodotus, right?
Herodotus. Okay. Bro.
It's called Herodotus.
Bro, in the course of searching for the criminal, we found more dead bodies. That's a discovery. Because we were searching for something else and we found something else. Our search doesn't stop. Our search doesn't stop. We did not find the dead bodies. We did not find the dead bodies at the end of the search. We didn't find the dead bodies in the beginning of the search.
It's something that is unexpected.
It's something that is unexpected or something that you find in the course of a search.
My point.
Listen, bro. Everything you find on the course of a search is unexpected because when you're searching,
not true.
Yes, because the point of a search is what you find at the end of a search, not in the course of a search. The point of a search is what the point of a search is what you find at the end of it. What you find on the course of a search, that's discoveries.
All right, so let me just ask a simple question, then I got to go cook, bro. If I lost my ring, right? If I lost my ring and I set out on a course to go search for it and I find it, did I not discover it?
No.
That's not what this definition here says.
No, that's not what the definition there says.
It says it's exactly what it says.
No, because you found
course of a search.
Hold on. You found a ring at the end of the search, not on the course of the search.
Bro, it doesn't talk about beginning or end.
That's right. It talks about this during the searching process itself. So it's happening during the searching process.
Bro, I take this, I lose this. I set out on a quest to go find it, a search to go find this. I find it. I've discovered it.
No,
Period.
you didn't discover it. You just simply found it. At the end of the search, that
You're
was
taking
your
this definition and
That was the end of it. That was your that was that
you're
was
putting your own perspective on this
No,
definition.
bro.
That's not right.
Listen, bro. The purpose of the search is what you find at the end of the search. The purpose of the search is not what you find during the search. During the search, you might discover or you might not discover things that you were not looking for. The whole point of a discovery, listen, bro. The whole point of a discovery is that it's something that you were not looking for. That's literally the word. It's not that complicated, bro. You literally made us dance around.
I'm not making you dance around. I literally said, I'm going to go to another definition. It says to find out about, recognize, or realize for the first time. You said that that's not a discovery. You can literally go back and record
For the
this or
first
whatever.
time. For the first time.
I've already said that, though. I've already
Listen,
said that.
listen.
And you know how we said that?
Listen.
Listen real quick. Let me say this. Let me say this. You brought up the atoms, and I said the person that found the atoms on the course of the search for the first time discovered it. And you said no. You literally kept going down this road saying no. Then you brought up Christopher Columbus, who
Bro.
never discovered shit
Bro.
at all. He never discovered anything.
Bro.
Then I
Bro.
gave you the legal aspect of the word discovery, right? And then you went off and you said no, right? So I'm not trying to change anything.
Bro,
You
let me
have
ask you a
given me
question.
the back portion of the definition, and it says in the definition to find. So everyone that's saying the same shit in the comments is saying to find. You found something. If you found
Bro.
something, you have discovered it. It's a part of the definition of the word discovered, right? Now, if we're talking about something for the first time, then I was right. And you have to admit that I was right, right? When you look at it, well, when you go and you look at it, right, the person that found the atom discovered the atom. The person that found water and its properties of water discovered water. The person that found electricity, right, he discovered electricity. Get what I'm saying?
No, he did not discover electricity.
Okay. All right, man. Hey, listen, it was absolute joy talking to you. Anybody that wants to know my background, you go look me up on my website, www.theblackacreventures.com. It'll prove everything that I was saying. My main purview is consumer tax and real estate. I appreciate you, bro.
You know what? You tried your best. Okay. But you still got nailed to the cross, bro. You still got nailed to the cross. Yeah, Tariq, you should come back again for another ass whooping anytime.
You didn't whip no ass, bro.
Yeah, come on.
You didn't
Bro,
whip no ass.
look at how you
didn't-
sweating.
didn't-
Look at
didn't
how you
just
sweating, bro.
God
Look
was
at how
with
you
this,
sweating.
right?
Look at how
I'm
you
fat,
sweating, bro.
I'm fat and it's hot. That's why, bro.
Hey, my mom used to say to me that if you insult yourself, then nobody can insult you.
That's why I'm good at what I do, bro.
Hey,
You hear me?
I'm good at what I do,
Hey,
bro.
but listen. For real, I don't really care about what's happening in the comments. I want to
It's all good.
Man, I appreciate the debate. You know what I mean? We'll have another time. You know what I'm
Bro,
saying? We can go back and forth.
Bro, don't worry about the comment section. They're the audience. It's okay.
I'm not worried about none of that shit.
Yeah, you can
I'm not worried about none of that shit.
take your ass whooping and go and cook some food and eat. Try not to sweat while you're cooking.
Man, hey, yo, walaikum salam to you, brother. Peace and love. You be good, man. Yo,
Hey,
peace
look
out.
at that. Look at that. It is what it is. Next victim, come and get your ass whooped. That was a good one. He's not a dumb ass, but he tried to jump around that stuff so many times. It still ended up in an ass whooping. If you think at loss, you just don't know how to speak the English language. You need to go work on your English comprehension skills. There's a difference between finding something expectedly or unexpectedly. A discovery is precisely unexpected. You don't discover something that is expected to be found. That's why some of you guys, in fact, Some of you religious people, you need to discover common sense. What's up?
Yeah, can I ask what exactly you are? Are you atheist, or
Do me a favor, my dear. Let me see. Oh,
can you hear me?
you're not able to turn on your camera. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was asking, are you atheist or what exactly are you?
I'm a realist.
Okay, do you, what does realist mean? What's your idea of duality?
Some things work dually, especially the human brain, and some things have no duality.
No, I'm saying of life generally. What's your idea about, good and evil, physical,
It's
spiritual? What's
subjective.
your
It's subjective.
So in your reality, duality, there's no duality, is that what you're saying?
There's multiplicity, not necessarily duality, and there is no singularities that are real.
What exactly does multiplicity mean? Like, what
So
exactly do you mean by
there can
that?
be more than three ways that something can be. So it's not necessarily that something needs to have an opposite, right? Because that's what
Mm,
duality really is. It works
mm-hmm.
in complements, right? You can have a complementation of more than one or two or even three, of more than two.
So in the case of life and death, is there any multiplicity there?
Yes,
There's multiplicity in life and death.
yes.
In what way exactly?
Death, conceptually, needs to be understood as a true end. Life, conceptually, must be understood as something that truly ends. A person who is alive and doesn't understand that life truly ends and that death is that true end, that person is not really alive.
I think the point I'm trying to get at is you do bury people, right? You have loved ones you've buried before, right?
Yes,
Why?
because the loved ones is just waste at that point. We don't want their body to decompose and cause disease and sickness.
Why not just throw it out once it's dead?
Because properly disposing of waste is good hygiene.
Proper disposal doesn't have to mean a recognizable burial. I mean, are you telling me you've never
The
remembered
human,
anyone?
if you live with a dead body, you are susceptible to any type of disease. The human body decomposes, right? First of all, not only does it not smell good,
Mm-hmm.
but it can harbor certain bacteria that can be a safe ground for a lot of disease.
So the actual ceremony, like, can you walk me through what an actual funeral ceremony looks like to you?
Um, we bring the person's dead body while it still resembles the person. If it still resembles the person, then we show the person's face. If it's disfigured, then no need to create any more horror. But ceremonially and ritualistically, we all get to
Mm.
see that dead body to remember that person one last time as a physical embodiment. Then we get rid of it and put it in the ground or burn it up.
So you don't remember anyone that's passed. Like you don't do any memorials, none of that.
The best memorial of those who have passed is to live life exhibiting the best principles that they withheld. Anything else that you do is not necessary. It's not necessary.
Bakanga, I think what I'm asking you is people who are dead, what's your idea of them? Like, do you think, okay, let me say, do you believe in ghosts?
No.
Oh, you don't believe in ghosts. Okay. Okay. Are you aware that science and religion, there is a claim that there is no contradiction between science and religion?
There's very much contradiction between science and religion, but in terms of political power, religion has always used science as a means to masquerade its inability to perform its duties, and it always relies on science because science is the only practical way to establish reality, right? So yeah, that's why the Catholic Church, they conducted all the scientific experiments and they wanted to control the scientific narrative. But the claims of religion themselves cannot be backed by science. They're usually illogical, irrational, because religion, the purpose of religion is not to educate, it's to indoctrinate. And religion cannot afford to be wrong. So once you're indoctrinated in a specific way, if the evidence suggests now that you're wrong, religion usually has a problem dealing with it. Meanwhile, science allows room for error. If the evidence suggests that something is wrong, scientifically, we can accept that we were wrong and move on to the next best thing. But religion, when religion makes a claim, it doesn't matter if it uses science to back that claim. If a more advanced science proves that previous claim to be false, religion will have to
Where,
completely
where,
deconstruct itself.
where do you get the idea that religion and science are separate and don't collaborate? Where's
In
your
its
evidence of that?
in its practicality, religion says that if someone is sick, take them to church and pray for them and they'll be healed. Science says take them to the doctor. The doctor would conduct real life consultation, experiments, observe what's happening to the best of his ability, and then introduce a solution. Meanwhile, religiously, all you simply need is holy water or
No,
prayers.
I think you're making that's on your own, on your biases about religion. But I'm saying generally speaking, it says, like, if you look it up, it says if you look up there is no contradiction between religion and scientific knowledge. It actually comes up and says there is actually no difference. And as a matter of fact, the relationship has gotten from hostility to harmony and collaboration. And one thing I notice about you, you're so obsessed with this idea of evolution or something. And I'm surprised you
Why why
you
why do you
you
why do you use the word obsessed?
I
If it's
mean,
true, it's true though. Things
well, it's
evolve.
not, but I don't want to go into evolution right now,
Hold up, hold up, hold
actually.
up, hold up. What is evolution to you?
I don't believe in evolution.
Okay, let me look up the definition. A simple definition of evolution, and you tell me that you don't agree with it. Okay, I think you're overthinking it.
No, I'm not. I don't believe in evolution.
Evolution is the process by which different kinds of living organisms are thought to have developed and diversified from earlier forms during the history of the Earth. The gradual development of something, especially from a simple to a more complex form. Evolution is a process of gradual change that takes place over many generations during which species or animals or plant insects slowly change some of their physical characteristics. The evolution of plants, animals. Synonyms to the word evolution is rise, development, adaptation, natural selection. You're telling me that you don't think that things adapt over time?
Things are adapting. What's adaptation got to do with a nose becoming a toe? Like, these are two
But
different things we're
evolution,
talking about.
evolution, evolution never claimed that a nose became a toe.
Yeah,
That's
it
not what. That's
actually
not. That's
it claims it
that's
it,
not. That's
it actually claims
you will
more.
never find any evolutionary science that claims that a nose became a toe.
Okay. Not that specific example, but the
No,
idea that
but
people.
do you know why you use that specific example? Because you have an inherent misunderstanding of evolution. You actually do. It's simply change and adaptation. You don't have to believe in Darwinian evolution to understand that evolution is real. Like you don't have to believe in
Or
a
the body
specific
just
school.
adapts. No. Or the body is
Yes,
just adapts.
yes,
It's just
yes.
okay.
Yes, the
But
body,
why does the body adapt?
the human body adapts to be able to survive. That's why it ultimately comes down to survival of the fittest. That's how we determine. That's how we develop immunity to disease. It's literally evolution. It can be natural or it can be artificial. Artificial. When I say artificial, it simply means that we actually made the medicine and introduced it into our system to cause our red blood cells, white blood cells, our own genes to adapt. In fact, modern day vaccines are literally DNA and RNA splicing. It is artificial evolution. You don't like it or not. Every species has to. You know, a mongoose. You see a mongoose, right? A mongoose is immune to the venom of a black mamba. A mongoose is a squirrel-like animal that can kill snakes. It has immunity, but it wasn't always immune. Its immunity is due to its conflict over time. The fact that they live in the same environment. In order to survive, the mongoose develop a natural immunity. And mongooses eat those snakes. They eat those snakes. So they develop an immunity to the snake's venom. Generationally. That's evolution. It doesn't have to be what you think. Like some people, you guys, you don't have to be narrow-minded. Just like religion doesn't necessarily mean Christianity. It can mean Islam. It can also mean Hinduism. That's what evolution is. It's simply adaptation. Like I read it to you. I'm gonna read it to you again. I'm
Are
gonna
you
read it to
aware
you.
that evolution comes from theology? Like
No.
it has background in theology. Yes, it does.
The theology of what? What theology? What?
I'm telling you that evolution from Charles Darwin comes from theology, and as a matter of fact, I believe he
So you're
failed.
saying you're saying that Darwinian evolution came from theology? Which theology?
I'm saying he came from theology. He was a theologian after
Of
failing
course.
medical school.
It's okay. It's okay to be a theologian. It
So
doesn't mean
so
that
and even up to now, the
it
church
doesn't.
doesn't necessarily argue. Like the Catholic Church doesn't disagree with evolution. It even pushes it in school. So it's not really like
Do you know why? Because the Catholic Church has no choice. They have to adjust their belief systems in order to
they have
be
a choice.
consistent.
How do they not have a
Listen.
choice?
Because they need to survive and they cannot propagate ideas such as a 6,000-year-old world, right? According to the Bible and Christians, the world should only be 6,000 years old. That's not enough time for the changes necessary that we observe in the species to have happened. These changes, some of them happen over millions of years. That's why it's very gradual. The one thing about evolution, it's the gradual nature in which it happens. It's like the hand of a clock, right? If you look at the hand of a clock, it's at 12 o'clock. And you turn around, and what seems to be like 2 minutes, but you turn around, the hand of the clock already moved for 15 minutes. That's kind of how evolution works. If you're not like observing it and you're like entirely focused on it, it changes before you can even keep up with it. It's very gradual. Now, artificial evolution is not so gradual because it's artificially intended to not be gradual, right? You want to accelerate somebody's immunity to a disease like polio, influenza. Humanity likes to say we defeated influenza in less than 100 years. Influenza used to kill entire populations. What they used to call the plague. It used to be a pestilence. Every year, in some places, especially up in the cold areas of the world, it was expected that influenza would come every year and it will wipe out almost half the population. It was normal for them. But we defeated it. Most people in the world right now have an immunity to influenza. In fact, everybody does. It's very rare. If we see a case of influenza, we are locking that person up in a room and they're never coming out for a long time. That's how evolution works. 200 years from now, some human beings won't even think that influenza ever existed because we've evolved past it. It's happened at the macro level.
Okay, from the macro level. So you do believe in the Big Bang, the flood.
I don't need to believe in the Big Bang. The Big Bang is the idea of the Big Bang in of itself. It's a fact. When you look at the environment around us. Let me ask you a question, okay? Do you think we live on a planet or do you think we live on a flat Earth?
This is a planet. I
Okay,
don't even
okay,
think
okay.
it size, but yeah,
Well, this is a planet. So why doesn't planet Earth run into planet Venus?
because there's a creator. Yeah. Where did the heat come from, by the way? The heat that actually created the Big Bang. Like, what exactly is that? Yeah, there's a creator. You can't tell me that they just happened. You know what? I'm not like
Let me
a
let me ask you the question again because you
Mhm.
literally flabbergasted my mind.
Okay, what's the question?
Why does the planet Earth not run into the planet Venus?
Like I said, there's a creator behind it,
What does
behind
the creator have anything to do with it? So just because somebody created car doesn't mean
the
that cars don't have. Hold
placement
up,
of everything. Mhm.
sister. I don't want to insult you, okay? But
No, you
why
can
do?
talk to me. It's fine.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cars run on the highway. Cars run into each other, right?
Okay.
The cars have creators, right?
Okay.
Based on your belief system, cars have creator, right?
So your point is
My sister, just answer my question.
you're not
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
because
on, hold on. Sister,
you're
sister,
talking about some mm,
sister, please answer my question. Cars have creators, right?
cars have creator, yes.
The person in the car was also created, right?
Okay.
Roads also have creators, right?
Okay.
Um, but cars still run into each other on the road, right? There's still collisions that happen all the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So forget about the fact that there is a creator. Why does the planet Earth not run into the planet Venus?
Like I said, like I don't quite get what exactly you're expecting me to say.
Okay.
Obviously, the earth doesn't.
You
Obviously, the earth doesn't have a brain of
hold up,
its
sister,
own.
sister,
One second,
no,
please.
no, no,
Oh,
bro,
one
no, no,
second, one
no.
second. The earth obviously has no brain of its own, right? Like the earth doesn't have a brain of its own, right? So it's not like there is mind you this you can't say the earth is like a car, like having someone riding in the car, because no one is moving this planet, right? Like human beings, no matter how much activity we are doing down here or whatever, we are not actually causing the place to move anywhere.
Is it moving?
Okay, it's orbiting, right? It's orbiting, but how is that the same like a road traffic?
Venus is also orbiting, right?
To be honest, I'm not even sure.
To be honest, you're not even sure that Venus is
Yeah,
orbiting
it's
the sun.
probably it probably is, but what's the point?
How about Mars? Is Mars and Mercury, are they also orbiting the sun?
Yes, I can say, yeah, they should
How
be.
about Jupiter, Neptune, and Uranus?
Mm, mm-hmm.
How about Pluto?
What does this have to do with evolution?
Why do they not hit each other? Why do those planets going around the sun? Why don't they ever collide?
Intelligent design.
Tell me what the intelligent design is.
It means it was created and it was finished. Genesis 2 verse 1.
That's your answer.
Everything was created
So
and it was finished.
if your
Yes.
son asks you, that's what you would say.
Yeah, everything was created and it was finished.
So let me show you why religion and science are not intermixed. Because you are
No.
spoken like hold up, relax. You are spoken like a true religious person. You don't know, and yet you made
I
up an
don't know
answer in
what.
your head. You don't know why the planet Earth and the
I
planet
don't know
Venus
why.
don't
Okay,
hit each
we are
other.
not going into academic details anyway, but
Yes,
I'm
we're
just
going.
telling you that
I was asking you for the answers. You
okay,
don't know.
okay,
Listen,
okay.
sister, relax 1 second. You don't know. So you made up an answer based on what makes you feel good. An answer that allows you to just walk away without having the need to investigate anymore. A true scientist
Mhm.
would want to know if the sun, if the planet Earth and the planet Venus are orbiting around the sun. They will ask you, are they orbiting around the sun at the same angle? Are they orbiting around the sun at the same rate? What is the distance between the sun and the earth? What's the distance between the sun and Venus, right? Now, in what direction is Venus turning in its axis? In what direction is the earth turning around its axis, right? Now, which one of these planets has a stronger gravitational pull? Because the earth has a gravitational pull, so does Venus, right?
Okay.
If the gravitational pull of the Earth was strong enough, it would pull Venus into its orbit in the same way that the Earth has pulled the Moon into its orbit, right? But the Sun is bigger than all of them. Now, the fact that they are spinning around in circles, you would think that if I just took a bunch of balls and spin them on the table randomly, without any gravitational field, eventually they will collide into each other, right?
Okay.
So your reason why you think that they don't collide into each other is because there's a creator.
Someone created the gravity
Okay,
you're
so what would
describing.
then happen? My question to you is this. This is my question. What happens when they do collide?
They won't.
Okay, when you see the moon, do you see all the craters on the moon?
Do I see what?
The craters on the moon.
Okay.
Where did those
Not
craters
from
come from?
here, obviously.
You can see. You
Okay,
can.
okay, okay, okay.
Do
I see what you're
you
saying.
do you see the craters on the moon?
So you're saying that those craters were created from
No, I'm
planets
just asking you.
colliding?
I'm just asking you what caused those craters on the moon.
Honestly, it's just how the moon is supposed to be like. I have no
Ah,
idea.
so it has nothing to do with rocks and asteroids slamming the moon.
So how come the moon actually I don't even, is the moon a planet? Isn't it like a star or something? Oh, I think the moon is a star. I could be wrong anyway. I need to look it up.
It's not that you could be wrong. You are
Isn't it a
absolutely,
star?
certainly, 100% wrong. The moon is a satellite, a natural satellite.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So you can't really use it to describe a planet, right? Like you can't use that example
That
then.
wasn't my point at all. My point is what caused the craters on the moon. What does
It's a
theology?
natural satellite. So
What does theology tell you about the craters on the moon?
you said, what does theology tell me about the craters in the moon?
Yeah.
Theology, I don't know what theology
Okay, then
says
tell me
about
what is
that.
a
All I'm
meteor?
saying is,
Tell me what is a meteor?
what's a meteor?
Yeah.
All I can say is science got there through religion. Like they had to. They had to.
I rebuke you in
Yeah.
Einstein's name. I
No,
rebuke
no,
you
no, no. Do
in
you
Einstein's
know?
name.
Okay.
I rebuke
Okay,
you in the
let
name
me
of
say
Isaac
this.
Newton.
Let me say this,
I
right?
rebuke you
Let
in
me
the
say
name of
this.
Thomas Edison. You have been rebuked.
Okay. Do you know something? Do you know
What's up?
something?
What's up?
Anthropologists, they say that evolution, right? The evolution you're talking, let's put it now in matter of the brain, right? That we started from magic, then moved to religion, and then moved to science, right? So basically the whole idea is that religion is basically where all education comes from, basically.
The religion in the back of your head.
It does. Religion is responsible for all education. As a matter of fact, religion is responsible for how our thoughts are organized. Like without religion, much of the world is incomprehensible.
Where are you getting all this stuff
Like
from?
I took courses on this. That's why I'm saying so.
Somebody, your professor needs to. We need to take his degrees, and that professor, hey, that guy.
Bakanga, do you know something? What I'm trying to find out, right, is what kind of evidence can you present to me, like what exactly is your issue with God in the first place?
It does not exist.
You just said it.
It's an idea
So why are you giving it any kind of definition anyway if it doesn't exist?
because it is defined
Defined by who exactly?
by religious people. Do you know? Do you know that believing in God lowers your IQ? You can be
No,
an
that's
extremely, you
incorrect.
can be an extremely smart person, but the moment you believe in God, you reduce your IQ by like half, half. Do you know why?
Yet it's responsible for evolution and science
No,
and
it's not.
academia
No, it's
and
not.
education.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
It
not.
is. All education comes from religion, including even the
No, that's
evolution you're
false.
emphasizing.
That's false.
These
As
things I'm
far
telling you these are actual facts. Like, you can actually look them up. Even Darwin, you're talking about, like even
explain
the
to
Big
me,
Bang. Let me tell
explain
you.
to me,
Actually, I need to tell you this. I
explain
need to
explain to me how the law of the conservation of energy comes from religion. Explain that to me.
conservation of energy.
Yes.
In what sense exactly? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean conservation of energy?
Let me help you.
Or
Let
you
me help
mean
you.
just
I'll give you an easy one. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only be transformed from one form to another. Explain to me how that comes from religion.
okay? I wouldn't accredit that to religion, but I'll accredit it to God.
That is the
Yeah,
most
yeah.
established scientific fact. That
Mm.
energy can neither be created nor destroyed. And because of that, we as scientists know that we don't live in a creation.
It can never be created or destroyed.
Yes. And
So
everything
if
in the
it can,
universe is
if it can't be
everything in the
created,
universe,
how do you explain electricity? How do you
electricity.
explain all the so-called waves and all this stuff? How do you explain when they're actually utilizing?
It can neither be created nor destroyed, but it can be changed from one form to another.
Oh, so it can be changed, and the change you're talking about really is created.
No, the change itself.
You
Hey,
really
hey,
mean
sister,
create
sister, sister,
in
listen,
that
listen,
case.
listen. It can be changed from one form to another. The process of changing from one form to another is called transformation. Transformation. It's not called creation. It can neither be created nor destroyed, but it can transition from one form to another. Like ice. You don't create ice.
No, I'm talking about energy right
You
now.
don't
How
create steam.
what's the
Everything in
connection?
the universe is made up of
No,
energy.
no, no. What you're
Everything.
now going into quantum physics, and honestly, that thing is so spiritual. I don't even know where to begin.
My sister, where are you from? Are you from Nigeria?
I'm Cameroonian.
You did smoke banger.
I know
You
the
did smoke
smoke.
banger. You did smoke banger. No, be you did smoke banger.
I beg, leave that talk
The
for
the,
now.
Nige-
So I get problem with this
the
evolution
Nigerians the
thing.
Nigerians call it Igbo. The Americans call it Mary J.
Hmm.
MJ.
Do you know something? Do you know when I see the evolution you're talking about? There's so much spirituality in it. Let's talk from the Big Bang. Do you know that they copied the flood as well? They copied the flood from the Bible. Are you aware they did that?
Say that again.
I said they copied the flood from the Bible.
What flood?
The no, the flood that okay, you know what? I don't really want to give biblical references. That's not what I want to do. But I'm trying to say
What part of Cameroon are you from?
I'm from Boya.
You've been going up on the mountain. Because maybe your brain don't freeze, oh my sister. My dear. My beloved Cameroonian sister.
Yeah, right now I'm not really your sister. We need to talk about this man to man.
Hold up. You're not my sister. You want married? Oh, okay, you're my future wife. Okay, I see how it
Oh
is.
no, 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 no.
Okay, so you're not my sister. I'm from Cameroon too.
Okay, okay. So I need to understand why you're so
I'm
obsessed
also
with
from
this.
Cameroon. I'm also from Cameroon.
Okay, okay.
Do you know what part of Cameroon I'm from? I'm from where the intelligent people come from. Do you know where the intelligent people in Cameroon come from?
I'm suspecting Bakweri, Douala, or something.
No,
Banso people.
you're super francophone. I was born in Banso. That's pretty close.
Oh,
But try again.
okay, okay.
Try
Okay,
again.
that's
Where else? Where else?
so Bamenda.
Pretty close, not quite.
Um, I'm not really
One
familiar with the
chance is
name.
two chance. One chance is two chance. You still don't know. One
Batibo.
chance is you have said it.
Bakanga.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Now Batibo
Someone
man be
help me.
this.
Okay,
Now
wow.
Batibo boy be this. You see, you know the play with Batibo people. You know what they talk about Batibo people they know. We're on which pass by young people them.
You get
So
sense, but for this one, you get for
if you not go bring common sense for yes, so I go re-educate you. Dey go university
yes.
for Boya
No.
for who side?
I did America now, so
Hey, you are in a white man's country, and you they think the way they think so.
Oh my days.
All your days, you did England. In America, you say, "What the fuck?" That's what you say in
Bakanga,
America.
I have a feeling you're not going to talk much about this, so I don't know.
I
I
am,
might
I am,
be
I am
trying to
flabbergasted. I'm
be.
flabbergasted by your way of thinking. I
What
mean, the
about
things
my
you
way of
say.
thinking?
Hold up, hold up. You be small picking. You don't. Oh shit. Sorry. Say a request again. That was accidental. That's not what I was trying to do. Damn. Say a request again, my sister. I beg. I beg. Send your request. That was not on purpose. Shit. I was trying to click on your profile to see what type of person you are and I accidentally drop you. Send your request again. It's okay. When I see my own Cameroonian people carrying this illogical mentality, it pains me a little bit. A little bit. What will be your name? What's your name?
I can't give you my personal information. There's a reason I'm
Your
private.
name,
I
your
like
name,
I
your
like my
name is
privacy.
your name is personal information.
I'm not really sure how this topic is gonna go. Like, I need you to explain more of this your evolution
I don't ask you your name
ideas.
now. What will be your name? What will be your first name? What's your first name?
Verberry,
Waity?
Verberry.
You know the lie.
I'm not lying.
Verberry.
Yes, Verberry.
Aish. Vayberry.
Yeah,
Let us continue.
evolution. Abiogenesis or whatever. Can you explain that process without any creator or intelligent design?
It is the work of natural design. So it's nature.
Natural design.
Gradual changes over time. Evolution is a gradual process, right? Little changes here and there causes different species to adapt to the environment differently. And the changes happen microscopically all the way to macroscopically. At the microscopic level, it begins at the cellular level and genetics. But once enough of a person's genes have changed in a specific way, the adaptation becomes evident to the point where even their entire body begins to take that the form of that change. It happens gradually over time. We're talking about thousands of years, if not millions of years.
Isn't abiogenesis simply just saying nothing, something came from nothing? So then from there now, you now start
If
explaining
something, the idea of
evolution.
something comes from nothing doesn't apply to us. Because if you're going to make that statement, I will simply ask you, where did your God come from? Who's your God? If nothing can come from something, if something cannot come from nothing, where did your God come from?
If nothing can come from something, I think that's illogical. Like that's an illogical fallacy because that's something that is
So
way
you're
way
saying
above
you're
us.
saying that it's illogical for something to come from nothing?
No, I'm saying it's an incorrect question. Like it's a question that doesn't exist. You can't ask that kind of question. Like it's
What kind of question? What kind of question?
if God exist, if there's a creator before God, like who created God?
Why can you not ask that question?
Because it's not a question. It's just something that doesn't exist.
So you cannot ask
Everything
where God.
comes
Hold up, hold
from.
up, hold up. You said it is illogical to ask the question, where did God come from?
I said it's an illogical fallacy. The question you're asking,
It's an
saying where does God
illogical. Do you mean it's a
fallacy,
if
or
it's
it's
an
a logical fallacy?
if it's an illogical fallacy, that means it's logical. Listen,
My
and that's
goodness.
listen. Let me tell you something. Anybody in this world that tells you that you cannot ask a question, and tells you that a question is illogical, that person wants to make you a slave. There's no such thing as an illogical question, especially when there is no
Bakanga, do you have
presuppositions.
any idea how small you are in comparison to this like we are not even talking about going out of the universe, like out of Earth, right? Like just imagine just the satellites that go out of space. Okay, like you are literally so tiny. You're not, they can't even see you from a plane, not even talking about seeing you from reaching outside of space. You are literally as irrelevant as a stone or something.
You said I am
Literally. So
you said I am irrelevant.
so I'm
Do you know
saying
what?
that
Hold
that's
up,
that's
hold
how
up.
tiny you are.
Hold up. The only reason why you think I'm that small is because you haven't seen my ego. Have you ever seen my ego? My ego is bigger than the whole universe. Do you know how big my ego is? Who are you to tell me that of course, my body is small, but my ego is spiritually big. My ego is bigger than the whole universe. But you wouldn't understand that, would you?
All right, good night.
Good night to you too. That's exactly how you react in the presence of an ego this big. Silence.
No. I'm not threatened by your ego.
Fantastic.
I'm not threatened by your ego. And
And then,
evolution is not a topic that.
ah.
No. Evolution is not a topic I have no idea about. Let's
No,
first start
sister,
from
you
there.
actually you did
And
not have you have no idea about evolution because of what you said to me about evolution. I told you evolution is defined simply. I'm not telling you to. It's evolution doesn't mean Darwinian evolution. There's different schools of evolution, but evolution simply as a word, whether somebody made human beings or not, evolution is still there. Like human beings change over time. Evolution has nothing to do with creation.
so for you for you.
Evolution is something that you can observe. It
Mhm.
simply changes over time, gradual changes at the genetic level. That actually
So
does happen.
which theory of evolution do you subscribe to?
I don't
Aside the
subscribe.
Darwin theory.
I'm a realist. Remember, I don't subscribe to any theories. So that means that
So
if it's not observable, I don't need to subscribe to it.
so you don't think people come from apes, like what they say. Um you don't think that happens, right?
I don't think that people come from apes, but I think that it's really amazing that a human being and a chimpanzee have 98% similarities in their genetics, and that if I take a chimpanzee, it's got every part of its body that a human being has. That's an amazing coincidence, huh? Or maybe you can just see that, okay, yeah, perhaps they evolved from the same ancestors. It's simple as that.
Do you have any idea what it means to say they share the same genetic similarities?
At the genetic level, to be consistent with biogenesis, they have the same ancestors. That's the only logical statement. The human being and the chimpanzee have the same recent ancestor. So the chimpanzee is related to the human being the same way that the Neanderthal is related to the human being.
Okay. That this the closest I've gotten as an answer to what the DNA actually means, because people always just take it like an actual ancestry DNA, like trying to trace your roots or something. But it's only saying that it's not been long since you evolved from that particular species. So we
So
share
yes,
DNA with lions, we share DNAs with. So if we share DNA with every single thing, why can't you just understand that everything comes from one creator, but there's diversity?
why can't you just understand that everything evolved from the same microorganisms?
No, it's not possible.
Why is it not possible?
It's not possible.
Why is it not
It's not
possible?
possible because we have
Hold
prokaryotic
up.
cells today. We
You think
have
it's possible? Hold on. So you think it's possible that God wasn't created, but it's not possible that everything could have evolved from a microorganism?
because you do have the prokaryotic cells and eukaryotic cells today, but it's not creating anyone. They still need women for surrogacy. They still need
So
to
you
take
want
eggs.
you want a human being, a chimpanzee, to become a human being in how old are you?
No, I need
How old are
I
you?
don't I can't I
How old
can't
are
go
you?
into those details right now. I'm old enough.
So okay, let's say you are between
I
18
I
and
know you
25. let's say you're 18 and 25. You expect a chimpanzee to go from being a chimpanzee to a human being in a short 25 years. What part of the
The same,
gradual changes do you not understand?
yeah, the same way they told us a monkey changed, lost its tail, lost its fur, lost everything in 3 million years. That's the same thing they're telling us.
So let me ask you a question. Why do human beings have tailbones?
We have tailbones because we have tailbones.
So what was the point of having a tailbone if you didn't have a tail?
It's what science chooses to call it.
science did
Because
not call.
they
Listen. You understand that the tail of an animal is an extension of a bone that goes all the way into their back. It's just that in a human being, the bone doesn't extend outside of the skin, right?
but you said our closest primates are bonobos.
It's actually the
Ape.
orangutan. The orangutan is actually closer in genetics to us than the chimpanzee.
Does it have a tail?
No,
So why are you asking me that?
but it's got a tailbone. A
It
chimpanzee
has a
doesn't
tail,
have a tail either.
but
Neither do
it's never
gorillas.
had a tail.
At some point, it had a tail.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did. That's. Listen, let me tell you
So
something,
if
okay? You're young and you're studying and you're learning. It's better to follow the evidence. And if your God is so almighty and so great, He wants people to know. Why doesn't your God just show up in the sky? What's your God afraid of?
my God is invisible.
So your God is the
Yes.
invisible man. So your God
He's
is not
not a
powerful.
man.
So your God is not powerful enough to make Himself visible.
That's the
Is
idea. The
is
idea is
is
not to
your
be
God not
visible.
powerful enough? Your God is almighty, right?
The idea is to not be visible. It's
My
not the
dear,
idea is not to be visible.
my dear, is your God not powerful enough to make Himself visible?
I'm telling you that the idea is to be invisible and to be served as an
Whose idea?
invisible
Why does your God need to be served? Why does your God need servants? Can He not do it Himself? Your God is your God really a lazy person that needs somebody else to serve Him? You realize that now what you're talking about God is something you have created in your head, right? Let me ask you something.
servant.
Are
Okay,
you familiar?
serving,
Are you familiar?
worship.
Are you familiar with the word personification?
Okay.
What is personification?
There are two things coming to my mind. Either you're trying to say giving physical attributes to something, or is some kind of literary term, like
When you take human characteristics and give to a non-human thing. For example,
exactly.
I was walking home from work and the wind was angry. It blew past me like a raging lion, but I stood my ground like a
You're
wall made
talking,
up
yeah,
of steel.
yeah.
Eh? That's personification, right? I just gave the wind human characteristics. So let me tell you what you
Okay.
have done in your head. You have imagined something in your head that is invisible. Then you've taken human characteristics and given it to it. And then you've done something called hyperbole. You exaggerated those human qualities. That's what you call
Okay.
God. God
Well,
is an
actually, I did.
exaggerated,
I
personified idea that you conjure up
okay.
in your head. And the way God is in your head, my sister, you will never find another human in this world that has the
Oh,
same God in their head.
I think what you're talking about is what they call in religion anthropomorphism, which they were giving physical. That's happened with so many ancient religions, right? But I think what I'm saying to you is this: that my God is invisible. My God doesn't need physical things.
Do you know what else is invisible? Santa
What?
Claus. Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy.
That's not invisible.
Really? Have you ever seen the Tooth
No,
Fairy?
no, no. I'm saying this because you've not seen anyone
Ah,
that can
have you ever seen the Tooth Fairy?
what I'm saying is this is that do you know these characters are made, right? Hollywood makes them. You can actually go somewhere when you need to see these characters, right? Like in
My
person.
sister, have you ever been walking down the road and you saw the Tooth Fairy?
I haven't, but
Have you ever
doesn't
been
but but
have you ever been walking down the road and you saw a unicorn? Do you know why you can't see the Tooth Fairy? Because it's invisible. It's there. but it's
Okay,
invisible,
okay,
just like
okay,
your
okay.
God.
So you're actually proving my argument, which is that that the Almighty God exists, even though it's invisible.
I know He exists, just like the tooth fairy.
Okay. No,
Yeah.
no, 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 not just like the tooth fairy, because you know
But
what?
your God
Until
is
people
invisible.
decide,
Tell
no,
me
you're not
something.
getting my point.
Tell me
You're not.
something. Tell me something that your God can do that the tooth fairy cannot do. Tell me something your God can do that the tooth fairy cannot do. Let's demonstrate it right now.
Okay, okay. Let's start with the fact that just the creation itself, right? Creation itself is more than like it's way more than I can even start to break down. Like we all know the complexities of trying to explain creation and all of that, right? Like your whole evolution theory and everything. So what I'm saying is this: everything that's made is there, it's there, it's as a result of that God. So it's not this is not like tooth fairy, and even the tooth fairy you're talking about.
You know what? I know how I'm going to put your brain in checkmate real quick. And when you go home, I forgot your name. When you go home, my Cameroonian sister, okay, I want you to think very well about what I'm about to ask you. Did God create existence?
Did God create existence, like life?
I didn't say life.
No,
I said existence. Listen, listen.
existence.
Did God create existence? Yes
I
or
need
no?
to look up that word to be clear. State of living or having objective reality. Ye- Existence, state of the fact or state of living or having objective reality.
Did God create it?
I have a concern with this objective reality.
Did your God create existence? Hold up. Your God created
I I
everything.
I
Hold up,
would
hold
I
up,
would
hold
tell
up.
you,
Did your God create everything?
yes, everything was created by God.
Did your God create existence? Existence is something, right?
Okay, let me hear what you have to say.
Existence is something, right?
Yes, existence is, yes, I agree. Actually, I agree. I
Existence is
agree.
something.
I think where I might disagree is how it's being defined socially,
It's
like the
okay. It's
definition
okay. It's okay.
academia is giving to
All
it.
you have to know is
Okay,
that existence is something, right?
okay,
And God created existence, right?
okay.
Did God exist before he created existence?
Of course.
Doesn't that mean that God did not create existence?
Wait, did God create before? Sorry, did God exist before He created it? You see, what you're doing is what you said when I was doing
Did just answer my question?
personification.
Just answer my
You can't
question. Just
use those realities
sister,
on
relax.
a
Sister,
supreme
relax.
God. Like,
Sister, relax. Don't digress. Don't digress. Just think about my question very carefully. You said to me existence was something, and your God created everything, including something called existence. So, what was your God before he created existence? Did he exist or did he not exist?
what I'm telling you is those terms stay between us as far as creation. Those
No,
terms,
there's no such thing as that. I just
yes,
asked you a
yeah,
logical
you
question.
can't.
That
Okay, okay.
listen, sister. What you are doing right now is that you have been backangalized. You know, there's something I call backangalization. Backangalization is the process of reorganizing the brain of a religious person by inserting questions that they cannot answer within the framework of their religious thoughts. So you can either be an honest person or you can play semantics and try to dodge the words. If
No,
your
I'm
God
not playing
created,
semantics.
okay, if your God created everything and existence is something, that means your God created existence. It's impossible that your God existed before he created existence. If your God existed before he created existence, then guess what? Existence is
Do you
not.
know why? God
Sister,
existed,
wait.
but let me
Sister,
clarify
wait.
something.
No,
You
hold
you
up,
are
hold
you are,
up.
you are
Hold up.
defining your.
Sister, hold up, hold up.
Okay.
If your God did not create existence, that means that existence is not created by God, and everything that exists is not created by God, because God did not create existence. So either God created existence or he didn't. If God created existence, that means that God was something else before existence, and something which doesn't exist, something that doesn't have existence, is called something which doesn't exist. Usually, those types of things are invisible. Things that don't exist are very invisible. You can't find them anywhere. The properties of your God are very consistent with things that don't exist. No space, no matter, no time. So your God is nowhere at no point, as no one, right?
Okay.
He's just there, floating in the invisible world that you have conjured up in your head. If you had the honesty to not lie to yourself, you would acknowledge this simple truth which I have given to you. It is your preconceived ideas within your religion that is impeding your ability to think outside the framework that your religious masters have programmed you to think. You think that logic is not limited by religious beliefs. If you find a logic that cracks your religious belief, what you do is you need to find a way to make your religious belief align with that logic. You don't make something illogical to make your religion make sense. Either your God created everything or he didn't. If there's one thing that we can find in this world that your God did not create, then you cannot worship your God as the creator of all things. Now let me ask you another question. No, hold on. Let me ask you another question. Did your God create sin?
I would say God created everything.
Did your God
I would
create
say God
sin?
created everything. Like I
How,
said, everything.
did your God create
Everything.
sin? I'm
And
asking you.
when I say that, I'm saying, created can doesn't necessarily have to mean molding it like like giving a form to something. Create something being created can be as a result of something as well. So, as a result of the existence of God, these are the everything in life, every single thing in life is existing as a result of his being. That's what I'm
do,
trying to say.
do you have proof of
So,
that? Do you have proof of that?
do I have proof of what?
That everything is as a result of your God
Ex-
existing.
Yes, everything is as a result of my God existing
Give me proof. Give me proof. Give me
because
evidence.
it's the only God where you can use everything around to understand and like what do I say, like if you go
Don't you
into
don't you realize how you have so nicely and so quietly and so beautifully digressed from the question I asked you? I asked you for a reason. If your God created sin, did your God create sin? That's what I'm asking you. Remember how
and
your
I
God created.
said
Hold up. Remember how your God created existence, and He existed before He created existence, right? Now, did your God create sin? Yes or no?
he created everything.
No, but I'm not asking you about everything in general. I'm asking you specifically about
When
sin.
you're I'm what I'm saying to you is that
No. My
what
question is
I'm
very
saying to
direct.
you is that
My question is
no,
very direct.
no,
I understand. I understand
creating
that you want to
sin.
explain to me. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to explain to me how your God created sin, but that's not my point. My point is if He created sin. That's my point. Did He create sin? Yes or no? Do you know? Do you know what's happening to you right now? The
No,
truth
no, no, nothing is
has come.
happening to me. Nothing is
It's okay.
happening to
It's
me.
okay.
This the thing.
It's okay.
This the thing. When I started speaking to you, hold on, let me tell you this. When I started talking to you, you said you don't believe in duality. This were your exact words. You said you believe in multiplicity, right? And I'm saying to you, by that multiplicity, okay, the creation word has multiple dimensions to it. That's what I'm saying to you, okay?
I don't care if it's a hundred
When
dimensions
you're
or 2 billion
hold on,
dimensions. Listen, sister. You're trying
no,
to
no,
digress and trying to avoid to have to answer my question with a
this is what
solid
I'm
yes or
saying.
no.
This is what I'm saying. Okay, if I'm talking to someone who is unbiased, I can give a straight answer like yes, everything he made everything yes. But if I'm talking to someone who has the mentality of the devil, like your idea is he's behind all the evil. For example, no, I'm not saying your mentality. No, don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying you. I didn't mean you. I'm talking. If I'm talking to anyone whose idea of God creating sin is that he formulated it, came up with the scientific formula for the sin. That's where I have to tell you that no, I disagree, because that you're now trying to open room for the conversation to say
You
oh, so I
have
guess
no clue. You have no clue what I was going to say to you.
I'm telling you, I gave you an answer, and unfortunately you're not quite getting what I'm saying to you. I'm telling
Listen,
you
if
this.
if the teacher is the
uh,
one who writes the question of the exam, he's gonna correct the exam, not you. You don't tell the teacher what the right answer is or not. If it gives you a true or false question, is it true that God created sin, or is it
god
false?
created god created everything.
I didn't ask. The question is not if God created everything. That's not the question. The question is, did God create sin? The day that you find the courage to answer that question with a yes or a no, confidently, without pausing, that day you would have reached enlightenment, my dear. If you don't understand what it means, you are lying to yourself. You are chasing belief system that make you feel good. The moment you realize that something about your belief system will make you not feel good, you feel threatened. Why do
I'm
you
not
have a problem?
threatened by
If
I'm
your
not,
God
because
if your God created everything, why can't you just say yes? He created sin. Why does that bother you
yes,
at all?
he created every, you know what, like I keep
If
saying,
if
like I
if
keep
you
saying
if you can say, listen, if you were so sure that your God is the creator of all things, why do you pause when someone asks you something specific? You should be able to just say yes. So
do
I'm going
you
to give you a chance
realize
again.
that,
Did
do
your
you
God create
understand,
sin?
do you understand the idea behind the resurrection, the death and resurrection of Christ?
That has
Okay,
nothing to do with the
so
question I asked you,
no,
though.
it has to do, because I'm telling you that the whole idea behind the death and resurrection of Christ also has to do with sin. So what I'm saying to you
Sister,
is
that's not my question. My question was specific. If you
this
want
is
to,
what I'm saying. Okay, okay.
if you want to say what you're saying, you first have to give me a solid yes or a solid no. Then we can go into everything else. My question to you is: did God create sin? Have you ever taken an exam before and you were stuck on a question you were not sure? Bacchanalization complete. She's so quiet you can even hear a pin drop, a needle drop next to her.
Do you know what I keep trying to explain to you is that
Sister, if you really are if you're so confident in what you want to explain to me, then answer my question. Did God create sin?
I'm telling you this, okay? If you rephrase that question differently, I can give you an exact answer. But
There's a reason.
if
There's
you
a reason
say,
why.
if
There's a
one
reason
one
why I
second
will
please,
not
one
rephrase that
second.
question. Okay. The
Okay,
way
if you say,
listen,
if you say,
sister,
if you
sister,
say,
the way I have phrased that question is a double-edged sword. No matter how you answer that question, I got you exactly where I want
no,
you to
do,
be.
do you know, do you know something? Do you know something? What I will say is this, okay? Sin is as a result of like sin exists as a result, like everything, both good and evil, right? It exists as a result of the Almighty God. That's what I'm going to say. But am I going to
You
tell
can
you
say
that?
it. Listen,
But
sister. You can say it in whatever words make you feel good. I have just asked you a direct question. My question is so direct. Like it's like me asking you, are you a man or a woman? Are you a woman? Yes or no? You can just say yes, I'm a woman, or no. Did God create sin? There's no offense in my question. My question, there's no trick in my question. It's a simple question. I can ask you, did God create a car? Yes. Did God create the moon? Yes. Did God create the sun? Yes. Did God create sin? Yes or no? You can answer with a yes or no. If you don't want to answer a yes or no, that means you feel trapped. You literally do. You feel like I'm setting a trap for you. You're afraid to say yes, and you're also afraid to say no. You're trying to
okay, I'm gonna
anticipate. You're
say,
trying to anticipate what I'm saying.
I'm going to say that
Yes, sir. Like I said, it doesn't matter if you say yes or no. I got you exactly where I want you to be.
So assuming, which is not my answer, but you can choose anyone and let me hear what you have to say.
No, I want you to say it out of your own mouth because I want to use your words against you. Did God create sin? Yes or no? I want you to answer me, and I will use exactly what you have said. Yes. So no matter what you say, I will use it against you. I'm just letting you know. And my point, in fact, it doesn't even matter to me if you answer the question because I can also use your silence against you. You not answering my question proves my point. If you answer my question with a yes, it proves my point. If you answer your question with a no, it proves my point. So what point could I possibly have that no matter what answer you give me, it will prove it? Think like that and you'll figure me out. But if you cannot figure me out, you'll be trapped. The only answer you can give me that will make it easy for you is to say, I don't know.
No. I said
Then
no.
your God is not the creator of all things. Thank you for
He
your time,
is.
okay?
He is. He is
You
the
just said to
creator of
me,
all things.
do
Do you know why? Do you know why I said no? Do you know why I
hold
said
on.
no?
No, I don't
Do
need
you
to
know
know
why I
why.
said no?
I don't need to know why. I don't need to know
He
why.
is the creator of
It's
all
okay.
things. He
It's
is the
okay.
creator of all things. The sin is a byproduct of his creation.
It
The
doesn't
sin is his,
matter.
but it's a byproduct of
If
his
your God,
creation.
if
Okay.
not be na your God creator, my sister, if not be your God creator, they take credit.
Okay.
They
You
give
know
them
what,
credit.
Bakanga?
Yeah.
I'm actually going to say this. Okay. I'm actually going to say this, right? Let me say yes. I want to hear what you have to say.
Then your God is also a sinner.
No, it's not.
Then tell me how he created sin. If your God created existence, but he existed before he created existence, what makes you think that your God was not a sinner
God
before
is
he
not a
created
sinner, but
sin?
actually, I
Eh,
would rather
eh.
actually,
What is sin?
do
What
you
is
know
sin?
what? Do you
What
know
is
what?
sin? What is sin?
Um,
What is sin?
do you know something?
What
Do you
is
know
sin?
something?
What is sin?
There's nowhere that things are, what do I say? You're questioning. I keep telling you, your questioning is that you keep what's the word, like you keep using logical fallacies, right? To, like, your questions are not really the correct
Sister,
questions. They're not correct questions.
do you know what logic is? Do you know what logic is? Every logical problem can be solved with a yes and a no. You become illogical
No,
when you
no,
cannot answer a yes and a
okay,
no.
and
Okay?
you know what? Do you
Logic
know what?
implies. Listen, do you know what the law of identity is? The laws of logic. Do you even know what the laws of logic are? Something cannot be true and false at the same time. Something is either true or it's false. That's literally the law of logic. One of the laws of logic. The
Why
law
are
of one of
you
one,
using?
one of the
Why
laws
do
of
you need
logic.
to use scenarios? Why do you need to use scenarios to get to get an answer? Like, why is it necessary to use scenarios? The examples you're giving, right? The examples you're giving, they are only particular. They are very particular to a very fixed reality, like which that's not how the world works.
That's
That the world does
exactly
not
how
work
the world
on.
works. Listen, remember what I told
No,
you.
it doesn't.
Remember what I told you earlier. I'm a realist. That means that something either needs to be demonstrated to be so, or it is not. That's how the world works. You're not a woman and a man at the same time. You're a woman. You're not a Cameroonian and a Nigerian at the same time. You're Cameroonian. What makes you Cameroonian and what will make you American or something else is different. That's why you're a Cameroonian. You're not black and white at the same time. You're black. It's not hot and cold at the same time. It's either hot or it's cold.
No, and I keep telling you that you're using you're using personification. You're the one using these personification attributes on a supreme being, on a supernatural being. You
Listen,
cannot be using
listen,
physical.
listen
You
to me.
cannot
Listen.
be
Let me teach you
using.
something. Let me teach you something, okay? If your God is real, your God cannot be supernatural. Supernatural things are fictional. The word supernatural is synonymous to the word
It's not
superstition.
fictional. It's not
Listen again.
fictional
Listen
because
again.
you know why?
Listen,
You know why? You
listen,
know
young
why it's not
sister.
fictional? Because there are
Listen.
people today who do bury their dead, who do ancestral worship. Okay, so if human beings can become quote unquote gods as a result of okay, you know what? I actually have a question for you, right? What do you think a human being is comprised of? Like, can you break it down? It's a body, what and what? What's a human being comprised of?
A human being is a 100% physical entity
It's not a physical
comprised.
entity.
Hey,
Comprised of.
hey, comprised of physical elements like carbon, calcium, iron, etc. Now,
And it,
a human being can carry an electrical charge, but that electrical charge itself is made up of electrons, which are physical things. A human being also has chemicals within his body, but those chemicals also are made up of different elements. There is nothing about a human being, nothing about a human being, which is not physical.
and that will- and I'm going to that's where I disagree with you, because you know what, anyone who passes away, um you know something leaves that person's body, right? You might want to disagree, I don't care,
Listen,
but I'm gonna say something
listen
leaves that
again.
person's body. And another thing you
Hold
have to
up,
know is
hold up, my dear,
something you
hold up,
have to know is
hold up, my
you
dear.
your physical body with your so-called atoms you're talking about, right? Atoms don't tell your hand to move when it needs to move. Atoms don't do
Yes,
that.
your hand works by following electrical commands that come through your
Not
brain.
just electrical commands,
It's
not just
100,
electrical commands.
it's
There is
100% electrical. That's why when the doctor wants to do surgery on you, he introduces anesthesia. What anesthesia does is that it numbs your body and causes a dysfunctionality in your neurological network, so you don't feel pain in that area. It literally kills that area. You understand? It disrupts the electrical flow of electricity. So your brain can tell your leg to move, but your leg won't be able to move because it's become numbed. You know what numbing is? You introduce a substance in the body that disrupts the neurological functions of that that specific body part. That's why we do during surgery. You understand? It's literally a disruption. We understand that process very well and we use it to our advantage. There's nothing magical about what makes your body move as far as your brain sending signals neurologically, right? Synaptically to your body parts to make it work. You just don't understand how the body works. So you're still dwelling in the realm of superstition. You and all your old villagers over there in Boya, you guys think that something leaves the only thing that leaves your body when you die. Now the last breath you take. The last breath you take is generated by the pumping of your blood that begins in the heart. That pressure begins in the heart. It goes throughout your bloodstream. And the lungs is where the air comes in from, right? So yes, everyone is gonna take a last breath. Everybody will take the last. Your last breath can be an inhaling, it can be an exhale, but that's it. It's not mystical, it's not mysterious. It is sad because death is a true end. Like I said to you in the beginning when you asked me about duality, anybody who doesn't understand that life ends and ends indeed, that person is not even alive yet. You're like a robot. Anybody who doesn't understand that death is a true end, they don't even know why they're alive. They don't even know that they have life. You're like a robot. You understand? Life and death are dual in this nature. That life is the beginning of a process that ends with death. Just like you did not exist before you were in your mother's womb, you cease to exist at some point, and all that is left is raw material. Anybody that observes a dead body doesn't need to be told to be sad. They see that reality. That's why I'm a realist. And you don't go to a funeral and you see a young child that passed away and you begin to laugh and smile. Even if you want to, it will make you sad. Why? Because you understand that that child is no more. That's why when people die, we say they are no more. No more. Like they were never there. So you hold on to their memories. The memories of the times you talked to them, You remember the things you did with them. You remember the things they said. The day that you forget the things they said, that's what our ancestors used to call the second death. Okay? When the memory of you is lost, that becomes the second death. Now you're really dead because now there's no evidence at all that you will ever hear. That happens to everybody. Everybody. There's no exception. I don't care how good or how powerful you are. In the memories of men, eventually all people get forgotten.
Okay.
Everyone
Have you heard
gets
of
forgotten.
psychology before? Have you heard of psychology? Have you heard of
Oh no.
pseudosciences before?
Oh no, I've never heard of psychology.
What part of
what
the
is
human
psychology?
body? What part of the human body is psychology and pseudoscience trying to treat?
Psychology deals with observation of human character and human behavior, right?
No.
It's
Deeper than that.
let me
It
give
goes
you
deeper than that, and you know, that.
I'll just give you its definition, okay? I think this will fix the problem for you. Psychology. Don't worry, my sister. You go learn today. Holy Ghost go strike your brain. You go
Psychology
learn.
means there's another part to the human being aside from what you're calling the physical human being.
Listen. The scientific study of the human mind and its functions, especially those affecting behavior in a given context, the mental characteristics or attitudes of a person or a group, the mental and emotional factors governing a situation or an activity. So you're talking about evolution, emotions, right? Now, as far as a human being, we philosophize the characteristics of a human being. So there's a philosophical way of looking at human beings. Philosophical means we try to understand why human beings act the way they act, why a human being uses its body's functions in the way it uses it, why the human being has the behavior that it behaves. Within that context, we try to understand human behaviors. It's very predictable. That's what psychology proves. Psychology proves that human beings are very predictable. You just need to observe them long enough and you can almost predict what they
Okay.
do. That
So I'm guessing
predictability.
you've never heard of the three levels of the human mind, which it actually looks similar to the three levels of a human being. They have the conscious, which is what you're calling physical. They have preconscious, which is supposed to be either I would say like a soul or spirit, and they have the unconscious. Okay, I would say the preconscious is like the soul, then the unconscious is like the spirit. So even inside, even
you are
in
10 billion% wrong.
they have
Those three states of mind. Hold up, just listen. Those three states of
Okay.
mind are just they're just defining the different states in which the human being goes throughout the day. When you're going throughout the day, like fully active, yes, you are conscious. Consciousness is defined as being aware of one's environment. Your five senses are working. You can see the things you see, you can hear the things you hear, you can taste the things you taste, you can smell the things you smell. Now, when you're tired and some bodily functions are not functioning the way they want to, it weakens your
Bakanga,
ability.
you're
Hold
wrong.
up.
You're wrong.
Relax.
You know why
listen.
you're wrong? You know why you're
Listen.
wrong?
Just listen.
Because psychology
Just
uses
listen.
meditation. It uses
Sister.
meditation. It
Sister.
uses
Just listen. Listen.
yoga and all of those things, right?
Let me finish what I'm saying to you. When someone slaps you and you pass out, that's called being unconscious. Do you know why? Because you're not actively using your five senses to be aware of your environment. That's what it means to be unconscious. If I slap you really hard in the head, like if I crack your head the way your father used to crack your head when you were growing up. You remember how your father used to do it, right? In Cameroon, we call it conking. Conking. When your father conk your head and you pass out, that's the state of being unconscious. It is the same thing is true about when you are asleep. You're unconscious. You're not aware of your environment. Now, the state where it's like pre-conscious is like almost like when you're waking up from sleep or when you're waking up when you're extremely fatigued. Those are the three states of mind. But those states of mind are not independent of your brain and your bodily functions. Those are just philosophical ways. Those are philosophical ways of describing the body. Okay. If you want, listen. Don't tell me. Okay, if you want, we can go and look at the definitions of each of these words. What it means to be unconscious, what it means to be conscious, and what it means to be pre-conscious. You just don't know what you're talking about. You can't just make your stuff up. You cannot make things up. I'm telling you, if we pull out the dictionary right here, it's going to back up what I just said. You want to do it?
I'm not making it up. I'm not making this up.
Yes, you're making it up. There's no such thing as a soul. What we call the human soul is a philosophical way of saying that, of talking about human memories. Your soul is really your memory. You understand? The memory of you, not just the memory of you that you store within your own brain,
That's
but
your that's
the
how you
memory,
choose to
the
define it.
memory that other
But
people have of you.
is that
The
first of all,
soul.
I'm not even
Sister,
I'm not
listen. The soul is not a tangible part of a human being. It is a philosophical way. It's almost like a figure of speech, right? Way of describing human behavior, characteristics. So we categorize those things. For example, the word spirit is really talking about human character and human behavior. That's why when religious people, when someone is behaving a certain way, someone says he has a bad spirit. You cannot define the word spirit as far as a human being is concerned outside of that person's behavior. It's always directly related to character and behavior. That's what you're talking about, the principles. And character and behavior is just like what someone does, people's actions. So yes, a soul is a way of understanding people's memories, and spirit is a way of understanding people's characters and behavior. It's simple as that, my dear. Pull up your dictionary and look it up. Don't just make things up that you're not properly
First of all, the reason why I brought up psychology, like I said originally, the reason I brought up psychology is because you claim that there's nothing more to the human being than the physical body. And I'm saying to you that
what is the physical body?
What
What is the physical body?
The physical body is like what you're explaining about what do I say? Like the physical body, right?
You don't even know.
But I'm
Shame on
saying
you.
to you, no.
Know.
I'm saying what I'm saying is I don't need to explain deeper into that. It's the physical body. So what I'm saying right now is,
if you don't understand what the physical body is, then it is quite consistent with the fact that you're misconstruing what the physical body is doing with some type of superstitious belief system. You must tell me, what is the physical body and what does the physical body do? What's the job of the physical body?
Is the physical body. There's no other explanation for that.
What is the physical body? You cannot use a word to explain the word. Break it down for me. What is the physical body?
What exactly is logical about psychology anyway?
Psychology is defined as the scientific study. So first of all, it's a scientific study. So it's not based on people's superstitions and feelings or belief in imaginary, invisible gods. That's not what is based on.
How do they know? Okay. How do they know what that other side looks like?
What other side?
And how come that other part, the other aspect? Because they are not able to operate on a person's
psychology is based on observing human behavior. So you're observing human behavior the same way you observe the weather, and you can you live in America, we predict the weather all the time. There's a psychology behind how the weather behaves. The psychology of weather prediction. Psychology is the scientific way of studying behaviors, whether it is the behavior of an individual or the behavior of a group. It's not complicated. It's an entire science and study. Most of your therapists are psychiatrists. So if you have emotional disturbances, you can talk to them. They study human emotions. They know what it's like when a person is depressed. They know the things that human beings have the tendency of doing when they're depressed. They know they can predict how far a human being can be into depression before they get to the point where they want to unalive themselves. That's why they're experts. They investigate time on it. You cannot just get up and begin to call things pseudoscience when you don't even know. Do you know what pseudoscience is? Pseudoscience is not practical. You cannot use pseudoscience to help people. You cannot do anything legit out of pseudoscience. You can only use pseudoscience to deceive people. And it is evident that it's pseudoscience because it's not real. Pseudoscience is the same thing as science fiction. You won't find Superman flying around the sky. The scientific principles explained in Superman, that's pseudoscience. Now I'll give you one last chance to say one. I'll give you one last chance. Listen. Say whatever you want to say, then I'll let you go.
You're not really giving me. No. I'm not going to say anything else, but I'm just going to say. I feel that for you to say logic alone.
Why are you talking about your emotions? You feel. Why is it just about your emotions?
No. It's not about my emotions. It's what.
You just said I feel. You said I feel. So you're talking about your emotions.
Okay. Yes, I do feel because I'm a human being, right? And I have,
you know the thing about emotions. Emotions are very unstable.
And I'm using it. Okay, Bakanga, this is what I'm saying to you, right? From listening to you, I just don't see how someone can convince me that there's only a logical aspect to life, right? And based on how you're stating everything, once again, I still have to emphasize that experts have come out experts have come out to say that the human brain, it takes religion for the human brain to comprehend and understand the world we live in. You cannot comprehend darkness, you cannot comprehend air, you can't comprehend all these things about life without religion. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
No,
And
religion
you're
is
saying,
useless.
and
Religion is
I'm saying this
useless.
to you, and I'm saying
Religion,
this.
religion,
Okay, when
religion,
when
religion
I
is
say religion,
entirely useless.
Hold on. When I say religion, I'm not. You have a specific understanding, which is like you're pointing at maybe religious denominations, right? And actual religions. But what I'm talking about, you know what? Thank you for this
What is the definition of
opportunity.
religion? What is the definition of religion?
Bakanga, I am not a religious. I wouldn't classify myself as belonging to any religion. Okay, but what I'm trying to explain is that you're saying that everything there is nothing logical. First of all, about this planet, there is absolutely nothing logical.
Yes,
Okay,
there's many logical
and
things about the
no,
planet.
no,
There
no.
is.
There's
You
nothing
just need to go
logical,
to
and you're
school
the
and
only
learn.
and you're the only species. You're the only species that emphasizes that life is logical. There's no existence of life outside. Meanwhile, if you actually let me leave it alone.
This is the definition of religion. Religion is the belief in and the worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods. If you worship a god, you are religious. Whether you like it or not, you are religious. That's the definition of the word. If you don't like it, you can just cry about it, but it's still the fact. The worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially God or gods. It's simple as that. You get it? So the way you know a religious person is that they believe in God and they worship that God. Simple as that. If you worship a God, you are religious. You might not like it, but when you see a spade, you call it a spade. You get it, my sister?
Yeah, but isn't every culture, even your culture, has come from religion or has practiced religion? So
Yes, because
religion has never
listen.
actually been a fact outside of human
Religion,
existence.
religion has been around as long as human beings have been able to scam each other. It's a scam. If I make you believe what listen, if I give you God, you will never be better than me. You always feel like I'm holier than you, so you do my will without even knowing. That's why in your religion, Christianity, the one you believe in, you call yourself a sheep, and your pastor calls himself a shepherd, a pastor.
First of all, you
You are
don't
his
know
sheep.
my religion. And another thing is, I
You
never
are a
even
Christian.
discussed the Bible. I
You
never
you you
discussed
you
the
you
Bible with you.
you are a
Why
Christian.
would you make so with all your logic, you can't even tell who is a Christian and who is not a
I can
Christian.
tell that you're a
But
Christian.
anyway,
You
you
are a
can't tell
Christian.
what I am. You can't tell
Is
what I am.
okay, okay.
You
Prove me
can't
wrong.
tell what I
Prove me
am.
wrong. Is
My
Jesus
question
Christ
to you was,
is Jesus Christ not your Lord and Savior? Is Jesus Christ not your Lord and Savior? Is Jesus Christ not your Lord and Savior?
there are so many denominations that believe in Jesus
My
Christ.
sister, my
You don't
sister,
even have a
my
point.
sister. That's not my question. My question is Jesus Christ not your Lord and Savior?
The point I'm getting at, anyways, is I'm done.
Of course you're done.
Thank
You
you.
sister, you realize that I've been
No, no,
talking
no.
to
I'm
I've
just telling you. I didn't even go into depth with the Bible. That's the point I want to actually make clear.
but my
Is that
point is that you are a
I
Christian.
didn't have a Bible study. I
My
didn't have a Bible study
my
because
my
all I've seen you do from the beginning is you're giving me everything academia gives to people, and first of all, another thing is
sister,
it's very limited. It's very limited because you're only giving from the
there's no
perspective of.
limit. It's only limited to an uneducated
It's
person,
limited
okay?
to logic. It's very
No,
limited to logic because
it's
as far
there's
as
no
science
limitations to
has
logic.
come,
There are no
it's
limitations
very,
to
very
logic.
limited.
There's
Very
no
limited.
listen,
To say that
listen.
human beings is just a human being comes from a man and a woman and that's it. But whereas with
That's it.
religion, there's
It's
more
actually
depth
simple.
to
Logic makes things simple,
no.
okay? Religion complicates things, and that's how you end up with lies. You want to
This
know
is
what a
a
lie is?
complex world.
Listen, let me tell you something about a lie. A lie is illogical. Lies are illogical. All illogical things are lies. Tell me one illogical thing which is not a lie. The difference between logic and
There are so
illogical
many
things.
illogical things that are not a lie.
Then give me
There
one.
are
Give me one.
so
Give me
many.
one.
There are so
Give me one.
many.
Give me one illogical thing that's not a lie.
the example I wanted to give, I don't think so
Listen, my dear, you're my Cameroonian sister, so I love you anyways. What I would say to you is that you have been Bakangalized in many ways.
I've
In many
not been
ways too.
bacchanalized. When you
That's
come to
exact.
my
That's exactly what
when you
people
come
say
to
when
my
they've been
when
Bakangalized.
I no. What I'm saying to you is that when you come to the Bible, right? Then we are talking about something else. But I can see obviously you've put a lot of work into your studies and all of that. So I'm not going to talk to you on that. But one thing I can tell you is, as much as you want to emphasize those things you're choosing to emphasize, what are your core in your at the core of everything you're saying? Number one, you're emphasizing that evolution exists, which evolution is a lie. At the core of what you believe,
How
you're
can
saying that
evolution be a lie if things
human beings
adapt?
are
Are you
limited.
saying
One
that
second,
things do
one
not
second.
adapt?
One
Are you
second.
saying?
So
Are you?
let me just put in a PowerPoint, or like let me just put in bulletin, right? What you're actually trying to what you're basically saying is, number one, evolution exists, which is false. Number two, you're saying human beings are limited to only physical realities, only logic. Nothing happens to people after they are dead. Nothing happens to anyone. So all the human beings that have existed in this planet, centuries until now, there's nothing. Do you know how desensitized to life that actually sounds?
It is
Like
sad.
completely
I'm
desensitized
not
to.
disagreeing with you.
It's not just sad.
Death, death is sad. I know that you're scared to die. I know you're scared of the idea
No,
that
no,
death
no,
is
no,
the
no.
end. You're afraid. I know you're afraid. Okay, I can hear the trembling in your voice. I can hear the
I'm not
stuttering between your
afraid.
words.
I'm not
Yes, you're scared
afraid.
to die.
I'm not afraid.
The idea of hellfire terrorizes you even in your sleep. You know it.
Oh my! I'm not afraid of hell. I'm not afraid.
So
That's
so
why I
go
told
there.
you. I
Then
don't know.
prove
I
prove
don't
prove it prove it by going there. Can you go to hell if you wanted to?
prove that I can I go to hell? I'm not going to go to hell.
Why
I'm not
not?
going to go to hell.
Why not?
And
Why
I'm not going
not?
to test my God either. Do you know what? If I yes, I'm not going to test my God, because
You're
if I
scared.
take my life, that's
You're
actually a
scared.
crime. No, 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 no. It's not because I'm scared. It's because suicide is a crime, right?
No, it's
If
not suicide. It's not
if
suicide. Are you telling me that you've never been sick and you
what do
went to
you
the
mean?
hospital? Have you ever been sick and went to the hospital?
Of course, I've gone to the hospital
Okay,
before.
so why did you go to the hospital? Tell me why.
Because, like I said, there are dimensions to a human being,
My
which you're
sister, my
disagreeing with
sister,
me
my
on.
sister, why did
I
you go to
told
the
you there's
hospital?
physical, there is a soul, and there's a spirit. Because my Bible tells me to go to the hospital.
Where? Give me the
Yeah,
chapter and
my
verse.
Bible tells me to go
Give
to
me
the
the chapter and verse.
hospital.
Give me the chapter and verse.
The sick need a physician.
Give me a chapter and
I will
verse.
give you a chapter.
Yes.
I will use Luke 30. I don't want to really give biblical reference, if I'm being honest. I don't think I want to do that.
Don't be afraid.
I don't want to
Just
open the
just
Bible. No,
read
no,
it to
I'm
us.
not afraid. I just
Then
know
just read
what
it.
is of
Just
importance.
read it.
I don't
No,
want
no,
to
it's okay. Just
disrespect
read
the
it. Just
Bible,
read
but
it.
I will
Read
say,
the part where
okay,
it says you need a physician.
it says it is not those who are well who need a physician, but those who are sick. It means it's saying that people who are
Sister,
sick do need
sister,
a physician.
sister, sister. Luke chapter what?
This is Luke chapter 5, 31 to 32.
Start reading from verse 25.
Okay. From 25, that's a long.
It's okay. We're patient. We have time. Read from 25. And then when you get to 31, you read past 31. And I'll tell you where to stop. Keep reading.
This is to emphasize the point that I go to the hospital. This is
Sister,
not
just
no, no, no.
read from read from
Honestly,
25.
the Bible is of very, very huge importance. Like,
Sister,
I don't know if I
sister, it's
want.
okay. Just read from verse 25. You cannot just read one verse. The Bible wasn't written in chapters and verses. You don't read the Bible by just picking one verse. You know that
Why
already. If
why
you're
do
a
I
true
need to read the
if
full
you're a true
chapter
Bible
just to
scholar,
say
if you're a true Bible scholar, you know that you always have to read
Batanga?
within context. So read us the context by starting from verse 25. Read from verse 25. We want to learn. There's people here who want to learn, so you can teach people. So go ahead, read. Read from verse 25.
I don't see the point of reading from verse 25. No, I'm not.
Sister, please.
Honestly, I'm being
Please.
honest. Like,
My
I don't see the
sister, I
reason.
understand it. But for the sake of everyone in the comment section, please read from verse 25. And then when you read, you get past, you get to 31.
I
You read
don't
past
want to
31.
open the Bible. I
It's
don't
okay.
want to open
Do
the
it.
Bible.
Do it for the believers in the comment
Is,
section.
why is my reference not good enough? It's just to tell you that.
But listen, sister, because I know that I'm not even a Bible believer, and I know that you don't pick one verse. You have to always read in context. That's like number one. That's Bible 101. You know that too. Now I feel like now I'm suspecting you. Now I'm suspecting you. I'm suspecting that you just like to lie. Please read from verse 25, my sister. Please read from verse 25.
No, I'm not actually going to fall for this. I would rather not read.
Luke chapter what? I will read it. Luke chapter what? Luke
Just
chapter
open
what?
open Mark 2:17.
No, I want to
Mark
read Luke
2:17.
first. Then I will go to Mark. Luke chapter what? What was the Luke that you just read?
Luke 5.
Luke 5. Okay, I'm going to read in context. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, listen. I'll start reading from verse 12, as a matter of fact. While Jesus was in one of the towns, a man came along who was covered in leprosy. When he saw Jesus, he fell with his face to the ground and begged him, "Lord, if you are willing, you can make me clean." Jesus reached out his hand and touched the man. "I am willing." And he said, "Be clean." And immediately the leprosy left the man. Then Jesus ordered him, "Don't tell anyone, but go and show yourself to the priest and offer up sacrifices that Moses commanded you for cleansing as a testimony to them." Yet the news about him spread all the more. So the crowds and the people came to hear him and to be healed of their sicknesses. Was Jesus a physician? No. But Jesus often withdrew to lonely places and prayed. One day, Jesus was teaching, and the Pharisees and the teachers of the law were sitting there. They had come from every village of Galilee and from Judea and Jerusalem, and the power of the Lord was with Jesus to heal the sick. It doesn't say physician. Some men came carrying a paralyzed man on a mat and tried to take him into the house to lay him before Jesus. When they could not find...
I never called Jesus a physician.
Let me finish reading. Let me finish reading. Please, let me finish reading.
I never called Jesus a physician.
My sister, let me finish reading.
Honestly, I think I made it clear. I think I made it clear that there are three dimensions, right?
Story.
I think I made it clear. I think I made it clear that there are three dimensions to people, right? And I said, Bakanga, I'm not going to tell people that they shouldn't get a job, they shouldn't sustain their lives. That's not what the gospel teaches. It doesn't teach that if I don't work, there are consequences for me not working.
In the Bible, when people were sick, they didn't take them to physicians, they took them to Jesus. Was Jesus a physician? No. Your Bible tells you that when you're sick, you should call on the name of the Lord, right? I'm pretty sure, even Paul says it in multiple occasions, when someone is sick, you should lay hands on them. You guys think you have magic power in your fingers. How is it working for you when it comes to cancer? Yeah, right. Why do you go to the hospital when you're sick? Because you're scared to die. When you know that by dying, you're going to be with God. Why don't you want to die? Why are you scared to die? Why do you go to the physician? Why don't you just let death take you home so you can go and be with the Lord your God, your Almighty, your sweet Jesus? Why do you fight the disease? Why do you fight the sickness when literally the sickness is trying to give you an easy way to heaven? Because you are scared to die. You are afraid. And you cannot even acknowledge that fact.
To die.
Okay, then the next time you're sick.
I'm just telling you. No, Bakanga, let me tell you something. Let me tell you this, okay? Let me tell you this, right?
Okay.
You have two cancer patients. One doesn't make it, the other one beats cancer. What makes that differentiation? What makes the differentiation? Both go through cancer treatments. Go through cancer treatment. So what makes one to survive and the other not to?
It depends on the severity of the cancer in the person's body, and it also depends on their immune system. That's it.
No, I'm saying the same everything. I'm saying the same everything. No,
There's no two
you know what
people.
you don't want to admit? You don't want to admit that it's God, that it's God. It's
There is
God
no two
who
human beings in
it's,
this
this
world
is what I'm
that have the
saying. This
same
is what
immune
I'm
system.
saying. Bakanga, let me tell you this, right? Today you have a full human body. You have 2 eyes, you have 2 ears, you are a complete man, right? I can promise you there's someone who has a completely different faith from you. Do you know what makes that differentiation? It has nothing to do with biology. Okay, someone can be born crippled and you are born with 2 full legs. What makes that differentiation is not it doesn't just boil down to just genetics. Okay, like I'm trying to tell you, what you don't want to admit is the fact that God is the one that makes is the one that determines who is going to survive, who is not going to survive, who is born under these certain fates and who is not. So that's what I'm trying to explain. Like
That's not true.
you're
That's not true. You are wrong. You are superstitious.
so
And you have a lot
explain
of
how
delusional beliefs in your head.
two cancer patients exact everything. Two
There's
cancer
not that
patients
you will
exact everything.
never,
Not nothing.
you never.
No
I
no
dare you to
opportunity above.
give me one example of two cancer patients that have the exact same thing. It's impossible. It's impossible. You will never find two, even if they are female. One will be taller than the other. One will be chubbier. They will not have the same body percentage fat. They will not have the same immunity. They
Exactly.
will not
What
have the
makes
same
that difference?
diet.
That diversity. What makes the difference?
Just they have different lives, different behavior, different characters, different habits, and they have different
Bakanga, I'm
immunities to
telling you
disease.
that. Yes.
Your God does not do
What I'm telling
anything.
you,
Listen, God doesn't do anything. I figured that out a long time ago. People who believe like that as what we call uncivilized, superstitious people, right?
your issue
What you're promoting
you're an
is
African.
superstition.
Your issue is you're an African spiritualist probably, and most of the times what
Ah,
your expectation is, yes. The reason I'm saying this is because
African spiritualists.
spiritualist, because
African
do you
spirituality
know
was scamming. African spirituality was scamming Africans before the religion of the white man came. African spirituality outside of science, it's as much of a scam as any other type of spirituality. That's why your native doctors told you to bring 5 goats, and you took 5 goats because you thought he was going to use 5 goats. No, 5 goats, that's dinner for him. He has dinner for 5 days. When the African spiritualist says, bring me 3 chickens, he's asking you to bring him food so he can eat. He's a scammer. He's a scammer, just like your pastor. That African spiritualist. In fact, all those African spiritualist scammers, they have now become pastors because there's no longer money in African spirituality. So they have built churches. And all they have to do is say, Jesus, God heal you will do. Go and look at Jeremiah Omotoy in Nigeria. That man can't even speak English. And that man is scamming hundreds of people, literally putting on shows, and you guys think that is healing. No, if you believe in any nonsense, superstitious nonsense, you are a superstitious person. And you are superstitiously believing in your superhuman God. You are superstitious. You need to wake up from sleep. Nobody's going to punish you for thinking for yourself, thinking independently.
Okay. This is what I was trying to get at. I was trying to say that when you look throughout religion, you always see that all the other gods they are able to intervene in the physical world through a particular way, right? But when it comes to the biblical God, you can see that he's not as able to be manipulated, or to be, what do I say, you don't have power over the biblical God. So that's what causes a lot
Oh,
of
did
people.
Jacob,
Yes,
did Jacob,
yes,
not,
yes.
did Jacob not wrestle with God? Did Jacob, in your Bible, did Jacob not wrestle with God?
No.
So
That's
the Bible
incorrect.
does not
That's
say that
incorrect.
Jacob wrestled with God.
Okay, let me tell you this. This is what I'm going to say. No. Let me tell you this. Okay.
Jacob wrestled
Let me
with
tell
God
you
and
this.
he
Let me tell you
defeated
this.
God.
This is the reason why I'm disagreeing with you. Okay, when there's a single contradiction in the Bible, you have to go back and revisit how exactly the first text, or let me just put it this way: you have to revisit the entire topic, right? If it says in another chapter, which it does say, that he wrestled, it made emphasis later on in Hosea. Hosea said that he wrestled with the angel of God, okay? And first of all, what I'm even trying to say right now is, in Genesis, what you're giving to me as a reference in Genesis, it actually starts first by saying he wrestled with the angel of God, right? And then and then Hosea will also confirm that it was the angel of God that he wrestled with. Okay, and that's not even
So
the point.
so
The
so
point I'm
why
saying,
does
the
it
point
say
I'm
why does
saying
it
is,
say that Jacob wrestled with God then? That means that somebody was lying, right? You know what a lie is?
no, no,
Do you know
no,
what a lie
no.
is?
I'm not
Hold up,
saying
hold up,
that.
hold up, hold up, sister. Do
What
you know what a lie is?
I'm,
A lie is when something happened and you said that instead of saying that he wrestled with a messenger of the president of America, you say he wrestled with the president of America. You're lying. So listen, no matter how you twist it, either your Bible lied to you, so you cannot pick and choose which part of it you want to believe, or Jacob wrestled with God. So you decide which one you want. Either Jacob wrestled with God or the Bible lied when it said
okay,
Jacob wrestled with God. And if the
okay,
Bible can lie in one place, what makes you think that the whole book is not full of lies?
okay. What I would tell you though is that the Bible is obviously the word of God. So I don't
That means
and
that God is a liar.
no, 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 you're not getting what I'm getting at. What I'm trying to tell you is that obviously you're reading it like there's a reason why all those parables are written in the way it's written, and you are hearing
When it
about
said that Jacob wrestled with God, it wasn't a parable.
the entire word of God is supposed to be understood in the spiritual context. Let me
No,
put
that's
it
just
that
your
way.
excuse.
No,
That's just
no,
your
no,
excuse
it's
so you
not
can
my
lie
excuse.
without being held
I can
accountable.
promise you. No, no, no. Bakanga, I can
There is
promise
no
you.
such thing as spiritual context. You just mean lying context. Anybody can read it and get it.
What I'm
If you know
saying.
how to speak
Do
English, you
you know
can read the
something?
Bible.
Do you know something? When I say this, okay, when I say this, I'm telling you how even Jesus himself said that those who worship God must worship him in spirit. Okay. And you know this is the mistake that a lot of logists, a lot of atheists are making in reading the Bible and taking it in its logical context, right? Genesis might not even be concerned about the actual origin of the world. This is what I'm actually trying to tell you. I'm just telling you so that you understand that so you can get where I'm coming from when I say to you that it's actually a spiritual text. It's actually a spiritual text. That's all I'm saying. It's actually a spiritual text, and this is why I keep emphasizing. I don't want to use this as reference. So far, your point that you have brought up is to tell me, number one, evolution is real, which is a lie, and number two, things are only physical. Things are only physical. There's nothing. There is no duality to human beings and all of that. It's only a physical realm. Number three, another point you brought out is that just somehow this planet is intact and everything is working without a creator, without the Almighty God. Things just are the way they are. I don't know about that, but
Don't worry. On our wedding day,
mhm.
I will explain it all to you, okay?
Bakanga, I'm gonna live your life.
It's okay. Don't worry. I will see you when I come to pay bride price to your father.
Mm, okay.
Yeah? We shall see. Don't worry. I'll educate you. I got you. Yeah? I got you. All right, y'all. Do not waste my time, okay? I'm not gonna have a long conversation. She's my Cameroonian sister. I just need to talk to her. She will realize all these things I'm saying as she gets older.
Clad, Mr. Bakanga, how you doing, man? Wagwan.
What's up, bro? What you got for me all the way from Jamaica?
Man, you full of shit, bro.
Like your father.
Yeah, all our fathers, man. All our fathers.
Hey, that's right. What else you
All
got?
right. Yo, it was a bunch of stuff, man. Yo, I want to get something off my chest, yo.
Turn on your
You
camera.
know? No, no. As you can see, I use a mask, bro. It's for a reason. I'm all burnt up. I'm all fucked up. And
It's okay. Don't be ashamed. Don't be insecure. Turn on your camera.
nah. It's okay, bro. The
Yeah,
lights
then
off.
I'll give you approximately 1 minute to say what you have to say.
1 minute. All right, all right. So I can find a verse, a Bible scripture that speaks about the physician. So it's like you told a lie. You keep telling lies on the Bible. Like the shit you say about the Bible is all lies. You know. I have a scripture right now about the physician. And before I even say that, I want to say this to all the Bible believers, yo, that want to come and talk to you. The Bible says, study to show thyself approved. You can't keep on like if you see that you're losing, yo, yeah, you have your faith. Don't let go of your faith, but you know you can step down. Nothing is wrong. Don't feel like you lost anything. It's the evolutionists and the atheists that have lost. You see me? So don't feel bad if you feel like you just don't know as much words and about psychology and all this shit that they try to twist the conversation and sidetrack the conversation. And you
All
know,
right, bro. That was
don't
1 minute.
so
Thank you for your time. Okay,
no,
brother.
no, but I got good arguments. I actually got good arguments, but I
Then turn on
really
your
felt
camera.
compelled
Then turn on your
because
camera,
you,
bro.
bro, I've debated big TikTok peoples and
Turn on your camera, bro.
Makanga.
What you got for me, man? Go straight to your point. You can't turn on your camera, so go straight to your point.
Yeah, I was just at a point you were talking about the fact that um, there is no intelligent design behind the whole creation. So I just wanted to ask one question that if you propel something like a satellite into space without doing calculation, without planning the orbit, the angle, and all those things, do you think your satellite will go into space and will have a perfect orbit around a particular planet you want it to orbit around? Like accidentally, you put it in space and it begins to orbit a particular moon or a particular planet accurately without any calculation, without any plan? Do you think something like that can happen accidentally?
Of course. Have you ever seen a tornado?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of it before.
Okay. Who does the calculations for how much destruction a tornado will cause?
You are saying a distraction. Distraction, the word you are using means like it's something that is disorder. Like it's going anywhere, anytime, anything you want to do, is doing it without any order. So what do you mean by calculation? You need a calculation to do something stupid or do something
You
disorder.
say that your God. You say you're the one. You say your God is the one who designed everything, right? So doesn't your God do calculations when He sends tornadoes?
No, no, no. I
So you
didn't
go.
spend
So how
time
about cancer?
designing.
How about cancer? Tell me, what's the calculations for cancer? What's the precision? What was your God thinking when He invented cancer? What was your God? How about HIV/AIDS? What was your God thinking when He invented those? Tell me, what's the science behind it? What's the calculation? The
He
design. Tell me,
didn't
what was the
invent
intelligent design behind cancer?
HIV.
What is
Let
the
me tell
intelligent?
you.
What is the
Let me
intelligent
tell you.
design behind? What's the intelligent design behind cancer,
No, let me give you the example that if the moon that we have by
brother?
means some kind
What
of
is the intelligent
like
design? What is the intelligent
no
design
no no
behind
no.
cancer?
Let me explain to you. Let me
What
explain
is the
what you are trying
intelligent
to do.
design behind cancer?
I'm not saying God designed cancer. No. God
Did
didn't
God did
design
God
cancer.
design and create everything?
Ah, what do you mean by creation? So do you want to
Did
tell
just
me
answer
that
my question? Just answer my question. Did God design and create everything? Yes or no?
yes,
Okay. So when God designed and created cancer, tell me what was the design behind it? What did God design cancer to do?
God didn't design cancer. I don't
Ah,
understand.
so
No,
so God so
no,
so God did not create
no.
cancer. So God
No,
did not create
no.
cancer.
Let me give you a typical example in
Bro, wait
computer
now,
programming.
brother,
No, let me
wait,
give you the
brother,
typical
wait.
example in
So you're saying
computer
that
programming.
So you're saying that God did not create cancer?
No, let me give you a typical example in computer.
Answer my
code.
question. I don't want typical example. I want you to answer my question. You're saying that
No,
God did not
let
create
me,
cancer.
I'm telling you, God didn't design cancer. Let me tell you.
No, I'm
Because-
asking you, are you saying that God did not create cancer? Yes or no?
No, I'm saying
Okay,
no.
then that means that God did not create everything. And you're lying when you said that God created everything.
What are you talking about? Let me give you an example. in
If
computer
I can
programming.
find one thing that your God did not create, that means your God did not create everything. Why are we even arguing? Why are you and I arguing when of course out of your own mouth you've just proven to me that your God did not create everything? If you don't know if your God created cancer, how can you know that your God is the one who created everything else?
You don't understand the meaning of creation, design.
I know what
No,
I know what
there is
creation
a
is, and I know
beginning
what
and there is
design is.
an end. No, let me tell you, there is a beginning and there is an end. Let
Where
me
did your
give a
God begin
typical
from?
example
Where
in
did
computer
your God
programming.
begin from?
No.
Where did your God begin
A
from?
computer program.
Where did your
That
God begin from?
no, let me give you the example.
I'm not gonna just let
Let
you
me
run
give
a
you the
tandem, bro.
bro.
You're not
Why
gonna
don't you want to
ignore my
listen to
question.
it?
Listen, let
Let
me
me
tell
give
you
you a
something,
typical
okay,
example
bro.
in computer
Let
program. You want to be logical.
me
Most of
help
you
you out,
speak
okay?
about logic.
Let
Let
me
me be
help you
logical
out.
here and
Let
give
me
you
help you out, bro.
logical example. No,
Let me
give
help
you
you out.
logical example.
I only
Let
give you
me
one more
give you
chance, bro.
logical
Then I'm gonna go to the
example.
next guest if you keep behaving like that.
Let me
Listen
give
to
you
me, bro.
logical example, Bakamba. You say you're logical. Let me give you logical example in computer programming. If you create a computer code, that
Well, shit. Go and look at yourself in the mirror and give yourself that logical example. I'm pretty sure you see where it says Q&A. I'm pretty sure you see the part where it says Q&A. This is not preaching. This is not church, okay? You're not going to give us new information. So when we establish the basis, I can't sit down here and let you try to explain a contradiction away. You're wasting my time.
Good evening.
What's up, man?
And good morning, sorry.
It is good evening for me.
Okay. How you doing, bro? Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, man. Just talk.
Okay. According to your you said that you don't believe in God, that God doesn't exist, right?
Did I say that?
That was what I saw that attracted me
Okay.
to.
If you saw that, then go ahead. Make your point.
Okay, so I just wanted to know the reason why you said so, because you
Because
must have your own reasons why you said so.
when something doesn't exist, all you have to do is say it doesn't exist. Why do you need to do anything else? It doesn't exist. God does not exist. Simple as that. What do I
What
need
proof?
to
What proof? What proof do you have that it does not exist?
bring God here?
Because you can't come into a place and you see a very beautiful food, you eat the food, enjoy the meal, but because you can't see the person that cooked the food, you say that cooker does not exist, that the food just appeared.
But the world is not a food that was cooked by somebody. That's not what the world is.
But it
So
was
you're
made
using a
now.
false equivalent.
But it was made
The food was made by who?
because your parents, your mom and your dad need to have an intercourse to give birth to you. Did you just appear?
Yes, I just did.
You just appeared.
Yes, like boom, kaboom. I just came out of the sky. I landed
Wow,
in the
that's
earth.
nice.
When on the day I landed, the earth trembled.
That's nice. That's nice. But you must
Yeah.
understand that, you see, what you don't understand is also somehow bigger than you. You get,
Who's
God is
bigger than
spirit,
me?
and they that,
Nobody's
yeah,
bigger than me. Nobody's bigger than me.
God is. Can you give me a chance to talk? God is spirit, and they that will worship Him will worship Him in spirit and in truth.
Have you been
First of all,
worshiping? Have you been worshiping?
in,
Have you been worshiping God in spirit and
can
truth?
I
You?
can I finish? Can I finish?
I'm asking you a question, bro. Have you been worshiping God in spirit
I'm
and
not
truth?
done. I'm not done. You can't just keep on cutting me like this.
Yeah,
You are not letting me to say anything.
I cut you
I'm
off.
your.
I cut you off on purpose. It's okay. Have you been worshiping God in spirit and truth? You.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
Okay, so let me ask you a question and tell me the truth. How old are you?
Okay, I'm 20.
When was the last time you masturbated?
I don't masturbate.
I
That
didn't
was
ask you
before I
if
gave my life to Christ.
I didn't ask you if you do it. I said when was the last time you did it?
That was before I gave my life to Christ.
When was that?
When I was 17.
So you have given your life to Christ in the last 3 years and you've never walked the mole.
No, I haven't.
When was the last time you watched porn?
That, like I told you, that was when I was 17 years old. Before
Bro.
I encountered Jesus.
When was the last time you watched porn?
That was what I'm telling you now. When I was 17 years old.
When was the
Can you
last
hear
time you
me?
looked at the woman and desired her in your heart? To do the bum bum, to do the chuku chuku, dancing and go to the left, go to the right, wiggle, up and down.
You are bigger than this thing you are saying. You should act mature, please.
Just answer the
Let's just
question.
go
Just
straight to
answer
the
the
point.
question. When was the last time
Your
you looked at
question
a
is
woman?
Your question is irrelevant. We are all
I
human beings.
if my
You can see things.
question
You can see things.
if my question is irrelevant, then talking to you is also irrelevant. Thank you for your time, okay, brother?
Like I was saying, God
You
is spirit.
determined that my question was irrelevant, and I have determined that talking to you is also irrelevant. Thank you for your time. Next guest. When I ask you a question you cannot answer, you begin to say it's irrelevant. You said spirit and truth. I just want to see if you have been doing the spirit and truth thing. So you cannot even do spirit and truth. Now
Hello?
you're promoting spirit and truth. What's up, man? Go straight to your point.
Yeah, I'm here. You forgot about me? I was talking to you, my African brother.
Keep talking to me, brother. Go ahead.
Yes, I keep talking to your motherfucking ass.
It's okay. Go ahead. What you got?
Okay. So now, we were talking earlier. I told you I'm a medical technician. And you were asking me something, whether I ever masturbated and stuff like that. So I'm sitting to myself like, well, I told you no. And I had some people in the comment that were following you that were saying I was lying. Now, uh, why is it that you and the other people think that I was lying? And first of all,
Brother, check this out, brother. Check this out. I
wait.
apologize.
You see, that's
Hold
the
on, hold on, hold
problem.
on,
You see,
hold
this is
up
the
1 second.
no. This is the
Hold,
problem. Come on, it's
hold,
me and you
hold
on the
up, hold
no,
up,
no.
hold up
Let's
1
talk.
second.
You are
Hold
my
up 1
brother.
second.
Let's talk. You are my
Yeah.
brother. You are my brother. Forget about the money. Forget about the money more. I
Hold up
know why
one
you're
second.
here.
Hold up 1 second.
You always cutting people off. You
Brother,
turn the
hold
turn
up
the
one
volume
second.
up. Huh?
Hold up 1 second. I apologize. I did not know you were impotent.
I understand that. I know. I was talking
Yeah, I
to.
did not know now. I did not know that your thing does not work. Sorry. Make your point now. Go ahead.
What do you mean? My thing did not work. It worked. It's just that I just had to get off the line.
How do you know it works? You're not married. How do you know it works?
It's just that I have to get off the line
How do you
at the
know
time.
that it works if you're not married?
You see, this is the problem. This is the
Uh-huh.
problem we are
It's
facing.
okay. My brother, it's okay now. You're not the only one. There's many people like you.
No, I'm different from the people that you're talking about. That's why I decided to come back again.
You say you have not been doing it. You are not married. So how did you discover that your thing does not produce sperm? It does not work. How did you discover? Uh-huh.
Okay. First, we were talking about the creator. Then you asked me, you say, do you masturbate? I told you no, I don't have no interest in that because I was never brought up in a fast environment. I told you that. You disbelieve. And the rest of the
Brother, you live in
and
America,
the
right?
rest, look,
You
man, let's
you you
talk.
you you
Don't
you
be
you,
caught. No,
you
I
live in
believe.
America, right?
Listen, I respect the fact that this is your show, but I've been listening to you all this time while I was doing my work. But you were not giving those people a chance to talk. You were always interrupting them. I know it's your show,
Bro, you
but
didn't
you are
come here
not
to give
doing
a
it for.
speech.
You see,
It
you
says
just did the
Q and
same
A.
thing.
Listen,
You just did the same thing.
look
You
on the
just did the
screen.
same thing
Look
again.
on the screen. Does it say Q and A? It says question and answer, right? It doesn't say sit down and explain for 10 minutes. No, it's question and answer. Q and
So
A,
why
bro.
were you opening this show when you don't give
Do you
people a
know what a
chance to
Q and A
talk?
is? Because it's a Q and A.
I
It's not
don't
an
care for
exposition.
that.
Okay, if you
Listen,
don't
listen.
if you
Where
don't care
are
for
you right
that,
now?
thank
Okay,
you for your
let me
time.
ask you a question right now. Where are you right now? Where are you?
I'm in Wakanda.
Oh, Wakanda. Do you
Yeah.
know the same black people that following behind you here? That he talking good. Yeah, that. You know that those black people don't like us, right? You know that, right?
Don't like who?
They don't like African people. You don't know that?
No, they don't like you. They like me.
So I see that you are stubborn, and I'm sorry to say that you are ignorant because you are not here, so you don't know what's happening here. And I grew up here, and I'm trying to tell you that a lot of these black people do not like African people. I'm
You
trying to
you
tell you that, and
you
you
grew
tell
up
me
where?
that bullshit.
You grew up where?
What?
You grew up where?
I grew up in New York City, Queens, New
And
York.
I've been in the United States for 15 years. What do you know that I don't
15
know?
years, and now you're in Wakanda. Where is Wakanda in the first place? As a matter of fact, in
Wakanda is in
Wakanda,
heaven.
you
Wakanda is in
lie.
heaven.
You just lie. You just lie.
Wakanda
That
is in
is a
heaven.
famous thing. And Wakanda is not even developed, man. What are you talking about?
Wakanda is not developed. They have spaceships in Wakanda. What are you talking about?
You are fucking lying, man. I come from Liberia. I know who I'm talking to.
Wakanda is in
No,
heaven, and they
you are
have
lying.
spaceships.
You are lying to the planet. But it's okay. It's just a drip. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. We have to take the world back. African people own the world. I understand that. But don't come out here and talk all this craziness, man.
Again, brother, you just hate it because
No,
an
not
African
again.
American.
You are
I know,
lying,
I
man.
know, I know why you
Everything
don't.
you put out here is a
You
lie, man.
you don't
No,
like
it's a
you
lie.
don't you
You
don't you
asked me
don't you
whether
don't you don't like
no.
African American girls because they rejected you. That's why you're acting like that, man. You asked her to
Why
give you the
is
sugar,
that?
but she
I
rejected
came here
you.
when I was 15 years old. I
Uh-huh.
can't tell
And
you how many
and
women
and
I dealt with. Not only African American, I dealt with Indian women. Okay, I dealt with Chinese women. I dealt with women that you would never come across. You know why I'm single? You know why I don't have kids? Is because I'm coming back to Liberia or maybe South Africa or Ghana to marry my own woman. And nothing against those women. It's just that the system is different.
it's
That's
because
all.
you're lying, bro. It's because when you put on your pants, your thing was not working.
Now I see. And I was listening to you too. You say you worship women. Yeah, I was listening to you. You say you worship women, right?
Yes, I worship women. Women are
How do you
beautiful.
worship women? To us here, niggas gonna say that you a motherfucking sim. That's what
They,
niggas gonna say.
and I don't give a shit what anybody else think. I'm just telling you, I worship
Okay, so
women.
why are you on the line publicizing? You think we don't hear you? You're not from our club, so you don't know niggas. I told you I grew up here from New York City to Jersey to Philly, okay, to
And they
Florida.
and they rejected you. That's why you're mad.
Why would they reject me? That's because you are a simp. You
Because
said
your
it. I was listening to you. I was still on the computer. I was listening to you.
because
You said
your
that
thing
you
doesn't
worship
work.
women. So why would you worship women if you don't even believe in God? Why would you do that?
Because I love women and women are beautiful. Just look at.
You
That's
don't
it.
love women. It's because you are a simp. That's what it
Yeah,
is.
sure. I be
Yeah.
simping for these women. I love the women, and you're jealous
Yeah. So then we don't like
because
that kind. How about that?
you're just mad because when you simp, they don't give you any
Why would I be
attention.
a mad? Why would I be mad, man? Why
You're
would I be
mad.
mad? Come
You're
on, man.
mad because
I
all your
have been with
girlfriends
more
rejected you.
beautiful women than you. I come
Yeah,
from Africa, man.
and yet you
Listen,
know,
I come from
and yet
Africa.
and yet you
I
haven't
come
been,
from Africa.
and yes,
So
you haven't been walking the mole, huh? This is the
no,
man. You're righteous.
don't bring that space shit.
So you're not
No,
married.
don't bring that space shit.
So you're not married, but you've been sleeping around, haven't you? There you go. I got you where I want you to be. You're supposed to be righteous man, but now you're
When
bragging
you
about
were
how many
asking me
women you
whether
be
I
with.
masturbated, man, and I told you
I was
no,
asking
and
you
your
those
motherfucking
questions.
ass were
I
asking me
was
whether I
asking you those
masturbated.
questions
No, I
because you
don't
said you
masturbate.
were
No,
righteous.
I don't masturbate.
Because
I
you
don't
said you
masturbate.
follow Jesus. Because you
I
said you
never
follow
told you that.
Jesus.
First of all, when you say Jesus Christ, look, let me tell you something. You know where I'm coming from. African people never believed that the Son of God was called Jesus Christ. You know why? Because it was a ship that went to Africa, and the name that ship, Jesus Christ.
So you don't believe in Jesus?
I do not believe in Jesus.
So Jesus is not the Son of God.
Jesus is not the Son of God.
So Christ does not save you from your sins.
There is no such thing as Christ. We're speaking English right now.
Okay, so you
Okay?
don't believe in the Bible.
Look, listen. Let me tell you
Hold on,
something,
just
okay?
answer my question. Just answer my question. It's okay, bro. So you don't believe in the Bible.
When they say Jesus, when they say Jesus,
My brother, it's okay. So you don't believe in the Bible.
You always cut people off when they're talking. Let me finish. Let me
Yeah,
clear my
I'm cutting
side
you
off.
off. I did not bite
That's
my
what I
tongue.
called you back. No, that's what I called you
Do
back
I look
because
like? Do I
you
look like?
cannot defeat me. You
Do
cannot
I look
defeat me
like?
in my own
Do
knowledge. Listen, nigga, I'm
do
a
I look
doctor.
like?
Let me
Do I look like I
let me
cut you off
finish. When they
accidentally?
said Jesus,
Do
when they
you
said
think I do
Jesus,
you think I
okay?
cut you off accidentally? Do you think I cut you off by mistake? I cut you off on purpose. If you don't like it, you
No,
can
that's
leave.
because you don't want to hear the truth. You want to spread the poison.
If
That's what you want to do.
well,
No, that is what you want to do.
listen. It's
You
okay.
know how much
It's
problem we
okay.
got here? You
It's
in
okay.
Wakanda right now. Wakanda doesn't exist. We already know that shit, man. Yeah, you're not in
Well,
Wakanda right now, man. You lie.
it only
No,
took you
you
5 hours.
lie. No, you are
It only
lying.
took you
They
five
only did
hours to
that.
catch on to the sarcasm,
Man,
right?
the Wakanda doesn't exist. You are lying. Okay, if Wakanda exists,
Well,
then
if
what the fuck is
Wakanda,
the Black Panther? How about that?
if I am the Black Panther, if Wakanda doesn't exist,
You see how
then
you
God
just
doesn't
lie to the
exist.
people that follow you?
If
Did you just
Wakanda
see?
if
Did you just see
Wakanda
how you
doesn't
lie to the
exist,
people
then
that
God
follow
doesn't
you?
exist. If Wakanda doesn't exist, then God doesn't exist.
You never said that. You said God doesn't exist, period. But I'm not going to get into that.
Yes.
I came
So
back to you to
if you're
talk to
going to
you.
say to me that you
No, I don't
believe,
care for what. I
if
don't
you're
care
gonna
for
say
that.
to me
I
that you
came
don't
back to
believe that
talk to you.
Wakanda exists, then God doesn't exist either, bro. You can cry about it. It's okay.
Okay, so why is it that you're sitting in that room? It looks so dull and it's poor. The lights. Why you coming with so much heavy knowledge? But look at what you don't even match the hat. Your clothes doesn't even match the hat that you're wearing right now.
Because I don't
So
care
what
for
kind of
others.
knowledge? What kind of knowledge are you putting out here, man?
I don't care about those little petty things,
Why you don't
and I'm
care?
not insecure.
Why you don't care? You are in the word presence right now. You are on the word stage right now. Why you don't care? Why?
Because how I look is not. It has nothing to do with what I
No,
know.
let's talk about how you look because you don't believe in God. Because God is a God of style.
Turn
Okay?
on your camera. Turn on your camera.
Man, listen, I don't need to
Turn
do
on your
that.
camera.
I'm drip. I'm drip. I don't need to.
I dare
No,
you to turn on your
I would
camera.
do that. I would do that. But see, I'm not a small boy.
Turn on your camera.
Look, if I turn on my camera right now, I'm sitting
Just
in
turn
the
on your
office.
camera. Just turn on your
I'm
camera.
still in my office right now.
Yeah,
And I
turn it
was
off.
doing medicine. Okay?
Yeah, it's
I was
okay.
doing medicine. That's why I said,
Yeah,
okay,
no
let me
problem.
go.
No problem. Just
And
turn
you
on your
have
camera.
some
Let us see.
people, you my brother. I'm not mad
Bro.
at you. I
No,
just call you back
I'm
to
not
check
mad at you.
you.
I'm not mad at you either. Just turn on your
Yo,
camera.
and I call you back to check you to let you know that
Turn on your camera.
The African people has always
Brother,
been
turn on your
African people
camera.
from the.
Turn on your camera, bro. The conversation will not continue until you turn on your camera. It's okay. I trigger a lot of them. The things I say are very triggering. The things I say can be perceived as offensive. Can be. If you are untrained, if you're emotionally unstable, you might find my words offensive. So turn on your camera, bro. If not, next guest. You have approximately 10 seconds to turn on your camera. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, look at that, bro. You're about to get raptured. Boom. You can go be with Jesus. All right. Let's see who's next. See, I'm out here helping you believers. I will rapture you. You have been raptured. Blessing.
Yup. Good morning.
What up, dude? What's cooking with you? Turn on your camera, bruh.
Oh, I don't have enough followers to do that.
All right, then I'm going to give you less than a minute. Go straight to your point.
Well, do you believe in evolution?
Evolution doesn't require beliefs, but I do understand evolution.
Okay. Do you acknowledge it as the truth?
I acknowledge it as true.
Okay. So, do you also acknowledge that you, black man, according to evolution, you are less evolved than a white man?
Tell me something a white man can do that I cannot do.
No, this is according to the evolutionary paradigm.
No, it's
That
not
a black
according to
man,
evolution. Evolution doesn't say that a black
yes,
man is less evolved than a white man.
I can give you reference.
Give me reference.
In the book of Descent, written by the father of evolution, Charles Darwin, he
Charles
said
Darwin doesn't.
clearly.
Charles Darwin doesn't own evolution. Evolution has nothing to do with Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin has his opinions. Good for him, but he's not the mother of evolution, or he doesn't own it. Evolution is a simple statement that just refers to the changes over time that happen genetically and societally, right? It's adaptation to the environment. It has nothing to do with Charles Darwin has his version of it. That's good for him. But Charles Darwin's version of evolution is not the evolution. It's just one of many. Evolution in of itself is defined as the gradual changes that takes place in a species over time, right? And white people and black people were the same species scientifically.
So who is the father of evolution?
There's no father of evolution.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think this is be good for audience. Anybody can check it. Charles Darwin, who is the father of evolution, he's the one who gave this.
Did he give birth? He gave birth to it through his mouth or through his stomach? Charles Darwin gave birth to evolution.
No. When I'm thinking father, I'm thinking figuratively in scientific terms. So
Okay,
this guy,
so I'm telling you
he's the
that.
one.
So when you say figuratively in scientific terms, guess what? Charles Darwin has followers, and his followers will think of him what they want to think. Just like not every Christian follows the Pope, not every Christian follows Charles Darwin. You get it? Not every evolutionist follows Charles Darwin. If you're gonna claim that Charles Darwin is the father of evolution, then the Pope is the father of creation.
Well, you made
Is
made,
the Pope is the Pope the father of creation?
Let me speak 1 minute and
No,
we'll
hold up. Bro, your minute is over already. Your minute was over already by the time you got to Charles Darwin. Bro, is the Pope the father of creation?
No.
Why is he called the Holy Father? How many Holy Fathers do you have?
One.
He's over there in Vatican City on a wheelchair, right?
You are right.
So if you don't think the Pope is the father of creation, then Charles Darwin is not the father of evolution. It just depends on who you're talking to.
Okay, let me show you how. You gave a good analogy. In Christianity, there are different denominations, but the Pope, who is the father of Catholics, we Catholics refer to him as the Holy Father. You are right.
The Pope is not just the father of Catholics. The Pope is the father of anybody who is a Christian. He's the Holy Father. As far as Catholics are concerned, listen, as far as Catholics are concerned, all other denominations of Christianity are just different versions of Catholicism, okay? The Catholics don't see you guys as different from them. They just see you as their brothers and sisters who left. But as far from their perspective, the Pope claims authority over you, whether you like it or not.
So let me finish my point here. So on evolution, yeah, you can follow anybody in evolution, but your father is Charles Darwin. He's the one who gave you the original ideas.
No.
To us, Christians.
Evolution.
Let me finish.
Evolution was already around way before Charles Darwin, all the way from China, all the way into ancient civilization. Evolution is just referring to the changes.
Show me any evolutionary ideas which says one kind of organism can turn into another kind of organism before Charles Darwin.
You can go all the way to China.
Show me where. China where? Show me.
Okay. What is in Buddhism? What do they believe in?
What?
In Buddhism, what do they believe in? Do they believe in resurrection or reincarnation?
No, you heard my question. I'm waiting for the answer.
I just asked you a question. In Buddhism, do they believe in reincarnation or resurrection?
I don't know about Buddhism.
Okay,
show me
so
anyone.
Relax. Okay, relax. Do you know what reincarnation is?
No.
Okay, reincarnation says that right now you're a human being, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you die, you don't really die. You just change into a goat.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to change into a goat. So that's also evolution.
Is that what you define as evolution by Charles Darwin? Is that what you
believe?
Charles
Darwin doesn't define evolution. Charles Darwin is not the one who defines evolution.
Is that what you believe?
Do you know
Fine. Is that what you...
I don't
Wait,
believe
is that
that.
at the first what you said you believe?
I don't subscribe to that. Just the way I don't subscribe to any
But at the first you said you
supremacy,
believe in
right?
evolution. No, at first you said you
Listen,
believe in evolution.
listen.
It's true.
Let me ask you a
You are
question. What
not
is
you are not
evolution?
backbiting.
Let me ask you a
No, bro.
question. What is evolution? What is
Now you're
evolution?
waking up.
What is
Now you
evolution?
are waking up.
What is
Wait, brother.
evolution?
Wait.
What is evolution?
You just defined it. You just said you
I'm,
agree
I'm
as a
asking
true.
you.
So what?
I'm asking you to tell me what you think evolution is.
So before I'm answering that, what at the first you acknowledge as evolution as true? What was that?
What is evolution? If you don't want to
You
answer,
are running. You see
if you don't answer my
this?
question, I'll go to the next guest. What is evolution?
Oh, wow. Which kind of evolution are you asking?
You really think that I'm asking for the definition of evolution? There's not two. There's just one definition of
There are
evolution. What is it?
there are several definitions of evolution, more than 3. Which one you are talking about, man?
I'm talking about the definition of evolution. Give it to me in the English language.
There are
Evolution is an English word, right?
There are more than 3 definitions.
Evolution is an English word, right?
Yep.
What is it defined as?
There are many definitions of that.
I don't care. Just give me the one you know.
The one I know is changing from one state into another state.
So you're telling me that things don't change from one state to another state in this world?
I didn't say that.
No, you just gave me your definition of evolution, which means you said evolution means hold up. Do you believe that?
Yes.
You believe that evolution is changing from one state to another?
Yes, that's one of the definition.
Okay, so when a baby grows up from a baby to a man, is that changing from one state to another?
You are right.
When a baby grows up from a baby to a man, is that evolution?
You are right.
Okay, that's what I mean by evolution. Now, what's your argument?
That's what you mean?
Evolution is just referring to changes. I already told you that multiple times. Gradual changes. It can be genetic. It could be species-wise. It doesn't matter how you look at it. Evolution is simply defining changes. Now, there's different schools of evolution. Darwinian is just one of them. You don't have to agree with Darwin to be an evolutionist.
Bro, you have
you
a
are
computer there.
Look at me. Listen, you are an evolutionist. You are an evolutionist.
Depends what you mean by that.
Evolution is defined as the process by which different kinds of living organisms are thought to have developed and diversified from earlier forms during the history of the earth. That's as a noun. The gradual development of something, the gradual development of something, especially from a simple to a more complex form. That's the 2 definitions of evolution as a noun. Those are the 2, according to the Oxford Dictionary, those are the 2 major definitions. Every other definition of evolution that you get is a subcategory of these 2 definitions. Now, the first definition says the process by which different kinds of living organisms are thought to have developed and diversified from earlier forms during the history of the earth. And diversifying from one form to another, you don't even need the history of the earth. You simply need to watch somebody grow. The process of growing from a baby, from an embryo, right? When you go from an embryo to an old man walking around with a stick, that's evolution. Because that's literally the process by which you, as a living organism, you develop throughout your lifetime. That's history, right? The history of Earth. It doesn't matter if it's 1 day, it doesn't matter if it's 2 days, it doesn't matter if it's 3 days. That's evolution. Now, if you want to go into specific doctrines of evolution, that's the game you're playing, right? Just like some people believe in creation, but some people believe that it was Lord Shiva. Some people believe that it was Lord Brahma. Some people believe it was Lord Vishnu. Some people believe it was Jesus Christ. Some people believe it was Allah. Some people believe it was their goat in the back of their house. So would you now say that creation is only creation as defined by a Christian, or does creation have its own definition? Creation has its own definition. And then different people will adopt those different definitions based on how they want to apply it, right? It's simple as that.
I got you.
That is why in the English language, you have to know the difference between doctrines and definitions. Charles Darwin has his own doctrines. And Charles Darwin, many of Charles Darwin's doctrines have been debunked already. Because clearly, there's nothing about a white man that makes him superior to a black man.
So which doctrine are you following of evolution of man?
I don't follow any doctrines. I just follow the definition. If the
Okay, good.
definition is
Now,
true,
do you believe? Okay, now let me be more specific. Do you believe a monkey can turn into a man
it's
over
not
time?
impossible. It's not impossible.
I'm asking you. Do you believe that is true?
I just said it's not impossible.
Okay, fine. But I'm asking you. Do you believe that is possible? Do you believe that it's possible?
Yes.
How do you know that it's
Yes,
possible?
it's possible.
Okay, now you are speaking. You see, the code is activated now. That is what it is meant by Charles Darwin. What he meant when
Let me ask
when
you
he
a
spoke
question.
about
Let me ask you a
the
question. Hold on, hold
evolution.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, Blessing. You see how I told you your brain doesn't work? Can your God do anything?
Uh, what? Come
Hold up,
again?
hold up, hold up, hold up. Can your God do anything?
Can do anything logically possible.
So did your God turn the snake into a stick or a stick into a snake when Moses went to see Pharaoh? Did your God do it?
Come again?
Did your God turn a stick into a snake when Moses went to go and see Pharaoh?
Absolutely.
Tell me, how logical is that? You don't think a monkey can become a man, but you think a stick can become a snake, and you think you're smart?
Oh,
You
then
listen. You
okay.
listen. If you believe
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
that a stick can turn into a snake, you are an
Uh-huh.
evolutionist, just like Darwin.
Oh. So you okay.
hey. Do you believe a donkey can speak like a human being, like in the Bible? The donkey
Oh,
spoke to the prophet.
the spirit in him was speaking,
Hey, hey,
yeah?
hey, the donkey spoke to the prophet. So you don't think a
Yes.
monkey can turn into a human being, but you think that a donkey can speak human language, bro? You are worse than Darwin.
No, what I'm
you,
saying,
you
I just showed.
you are
Okay,
worse
let me
than
speak now.
Darwin. Listen, you did not show me anything. This is
You
comparison.
said you
At
believe that.
least,
You
listen,
believe
listen,
that. You said you believe a
listen,
man can turn into a man. So now
listen.
you're also
Do
believing
you know?
in superstitions.
Do you know which is possible? It is more possible a monkey can evolve throughout time and become a
Uh-huh.
human being, considering that the monkey shares already almost 90% DNA with a human being. It's not impossible genetically.
Okay.
Listen carefully.
Okay. So
It's not.
is it
Hold up.
possible?
Listen.
Is it
Listen
possible
carefully. Listen carefully. It's not genetically impossible for a monkey to, over a billion years, gradually adapt and evolve and become like an upright walking humanoid, right? Like a human being. It is more possible for that to happen than for a stick to turn into a snake. Use your brain. What
No,
relationship does a
I didn't.
stick? What relationship
Okay.
does a stick have with a snake?
Wait, let me speak about that. Don't
What? Tell
tremble.
me how much
Don't
how
tremble.
much
Always you
similarities?
always
How
always
much
when you see me, you are
similarities?
trembling.
How much similarities does a stick have with a snake? Explain yourself to me.
Okay,
Explain that to me
okay,
logically. Logically,
okay,
I want you to do it logically.
okay.
Do
Let
it.
me go. Okay, let me go. You see here, guys, the brother here just acknowledged and said it is true. He believes a donkey can turn into a man. You see, and that means he believes
Brother,
a fish can. I mean,
have you been listening to me at all? I don't have any
brother,
beliefs, right? Whether a
bro,
monkey can turn into a man or not.
I
Listen
asked you
carefully.
three
Listen,
times and you
listen,
and
listen,
you acknowledged it.
listen.
Everybody heard you,
This is what
and
I
I'm
said.
hoping you are recording this.
Listen
Sometimes
carefully.
you can see
Of course,
you
it's
can listen
being
to
recorded.
yourself.
It is possible
Yeah,
for a
at
monkey.
least sometimes you have
It
to listen to
is.
yourself what you're saying.
Listen carefully. It is not impossible for a chimpanzee to eventually evolve and be a human being like us, the way we see today. We study the
What about
genetics.
a pig?
This listen, listen.
What about a pig turning into a bird? Is it possible?
No,
What?
because there's no genetic similarities. That's why I told you your brain just doesn't
Similarities?
work. Listen again. Listen
What
again.
about
The relationship.
a fish becoming a man?
Just keep quiet. Just keep quiet and listen. A fully developed fish cannot turn into a man. That's not what
Really?
that's not even
Okay.
what that evolution says. That's not even what that evolution says.
Oh, bro,
Listen carefully. Listen
I'm
carefully,
wondering.
okay?
I'm wondering.
Listen,
You have to go and study it, my bro.
listen carefully.
People,
Listen
people,
carefully.
are, people are seeing your ignorance now. Uh-huh. Tell me,
Blessing. Blessing.
tell me, tell
If you
me.
don't start yapping your mouth in ignorance for me to educate you properly, I'll drop you. So listen carefully.
Ah, you are trembling. Come on.
The original organism that eventually evolved to be fish in the water today and human beings and all other species was not a fish. The organism was not a fish. It was just an organism that could live underwater. The fish that you
Which
see
organism?
today, just keep quiet.
Which organism? I'm asking you. It's
Just
Q
keep
and A.
quiet. Am I not talking?
It's Q and A. It's
Am I
Q
not
and A,
talking?
brother.
Am I not talking?
You are trembling. You want to drop me
Am I not
prematurely,
talking?
and I
If
would
you
not allow
if
it.
listen, I don't give a shit what you feel. If you keep interrupting me, I'll drop you. And I'll go on to the next guest and I'll forget that you exist. I hope you don't understand. You understand that you're not that relevant. The original organism, that's not what evolution says. I'm just telling you what that school of evolution says, right? That's why if you're gonna criticize a position, you want to at least be educated on what they say.
Okay,
If you
but I'm pretty sure.
listen, I'm gonna show you again. That's why I told you that knowledge and knowing things does not require belief. It just requires understanding. You don't need to believe in evolution to understand evolution. That's why your problem is you just don't understand it. Evolution never says that a fish became a human being. It doesn't say that at all. That's not what it's saying. You don't have to misrepresent that position in order to defend it. Just like I don't misrepresent the position of you Christian people in order to criticize you.
Can I talk now?
Did you understand what I just said?
Yes.
What did I just say?
Bro, you don't have to act like this. If you're
What?
trembling, just say it.
Just what did I just say, bro? Stop diverting.
Yeah,
Answer the damn question. What did I just
I
say?
just heard you. You said a fish turning into a man is not evolution. It's not what evolution says. And
No, that's not what
I'm
that's
misrepresenting it.
that's not what evolution says. Yes, you're correct.
Yeah. Okay, now let
You
me
don't
go
have
ahead.
to listen again. I'm gonna repeat this to you. You don't have to believe in something in order to understand it. But if you're going to criticize something, at least do your homework and actually understand it as it is stated. Why do you think I like to go into the Bible with Christians? So I don't get any chance to misrepresent what it says. If we can see word for word, then at least at that point we can now battle based on the fact that we see it in front of us. If you don't understand evolution, bro, you cannot criticize it. That's why
Okay,
earlier
now
when you said to me evolution, you assume that I was talking about Darwinian evolution. Darwinian evolution is just one type of it. But if you're going to criticize Darwinian evolution, I'm telling you, bro, you are completely void of logic and any type of understanding if you don't know that you're supposed to study it first before and know exactly what it is before you can criticize it. It doesn't say that human beings came from a fish. There's different species of fish in the water. But the original organism was a fish-like organism. Why? Simply because it could live underwater. Simple as that.
Okay, can I talk now?
I hope you
I
understood what
see
I
you,
said.
but I see you're sweating. Can I talk? Can I talk?
Did you understand what I just said to you?
I just said yes.
Okay, so go ahead.
Wow. Okay, so guys, here's the thing. He think I don't know and that I don't understand or I didn't study evolution. Matter of fact, I am a professor in evolution. Like now, I'll be your professor in evolution here at the class. You said evolution. You don't believe in the linear evolution, but you believe a man, and you know a man can turn into a donkey, can turn into a man. That is clearly the linear evolution. You've just refuted
Hold
yourself.
on. What did I say? Say that again. Say that again.
You said, and you acknowledged, you said, yeah, yes, a donkey, a monkey can turn into a man.
What were
You
my
said,
what were
yeah.
my what were my exact words?
You want me to copy your exact word? Brother, this
Yes,
is how trembling you are.
because if you don't quote my exact words, that means you were not listening. So
This
you
is,
didn't understand what I said. I
no.
said it is not
So,
impossible.
did I
It
paraphrase
is.
it wrong?
Listen, I'm going to repeat myself again because you like to bite your tongue a lot. I am of the position that it is not impossible for a monkey to eventually evolve genetically into a humanoid form. And the conclusive statement that I'm saying is based on the similarities in DNA. Just like it's not impossible that a child can grow up to look like his father, even though he might not be exactly like his father. If you share 98% DNA with somebody, that's a huge similarity to just blow off, especially when you understand the nature of genes.
Okay, brother,
Did
before I'm going.
you understand that statement?
Yep, I understand it. But
Okay,
before I'm going,
no,
where can I get the recording?
hold up. Before we digress from what I had originally asked you that you were running away from when you were playing your little religious tactics, you think that it is more possible for a stick to turn to a snake than it is for a monkey to evolve over 1 billion years and become a human?
With God, yes.
No,
Nothing
that's not what
impossible.
I asked you. I said to give it to me logically. Explain to me logically how a stick
That's
can
not
turn to a
logic.
snake.
That's the power of God. It is a miracle. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
Yeah.
Evolution is a miracle. That's the power of
Wow.
nature.
Then we all
Hey,
believe in miracles.
listen. That's the power of nature. So hold up. It's the power of nature, right? So why do you have a problem? Your claim is
Where
more
does nature
ridiculous. Your
does nature come from?
claim is more ridiculous than mine, right? At least in my situation, there is already a 98% similarity. In your situation, there's a 0% similarity, and you think it's a miracle without any logic. You choose to think that, and yet you think you're smart enough to argue with me, bro, when we're literally looking at something that is like 98% similar,
Well,
and you say you have logical, bro. Which one is logically possible, bro? Which one is more logically possible? That a stick can turn into a snake, or that a monkey can turn into a human being? Which one is more logically possible?
but with God, it's more
I did not
more
ask you
logically
if
possible.
I don't ask you if with God or not, because you were not there. Just like I was not there in the
It's with
beginning
God.
when all these
It
evolution
is
things were
with
happening.
God. Without
Listen,
God, it's impossible.
it still doesn't make it logical. That's why I said to you, explain to me logically.
Yes, because there is an omnipotent being behind it.
Okay. So
Yeah.
are you telling me that your God can turn a monkey into a human being?
Possible.
So why are you not an evolutionist?
Then now.
Hey!
How so perfect?
If
Okay, let me answer.
you believe that God did the miracle of turning a stick into a snake, why don't you believe that God did the miracle of turning a monkey into a human being? Why don't you believe
Then
in that
if you
miracle?
okay, if you believe that, why you not believe in God then? You have to believe in God. That God can turn your
I don't
monkey into
believe in
man.
anything. I don't believe in anything because I don't think that God.
You have to believe
I
in
think.
God now because God can do that.
Listen. Let me tell you something. A monkey can turn into a human being naturally, but a snake can never turn into a stick naturally. So
Okay.
if you're
Okay.
gonna make, if you're
Now
a
show
person
me.
who,
Okay, prove it. Listen,
if you are
prove it. Bro,
if you are already a person that believes that a stick can turn into a snake, it should not be too difficult for you to believe that a monkey can turn into a human being.
can you prove that a man can turn into a human being? Can you prove it?
Yes, monkeys have been turning into human beings. It's almost 98% complete. That's why they have
Show me.
98% DNA.
Why is they not turning now?
Listen. The proof is
Why
in the
they are not
DNA.
turning them now?
The proof
Why
the proof
now?
is because it's a
Okay.
gradual process. It's a gradual process.
Have you seen it? Have you seen it?
Where's my
Have you seen it?
phone? Do you understand the do
You
you
tell me.
understand the do you understand the meaning
Yes. Have you seen it?
do you understand the meaning of the word gradual?
Yes, but I'm asking you, have you seen it, the process?
Do you understand the meaning of the word gradual?
Yes.
What does gradual mean?
So slowly changing.
Okay, so when in evolution, when they say changes are happening, how many years are we looking at?
Forever, it's gonna be trillions.
Okay, so you expect to see changes. You expect to see changes that are supposed to happen in 1,000,000,000,000 years. You expect to see it in your short little 30 years old that you've lived in this world. Of course, you're not gonna see it, but you can look at the data and analyze the data. You can look at the
You
data.
believe in something unseen? You believe in something unseen? You just
I don't
believe in
believe
a reality you have not seen?
I don't believe in anything unseen, but I accept and acknowledge the data.
But
The data doesn't lie.
have you seen evolution occurring? Have you seen a man? Have you seen a donkey turning to a man?
I have seen the data. Have you not seen the data too?
Have you seen a human? Have you seen a donkey turning to a man?
I've not seen a donkey turning into a man.
Boom, boom, boom.
And
God, you, man. Where have you seen it?
evolution has
Where
never
have you seen it?
evolution has never claimed that a donkey turned into a man. So like I said, you don't know what evolution is.
You just claimed it. You just claimed it, bro.
Evolution.
You just claimed it.
Evolution never claimed that a donkey. The word is monkey.
Evolution.
Monkey, not donkey. Monkey. 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 Monkey, not a donkey.
Show us. Where have you seen it?
Why do monkeys behave like people, like human beings? Answer my question. Answer my question. Answer my question. Answer my question. Why do monkeys behave like human beings?
Bro, wait a minute, bro.
Blessed. Blessed. I'm going to ask you the question one more time. If you don't answer, I'm going to rapture you. Why does a monkey behave like a human being?
Bro, did you hear my question? Show me.
Why does a monkey,
No.
blessing,
That's not the
blessed,
question. I asked
blessed,
you. Show me. You
blessed,
said it's
blessed,
scientific. Now you have
blessed,
to prove it.
blessed,
Show me
blessed.
when a monkey turn into a
Stop
man.
yapping your
Everybody's listening to
mouth.
you, and it's
Stop,
recording.
stop, stop
And tell me
yapping your mouth.
where I find the recording.
Stop yapping your mouth and answer my question. Why does a monkey behave like a human being?
Answer my question first.
I'm going to give you 5 counts. You don't answer my question, I'll drop you.
Oh,
1,
is there another
2,
host? Because you
3,
are learning from my question.
4,
You
5.
couldn't show a monkey turning into a man. Got you.
And you couldn't show your God creating man. So why is that so strange to you? Listen, ladies and gentlemen, science works a certain way. These superstitiously infected people cannot put one and one together. Yeah? The same thing that makes you human is the same thing that makes a monkey a monkey. You get it? If you don't get it, forget about it. I'm not trying to win against these religious people. Like I said, the moment you come up on my show, you already lost. This is not a win. You're already in the losing position.
Hello, sir.
What's up, man? What you got? Go straight to
I do
you.
not believe in God either. I just wanted to say I masturbate myself. And you all masturbate, you know it too. Y'all denying that bullshit, you all masturbate.
Next guest. That man waited a long time just to say that.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Turn on your camera.
Okay.
The ridiculousness. If you think that a monkey cannot turn into a human being, though they share 98% DNA, and yet you think that a stick can turn into a snake. What's up, man?
Hello.
What you got?
One moment. Okay. So, do you believe in evolution?
No.
Okay. So, what is your particular worldview?
I'm a realist.
So, is that empirical? Sense data? You only believe what your senses can feel, touch, see. Is that right?
Even if my senses can see and feel and touch, I don't need to believe it. I simply know it.
Okay. So that's the only way that you can know.
That is the most effective, most assured way.
Correct?
To not be deceived. You're correct. That's the best way to know. Any other way is probably not true.
Okay, but you say probably.
Yes.
So there are times when you can know without your sense.
You can win the lottery just by gambling. It's not impossible. 1 in a million.
No, I mean to have knowledge.
Yeah,
like to know something.
You can get
without seeing it.
Listen, you can guess right. Sometimes you can guess right.
Yes, but that's not knowledge. Like I'm
Exactly.
saying to know something.
So knowledge can only be
guess,
acquired through
you don't
education
really
and
know.
experience. Knowledge can only be gained through experience and education.
Okay. But many people, they say they experience God in their life. They see miracles,
They are
but maybe you don't believe it.
They are fantastic liars and delusional human beings.
Yeah, so you have to see it in order to know it's real.
You have to be able to experience it with your five senses. If you cannot experience it with your five senses, it's not real.
Okay. So everything that you can know in the world is based on your five senses. Is that your
Anything that you
claim?
can know and would ever know, you will only ever know through your five senses. You're correct.
Okay. So how do you know that? Which sense told you that?
My sense of sight, my sense of hearing, my sense of smell, and my sense of taste and my sense of touch.
No. No, I'm saying which one of your senses told you that only your senses can give you knowledge?
All of them.
Huh? No. Which sense told you that only your senses can give you knowledge?
All five of
That
the
idea
senses.
in your head.
All
Where
the
does
five
that come
senses.
from?
It's not an idea, it's a fact.
Yeah.
It's a fact
Yes.
that
It's
anything
a
which cannot be
claim.
obtained through the five senses is not a claim. It's a fact. It's literally in the definition of the word reality. Do you know the definition of the word
Yes,
reality?
but where do you get the claim from?
The claim is a
Okay.
fact.
But you said
That's why it's not
you
really
can
a
only
claim so
get
much.
knowledge. Yeah. Yes, but you said you can only get knowledge from the five senses. But you're saying you know that you can only get knowledge from the five senses.
Through the
Do
five
you see the
senses,
problem?
yes. There's no problem. Because I can hear you talking to me right now. Can I not?
Yeah.
Okay, check this out.
Yes,
This
but
is the
you
definition
know
of knowledge. Okay, I'll give you the definition of knowledge.
already.
I think that you have a problem with the definition of knowledge. Definition of knowledge is facts and information and skills acquired by a person through experience or education. The theoretical or practical understanding of a subject. Awareness or familiarity gained by experience of a fact or a situation. So there's a necessity of experience necessary for knowledge to be gained. And human beings don't experience anything outside of the realm of their five senses.
Okay. So would you say that it is part of your knowledge, your understanding, that you can only attain knowledge through your five senses?
Yes.
Okay. Which sense gave you that knowledge?
All my senses. It's not just specifically one, it's all of them. You cannot be isolated to a singular one. I am a fully abled human being. I'm not disabled in any way, shape, or form. Any human being that has if one of their senses not working properly is called disabled. You are disabled. You lack the ability to detect reality
No.
through that
I'm not
specific
saying.
sense.
No, I trust that your senses are capable. My question is, you cannot know that only your senses are able to get your knowledge by using your senses. That is knowledge you
Yes, you can.
acquired
Yes, you can.
theoretically.
No, it's not theoretical. It is factual because you can demonstrate it. You can demonstrate it, right? Now, I want you to acquire knowledge right now without using your five senses. Demonstrate that. Demonstrate a way that you can acquire knowledge, any knowledge, without your five senses. Demonstrate it.
I know there's a God.
You don't know that there is a God. That's why you cannot demonstrate it. You see, the amazing thing about knowledge is that it's demonstrable. Once it's acquired, it's demonstrable. Even if it takes time, it's
Well, I
demonstrable.
can demonstrate it. Would you
Then
like
demonstrate. Demonstrate how you know that there is a God.
Would you like me to demonstrate it?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you know what a square is?
Of course, I do.
You know what a square is?
Yes.
Okay. And how many sides does it have? How many sides?
A square has how many sides? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A square has 4 sides. I was thinking of a cube. My bad.
Okay. Okay. So if you were going to ask anybody, would they also say the same thing?
Of course, because all such people have seen a square.
Yes. Oh, no. Yeah, okay. But also, they have the same idea in their head of what a square is,
They
no
have the
matter what
same
country,
experience. They have
no
the same
matter where
experience.
they live.
They have the same experience
Yeah.
of a square.
Yeah.
You know what a square is by
Okay.
observation.
Yes.
And just in case you haven't, this
Okay.
is a square. That's a square.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. So
Right.
you don't need to form an idea in your
So,
head because you already have
where
a
is a
depiction
square?
of it.
There is a square. Yeah. So there's one square, but then there's the idea of a square
The idea
that
of a
exists
square,
in all of our minds
the
at the
idea of a
same
square,
time.
the idea of a square is dependent on the experience of a square. If you haven't experienced a square, you don't know what a square is.
So if everybody died, there would be no square.
No.
Okay. But then a square can exist whether we know it or not.
No.
Are you sure?
I'm very sure.
Because it's a number, 4. Okay. So the number 4
Four sides that are
can
equilateral.
exist.
4 equilateral sides don't always have to be called a square. I can call it a raccoon. If no one else was in the world, I would decide to call it a raccoon. And it will no longer be a square. It will now be a raccoon. If I was the only one in the world, I can choose to call it
With the
triangle.
name. No.
I can think about it. Think about
It's
it.
not
Okay,
about the
because
name.
it is about the name. That's the game that you're playing. Because the idea of a square and the square
No, it's
itself
the
is two different
idea.
things. Think about it. Think about it. The idea of a square and the square itself is two different things. The idea of a square is how we have chosen to universally represent it for the purposes of communication between ourselves. Right? Now you remove all of us out of the world and monkeys see the square.
Yes.
They're not going to call it a square. They can call it the thing. And it will no longer be a square. It will now be the thing. An equilateral part object with 4 sides or shape with 4 sides will now be called a raccoon. It will no longer be called a square. So if I ask you then, if I ask you in that world, hold up, bro. Check this out. If I ask you what is a raccoon in a world where all the monkeys and you're the only human being and every monkey calls a square a raccoon, and I ask you what is a raccoon, you're going to say a raccoon is an animal, and everyone will look at you and laugh at you, right? They'll be like, no, bro, a raccoon is a shape with 4 equilateral sides. That is why the idea of a square is dependent on the experience of what a square is as defined.
Yes, but listen, in every single language, there is a name for square. The point is not the name that is given
unless
to
you
it.
understand that language, you will not know what the name for the square is in that language. You will need to understand that language, or at least understand that word and its relationship with the shape that you call the square in English.
Yeah, so like
So
not
do
talking
you
about language.
do
What
you
I'm
know what is
saying is
objective?
that
Do you know what is objective?
of a square.
Yes, the idea of a square can change.
Yes.
Because guess what? The idea of a square can become a shape that has 4 sides and two pairs of equilateral sides. So I can change the idea of a square to mean a triangle, a rectangle, right? And then change the idea of a rectangle to mean a square. I can change the idea. What doesn't change is the actual four sides of the shape. That doesn't change. Because that doesn't depend on us. That doesn't depend on our
Yeah,
interpretation.
but you're still talking about the names. So yes, I understand that you can name something different than what everyone else names it. But the idea of a four-sided shape, we can call it a square, but we know in our heads this shape that we're talking about. And it can exist in all of our minds throughout the entire world. And the source of that
let me ask you a
thing,
question.
that
Let me
square,
let me
is
ask you
that is not physical.
let me ask you a question, my good brother. If you were to wear a skirt and put on makeup and shave your beard, would that make you a woman?
No.
If you were to identify as a woman,
No.
would that make you a woman?
No.
Yes, it would.
But that's not the same thing.
Listen carefully. Yes, listen carefully. Yes, it will make you a human,
No.
a woman. Yes, it will make you a woman. Do you know why?
No.
Do you know why it makes you a woman?
Tell me.
Because woman is just a word that we describe a female human being, right? We can change that word anytime, and then the idea of a woman will now mean something else. So when I say woman, the idea will mean something else. Just like the word gay used to mean happy, but now it means something else. The idea of that word has changed. Now, what the idea is describing in of itself will not change, but the idea itself can change. You have to know the relationship between words and what words
so
describe.
let's take it away from the words. Yeah, but you're talking about words again. So let's go to numbers, okay? If I go to somebody who doesn't speak my language, I hold up this many fingers, okay? They're gonna know that this many fingers is the same as the four sides of a square. I don't have to say any words. I can show them the shape, four sides, and I can do four fingers. They understand this shape and they understand what it is.
Not true.
The source of that thing.
If you don't tell them, what
sides, the number four.
If you don't tell them what you mean by four,
that's
it could
not
mean
in
anything.
my mind. Yeah. I take four of something and I put it in front of them. Okay? They're going to know I'm referring to a number. But the idea is this number four, which we use to do mathematics, 2 plus 2 equals 4. This exists not inside our mind, not inside your mind, but it is something that is outside of us. It's an idea. It's called a universal. It's a universal idea.
That's not true.
And where do ideas come from?
That's not true. If you come to my society, check this out. I'm going to use your example. If you come to my society and we count in binary, where we count everything in pairs, and you do this to me, this means 8. So you have to ensure that I understand the same numerical system as you do. If you do this to me, and you put 4 bottles down, I'm going to ask you for 4 more. Because in a binary system, 1 equals to 2. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if you cannot assume that the person that you're talking to, who does not have the same language as you, understands the same numerical system. That is why the statement that you've made when you showed me 4 fingers is contingent on the fact that you and that person have the same basic idea of mathematics. In some numerical systems, they count in thirds. You have to understand, bro. Like our numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are multiples of 1. But that's not the only numerical system it is. If you study advanced mathematics, you're going to learn that. In fact, in computer coding, if you do this to me, it doesn't mean the same thing. Right? So it is still contingent on me and you having. Listen. It is still contingent on you and I having a similar basis on a numerical system, and that is not possible without prior communication. If you came into the Amazons and I was like a completely excluded tribe from you, and I use a completely different system of mathematics, and you put up this doesn't mean 4 to them. This will not be the equivalent of 4. Right? So me understanding that this is 4 means that I am counting in multiples of 1. I'm just saying, because what you guys don't understand is that human beings have always only had 10 fingers, right? And in some tribes, in order to make use of, like, to be able to count multiple objects, sometimes they will count in tens. 1 finger will represent 10. So depending on what you were doing in that society, you have to be able to be clear what you are trying to quantify. Now we have universal systems in our current world. So it's easy to assume that everyone will think that this means 4, but that's not always true. Because we don't have a singular level of a numerical system. That's only contingent, like I said, on the fact that you and I have a common understanding of a basic system of mathematics that we share.
Yeah. Okay, I see your point, but you're still talking about communication. So there can always be a breakdown in communication between different people from different cultures. Yes, I understand people can mix numbers differently. They can add them together differently in different ways. That's not my point. My point is the concept of 1, the concept of 2, the concept of 3. These things are universal. We have one mother, one father.
Not true.
You have one baby comes out of the mother. 2 is twins. You have 2. So it's just, that's basic.
It depends
Numbers
on
are basic.
It depends on the numerical system of those people. It really actually truly depends. Like in Roman numerals, they don't have 0. So if you do this to someone, they won't understand that you mean 0. Right? There's some numerical system where there's no 0. If you don't understand, you have to have a pre-established level. Remember, bro, putting up this number is called non-verbal communication. Sign language, right? It's sign language. It's a language. It's a linguistic system, bro. So it doesn't matter what idea you're trying to communicate. If we're not speaking the same language, you won't be able to communicate with me. So what you're saying is still contingent on having a common form of language or a common understanding, which is not always true. Now, in a world that we live, as technologically connected as it is possible that majority of the people would understand what you're saying. But it is still contingent.
Yeah, okay. Well, then it's not about understanding me in my talking to you. I don't need to be able to talk to you about it, because I know that the number 1 is inside your head already. Because I know that that's the only way that you're able to do anything in your life. If you don't have a number 1 and number 2 and number 3, you can't know anything. So this is my point, that you cannot give an account.
I'm trying to tell you that it's not true. I'm trying to tell you that it's not true.
Why logic exists or why mathematics works. But from an atheistic perspective, you can't tell me why mathematics works.
What is mathematics?
Mathematics is the use of numbers, universal counting. That's mathematics.
Okay, let me show you something, okay?
Listen
very carefully. This is the definition of mathematics. I'll read it to you. It is the abstract science of numbers. Abstract. I want you to pay attention to the word abstract. It is not predefined. It doesn't have to be. Listen again. It doesn't have to be in multiples of 1. That's why it's abstract. Now it says it's an abstract science of numbers.
Look up the definition of abstract.
Hold up. It is the abstract science of numbers, quantity, and space. Mathematics may be studied in its own right as pure mathematics or as it is applied to other disciplines such as physics and engineering. So pure mathematics, bro, is always going to be abstract. You cannot assume that someone is going to count the same as you. Applied mathematics, that is not abstract because that now is contingent on reality as it is. You know what I'm saying? Now, let me look up the definition of the word abstract, like you said. This is the definition of the word abstract.
There you go. You don't understand what abstract means.
Listen. Existing in thought as an idea, but not having physical or concrete existence. Relating to abstract art. There you go. So now listen. If the idea that you have about numbers in your head is not the same idea that I have numbers in my head, you cannot put up this and it means 4 to me. That's what I'm telling you. It's not the same idea in everybody's heads. That's why ideas differ.
Read it one more time.
Ideas differ.
Read that again.
Yes, I'm going to read it. Abstract says existing in thought or as an idea, but not having physical or concrete existence. So it doesn't have a concrete existence. It's not concrete. Now, do you want me to look up the meaning of the word concrete?
That's my point. Okay, so no, okay, but that's exactly my point. The point is that it exists in our minds exactly the same way in every single person.
No, it does not exist the same way in every single person. That's why it's abstract. Everybody has a different idea in their head. Ideas are not the same. Like, we don't all have the same. Listen, bro, it's impossible for us to have the same ideas if we don't have the same experiences. Like I said, the idea of numbers in your head is directly related to what you have studied.
Okay, now look up abstract reality, okay? Because abstract reality is the logical conclusion of abstract numbers. Numbers make up our reality. So there we go. We've got abstract reality. That's what we've got, which means it's a conceptual reality. Now, what I'm saying is because it exists in all of our minds universally, we know all of these things. We know what a hand is. We know what a foot is. We know what hair is. Because these universal concepts exist in the mind of our Creator.
Or maybe,
in the mind of God.
Maybe because we all have the similar experiences of what a hand is. We don't just know that a hand is a hand without the experience of a hand. Which still goes back to the whole idea of knowledge being acquired through experience. So we can only have similar ideas about similar things that we've experienced. But outside of those similar experiences, it's not the same. Now listen very carefully. This is the definition of abstract reality. Abstract reality means we are, all of us, living in one sense, in a very real sense, an artificial reality. It is artificial. Anything that applies to all of us in one sense is artificial, means we make it up. We make it up. It's not natural. It's not a natural aspect of our being.
Okay.
That is why human beings have different ideas. That's why what is good for one person is bad for the other person. That's why human beings go to war. That's why human beings are in conflict.
Okay.
That's why you might have a way. Listen, bro, you can have a way to do something that works, no mistakes, and then somebody else thinks they have a better idea, and then now you're in conflict with them. Because ideas, sometimes it's not even dependent on if it works. It just depends on a person's personal experience. If you've been doing something one way your whole life, right? And then somebody comes and they say, oh, look, I'm not going to do it your way because I've been doing it my way my whole life. That means you have two different ideas of doing the same thing. And if you guys don't communicate, there will be conflict. So yes, you all have ideas, but it is an artificial reality. Artificial. That's literally the definition. Like you said, look up the definition of the word abstract. We are all of us living in one sense, in a very real sense, on an artificial reality. It's artificial. Means we have to presuppose that it is so, even if it's not so. So we're going to presuppose like it's so, and then we're going to act like it is so, but it is really not so.
Okay. Presuppose. You brought up a good word, presuppose. Okay. So would you say, here's a question for you. Would you say that reality is created and based upon our own individual experience?
No.
Okay. So would you say it's based on our own? What is it based on? You just said it was subjective.
Listen carefully.
You said reality
Exactly.
was subjective.
Exactly. Listen. No. There is subjective reality. And
So it's
subjective
different for
reality,
everybody.
that's because you're talking about idealism. Ideally, right? When you're talking about like functions of the mind, everything becomes subjective. But when you're talking about things that exist as beyond things that are objectively realistic, it requires experience. And that experience is what makes it objective. Outside of the experience, it is not objective because it has to be subjective. It's going to be based on what you think about it. Objective reality is not based on what you think about it or what idea you have in your head. It's based on simply the fact that you can observe it through your five senses and then repeat it as you observe it, right? If something is hot, it's hot.
No, but
right?
your senses could be. So what if your senses were wrong? Your senses can be wrong about
It's
something.
called a
Okay,
disability.
but it can
You are
still be
correct.
real.
If your senses is wrong, it's called a disability. No, if your senses are wrong, it cannot be real. If your senses is wrong. If it's real, and your senses are wrong.
What I'm saying is,
listen.
if there's a rock in front of me
Yes.
and I am blind, I will still, if there's a wall in front of me and I'm blind, if I keep walking, I'm still going to run into that wall because that wall is real, whether I see it or don't see it. Okay.
But are you gonna know you ran into a
tell us
are
everything perfectly.
Are you gonna know you ran into a wall, or are you gonna know you ran into something?
Okay, well, I'm making an example, but if my point is that our senses can be incorrect, however, the thing exists still, okay? We have things that exist, whether
Check this
we
out.
believe it or don't believe it.
You are
Okay?
correct.
If I'm
You
psychotic,
you
if
are
I've lost my
correct.
mind, I'm mad. If I'm mad, if I don't believe something's real, that is real, it doesn't make it not real just because I don't believe it's real.
Listen, you are correct. You are correct. That's called objective reality. And the reason why something is real, regardless of if you believe it,
There we go.
is simply because it can be experienced independent of your own ideas of it. It can be experienced as it is. You get what I'm saying, bro? If this is a water bottle and there's water in it, there's gonna be water in it, even if I think that it's juice.
Exactly.
Right. Do you know why? Because everybody else whose
that's
senses,
my point.
Hold up. Everybody else whose senses function properly can identify this as water. So it's not a belief that this is water that makes it water. It's simply the fact that it's water and it's experientiable. Now, let's say the water is not there at all.
Yeah.
And I tell you that I have a bottle of water in my hands right now. Bruh, there's two possibilities. I'm either seriously mentally disabled or I'm having an illusion. You see what I'm saying? There's no water in my hand. You can observe. You know there's no water in my hand right now because you can observe it. Now, close your eyes. 1 second, my brother. I know you're looking at the screen right now. Can you close your eyes for a minute? Yeah.
Yeah. So you.
I want you not to look at the screen real quick.
No, I'm good.
Something up.
So you're make. Okay.
You're not looking at the screen, right?
Nah.
Now, what's in my hand?
I don't know.
Okay, good.
Something.
Now, what's in my hand now that you look at it?
I don't know. What is it?
Why do you not know?
Because I don't know. I haven't seen it before.
Thank you.
But it's
now,
still something.
Hold up. This is a vape.
Okay. So
This is
you've
a
made
vape.
my point.
Listen. Your point is not independent of my point. I'm just showing you how, if you're gonna deal with it idealistically, you could have made up any idea you wanted in your head to tell me what this is, bro. You could have. But do you know why you didn't make up an idea in your head? Because you were being realistic. The reality is that you don't know. When you don't know something,
Yeah.
but you form an idea in your head, that's a belief system. So you are correct. It doesn't change the fact that this thing is in my hand. But that belief system that you hold about this thing in my hand, if you haven't actually experienced it, your belief system is wrong. It doesn't exist.
Okay. So then you can admit that just because you don't believe that there is a God or you have not seen God before, you can admit that he could possibly exist, correct?
No.
Okay. So why the double standard?
There's no double standard here. Nobody has ever demonstrated at any point in time that God is real in any way, shape, or form. The
No,
idea
no,
of
no.
God is
Look,
100. Hold up, really
listen to
relax,
me.
bro. The idea.
I in
Listen. The idea of God is 100% fictional in every shape or form, right?
okay,
Now,
listen to me. I am the
if
image
it had been demonstrated
according
at any point in time that God exists, then we can say that okay, it's possible. But even the idea of God in of itself is an impossibility. The idea itself is an impossibility. You cannot have an almighty,
no.
all-knowing being. It's impossible to have an almighty, all-knowing being. That's
But
literally
you don't
hyperbole.
know that.
I do know that.
But according to your own but okay, can you let me speak? Let me speak. Okay. According to your own belief system, which says that I do not know anything if I cannot see, touch, taste, feel it, or whatever, the same way you cannot know that there is not a God. You can say you don't know if there is a God, but you cannot say you know there is not a God because you cannot feel, touch, taste, or smell the fact that there is no God. You have not been in every single place in the world. You have not been around for every single day in the entire history of the universe. So
So
you
check this out.
cannot know that there is no God. You at least have to admit that.
No, I cannot admit that because God is defined as an omnipresent being. Are you saying that God is not omnipresent? No. Listen. You have
Listen,
to understand. You have to
yes,
understand how
of
my brain is
course.
thinking. Okay, I'm not. I'm
Yes, of
not. I'm
course
not
he is.
saying that there's no God, independent of the definition of God. The definition is that God is omnipresent. So there is no place that I should be able to look at without finding God. If I can find even one place where God is not there, that raises a question on the existence of that God. Now, I'm going to ask you a question: is God omnipresent or is God
But
not
you've already,
omnipresent?
okay. Yes, he is. But also, you've already made that point for me with the vape example, okay? Because you showed me an object and I didn't recognize it. I saw something, but I didn't recognize it. So what I'm saying is that you are seeing God every single day, but you don't recognize him, okay? And that's okay.
Again,
But
again,
you have to admit that it is
again.
possible you do not know.
Listen. Just like it is possible that I do not know, it is possible that I do know. Do you admit that?
Not according to your
No, 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 no,
worldview,
no, 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 no,
it
no,
is
no.
not possible for you to know whether there is a God
Just
or
relax.
not.
Just relax. Just relax. Are you saying that if it's possible that I do not know that there is a God, is it also possible that I do know that there is no God?
Not according to your worldview.
No. I'm asking according to your worldview. Is it possible that I do know that there is no God?
No, because I believe there is a God.
So your belief supersedes the possibility that there is no God. Let me show you something. Let me show
Now
you
you're
where
talking
your
about something
hold
different.
up. Let me show you where your worldview crumbles.
Now you're running away.
No, listen. The word that you use to define a thing and that thing itself are two different things. So all you have to do is to say to me that perhaps I'm
Okay.
seeing God. Hold up. Because all you have to say is that perhaps I'm seeing God and I'm not recognizing God. Just like you saw the vape and you didn't recognize the vape. Do you know why? Because your God is abstract. You can just change it whenever you want to. You can make anything your God. That's the nature of your belief system, right? So if God is omnipresent and God has there's a specific description of God that should be consistent with observation. For if it's not consistent with observation, there is no way you can then tell me that God is somewhere utilizing just your five senses, and you can know that God is there, but I cannot observe the situation and observe it at the same time. If you tell me that something is there and I cannot observe that it's there in the same way that you do, it's only possible that you are experiencing an illusion, a delusion, or a hallucination, my brother. For the one thing you cannot ignore is that our five senses are reliable as far as establishing things that are real and things that are not. Reality is not a ball that you can play with and just change words however you want to and make things to be what you want them to be. Let me give you an example. You said that God is omnipresent and God is in everything, right? That's what you say, right?
Well, let me clarify that
No,
statement.
hold up, real quick. I
God
promise I'll
is
give you a chance.
omnipresent, but he is present in different forms.
Okay, so are you a Christian?
Yes.
So why do you have a problem when the Hindu worships a cow? Why do you have a problem when the Africans worship? Hold up. Why do you have a problem? Why does your religion, why does your belief system have a problem when people worship the things that you call idols, when those idols could literally be God in a different form? You see how your belief system destroys itself from inside out?
You're talking about a different topic now.
No, it's not a different topic. It's not a different topic. Listen. Let's stick together. Let's stick together. You said God is omnipresent. Perhaps I'm seeing God and I just don't recognize it. In the same word, the person who sees God in the statue, in the goat, in the cow, you say to him that that's not God. If God is omnipresent, that means God is present in everything, including the tree, the horse, the dog, the goat. Right? So why does your religion now have a problem?
So let me be clear. Let me be clear. The reason Christians do not worship other gods or animals.
No, it's not other gods. It's not other gods. It's the same God.
It's incomplete.
Hold up. God is in everything. There's no incomplete or incomplete. You said God is omnipresent. That means there is nothing, there is nowhere, there is no point in time where you go where God is not. God is literally in this bottle right now. I can worship this bottle as God.
You didn't let me finish. Okay. It's incomplete worship. Meaning Christians, we seek to worship the Creator, who is a man. He is a person. So we worship him directly. He has secondary causes that he has created, okay? So we have angels, we have humans, we have animals. They can also cause things. They are not directly the person of God in his essence.
That means God is not omnipresent. That means that God is not omnipresent. Because if the essence of what is present is not God, as God is, that means God is not omnipresent, bro. You literally just destroyed your own argument. That means God is not omnipresent. A representation, a similitude of God is not God. So God is not omnipresent. If God, do you know what present means?
God creates everything out of himself. However, he also exists in a complete form separate from creation.
Not if
as a man.
Not if that creation is part of who God is. God cannot be any more complete than creation if part of God is in creation, because whatever you're observing that is outside of creation is not complete, because a part of God is within creation. So whichever way you worship, you're never going to be worshiping the complete God
So
unless you're worshiping all of creation and the Creator at the same time. If you're not worshiping all of creation
yeah,
and
so
and
you
and
you
God
got to
at the same
understand
time,
there's secondary causes for things.
no, a secondary cause has
So
nothing to do
you
with
have
God's
an original
omnipresence.
cause.
That is not the sense in which God would be omnipresent. That means God is not omnipresent. That means God is not really
Yeah,
present.
he's present because he is separate from creation and can experience it all at the same time. He is
Yeah, but that's
present
not the
in
definition of
spirit.
presence. That's not the definition of presence. When something is present, it means it can be observed to be there. It can be observed to be there.
Not
So,
necessarily.
yes, necessarily.
Not
If
necessarily.
it cannot be observed to be there, it cannot be said to be present. That's the definition of being absent. Absent. You know that something is absent because you cannot observe it to be there. There's a word. The word is called absent, bro.
So are you claiming that something cannot be present if you cannot see, touch, taste, or feel it? Is
You
that
are
your claim?
correct. If something is not available to your five senses, I will even stretch it and tell you, even through its instrumentation, it's not there. It's absent. That's the definition of the word absence, bro.
Okay. So if somebody is hiding in your closet, you walk into your house, you have dinner, you go to bed and go to sleep, that person is not present in your house because you didn't see them.
The person is present in my house, but I did not search for them. If I search for them, I will find them as present.
Yes, but what I could say the same thing about God. If you search for him, you can
Oh,
find
I've searched. I've searched. He's not there.
He's present.
That's literally, listen, bro. I have searched and he's not there, especially not as defined. You tell me a place in this world where I can find God. Bro, tell me a place in this world where you can find God. Give me one place.
No. But listen, your
Bro,
claim
I have searched the whole world as is possible for men to be searched together with my fellow human beings. And God has never been observed to be present anywhere. Anywhere. The definition of the word absent is this, my brother. The state of being away from a place or a person.
No. That doesn't prove you right. Just because you haven't found something doesn't mean it's not present. That would mean that you are omnipresent. You're not. You have limitations as a man. So you cannot see everything at all times.
This is the definition.
Understand everything.
This is the definition.
So you might
this is the definition of the word present, bro. This is the definition of the word present. In a particular place. In a particular place. It is particular, right? Now, you said God is omnipresent. Is God in my room right now?
So you were incorrect.
Incorrect about what?
No, but so you were incorrect earlier when you said the only way something can be present is if you can see, touch, taste, or feel it.
Yes.
That was an incorrect
if
statement.
it cannot be detected, if it cannot be detected when searched, as it is common to its description, it's not there, bro. That's literally how we look for things that are absent, bro. That's the definition of absent. Bro. But what you're trying to insinuate is that nothing is absent. That something can never be absent.
Definition.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Give me an example of a situation where something is absent.
But that wasn't the definition.
No, hold up. It's okay. Give me an example of a situation where something is absent.
Well, when something is not in a particular place.
Give me an example.
So right now, you are not present in my house, and I am not present in your house.
Well, maybe I'm there, you just can't see me. Just because you can't see me doesn't mean I'm not there.
Well, because you're not God.
You don't know that.
You don't know that.
You don't know
somewhere
that.
that is not.
You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know if I'm God masquerading as a man. You don't know that either.
Well, I've been taught to have discernment, and I can discern
And you
that
have
you are
been
not
also
God
you've
by the
also been
words that you
taught
speak.
you've also been taught that with God all things are possible. So it's possible that I am God right now, and I'm also in your room right now. You just can't see it. You've also been taught that with God all things are possible. All things. There's no limitation. In fact, you've also been taught that your God works in mysterious ways. Mysterious ways. So perhaps I am in your room right now and you can't see me, and perhaps I am God right now telling you that God doesn't exist because God works in mysterious ways, right? So you cannot make your point independent of your already belief systems that I know.
Yes, well, you are not God, and I
You don't
know
know that.
that
You don't know that. Do you know why you
because
don't know
I know
that?
my God.
No one has seen the Father except the only and begotten Son. God works in mysterious ways. With God,
But
all things are possible. Bro, when he says all things are possible, what
but
does it mean?
he
Does
is
it
the
mean there are some
image.
things? Hold up, brother. When he says that with God, all things are possible, is there anything that God cannot do?
Of course, there's nothing that God cannot do except
Okay, so
for
listen. Check this out. Check this out.
lie.
Listen to my claim.
He cannot lie.
I am God. I have taken human form and I have come to the internet to tell you that God does not exist. And I am also in your room right now.
Yes, well, God
If
is sinless.
the
And
only
he is
way
the
you can prove
perfect
me
man.
wrong, the only way that you can prove me wrong is by making it not possible that God could actually do what I just said. If you tell me that it's not possible that I could be God right now and that I could also be in your room, if you tell me that that's not possible, that means that with God all things are not possible. Because this is something, I just gave you something that should be possible with God. And since God works in mysterious ways, and the ways of God are not the ways of man, then there's nothing you can do to tell me that I'm not God right now and that I'm not in your room right now, just because you can't see me. If your logic stands in the way you criticize my position, then you cannot argue with me with this claim. Because perhaps the only reason why you think that I'm not God is because you can't see. It's because you don't see.
So is your claim that you are God? Are you
Yes.
claiming to be God?
Yes, I'm God right now in human form, and I'm also in
Okay.
your room, and you just can't see it.
Okay. So I have to obviously appeal to my own discernment to be able to tell that you are not God. Okay.
But
God is somebody
you are a man,
who
and the
is
ways of God
perfect
are
and
higher than the ways of
sinless.
man. The ways of God are higher than the ways of man. Do not call
Yes,
what
of
I have
course.
made holy unholy. The Lord works in mysterious ways, my brother. The Lord works in mysterious ways. This is a mystery to you. This is a mystery to you.
Yeah. So the difference between your claim and my claim is that I have plenty of evidence and reason to believe that you are not God and that you are in fact in a different place. But
That's just
you have
because you can't
no
see.
knowledge of
That's
God
because you don't have
whatsoever.
faith. That's because you don't have faith.
Therefore, he
And
could
that's
be
because
right
you
in
can't
front of you
see.
and you
But
would
you
not
can't
know.
see. You just can't see.
Hmm?
You do not see. You're looking through human eyes. You're using human logic. If you open your spiritual eyes right now, you will see that I am in fact God. And I am pulling a mystery in front of you right now. And I am also in your room right now. I'm even in your living room too. I'm even on your roof. I'm even in your bathroom. Because with God, all things are possible. Now you trying to make something not possible because it doesn't rhyme with your preconceived notion? Remember that the ways of God are greater than the ways of man, and you are just a man. Don't try to appeal to what you can see
Yes,
now
but
as
just because something is possible does not mean it will happen. Not all
just because
things
it's
will
possible,
happen, okay?
just because it's possible
But
that God
you
could take hold up, listen. Just because it's possible that God could take human form doesn't mean that Jesus was God. Just because it's possible that miracles can be done doesn't mean that Jesus is God. So yeah, if you're gonna say that just because something is possible doesn't mean that God is gonna do it, well, just because it's possible, it doesn't mean that the Bible is the word of God. Yeah? Bro, you can play the semantics game. You either stay consistent on your point and apply it to everything else, or rather than you telling me that I can't know that God is not there. Of course there's no God there. The same way that you know that I'm not God is the same way that I know that God does not exist. You just don't want to acknowledge that because you have a bias, a preconceived notion.
Now let's try this a different way. You cannot give an account for our being able to understand each other and formulate sentences if you do not have laws of logic. Okay? Laws of logic are necessary for us to formulate sentences. Okay? If I'm speaking to you without logic, we will just be in a state of chaos and there will be no order in the universe. All right? You cannot give me an account for where the laws of logic come from. You cannot give an account for the existence of universals and abstract reality.
But the
All
laws
that
of
you can
logic,
do
the laws of
is try
logic do
to
not apply to your belief
problematize
system.
my position by creating ridiculous scenarios.
But the laws of logic don't apply to your belief system because God said he wasn't a man. And yet you just told me that God is a man. What logic is there behind that? Your God says that God is not a man.
God is a man. Who told you God is not a man?
I'll give you the
Who
Bible
told you God's
verse.
not a man?
I'll give you a Bible verse.
Sure. Now, so Yeshua, Jesus, he came as the image of God on earth. He is the direct image of the Father.
You don't know that.
He is a man.
You don't know that. Just
But he is
because God can
also
do that
God.
doesn't mean that God did that. That's not true. Just you choose to believe that, but it doesn't have to be like that based on your belief system, right? Just because something is possible doesn't mean that God did it. Maybe the Jews were right and Jesus was a fraud. Have you ever considered that possibility? If Jesus was God,
That's a possibility that
everyone who saw him would have believed him. Is it possible that the Jews were right?
not necessarily.
So you're saying it's impossible that they were right?
No, it's not possible.
It's not possible that the Jews were
It's
right.
impossible, yes.
Why is that?
Yeah, because I have already been convinced. You, on the other hand, have not been convinced of anything. So you have to admit that I could possibly be right.
I am
I know
convinced
for a
that
fact
I
that
am
you are not
convinced.
right.
I am convinced that God
Because
does not exist. I am convinced beyond shadow of doubt that God does not exist. And all I have to do is ask any religious person to demonstrate that their God actually exists. And all they can do is tell me a story. Like you said, you are simply convinced that Jesus is God
but
because
I've
you read a
already
book. You read a book. The only reason why you believe in Jesus as God is because you read a book. Not because you've seen it or experienced
So
it. It's
do you not
literally
believe
based
in
on your
history?
feelings and your emotions. And yet you will not even consider the possibility that you could be wrong?
Do you believe in history?
No.
Do you believe in history?
No.
Do you believe in
No.
history?
No.
Okay. So you have no basis for understanding your ancestors.
I do have a basis for understanding my ancestors, but it does not require belief in history. It just requires understanding history, knowing that
How can
history
you
is told.
understand them?
I'll tell you. The most fundamental thing that we know about history is that history is written and told by those who survived. And those who survived, especially in times of wars and conflict, do not write the truth about their enemies. So, as far as truth is concerned, history can at best only be a half truth. So, if I just jump into it to believe it, I will believe all the lies along with the half truth. And at the end of the day, I will be worse off than I began. So I need to understand history as a story. And then any lessons that I can directly learn from that, as far as it affects my character, I can learn those lessons. But as far as learning the truth about what happened in the past, history is extremely unreliable. You would only at best ever get half the truth. If two men went into the forest and they fought, and one killed the other,
okay.
and the one man comes out to tell you what
So
happened.
you just made a claim. You just made a claim, okay? You said you can only at best get 50%. Now that was a claim that you cannot back up with your senses. You are refuting your own worldview by saying that.
Of
There
course
are
I
many
can.
things
Of
that
course,
could
of course
possibly
I
be
can.
100%
Of
correct
course I can
about
back it up.
history.
Of course I can back it up with my senses. I've had experiences where it was me and somebody, and I got to be the one to tell the story, and I did not tell the story like it happens because it would not favor me. I've experienced that. I've had to tell stories. History is not just one.
But you said only.
Listen carefully. Listen carefully. History is not 100 years. History begins 1 second ago. That's where history begins. 1 second ago. If you have ever been in a situation in your life where you had to lie, that proves to you that history is not reliable because that's what people do. People lie. You don't need to simply read to know that.
Of course.
Listen, the Palestinians are not the ones who are going to write
I'm
the
not
history.
saying people don't lie, and I'm not saying...
Listen. Check this out, bro. Those young Palestinians right now dying in the bombs are not the ones who will write the history of what happened. And I bet you when the IDF writes the history, they're not gonna write in there that those children were innocent. They're not going to write in there that they went and bombed innocent people. When America writes its history, America will not write that it killed more than 1 million innocent men and women in Iraq. It will not write that.
Yes.
That's how history works in real time.
But I'm attempting to have a technical debate with you. Listen to me. You said that only 50%, okay? That is not true because it could potentially be 100%. You just do not know, okay?
I do know that for a fact.
Consistent with your worldview.
I do know that for a fact.
If you say you do not know, you
bro,
do not know.
Bro,
that's okay.
I do know
but
for
don't
a
make
fact.
Claims
I do know for a fact.
anything.
Let me ask you a question, okay? Let me ask you a question. Have you ever read a Nazi history book written by the Nazis about the war?
But that's a fallacy.
Just answer my question.
Okay?
Yeah, I get it. Have you ever read a book that the Germans wrote from the perspective of that German government? Have you ever read a history book from their perspective?
No.
Let them tell you. Have you ever read every history book that you've ever read about World War II was not only given to you through the systems of those who won the war, so Russia, Europe, and America, but you would never know. You would never know from the perspective of those soldiers themselves, all the ones who were defeated, all the ones that were destroyed on D-Day. You never know their perspective of the story. You will never know the story of the people in Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Hold up, bro. Hold up. No, listen. Let me finish. You will never know the historical perspective of those from Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But their story ought to be part of history for me to know the real truth about what happened on that day. The real reason why Hiroshima and Nagasaki was bombed. If I only go based on the history that I have, then the US government gets to tell me why they bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But if I should ask the people in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, they might tell me a different story. That is why history at very best can only, like I said, at very best, 50% is a gratitude because you don't even consider propaganda. You don't even consider the fact that governments actively understand, like we understand exactly how propaganda works. And all history is literally without the filtration of, not independent of the filtration of propaganda. You cannot ignore that fact.
Yes,
That's a
I
true fact.
completely agree. I completely agree.
Because of that,
Yes, I
history is not
completely agree.
reliable.
Okay.
Because of that, history
The
is not
point I'm
reliable
making.
as a source of truth. What you are learning in history is the perspective of those who won the wars and those who survived. That's what you're learning. When you learn history, you're learning a specific person's story. You're not really learning what really actually happened. There's a difference between what actually happened and what one person said happened.
Okay, I completely agree with what you're saying. Yes, history can be manipulated. Propaganda is real. I believe
History
that.
is
What I'm
manipulated. It's not
saying
that it
is,
can be.
you
It is
cannot
manipulated.
say that. Hold on. You cannot say that some of history is not correct. You cannot know that by your own admittance in your worldview. You
Listen,
cannot know that some of history is not correct.
in my worldview,
Right?
I can know that. Yes, I can. I can observe the way the history is told, and I can detect signs of deception. In fact, let me ask you a simple question, bro.
No, but just because some history is manipulated does not mean all history is manipulated.
All history is manipulated. Okay, I want you to give me an example of any history that you think was not manipulated. No, give me the example of any history that you think was not manipulated. Just give me one history that you think, that you know for a shadow of doubt was not manipulated. Give me one.
The only history that I know for a shadow of a doubt is accurate and correct is that of the church, the Holy Bible. Now, for me, that's the Oriental Orthodox position. So
okay, hold up.
Know that
how many books does the Bible have? How many books does the Bible have?
Huh?
How many books are in the Bible?
How many
this
books?
This Bible that you said you know is the only truth that has not been altered. I want you to tell me how many books are in that Bible.
The amount of books in the Bible varies from church to church.
I'm not asking you about church to church. You say you know for a fact that the history of the church, which is the Bible, is history that is accurate beyond shadow of doubt. Now, I want you to tell me, this Bible that you're talking about, how many books does it have?
Well, me personally, I follow the Ethiopian Orthodox tradition. So we
how
have
many books
80
does it have?
Some books in the Bible. Okay, we have more books than any other church, okay?
Okay,
but
hold up.
That does not mean okay.
Come on now, brother. Your Bible has 80 something books.
We have these books, and the church tells the correct story of history.
Hold up, relax. Which church?
The church.
Which one? The one that has 80
church.
The one that has 88 books, or the one that has 66 books? Why is there 88. A Bible? Why is there a Bible that has 66 books if the Bible is supposed to be the truth? Why does somebody else have a different opinion? Why does somebody else think it has to be 66 books and not 88? Why?
Because somebody named Martin Luther in the Middle Ages decided that he would cut some books out. This was unfortunate.
Why?
Because he was fanatic.
Oh. So Martin Luther was the enemy of your church. And when he wrote history, he wrote the history of the Bible. Hold up. Listen carefully to what I'm saying to you. So Martin Luther was the enemy of your church. So when he wrote history, he wrote it, only 66 books did he endorse. But your church endorses more than 66 books. As a neutral person, you really think I would believe either of y'all? One of you is lying. I cannot trust what any of you say. One
but
of you
I'm
is
not.
lying because there is no way that I can
But I'm
invalidate
not.
the. Listen, check this out, bro.
Listen.
There is no way I can invalidate the reasons why Martin Luther King only put 66 books. Maybe he knew something that I didn't know. Now, you give me a logical reason why Martin Luther King would have subtracted books out of the Catholic Bible to only include 66. Is it perhaps true that Martin Luther King's accusation against the church was true and the church was indeed truly fabricating manuscripts, fabricating information, and literally not even practicing what they preach? Is it possible that Martin Luther wasn't lying? His accusation against your Orthodox church were not lies? Is it possible?
Listen to me. I am not saying that belief in my worldview does not require faith. I'm not making that claim. What I'm trying to show you is that your worldview is self-refuting, meaning it cannot exist while the laws of logic and reality, communication, sentence building, mathematics, while those things work, okay? It's impossible. My
I want
own
you.
perception of history is based on the
you to.
church, based on
I want you
revelation
to
and
point out.
faith. Okay?
I want you to point out. Faith is literally the contradiction of logic. Your worldview is the one that is not consistent with the laws of logic. Now, I want you to tell me one thing about my worldview that contradicts any of the laws of logic. Tell me one. Tell me one thing that I said that contradicts
Your worldview
any of the laws
states
of
that
logic.
you can. Yeah, I've been pointing them out through our entire conversation, but I'll go back. So you said that the only way you can acquire knowledge is through the five senses. Okay?
Yes.
But you were not able to tell me how you acquired the knowledge that that's the only way you can acquire knowledge.
Okay, let me hold up. Pause for 1 second. Pause for 1 second.
Universal
Pause for 1
concepts
second.
in order
Pause for
to
1
have
second.
knowledge.
Pause for 1 second, bro. You claiming that I didn't answer the question is not the equivalent of me actually answering the question, because I did answer your question literally simply by defining knowledge. Knowledge is information or facts acquired through experience or education. I acquired that knowledge through experience and through education. You understand that? That's how I know that you can only gain information through your five senses. And I could not have, listen, hold up, bro. I could not have even acquired that knowledge without using my sense of hearing and my sense of sight to learn how to read and to learn how to listen. And I could not even acquire that knowledge without putting it to practice. That's how I acquired that knowledge. It is not a contradiction at all to any of the laws of logic. It is quite consistent with the laws of logic. You telling me that it is not consistent with the laws of logic? Listen, bro, are you even listening to yourself? Of course I can acquire knowledge.
Yeah, so the laws of logic, in order for them to be universal, in order for the laws of logic to be universal among all of us, there has to be the existence of universal abstract.
The laws
reality.
of logic are not the laws
So
of
that
logic. Listen, bro, the laws of
necessitates
logic,
that we got.
the laws of logic are not universal. Some people are inherently illogical, superstitious, faith. Some people go based on faith. Some people don't live their lives based on the laws of logic. You don't live your life based on the laws of logic. You think a stick can turn into a snake. How is that logical? You think a snake can talk. How's that logical? You think a human being can walk on water. How is that logical?
But logic exists whether you are illogical or not. Even the ability for you to say that somebody is illogical means that there is logic for them to not be.
There is a difference.
Okay?
Listen, bro.
You've got to have a.
I think that, man, I actually had this Bible verse I was gonna give you, but I'm beginning to suspect that your problem is you probably just don't know what logic is, bro. Logic definition. Let me give you the definition of logic, okay, bro? Logic is reasoning conducted or assessed according to strict principles of validity. Strict principles of validity. I'm going to repeat it again. It says, Reasoning conducted or assessed according to strict principles of validity. Experience is better to guide to this than deductive logic. A system, the second definition says it's a system or a set of principles underlying the arrangements of elements in a computer or electronic device so as to perform a specific task. Logic has to be taught. Logic cannot just, human beings don't inherently have logic. It has to be taught. In fact, if you allow human beings in their inherent state, they are most likely to be illogical because human beings have the tendency to be superstitious. Once a human being doesn't understand something, he will much rather make something in his head that makes sense to him than follow the line of reasoning, even if the line of reasoning doesn't make sense to him. Logic implies that even if the line of logic doesn't make sense to you, you still pursue that line of thinking. But human beings that are faith-based, emotionally based, they establish truth based on their feelings much rather than a specific set of principles. It is a set of principles. Now, let me give you the definition of the word principle so we can be consistent, right? Principles are defined as
Principle, yes.
yes. Principles, hold up. Let us see
But
if
we're
principles
able to do things like science. We're able to do things like science because of basic laws of logic. It does not matter if some people are illogical or not. It still exists objectively.
listen,
Okay,
it
you're
doesn't
not understanding
logic, listen, bro.
objectively.
Logic does not exist independent of the human mind. Logic is 100% related to human character, human behavior. It is actually more of a product of the human brain than it is a product of something that is outside of the human brain. Logic systematically
No,
listen, bro. Logic systematically follows when human beings begin to reason and their reason is consistent with the world around them to create a sustainable environment for them to live in. That's how logic works, bro. Logically, you can assume logically that everybody wants to live. You can assume logically that everyone wants to live. But there's a set of principles that you must follow if you want to live. For example, don't drink poison. Is it logical to drink poison intentionally?
mathematics and the laws of logic, are how we are able to build skyscrapers.
And those are artificially artificially made. You are correct. Those are artificially made.
Not everybody understands the concept.
If everyone doesn't understand the concept,
it doesn't matter if everybody does not understand. It doesn't matter if everyone does not understand.
It is still a product of human ingenuity.
Building a bridge.
There are many ways to build a bridge. There's not just one way to build a bridge.
It exists independently. Okay. So it exists independently because
logic does not exist independent of the human brain.
Into the same laws of logic in order to create things through science. So we use science to create things, engineering. We build things using mathematical principles, and it does not base on our own mental state or the state of the other people building it. It has to do with things that exist independently of us, or else we would be building stuff that would collapse. You know what I mean? Like
listen, brother. But a building that human beings build with logic. Listen, bro. But the building does not exist independent of the human beings who build it. Nothing that we make logically is independent of us. So the laws of logic are not laws.
No,
if you don't have people, listen, bro. A law is not a law if there's no. Listen, bro. A law is not a law if there's no one to abide by it. Neither is there anyone to enforce it. So what you are calling the laws of logic are only laws to us because we abide by them. It's the most consistent way for us to handle our reality.
Laws of logic Right. Okay. So because we have an objective reality, we got an objective reality that exists for all of us, whether we're alive or dead. We come, we go. It exists the same way, man, for everybody.
No, it
And
doesn't.
the only way to explain that is that there's something above all of us
No, this.
that creates that reality with all of
No.
these concepts that are the same for everybody.
No, 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 no. You see, I see you. I see where your discrepancy is. I see where your discrepancy is. You don't understand nature. Nature follows. Why? Because all the fundamental elements of nature have a specific form and occupy space at a specific point in time. When one thing that has a specific form interacts with something else that has a different form, there's only a limited amount of possibilities. It is within those limited amount of possibilities that we now deduct. Logic can be inductive and it can be deductive. We now deduct. If those two things never interact, there's no logic that follows. The reason why logic follows is because we can interact with our world in a specific way because we are in a specific form and the world around us is also in a specific form. So outside of us interacting with the world in the specific way that we interact with the world, that logic is non-existent. Just like if you never ate the apple, you would never shit the apple. And the apple that you shit doesn't exist because you never ate it. Until you eat the apple, then it logically follows that you will shit the apple. Yeah? Until human beings
Did anybody
process.
understand what? Look, listen. Okay, I understand it that we can understand things through logic, yes. But my question is, how do these laws of logic come? How do they begin?
Thank you.
Where is their source?
Thank you.
What is the source of them?
The source of it is the
What's
human
the source
brain.
of the laws of logic?
The human brain. And the human beings acquire
You really
logic
believe
through.
that?
Yes, I know that. Human beings acquire logic through try and error. Somebody didn't just get up one day and build a bridge. He tried many ways until he found a way that worked.
No.
Listen to me, okay, bro? That's why technology
No.
consistent.
Logic is
Hold
trial
up.
and error.
Hold up. That is why technology improves over time.
Logic is trial and error.
Okay, hold up, bro. Technology improves over time, right? The people who discovered the steam, who made the steam engine, found a logical way to create a motor that could propel a vehicle forward. That was logical for them, right? Now, somebody came up with a gas engine. Now everybody goes to the gas engine. It makes no logical sense for you to.
You're confusing the most efficient and best creation.
Listen.
For logic
You
itself.
asked me. You asked me.
They use the principles of logic to create those things.
The principles of logic are man-made. Those principles are not independent of man. It is our unique anatomy. Listen, it's our unique anatomy as we have evolved. The lessons we've learned throughout our adaptation to this hostile environment that is the world, that has allowed us to find out the most effective ways to do something. That is why illogical things are usually synonymous to ineffectivity. It's not effective to do something illogically because we've tried it that way and it doesn't work. Or if it works, it doesn't work quite as efficiently as doing it in the more efficient method. It's a product of human ingenuity. Logic is an idea. It's just an idea that is practical. Like a man that says he can dunk, right? Now, think for example, right? One man thinks he can dunk, and that man is 6'7".
Listen.
Follow my example that I'm about to give you.
You're talking about something different. You're talking about people have learned things. Learning
You
stuff
you ask
is
me
not
you ask me
the
you ask me
principles
where
of
you ask
logic.
me you ask
I'm
me where
saying the
logic comes from. You ask me what logic comes from. And I told you that logic comes through human experience. I'm telling you how it
yeah, but you
comes.
can't learn. Yeah, it can be expressed through human experience, but we all come to the same conclusions
Not
as we
necessarily.
move through our experience in life. We come to the same
No,
conclusions
we
because the
don't come to the
principles of logic exist
we don't all come to the same conclusion. In
independently
fact,
of us.
it's because of the principles of logic that we come up to different conclusions. Because you can have two logical ways of doing the same thing, right? So the conclusion on how we should do this thing doesn't necessarily mean that one person's way is not a logic that works.
Yeah, but
For example, right? Let me hold up. Let me show you
yeah,
how
but
let me show you how we've developed logic using computers. An iPhone works with a complete different logic than an Android, but it is logical. It's a logic. Now, where did iPhones exist and did the logic of
you're
iPhones
talking about
exist?
formulas.
A logic is a formula.
Yeah, you can have different formulas,
Yes,
but
and you
they
can
all
have different
utilize the
logics.
principles of logic.
You can have different logics.
No, but they all use numbers. They all use numbers.
You can
They all
even
use
you can
induction. These are the
exactly.
principles of logic.
Bro,
These are the basic
the
tools that
deduction,
we have in reality.
the deduction and the induction is not independent of the experience of the person who is inducting or deducting. That's why it's reasoning. Logic is literally reasoning. It's literally at the core of a thinking process. It is a way to think. That's what logic is. It's a way to think.
Yeah, it's a way to think.
And
Yeah, it's
let
a
me
way to
listen,
think.
listen.
We all
Let
have
me give you an
come to
example.
the same way of thinking,
No, bro, we do not. That's why you believe that
and
a
it's
stick.
independent of us.
Listen, bro. So okay, let me show you that you and I don't come to the same way of thinking. A stick turned to a snake. Is that logical?
That's a miracle.
What's a miracle if not completely illogical? In
A
fact,
miracle is something that seems impossible, but happens anyway.
a
A
surprising.
miracle is
Hold
something
up.
that
This
seems impossible, but happens anyway.
this is the definition of a miracle. A surprising and welcome event that is not explicable by natural or scientific laws and is therefore considered to be the work of divine agency. A highly improbable, extraordinary event, development, or accomplishment that brings very welcome consequences. An amazing product or achievement, or an outstanding example of something. Now, wherever you have a real miracle, there is always an explanation. The people who observe it just don't know it. But there is a difference between a miracle and a lie. What's the difference between a miracle and a lie?
No, so we're on to a different topic.
No, we're not.
So
We're not onto a
the
different
difference
topic.
between a miracle and a lie
We're
is
not
a
onto.
miracle
We're
is
not onto a
true.
different topic.
A miracle is true.
And what's a lie?
It's not a lie because it's true.
So you're telling me that it's true that a stick turned into a snake?
That's what the word says.
What's the possibility that that's a lie?
And
the
I have
stick did not.
faith in
Hold
the
up, hold up, hold
scripture.
up, hold up, hold up, hold up. You cannot jump between logic and faith, bro. Either the stick turned into a snake, and that actually did happen, and it's consistent with logic, or the stick did not turn into a snake, and somebody wrote a lie on paper, and you believed it. There's two possibilities.
Yeah, you're saying that because it doesn't fit with your experience means that it's impossible or
It doesn't.
illogical.
It's not just
I'm
that it
saying
doesn't.
that
It's
this
not
is
just
divine
that.
revelation
It's not just that
coming
it
from the
doesn't.
one who created the laws of logic.
It's not just that it doesn't fit with my experience. It's inconsistent with logic. A steak turning into a snake is an impossibility. It's not even an improbability. Not only is it not probable at all, it's impossible. Listen, that is why I think religious people
It
have found a
seems
way.
impossible.
Listen. That's why I told you religion operates in the realm of illogical things, superstitions, right? So religious people kind of formulated. They love that word miracle. So they can explain away anything which is a contradiction, which is illogical. All you have to do is say it's a miracle because then you don't have to explain it. When literally logic is the way you explain something. So if you're saying that something defiles logic,
Yeah, but listen.
listen. If something defiles logic,
Mhm.
that makes it illogical, right?
Yes.
Okay. That means that your belief in the fact that a stick turned into a snake is illogical.
It's not illogical.
Oh,
It
Then,
seems impossible,
then explain
but
the
it's
logic.
not
It,
illogical.
it doesn't seem impossible. It is impossible because we don't actually have hardcore evidence that it actually did happen. You're ignoring that fact. You're reading a story that was written by
Okay,
someone that you do
so
not know.
okay. First of all, we have to admit that you do not know whether the history in the Bible is true or not, because you say you don't know whether history is true or not. So
That's
it
not what
could
I
be
said.
true according to your worldview. You
Is
believe
not
it to
what
be
that
impossible.
is
You believe it to
absolutely
be
not
impossible.
what I said. That's
Listen to me. Let me
absolutely
finish.
no. Hold up. If you want to make your point, you should at least quote me right.
Okay.
I did not just say that I don't know. I said you don't know.
Mhm.
But this is how we do know that history is not true. Because we know as a matter of fact that the history we're really reading is not written by everyone who was there. If you want to get what happened at the situation, you don't just ask one person that was there. You ask everybody that was there. If you only ask one person that is there, they're going to simply tell you their perspective. They're not going to tell you every perspective, which gives you a broader and in-depth knowledge of what happened. The history of the Bible is a specific
That's why we
narrative.
have the four gospels. That's why we have the four
That's not
gospels.
true,
So we
bro.
have four different accounts of the same thing.
We understand the
I
bias of the
understand.
people. Listen, bro, we understand the bias of the people who wrote the Bible. They would never have written anything that they intentionally thought would prove their belief system wrong. So they did not write the views of their opposers. They did not properly represent the alternative views. You know any situation in this world where there's not alternative views? There's always alternative views. It doesn't give you a non-biased account. Every account in the Bible and the Quran is biased. For example, in the Quran, Jesus never died. He never resurrected because he never died.
So let's go back to what you asked me originally. You said you were talking about, yeah, I understand Quran and the gospel are different, but I don't follow the Quran. I think
I
the
don't
Quran is
care what you
incorrect.
follow. I care about the
But
truth.
for me, I
Listen,
trust
brother.
and
We
have
don't
faith
care.
in the,
We don't care what you believe or what somebody else believes. What we are investigating is truth. That's why we're not going based on what people care. We want to know the real truth. And what we're telling you is you have chosen to ignore the fact and all the red flags, but we're not going to ignore it. We can't ignore something that blatantly proves you that, listen, there is two different accounts of the same thing. One person says Jesus never died, and one person says Jesus actually died.
Look,
one of you is lying. One of you is lying.
You already said that you don't know whether history is right or not. You cannot say, because you already told me that you don't know what happened back then. You can't say it's not just like they wrote it down. You don't know one way or another. So why are you
Brother,
speaking on something you've already said you don't know? That's how
because
you're refuting yourself.
listen. I did not say I didn't know. That's why you keep repeating my point halfway. What I said to you, this is how I know. by pointing out the inconsistencies within it that obliviates that account of
No, no.
being considered as truth. Listen carefully, okay? This is what I don't know. There's a difference between what I don't know and what I do know. What I do know is that history is a lie. What I don't know is what was the account of those people who actually died. That's what I
You
don't
don't know
know.
if all of history is a lie.
I know
You
that
can't
all
know
of
that.
history is a lie. I
You
know
can't
that
not
all
know
of
that all
history is a
history is a
lie.
lie.
All of history is a lie. I told you to give me an example of history which is not a lie, and I pointed out to you what the lie would be. Why does one Bible have 88 books and one Bible has 66 books, and you're both sincere? One of you is lying. If not, both of you are lying. Because I know a Bible that has more than 100 books. I know another one that has more than 80 books. And you want to know the amazing
But
things
that
about these books that were
not
removed?
you're not now you're going off
It's bro,
because that doesn't mean that they contradict each other. Just because one has more
listen,
books than the other doesn't mean they
listen.
contradict each other. It is
That's
just a more
that's
full
that's
account
that's
of the
that's
same
that's
thing. Do you
that's
understand?
precisely
It
what it
doesn't
means.
contradict each other because there's
Yes,
more
it
books.
does. Yes, it does. Purgatory
No.
is, bro. Do you have purgatory in your Bible,
Purgatory is an interpretation.
bro?
That's
Do
a
you,
Roman Catholic interpretation.
bro? That's not my question for you, bro. Do you have purgatory in your Bible,
Purgatory is not explicitly in the Bible, it's an interpretation
bro?
of the
Do you
Bible.
do you
So
have
people
okay?
can interpret the Bible differently.
Give me the chapter and verse that talks about purgatory.
I don't believe in purgatory.
Precisely because it's not in the Bible that you read. It's not in the Bible that you read.
Okay, let me explain something about Christian history. Christian history is not just about the Bible, it's the tradition that's been passed down from Jesus to his disciples and then through the bishops down through history. The knowledge is passed down this way, okay? You can claim that it's incorrect because people lie, but you cannot say for sure that it is incorrect because you, by your own admission, do not know, you were not there, did not use
What
your
is it?
sense data,
What is it?
your
What is it?
feeling,
Again, you
touching, tasting, smelling
you keep
in the
misquoting me.
first century to know whether it's wrong or not.
You keep misquoting me. You keep misquoting me. What is it exactly that I said I didn't know? I'll give you one last chance to tell me, bro, because you've misquoted me 3 times now, and I've corrected you 3 times.
No, I'm making the inference because you told me you can only get knowledge from sense data, and you're saying we can't know history for sure because we were not there, and that people lie about history, but you cannot tell me that you know for sure that what is told by the church to be history is not true.
That's
You
exactly
can
how
say
I
you
know
don't
for
think it's
sure.
true, you
That's
don't
how I
believe it
know
to
for
be true,
sure. That's
but
literally
you can't
how I
know.
know for sure.
So you have faith.
No, I
You
have
have faith
logic.
that it's not true.
I have logic.
No,
It's logical to conclude that if
you
two
have
people tell a
faith.
story, listen. It's logical to conclude that when stories, just by observation by how the world works, right? Especially in the world that we have technology today, when a story leaves from one person to another, the story changes form and it changes shape. There's multiple contradictions in the 4 Gospels. There's multiple contradictions between the teachings of Jesus and the teachings of Paul. There's multiple contradictions between the Old Testament and the New Testament. You don't need to be a genius to know that that is evidence
That's
of
your claim.
deception.
That's your interpretation.
It's not my
That
interpretation,
is
it's a
your
fact.
interpretation.
You
The
don't need to
interpretation of the
listen.
church
If
is that there
something,
is no contradiction.
if something is written in a text in a language, it doesn't require interpretation. You interpret from one language to another. You don't interpret within a specific language if the text is already clear about what it means. It means what it's written. What is written is what it means. There's no interpretation. You don't need to interpret the Bible. You only need to know how to read English, understand the rules and the laws of grammar, and you can get any message in the Bible as it is written. You don't need to interpret a text which is already
That is
directly written.
completely incorrect.
That is
That's completely
100%
incorrect.
correct. That is
That's
100%
completely
correct.
incorrect.
Because if it is up to
No.
interpretation, then there is no way that you know the interpretation unless you are hearing it out of the mouth of the person who wrote it. If you are not listening to Peter, right, the book of Peter,
No,
and
the
the book of
interpretation, listen, you don't speak about something you don't believe in. Listen to somebody who does believe in it. So
because
the way that you can interpret the
belief
Bible
is
is
not the
only
means by
through the
which
Holy
truth
Spirit,
is established.
and the Holy
Belief is
Spirit
not
works through the church.
belief is not the foundation upon which truth is established. Truth is not established based on belief. You can believe whatever you want to believe about who committed the crime, but when the facts are presented, your belief is irrelevant. What matters is the facts. If I write a statement saying that I am a boy, you don't need to interpret
Yes,
my
but you
statement. It means
cannot
exactly what
present.
it says.
Okay. Yes, but in order to understand the Bible and the message of God through the Bible, we have to be able to interpret it, meaning we have to gain the help of the Holy Spirit. Okay, now we're
That's a
talking about
lie.
theology.
That's
I don't know if
that's
you
a
want to go
lie.
into
That is
theology
a
because you don't
bold-faced
believe in
lie.
God. So why are we talking
That's
about
that's
theology?
that's that's a bold-faced lie. That's a bold-faced lie. Any text that is written in the English language, directly
Right.
communicated, requires no interpretation, especially not from an abstract, inconsistent Holy Spirit. That will make every Christian interaction true because they all claim to have the Holy Spirit. All Christians claim to have the Holy Spirit when they interpret the Bible, and yet they give you
They can
contradicting.
claim all they want.
Okay, so what? You're
They
making
can
a claim
claim all
too.
they
So
want, but
so
it
so
does not
what's
mean
to
they
say?
have the Holy Spirit.
What's
Okay,
to
what?
say? What's to say that you are not just making a claim and you don't actually have the Holy Spirit and your interpretation is just your feelings and your emotions? I think you are misconstruing feelings and emotions for the Holy Spirit. In fact, that's quite literally the definition of the word spirit. The
Sure.
word spirit is defined as the seat, the non-physical part of a person, the seat of behavior and emotions. So the word spirit is not independent of emotions. You are talking about
No,
your feelings. You're telling
no,
me that if I read
you're
a
mixing
text,
the soul. You're confusing. You're confusing the soul with the spirit.
no, I'm
But
going to give you
the
the definition of
spirit
the word
is
spirit.
something different. It has to do with,
Now, this is the
yeah,
definition of the word
okay.
spirit,
It's
okay?
the seat
It's
of emotions
defined.
is the soul.
No, the spirit is literally defined as a noun, as the non-physical part of a person, which is the seat of emotions and character. It's also called the soul. So the spirit and the soul apparently is the same thing. We seek harmony between body and spirit, right? Those qualities regarded as forming the definitive and typical elements in the character of a person, nation, or a group, or in the thought and the
Right.
attitudes of a particular period. So you having the Holy Spirit is just you talking about holy emotions, bro. It's holy emotions, your feelings. You are literally
So
telling me
you're
that if
talking about, you went on to Google.
listen, bro, you're telling me that
You
if
went
I
on
read
to
a
Google.
text, hold up, bro.
And you're
You're
trying
telling,
to tell me theological terms by going onto Google.
bro, the word
Okay.
spirit is not
What
a
you need to
theological
do is
term.
go to the church.
Bro, you don't need to, the church is not a
What you need to
dictionary.
do if you want to understand the spirit and the soul, you have to go to the church.
That's
They
not
can tell you.
true.
Okay,
That's
not
not
just any
true.
church, you have to go to the true church.
That's not true. If the
Yeah.
Bible is the word of God, you don't
But
need
you
to go
can't
to a specific
interpret the
person.
Bible if you don't believe in God.
That's not true. That's a lie.
There's two words in the Hebrew.
Do you believe
There's two
in
different words in the
evolution?
Hebrew.
So hold up.
There's
Let me ask you a question.
nephesh
Hold up,
and there
brother.
is ruach. These
Hold
are
up, brother. Hold up.
two different words.
Hold up, brother.
Spirit
Bro, I don't know.
is ruach.
I don't know if you speak Hebrew. Do you speak
What?
Hebrew? Do you speak Hebrew fluently?
I know many words in Hebrew.
Then you don't speak Hebrew, bro. You're not trained enough.
But
You don't
I
understand the
can
laws
tell
of
you that
grammar.
spirit
Bro,
and soul
you do not understand the grammar. You do not speak
different.
Hebrew. So don't use Hebrew when it's inconvenient to you to describe the word. The people who translated the Bible know how to speak Hebrew better than you. If they wanted to make the word spirit mean anything else, they would have made it. They would have simply written ruach, or they would have written breath. They would have written whatever there. They wrote the word spirit. So spirit means spirit, bro. Spirit doesn't mean what you feel like it should mean. Now you said to me that if I don't, believe in the Bible,
this is
you
not
said,
about. This is not the conversation.
hold up real quick, bro. You said to me that if I don't believe in the Bible, I cannot understand it, right? That's what you said to me, right? Where did you go? Where did you go? He's softly spoken, but he's still a typical religious person. Oh man. You see what I'm saying, y'all? If you're a Christian, I want you to listen to me. If you're the type of Christian who likes to jump to the Hebrew when you don't like the meaning of the English word, you are extremely confused. In fact, you are eternally confused. You live in confusing land.
How you doing, man?
What's up, man?
How's it going? Where are you from? Do you mind if I ask you that? Where you
I'll let you know as soon as you turn on your camera, boss.
Oh, you have to turn the camera on. Oh shit.
Yes, sir. That's better than nothing. I see shadows. I'm from Wakanda.
Is that is there a different that's the original name or that's
That's one of the spiritual names of Africa, Wakanda.
spiritual fan? So
Yeah.
I came to realization. I mean, I came to some information about trees. You know, I'm my father from Africa too. So there's a people in my father village where they I don't want to say they give the respect to this tree because this tree has been there for a long, long time, and and it's not supposed to be. You know how a tree's not supposed to grow in certain place where it's rocks and stuff, but so this tree's been here for thousand years. I mean, I don't know exactly when, but for a long generation. And the people in that area, they other people make fun of them, like the Christians and stuff. They make fun of them, but they just give respect to that trees because that tree's been there through generation with their great grandfather. And that was a long time ago when my father took me to Africa. But now, as I got older, I realized those kind of spiritual belief are everywhere in India, Brazil, the indigenous people. So I just believe that there was an old religion where they just give respect to the creator, like, to nature, to universe, whatever it is. Uh, they believe in that. So in the Bible it says uh, the creator, God is the creation. Have you ever heard that before?
That God is the creation?
Yeah.
No.
So the more I dug into this religion or belief they have is they believe the creation, which is the soil, the tree, the air, the sky, the cosmos, whatever, that is God.
They have a fantastic imagination. Good for them.
Huh?
They have fantastic imaginations. Good for them.
So the biggest question that they go deeper to, who gave us this mind? Who How do we come to this mind we have? How we have this emotion thinking? Does that came out of nowhere? That's the biggest question.
If you want to know it, go and become a doctor and study the human mind. You will know how it works. And once you know how it works, you know where it comes from.
But they don't know they know how it works, but they don't know how it originated from.
They know how it originates. It comes out of your father and your mother's, from your father's testicles and your mother's womb. It's not strange. We know where everybody in the world today came from our parents. And we know where they came from their parents. You can keep going back, you keep finding parents. You will never run into a person who didn't have a father and a mother. That's
I
just how
mean,
the
the
world
animals
works.
have the same history too. They have fathers and mothers. They came
You are
from.
correct. You are
Yeah,
correct.
but they don't have a brain like us though.
But we don't
We
have
the
a
only
brain like
one who have
them.
brain.
We don't have
Huh?
a brain like them. That's why if I put you in a cage with gorillas, you're gonna find out real quick you don't have a brain like them. You're correct.
So we are somehow unique. You do
Just
believe
like
that?
the gorilla is unique. If I put you into a fist fight with a gorilla, you think the gorilla needs his brain to know how to smash you? Nah, buddy. If I put you as a man, right, the way your God made you, if you believe in God, face to
Mm-hmm.
face with a gorilla or face to face with a lion, who do you think
Yeah.
has the better brain? You?
No, he does.
Yeah. What do you think? What good is your brain gonna do for you? Your brain's gonna
And
help
not
you
to
go
get in
to.
that cage, I
If
guess
you
that's the
if
only
listen,
thing.
if I put you face to face with a tiger, and your brain cannot help you go to sleep real quick and forget,
Mm-hmm.
your brain is gonna remind you how painful it is to be dinner.
Okay.
So yes,
I mean,
our brains are really useful, especially when we're in numbers. It allows us to survive because out of most living things that work on the dry ground, we are the most fragile. We are the ones who have the most difficult time surviving naturally. So we've had to evolve over the years to think in ways that all these other animals don't think. The reason why we
so
think the way we think is because we face the most danger.
so I mean, in one way, one your point, I do agree with you. I hate this religion stuff, because, but I think there was a different spiritual of thinking about beliefs
No, sir.
before,
Let me put it
and
for you.
they
Let me tell you what your weakness in. It is the ethics of the old world. They had ethics. The old world had achieved a level of prosperity where human beings used to value and respect even non-human things like a tree. A tree could be a person. You respect a tree. If you have a tree in your compound, that tree provided mangoes for your great 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 grandfather. It provided mangoes from your great grandfather, for your grandfather, for your father. Now the tree is providing mangoes for you, and it's also providing mangoes for your children, for your grandchildren, for your great grandchildren, and you're still alive to see it. You respect that tree because of its longevity. And that also allows you to teach the young ones that if you do good, you can live long among people. You have less enemies. The tree continues to give fruit. If the tree stops giving fruit at one point, people will just cut it down because it's just there. It's blocking the way. But if the tree is consistently providing fruit, then human beings used to value it. It's not just in India, even the Native Americans, the Native Europeans.
yeah, no, all over the world, all over the indigenous
Even
people.
if you had a river, yes, it's almost like the same thing that we do today with animal rights. One day it will be illegal to kill animals, completely illegal. It will be illegal to raise animals for food. Human beings will have alternative forms of food. Like what people are calling GMO right now, genetically modified food, that's what human beings are going to be eating in the future. Through science, we're going to be able to make food. In fact, it will be more healthy to eat those foods because we would have mastered the correct proportion of nutrients. Let me give you an example. Do you know that soldiers on the battlefield right now, they don't eat the same type of food as we eat? The food that they feed to soldiers is food that can feed your stomach, give you all the nutrients you need without making your stomach heavy. So you can move at moment's notice. So a soldier can eat a protein bar that is this small, and that protein bar will give him all the nutrients that he necessitates. The same thing is true about Gatorade, right? For a long time, human beings had to drink water to hydrate. But now we make these drinks called Gatorade. Gatorade has electrolytes in it. It gives you more than just what regular water can give you. Shit, even the water you drink that comes out of bottle is not even the same as the water you would drink out of the stream. The water that you drink out of the stream is susceptible to infection. You don't know if there's somebody upstream pissing in the water. There could be somebody up the stream that literally took a shit in the water, and you're downstream drinking the water, right? So now we put water in the bottle. But then, do you really know what the person that put the water in the bottle put in there? You drink it. So eventually, our world, you just have to be able to observe the world around you, okay? And you can kind of follow the line of reasoning. It's like AI. In fact, it's like the internet. When the internet first came out, Jeff Bezos of Amazon was one of the first people to see that, man, the internet is going to be big in the future. I'm going to start an internet business. So he started selling books. When Jeff Bezos started selling books, there were still people who were saying that, oh, the internet is useless. We don't need this stuff. It's just for fancy guys that like to work in the office. Now everybody has it on their phone. Now most people have it. A lot of people have it in their cars. Some people even have refrigerators that have internet on it. What do you think about AI? Artificial intelligence is going to become so good that eventually most jobs are going to go away. So we're going to have to find something for people to do when they're not working. So human beings are going to have more fun. There's going to be new things for human beings to explore. Human beings are
But
going to take more risk.
But do you think that this technology was there, and the world, the Earth has some kind of disaster, and it was stored somewhere? Now they bringing it out slowly, because they had this information for a long time.
Yes, that's something that we already know beyond shadow of doubt. Those who don't know it are just uneducated. There's evidence that ancient human civilizations achieved high levels of technology, including electricity and even the internet.
Even like the pyramid, they say they can't even figure out how they made that.
The pyramid is literally like a skyscraper. So that actual technology has long degraded. You see our technologies today. If something happens to us, most of what we call like our technology and our civilization will disappear. But there's some of these skyscrapers, they can sit here for 10,000 years and they won't crumble.
I mean, I see documentaries where they stored a lot of stuff in underground bunkers in the mountains, a lot of seeds and stuff, just in case a disaster happened.
There is a place in the world, I'm just gonna say it like that, I don't want TikTok to take me down, where they store every invention that's been invented by us. It's like a bunker. It's bigger than New York City combined. Every time there's a new invention, a copy of it is stored there. It's completely independent of the outside world. It has its own complete independent electrical system. And the people who care for that thing is based on families. So you cannot even get recruited. Like if you're not part of a specific bloodline, you cannot store it.
I heard they even
Human
store
beings-
selective,
beings-
what do you call it? DNA.
Hold up. Human beings started doing that about 500 years ago. Around 500 years ago, a certain group of humans figured that it would be a really great achievement if they should store all the most advanced inventions of man. And that thought came after the church tried very hardly to persecute people that were going into science. So a certain group decided to isolate information that was out of the reach of the church. At first, they used to just do research on their own. Now, in modern times, they kind of control CERN. They control most of the advanced societies that perform technological work. But all of our important paintings, it's well cataloged. Because like I said, if I can figure it out, obviously they figured it out. History is extremely unreliable. So, true history is only reserved for those who have the right to rule. So those who rule the world have a better chance of knowing true history because they get to read the records that is not given to the public. The public only gets records that is consistent with the necessity for us to be ruled. Let me give you an example. If most people in America knew the true history of how the US government was formed, they will rebel. Like, let me put it this way. Literally, in a matter of 24 hours, there'll be no US government. If most people in America knew the true history behind how this nation was formed, I'm not even talking about slavery, I'm talking about like other things, this country will not exist. The same thing is true about the Catholic Church. The Vatican, I mean, anybody that knows about the Vatican knows that the Vatican hoards information. They hoard relics. I'm going to stop it right there.
So I just want to tell you something before I leave. I'm wrap it up. Uh, Oh, to the thing that you just said right now, I don't think people are so comfortable and used to this life. Just like the movie Matrix, I think they would choose the red pill or the blue pill. I don't know which one. I forgot the red pill, and just live with this fake life. But ever since that Constantine started Christianity, I feel very bad for my father is from Ethiopia. And that those people in the village I told you that they just give respect to the tree. That's their religion. They are being very, very looked down to them.
It's not religion, it's tradition.
A tradition. Yeah, I meant to say.
Yes.
I'm not using a correct term, but once I learned that this kind of tradition is in every roar, indigenous people in every continent, I just feel how bad this guy Constantine started Christianity, and now some people are so dumbed they will put their own people down for something they don't even understand, and
Let me
it's very,
educate
very
you on
shame,
something. Let me educate you on something. We don't really know the real reason why Constantine decided to make Christianity the religion of Rome. The reason that we know is because obviously it was the easiest way to control the people of his continent, right? And his empire at that time, to rally his soldiers and his army. But the real reason, unless you go into the mystery schools, it's always going to be shrouded in doubt for the common man. Listen, bro. You find out the truth about this world, there's two options. You find out the truth about this world, there's two options. You either remain a crazy person or you just disappear. Most of what you know about history, if not all of it, are all carefully well-designed lies. They're designed to quench the curiosity, to create a sense of comfort, to make us primed to follow orders. Regardless of what you believe, regardless of where you're from. That's how it works.
I mean, it does.
If you set out on the journey to know the truth about the world, you ought to be ready to have no friends, have many enemies whom you do not even know, be extremely sad, because the real history of the world is sad. When I mean sad, it's as sad as you watching someone die, an innocent person die. It is covered in more blood than you can fill a lake with. Innocent blood. I think that most people don't understand how law enforcement has changed the perception of the world. The fact that we have a sense of law is a sacrifice that was paid in blood. There was a time when someone could come up to your house and do whatever they wanted to do to you and walk away with no consequences whatsoever. And that was everyday life in the past. The reason why the lifespan of people was really short is because it was just a matter of time. If you had something, it was just a matter of time before somebody wanted to take it from you. That was the nature of the world. That's why colonization, slavery, wars, and conquest is not strange. That was natural in that world. The world we live in right now is a world of extreme compromise. We have compromised our curiosity and our need to know the truth. We have exchanged it for safety and comfort. So when you set out to know listen, if you think you found the truth about the world and you're comfortable, you're just lying to yourself. The truth about the world cannot make you comfortable at all. At all. Let me give you an example.
I mean, especially when people are suffering.
It's even outside, bro. Let me tell you the worst type of situation. When something bad happens, something truly bad happens, and it's something so sad, something so vile, something so despicable. What even makes it more sad is when there's no one to blame. The true history of the world is so sad, so despicable, so bloody. You cannot blame anybody.
Hold on. Why you said there's
Every
nobody to blame?
bro, because everybody was a victim.
Yeah,
Everybody's a victim.
but
Like,
proportionally,
listen.
certain people were.
Let me give you an example. The kid on the playground, right? There's a bunch of 11-year-old kids on the playground. One of them is a nerd. He doesn't like sports. One of them is a bully. This is the difference. When the nerd goes home, his mother and his father gives him everything he wants. He's never had to lift a finger to do anything for himself. So when he goes on the playground, anybody can bully him. The kid on the playground who's a bully, when he goes home, his father beats the shit out of him, kicks him, punches him. So when he comes out on the playground, he takes out his frustration on his peers. So now, if you're observing from outside, you might think that the kid who's a bully is a bad person. He's not a bad person. He's a victim. You just don't know the whole story. You just don't know the whole story. The kid who's a bully, that's the white man. The kid who's the nerd and who is spoiled, that's the black man.
I might have to disagree on you that for a reason is, you know, listen, there's something in our body, in our mind, DNA, that tells you when you do something bad. You know, when you are young, okay, you're not mature, you have fully understand about your human body. But once you are grown, you cannot tell me, okay? You know when you do something wrong. Okay? You know when you do something wrong. Okay? After a while, you've been doing that thing and you become numb to it, but you still know. See, that's the funniest about our human nature is, our mind is more complicated than computer, anything in this world.
Let me teach you something.
Sophisticated.
Let me teach you something. If you were a white kid and you were born on a plantation in America, the thought never even occurred through your mind that it's wrong to treat a black person a certain way. The idea that it's wrong to treat a black person a certain way doesn't even occur to you. You were raised. Listen, bro, you were raised. And from when you even had a brain to think, you knew that these people were animals. So you treat them like an animal. It's not strange to you. The thought doesn't even cross your mind.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you, though. I'm trying to disagree with you because at a certain point, you have your own mind. You're right. At the beginning, you are influenced. But no matter how influenced you are, your mind is capable of knowing good and bad. Nobody has to influence you. You know. Even
That's
though
not
that
true.
person, your father taught you the wrong thing,
That's not true.
what's good or bad.
That's not true.
Are you sure?
Yes. It's the same reason why human beings keep pets. And even those who love their pets, they still put them in a cage. We just see them as beneath us. We don't need to be told that those are people. Listen to me, bro. In the highest order of human comprehension, a fully enlightened human being does not differentiate between a goat and a human. As far as an enlightened human being is concerned, a goat is as much human as a human is a goat. These are two independently living things that have feelings and emotions, aspirations and hopes. Something about your upbringing makes you love eating the goat. The goat is delicious. The reason why the goat is beneath you is not simply because it's a goat. It's because it's actually delicious when you eat it. So for you to see that goat as a person, eating the goat has to disgust you. And the thought doesn't even cross your mind. How many of you have ever been eating chicken and you just thought to yourself, man, it's wrong to eat this chicken? The thought doesn't cross your mind. If the thought crosses your mind, you blow it off as something silly.
What about the people who cross their mind? So there's two different kind of people you're telling me. So let me give you one example and I'm going to go, okay? So you're right. Certain things get passed on, passed on. But if you're telling me, you're sitting here and telling me when those European presidents sat there and came up with that idea how to run this world, how to divide Africa, eat them like a chicken, you telling me those people didn't know from right or wrong?
No. You want me to tell you why?
Why?
There is something that is omitted from the history books. They were facing an existential crisis. They actually were in Europe. What is Europe today would have collapsed about 150 years ago had they not invaded Africa. Literally. I want you to understand why those soldiers, when they got to Africa, they couldn't help but see us as less than human, even though many of them already been interacting with blacks. They were facing an existential crisis that left them with no choice.
What was that? Is that famine of potato? What was that? I'm just curious.
Bro, you trying to get me banned?
No, I'm saying, what was the crisis?
Listen. I will put it to you, bro. The best way that I can put it to you is that they were facing an existential crisis, and you wouldn't understand it because you can't walk in their own shoes. You cannot walk in their shoes, right? Think about it, bro. Once you've concluded that someone is bad, you can never truly understand why they do the things they do. That is why psychiatrists that are trained to investigate why serial killers do what serial killers do, when they approach a serial killer, they don't approach a serial killer as judgmentally. They don't approach the serial killer as if they're a bad person. They approach a serial killer as someone that has a worldview that is so twisted. That person doesn't even see the world the way you see it at all. And from his perspective, what you think he's doing wrong is perfectly natural to him in every way. So if you want to understand that person, you have to almost think like him for a given amount of time so you can process the person's thought. If you walk into a room with a serial killer and the serial killer completely disgusts you, you will never understand how his mind works. So you will never gain the knowledge that is necessary to identify people like him. Because I'm telling you that there are many serial killers walking around who have never killed a person.
No, you don't understand. That happens once you keep doing it, you get deeper and deeper to it. That I understand. But
no,
bro, trust me, man. I mean, you
it
don't
is
think
more,
that
it is more complex than that. It's more complicated than that, bro. It's not actually as simple as that. That is why I'm telling you there's no such thing as bad people in this world. If you investigate,
you haven't been in their mind.
Listen carefully.
How are you so sure?
If you investigate why somebody does something and you trace it back, you're gonna go past that person.
That's impossible for you to investigate, brother.
Listen, it's not impossible. You just have to be a type of person that you really are, you want to know the real truth. If you're just looking for someone to blame, it's easy for you to find someone to blame. If you learn the real truth, bro, the saddest thing about human history is that you can't point your finger at a single person and say, damn, it's your fault. You cannot. Everybody is a victim.
No,
Every single person is a victim. Listen, bro, that is what saves the world, okay? Once we all understand that, we are left with no option but to be kind to each other, even the worst among us. We have no option.
That's a good healing process, but that's not.
It's bro. I feel. Listen.
It will never stop like that.
If there is one principle that the Bible borrowed from the real world, which is true, is this simple thought: the truth will set you free. When you know the truth of a situation, bro, it actually sets you free. Like you realize that there is no judgment. And there's no punishment that can be enough to punish one single person for what they do. Because what people do is not independent of their circumstances and their environment and the people in their life. Some people became serial killers because of what one person said to them. And that what that one person said to them was directly proportional and related to a heartbreak that they just experienced. That heartbreak is directly connected to the fact that the man who broke her heart was not raised right by his mom. He was bullied and beat by his mom. And his mom beat and treated him wrong because her mom beat and treated her wrong because her mom was raised in an environment where there was no food. And there was no food because the government mismanaged the funds. The government mismanaged the funds. Bro, you want to keep going back? I'm telling you. But listen, by the time you get back, bro, the person that you're actually looking at in front of you, you will feel so sorry for him. You realize that you can't punish that person enough. The most you can do maybe is even isolate the person from society. That's it. But there's no punishment that you can give that person that will be enough to.
So you say basically we don't have a choice, you know? I mean, I grew up in the project here in Baltimore. Okay, listen, I grew up in the project. Okay, I did some things, but at one point in my life, I decided, oh, you know what? I'm gonna I'm not gonna do it no more because it doesn't feel good inside of me. There's something tells me, nothing, not the Bible,
Listen,
nothing.
listen,
Something
listen,
inside of me, my heart tells me
listen,
I was
listen,
doing wrong.
listen.
Nah,
When
I
you
mean,
grew up, somebody taught you what right and wrong was. Somebody taught it to you. And
not only taught me,
depending,
I saw it too.
hold up, relax. Regardless of what that person taught you, you took more of what they taught you than you actually realized you did. There are some things that you were taught that were wrong, that you didn't think were wrong until you experienced it and you realized that it was actually wrong. But
No,
you
I was
never
wrong. I knew. Let me
listen.
explain that. I knew it was wrong. I just decided I'm gonna do it because fuck it for different reasons. Sorry.
Like I said to you, to be a good person, you can never be. It's like when someone does something good, bro. You cannot give them all the glory. Listen, this is why religious people at some point in time they just concluded that you should give God all the glory. Do you know why? Because if you keep going back, because you can never get to an end, and the end that people create is God, right? People say that God created everything. That is why, for a person who believes in God, then they're not necessarily wrong to say that you give God all the blame. Because if you trace everything back, it is like a domino effect. The only difference between people who believe in God and people who understand the world like I do is that it's infinitely regressive. You will not
But
find someone to blame. You will not find someone to blame because everybody was a victim.
you blame yourself if you choose the wrong thing. That's what I'm saying. You saying that we don't have a choice. That's I don't have a
Listen,
choice. I have a choice. You can't tell me that because I chose not to do it no more.
listen to me.
You see, why can't you answer me that? I
You
chose not to
you
do it.
you didn't choose not to do it.
Uh-huh.
You were inclined to choose not to do it. So
Hold
you
on,
didn't just
explain that to me a little bit.
it is thanks to your upbringing. It's thanks to your understanding of society that will make you choose not to do something. It's also thanks to your understanding of the consequences of you doing
No,
it that
let me
makes
give
you
you a little
choose
bit of
not to do
information.
something.
It wasn't because my upbringing. My upbringing was messed up, man. I don't have a father, nothing. I grew up in a project. That my upbringing actually makes me want me to do more crazy shit, to be honest with you. But I chose
Listen,
not to.
bro.
You
You're not
understand that
listening.
choice?
You're
I
not
had that
listening.
choice.
You're not listening. A bad
I mean,
situation always teaches you two things. It teaches you how not to do it, why not to
or
do
to
it.
do it more.
Hold up, listen.
That's your choice.
Listen, you're correct. It teaches you how and why not to do it, and it also teaches you how and why to do it. Right? So the choice that you have is not if not to do it. The choice that you have is how you will do it.
Hold on,
How you will
say
do
that
it.
again.
You don't decide why you do it, but you can
I
decide
don't
how
decide.
you do it. You can decide how you do it. But the reason why you do it, it's not up to you.
Who's it
If
up
you
to?
if it's up to your environment, everyone you've ever interacted with, everyone who ever did you wrong, everyone who ever did you right, all put together. All put together. Every single decision that you make at every given moment is a direct product of every interaction you ever had in your life, every thought you ever thought in your life, every bad situation you ever experienced, every good situation you ever experienced. And those people that contributed to those experiences are as much responsible as you are. For all it takes is you to remove one single experience that you have, and your path is completely different.
But you just contradicted
Listen,
yourself. You
listen,
said
listen,
I
listen
have the
to me.
choice.
If listen, bro.
Sure.
If you stay on my live right now for the next 1 hour, that will completely disrupt your day tomorrow. Different from if you had stayed on my live show for only 5 minutes.
Brother, I've been
So,
so much
so
through my life, man.
listen,
I
no,
don't think
listen,
this
listen,
1 hour
listen,
is gonna
listen.
think.
You talking to me for 1 hour will completely change the decisions that you make tomorrow, rather than if you went to sleep 1 hour ago and woke up 30 minutes earlier, 5 minutes earlier. You waking up 5 minutes earlier will determine when you go to your car. If you go to your car and you find out that you have a flat tire, that will also determine how much time it takes.
Uh, I agree. Most of the stuff you talk about, I agree
Every
with.
single
But I
detail.
do have a choice. That's the part I'm talking about. I have a choice,
Listen,
and
listen,
everybody has a
listen to
choice.
me. Listen to me. That's why it's called the illusion of choice. I told you, bro. The fact that you're so emphatic on the fact that you have a choice is because of how sad it is when you actually learn that you don't have a choice. Okay, like you
So
have
how you
the
gonna tell?
you have the illusion of choosing,
I
but
mean,
you you you
can
actually
you open it up? Be specific. So I'm telling you that I used to do some crazy stuff, crimes, whatever, and I chose not to do it. And you telling me what is that?
you chose not to do it
Uh huh.
because society has made it clear to you the consequences of doing it. Because you've seen other people do it and seen how it ended up for them. So your decision not to do it is not really only up to you. It is influenced by what you have interacted with, either by sight, by smell, by hearing, by tasting, or by feeling.
Okay, whatever the reason is, but I had the choice. That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm saying. I
You
don't know who.
think you have the choice. That makes you feel like yourself.
So if
That
there's
makes
two
you
choices, either
listen,
I
listen.
continue doing it
That makes you
or
that
not
makes
do it.
you that
That's not a
makes
choice.
you that makes you think like yourself. It's an illusion of choosing, but you really had no choice. You only do what you have to do. In this world, you're only going to do what you have to do. The choice you make is not because you wanted to, it's because you had to. You just don't realize it. Do you know why you came on my life tonight? Because you had to quench that urge to want to talk to me. People who don't realize that are miserable. I'm telling you, because they're consistently trying to make choices that they think will lead them in the right direction. And when they don't end up where they want to be, they start feeling like they're failures or they start looking for someone to blame.
No,
When
I
you
believe
realize,
TikTok.
listen, bro, let me teach you something.
Okay.
When you realize that you're not really making a choice and you allow it to be like that, there is no outcome of anything you do that would ever bother you. Like, no, there is no outcome like that will make you feel like, oh man, this was a bad day. There's no outcome that will make you feel like this was a good day. Like every day would just be a good day.
The
Because a
one
good
thing
day,
that we are unique for, you're trying to take it away from me. The one thing that
listen,
we humans have
listen,
is a brain
listen.
and a choice, and you're trying to take
Remember,
that away from
listen,
me. I
listen
don't
to
think
me,
you.
bro. Listen to me, bro. You remember the red pill and the blue pill?
Uh huh.
What's happening to you right now is that I just gave you the red pill. But you love your life in the matrix so much, you ain't gonna take the red pill. Because if you take the red pill, your life in the matrix has to cease. That's a good analogy, okay? You think you have control. Listen, that's literally the whole point of the matrix. You're not choosing anything. You're doing what you have to do. There was never really ever a choice. There was really only that one thing that you could do. And the one thing
So
that you could do is what you actually did. That's how the
you're
world.
not making sense right now.
That's
You're just
how the.
using the wordplay right now.
Listen, it's not wordplay. It's not wordplay. I don't think you're really understanding that because you're not letting this apply to your life. You
That's what I'm
think
saying. Use example. Give me example.
you all the bad things you used to do, right? You think that you
Mm-hmm.
chose. You think you chose not to do it, right?
Uh huh.
No, society made you
But there's some people still do it.
not do
So
it.
some other person chose to continue doing that. I stopped.
Yes,
So that's not two
yes,
different things.
yes. So listen to me. Listen to me. Society
Uh-huh.
makes them do it. That's why they're gonna die before you.
No, they might live longer. I might die tomorrow in a car
That
accident. But
is
that's not
why
the
they're
point.
gonna have
That's
to
not the
endure
point.
more suffering than you. You're not
They might not be
understanding.
suffering. They might be living
You're,
good.
you're not understanding, bro. Listen to me. Let me give you an example.
Okay.
You're typing on the computer, right?
Uh-huh.
You want to type the letter A, right?
Uh-huh.
You only have one choice. In fact, you don't only have one choice. You're gonna hit the A button. If you want to type the word what, WHAT,
Uh-huh.
there's no other choice.
There's a capital letter and small letter. That's two choice.
You're gonna type W, H, W, lowercase, H, lowercase, and A, uppercase, T. Let me teach you something. The right way is the only way. So if you want to know what the right way is, look for the only way to do something.
Okay, I mean,
Okay?
listen,
Listen,
I,
listen, listen,
I
listen,
mean,
listen.
we can't go far. You believe what you want to believe, but we do have a choice. I mean, you can't take that away from.
It's not a belief. I'm teaching you. But like I said, it's so sad and it's so depressing, you don't even want to think about it. Because
You see, I
you
think you just need to.
hold up.
Okay,
Because
I'm
you
sorry. Go ahead.
because your thought that you have a choice brings you solace. It makes you comfortable. It makes you feel like you are you. For you to process these things that I'm telling you, you have to go through a deconstructive process. Literally, there's a deconstruction necessary. You think you're in control. You're not in control. So when things go
In
wrong,
control of what? You gotta get. You gotta.
in control of the choices you make and the decisions you make. Listen,
Okay.
listen. Let me teach you.
I mean.
Let me teach you where it
Okay.
really begins. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Of course, when I'm talking to most people on TikTok, I talk to them within the context of the illusion of choice. Because most of them won't even understand what I'm telling you, but I don't live my life that way. That's why when someone asks me, why are you doing this? I just simply tell them because I can.
Because you
It's
want
not
to
because
wake
it's
people
right.
up.
It's not
You
because
want to
it's
wake
not because
people up.
that's part of the illusion of choice because I am very much aware that I don't have control over people. That people are gonna do what people are gonna do. You think I'm ignorant of that fact?
Yeah, but some people might change their mind. You might change some people's mind.
If some people change their mind,
Mhm.
it's because I made them do it. But I did not really make them do it. It is the words that I spoke that made them do it. That's why they think that they made the
Aha.
decision, but they are
That's
under the
okay.
influence of my voice. And yet I am under the influence of my experiences with everyone that I've ever been with, right? So ultimately, listen to me, bro. Ultimately, for
Okay.
me, there's no right or wrong. There's no good nor evil. There's no good person and bad person. There's no better person and worse person. They're just people and they're just decisions. That's it. The only decision that could be made is the decision that was made. People who think they have a choice, they don't even spend their time making choices. They spend their time worried and crying over the choices that they didn't make in the past or the choices that they did make in the past, right? Because if you think you had a choice, then all the bad things that the fact that you're in jail will keep eating you up because you think that you're the one you chose to make decisions that led you there. The fact that your wife left you, the fact that you're in a divorce, you begin thinking like, man, I blame my wife. I blame this. But a person who
L-
thinks the way I think, bro, if your wife gets up and
Listen.
said, hold up. A person who
Okay.
thinks a person who thinks the way I think, bro, a realist, when your wife leaves, you get up in the morning the next day, it's just another day. She did not leave because she chose to. She left because she had no choice. That's what it means to have no choice. When you have no choice, you do what you can. That's what happens. You only do what you can. And when a person does something, that's because that is the only thing they could have done. If there was something else that they could have done, they would have done that one thing. You don't have a choice. You're only going to do what you can do. And if you don't know what you can do, you would think you have a choice. And when you attempt to do what you cannot do and it doesn't work out, you know what will happen? You will be sad, you'll be depressed.
Okay. I mean, listen. You can use a lot of words, and maybe you're gonna confuse more than makes sense. But I just want to tell you, good talking to you. I just want to say one thing. They say there's two things worse than this world. One is wanting something and never getting it, and the second one is wanting something and getting it. If you can figure that out, you have a better happiness in your
Hold
life,
up.
joy
Let me fix
and
you.
calmness.
Fix you.
Okay.
Let me ask you something.
There's
Right
nothing you
now.
can trust me. There's no way you
It's
can
okay.
make my
It's
mind.
okay. It's okay. I have
I mean, we do agree.
bro,
Listen,
bro.
one thing I'm gonna give you is we do
What
agree
part?
on a lot of things what's going on in the world.
What part of this
But
conversation haven't you understand that I cannot control what you think? The fact that you think I'm trying to persuade you is evidence that you're not listening to me. Because if I was trying to persuade you, then that would mean that I have a choice. I'm talking to you. You can listen to me or you cannot listen to me, but you're going to do what you're going to do. It doesn't bother me at all, and it shouldn't
Of
bother
course,
you at
yeah. I
all.
mean,
Right. So there was never any point in this conversation where I was trying to persuade you.
no. I didn't say that. I don't know. I
Of
didn't say
course you
that.
did say that. That's why you keep saying, oh, you keep using many words. Listen, if you don't understand what I
No,
said,
no. You're trying to explain
listen,
yourself, but what you
listen,
trying to explain is you
listen.
don't even have a grasp of it. So you just confuse. Just or you don't know how to explain it right. I don't. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you're not, or maybe
Bro,
I'm not
bro,
understanding it right. I
bro,
don't know what it
bro.
is,
What
but
is so hard with you understanding that you don't have a choice? What's so hard
I
about that?
just because I'm going through my own experience life, and I know why I chose and why I didn't choose. And you telling me I don't have a choice,
The
and that's kind of
things you
hard for me to
never
swallow.
chose, the things you never chose were never a choice. That's why you didn't choose them. A choice is what you
Nah,
choose.
man.
Listen to me, bro.
Uh
A
huh.
choice is what you do. A choice is not what you could have done. If you think that what you could have done is a choice, that means you're living in an illusion that you made up in your mind. So there is a place in the back of your head where you're like as rich as Elon Musk. There's a
When you
place in
talk
your
like this,
head.
you have to relate it to everyday experience, everyday life, something that we can
Yes,
understand. You can't just
yes.
say something and leave it open.
That's why I'm telling you that the way to make this practical is that stop thinking in terms of choices. Start thinking in terms of I can only do what I can do. So whenever there's a situation and you want to know what you should do, what you should do is what you can do. What you shouldn't do is what you cannot do.
Okay.
If any
Listen.
and listen, that translates directly to what you will do is what you have done is the only thing you could have done. That's why at the end of the day, no matter how many choices you have, you will only make one. So at the end of the day,
I give it
it
to
is
you.
only that one that
You know the
matters.
history of the world. You know the history of the world. A lot of things. Most of the stuff you are right, but I just want to tell you and people, there's something programmed in us, in our mind, in our brain, in our heart. Just go look for it in a positive way, and you can find peace and happiness. Because there's a lot of people suffering, brother. You know, when you say that those people when they broke Africa down and ate it like a piece of candy, and you telling me those people had a choice, they didn't have no choice. That's wrong, brother. When you hurt
Listen to
somebody,
me.
you know.
Listen to me. Listen
When
to
you
me.
hurt somebody, you know. When you
Listen to
have bad
me.
attention, you know. At the end of the day, you make your own decision, and that's what it is.
Listen to me.
But
Do you know why you think that way?
it's not what I think. It's
Hold,
reality.
hold up. I'm
I
going to teach
see
you.
it.
It's okay. I'll teach you. You think that way because you have never forgiven yourself for all the fucked up shit you did in your life. That is
No,
why.
no, no.
Listen to me. Listen
Listen,
carefully. Listen, it's okay,
listen.
brother. It's okay.
I
You
you
have never forgiven yourself. That's why you don't have the ability to forgive other people. And it's impossible to forgive someone if you don't understand that they were not fully responsible for their actions. Listen, bro, when you go to court and the judge forgives you, it's because the judge understands. The judge understands you. You wouldn't just get forgiven for just because. The moment you don't
it's
realize
not
that,
forgiveness. You
listen,
understand? Listen, hold on, let me explain one to you. It's not forgiving yourself for something. I know what I did is wrong. Let me give you an example. I know when I sold that crack to somebody, at that point, all I was thinking about the money. You understand? But now I understand two things. That money don't mean nothing. And then the second thing is I am helping the process of this oppression that's going on and hurting other people. So
so let me
instead
ask
of
you a
selling it,
question. Does that make you
I'd
feel
rather
good?
tell somebody, yo, go get some help. Go do this.
Does does that
Give
make
him idea.
does that
I'd
make you
rather
feel
tell
good?
these young kids stop popping pills, stop drinking this lean, all this stuff. I'd rather tell young people that now than always say, you know what, I might make money here. That's a decision I had to make myself, bro. I mean, you can't tell me
Listen,
nothing. I know
listen,
that, you know.
listen. It's
So
okay. You don't have to take the red pill, bro. The matrix that you're living in is fantastic to you. It's okay.
you see, when I say something and you don't have an answer, you just go to some wordplay, but it's okay.
Bro.
It's nice talking to you. Listen,
What
it's a
about
good thing.
what
I really
about
believe it's a good thing to talk about this.
what about
That's
what I've
why
said?
I'm so happy about TikTok. I just started
What
using
about what
TikTok.
I've
I'm
said
so
is
happy about it.
wordplay? It's okay. You don't
Trust
have
me,
to
don't
take
worry
the red
about it,
pill.
man.
You don't
The
have to take the red
psychiatrist use
pill.
it, the lawyer use it. I'm experienced. I'm not that young, but I'm just
It's
telling you, just
okay,
look inside of you, and you'll find something. There is something special
bro,
inside. Just you have to go through
brother,
life experience, and you'll find it. Not only
brother,
you, I'm talking about the people who's listening to.
brother.
You make your money. It's all right. You gotta
Let me
do
let
what you
me
gotta do. I understand that.
let
But
me tell you.
this
Let me
conversation is good.
let me tell you before you go.
All
I
right. Go
understand
ahead. Tell
that
me one thing.
I understand that your intentions don't come from a malevolent place. You're just not skilled in your understanding of the world at an enlightened level. That's why you're bound by your perception of your own experiences, which is not a bad thing. It's not even unrealistic. It's very realistic. It's okay that you think the way you think. I'm just telling you that the choices you think you have, you don't really have them. And death is going to teach you
Okay.
that. Listen to me, bro. Death,
All right.
death is going to teach you that. Everyone who thought they
You
had
know
a
one thing?
choice,
I'm not scared of death. You see, when you do the right thing, you're not scared of death. You're ready to go.
that's not
It's
what
all
I'm
good. That's
talking
the part you don't
about.
understand. You see?
That's
No,
not
I'm dead serious.
I never said you were scared of death. I simply said death is going to teach you that you have no choice. Eh? The day you listen, bro, when death comes and death knocks on your door and death is guaranteed, I want you to choose to live and see if you're
Yeah,
gonna
but see
live.
that's the difference. If you're
Listen,
sitting here and thinking about death while you're living, that means you haven't figured out life yet. You understand?
brother,
You're supposed to enjoy the
it's okay to think
eh,
about death in a world where people die all the time. It's okay. It shouldn't
no.
bother you.
Yeah,
It
you know
shouldn't
you're
bother
gonna
you at
die, but
all.
you're not supposed to worry about it. You're not supposed to sit and worry
I
about it.
never said to worry about it. I simply said to you, the last lesson that you're going to learn before you breathe your last breath is that you don't have a choice. Death will teach that to you. Just like you didn't choose to be born, bro. You didn't choose to be born. You're not gonna choose
That's the
to
last thing
die.
that's the thing you wanted to tell me?
Yes.
Or is there more?
No, it's okay. That's the last thing. You
All
can
right.
go.
I
Thank you
mean,
for
it's a
your
good
time.
conversation. It's
It
good to
is a
talk about
good
it. Either
it
way,
is
it's
it
good to
is
talk about it.
it is a
You know?
fantastic it's a
It's,
fantastic conversation.
all right.
All of
Thanks, man.
you listen, death teaches humans all types of lessons. Death will teach you that God does not exist. Death will teach you that you don't matter. Death will teach you that you don't have a choice. And that's what makes death extremely sad to people who are about to die. Because they realize something that they wish in that moment they would have realized it while they actually had the ability to live freely without worrying about things. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah?
Hello.
Melatie, what's up? I brought two of you up at the same time.
How are you? It's been a
What?
while.
It's been a while, Mela. And Rena, I haven't spoken to you before, have I? Rena Hamel. Rena Hamel. If you're not there, I'm going to take you down. I guess I'm going to mute her. Go ahead, Melanie, Mela. What you got for me?
Man, why are you confusing these people?
I'm just being frank.
But let me tell you though, because you know I'm gonna listen to you. This is a conversation. In your title, let me remind you, you have Q&A up there. So let me tell you something. Um, the man that was just here, I didn't listen to the whole thing. I came in like halfway, but like long story short, what I was getting from what he shared is that he did a lot of stuff in the past and he's trying to do better. I don't know what his beliefs look like, but like, shouldn't you be encouraging that, or shouldn't we be encouraging that?
I told him it was okay. I just took him a little. I gave him a taste of what enlightenment really is,
You,
right?
but did
So let
you
me.
say it was okay, or did you tell him that he didn't have a choice? Did you tell him that he was inclined to do better?
He can't do better even if he wants to, because what he thinks he's doing better is him running away from what he was in the past, right? When he
So
understands that
if he was
if
doing
he,
crimes in the past, isn't he
yes,
doing better if he's running away from it?
not necessarily.
So are you saying it's okay that he's doing better
It's okay
and
what he
he's
did in the
inclined to
past.
do better,
Listen,
but
what he did in the past is what he did in the past. That's okay. What he's doing right now is what he's doing right now. That's okay. Because at the end of the day, he can only do what he can do. He's not going to be able to do what he cannot do, right? And you will do what you can do. What you do is the only thing you do. You're never going to do
you
what you
use
could have
so
done.
many words. You use a lot of words. And if you were to like speak concisely, you wouldn't be saying a lot. And
That's
like,
why
I
I'm
say
not
that,
really saying a lot. I'm just saying the same things using many words.
no, I feel like you're mixing and jumbling up a lot of your words to say nothing. And like, you're also not speaking positively. Like,
Because life is not about positively. Are you insane? Think about it.
I
I'm
didn't
not
say life
insane.
was about positivity,
Listen.
but
Listen. The
if I
negativity
were
in
to hear a
life,
stranger say
the
that, hey,
yeah,
my
so
past was super colored, there's so many things that I've acknowledged I've done wrong, and now I'm trying to do better, the only thing that I would have to say to them is, great job, keep going, you got it. I know there's going to be times where you're probably going to be tempted to go back into your past, or there's people from your past reminding you of who you were. And sometimes things get really bad and you want to go back to like a lifestyle that you left. But the whole point is that you keep going and you try to become a better person. And
you will never
I'm
be a
like, you
better
see, I
person.
didn't even talk about God here. I didn't
You
even
will,
talk about God here, but I'm just
Melanie,
saying, like, as a human
Mela,
being,
Mela, listen
hmm
to me. That's what I call self and false righteousness. Because you have this idea of what you think is good, what you think is positive, but you don't realize that the positive has no value without the negative. So if you tell him that the decisions he made in the past were not good, then certainly the decisions he's making right now are not good. The only way that the decisions right now he's making are good is if the decisions he made in the past are good. Because without making those decisions in the past, there's no way to guarantee that he would have made it to live this long. How many people do you know that have made
and
so-called good decisions that end up being bad? I know of a lady
well, let
who
me
made it.
tell, well, I
Hold up,
mean,
real
I
quick.
don't know about that. I can't speak for everyone,
Yeah,
but
so
I will just
hold up.
say
Let me say this. Let me say this real
it
quick.
is a
And
great thing
hold up, Mela.
whenever we're able to live through like bad circumstances or a past
Hold
lifestyle,
on, Mela. Hold on,
and
Mela.
God does allow us to live
It has
so we
nothing to
can
do with
change,
God. That's the whole
so He
point.
can
You
renew
see
us.
you see what you're saying. You're relinquishing responsibility to an artificially constructed ideology that you formed in your mind just to make yourself feel like you're a better person than you actually know inside emotionally that you are. That's why you're using God. That's why you literally brought up the idea of God. Because considering the reputation of that idea of God, the more you associate yourself with it, the more it makes you feel like you're something that you actually aren't. Because if God was actually doing something for you, you don't need to say that God did anything for you. You simply need to say what was done, and then everyone will be able to see for themselves
Well,
that God is the one
what
that's doing it,
was,
right? Let me give you an
mm-hmm.
example. Hold up. Let me give you an example. There was a lady who was driving in the middle of the road, and she ran into one of those road blockers, those rubber blockers that they usually block for constructions in the middle of the road. It caused her to almost swerve up the road, but she didn't swerve up the road. So she stopped a little bit past that little blockage, and she came out of her car to go and pick it up and remove it out of the road so that somebody else will not experience the same thing. Sure enough, somebody else was coming. They didn't see her. They didn't see it, so they ran her over and she died. Was that a good decision?
To run someone over?
No. Was it a good decision for her to come out of her car in the middle of the road and go and try to remove that thing in the middle of the road because she did not want somebody else to run over it like she did and possibly end up in an accident? So she stopped her car, came out of her car, went into the road and remove that sign and throw it away. But while she was doing it, someone else was coming and they didn't see her. They ran her over. She didn't have time to escape. She died. My question to you is, was that a good decision of her to come out of her car and go and try to do what she thought was something good, which resulted in her death? Was that a good decision?
She did it with others in mind. So I would say she had good intentions. Would I say it was safe? Would I say that I would have done the same? I don't know.
But that's not what I asked you. I said, was it a good decision?
I am answering that.
Yeah,
I'm saying
but I need for you
she
to give me a
had
yes
good
and a no before.
intentions.
Give me a yes and no before you explain. Was it a good decision?
You want an answer. What if it's not a yes or no?
Because it is a yes or no. When you make a decision, just like you have a
But
choice,
you're
right?
asking me.
No, think about it. I'm asking you based on your accumulated knowledge. I'm not telling you to tell me that knowledge. You already know what you want to say in your head. You know how you're going to rationalize it. So think about it the best you can. Explain it away.
Right. So
And then just let me know if it's a yes or a no. That you think if that decision was a good decision.
The title of your live is a Q&A. You asked me a Q. I am
Sister,
trying to give you an A.
Was it a good decision? Yeah or nay?
She had good intentions.
I'm not asking about her
I would say
intentions. I'm not asking about her
leaning
intentions.
more towards yes. It was a good. I mean,
Sister, do you
I
know
would
why you
just have
can't?
to assess the situation. I would really have to see, like, if it was in the
Sister,
middle of a highway.
sister, listen to me. Listen to me. She made a decision, and it killed her. Was that a good decision?
I mean, I think so. I don't know if I would have done the same. I'm more of a careful person.
I'm not
I
asking
don't know.
about you. I'm asking you to look at the situation and simply conclude whether it was a good decision,
What
right?
answer? What is the summary? What is the conclusion? What do you get from my yes or no? Like, what does a yes mean and what does a no mean?
When you give me a yes or you give me a no, I'm going to let you know my response to that answer with a yes or a no as well. Then, if you want to explain your yes, then you can explain your yes. If I want to explain my yes or no, I can explain my yes or no. It's simple as that.
I can give you a clear answer? What if it's not simple for me?
Thank you. Do you know why it's not simple for you? Because you don't know yourself that well. You think you have decisions.
What?
You think. Let me explain to you. Just relax. Just relax. Just
Oh my
relax.
gosh.
Just relax. I know it's shocking. I know it's mind-blowing,
I'm not
right?
shocked. I'm laughing because I'm giving you an answer and you're like, no, give me a yes or a no. And then when I tell you it's not that
If you
simple,
ask
you
me,
say,
if you
I
ask me,
don't know
if you
myself.
ask me what I ate today, and I start telling you, I played soccer today, then I went and watched Netflix, then I went to the movie theater. There was some popcorn over there at the movie theater. But the question you asked me was, did you eat today? And then I start telling you, well, I'm going to give you an answer. You see, I went to the gym. I bought an energy drink. Then I bought the energy drink. Then I went and started lifting some weights. I did some squats today. I don't really like doing squats, you know what I'm saying? But when I think about the fact that if I ate today, what I'm really thinking is like, is it really that I ate today? I can't really give you a straight answer, but I kind of went to the gym. I lifted some weights, and then I went to work. Work was kind of stressful. That's what it's like that you're doing. You're not answering my question. That's called deflection. That's why it's necessary that you give me a solid yes or a solid no. If you're unable to give me a solid yes and a solid no, there's two possibilities. You didn't understand my question or you just don't know. And it's okay to not know. Simply responding to my question doesn't mean you're giving me an answer. That's not how communication works. The answer has to be related to the question asked, especially depending on the nature. If I ask you an abstract question, then that abstract question cannot really be answered easily with a yes and a no. It could be, but I won't even make it to you as a sign that I need a yes or a no. If I ask you a direct question, then it requires a yes and a no. It's simple. Are you a girl or are you a boy? I'm a boy. I'm a man. Well, I don't really want to say that I'm a man because you know how today everybody has their own pronouns. So whether I'm a man or not, I guess it depends on how you look at it. Because some people will consider me no, that's not the question. The question is, are you a man or are you a woman? It's direct. The question is direct. The question doesn't leave room for explanation without establishing a position, taking a strong position. Was it a good decision that she made? The answer is no, because it killed her. Period. Simple as that. First of all, not only is it not her job to take the thing out of the road, she should have called 911. She should have called 911. She was 17 years old. This is a true story. Rationalize it
That's why I
however
couldn't
you
give
want
you a
to.
straightforward answer, because at the end of the day, I feel like she had good intentions.
Good
But if you're,
intentions doesn't always justify bad decisions. Many
I didn't
people
say
have
that.
made bad decisions with good intentions.
Of course.
And honestly, if you had given me a solid yes or no, then it will make sense for you to explain it to me that way, because it will follow why you said yes or follow why you said no. Because if you think that she did not make a bad decision, then I
Okay.
can see how you using good intentions to explain that will make sense. Yes, that follows realistically. If for someone who doesn't think she made a bad decision, such a person will have to, yeah, she had good intentions. How could she have known that she would get run over? Then I will respond to you, well,
Okay.
she ran the thing over without seeing it.
We
So
should
what's the
move on
possibility?
from this one scenario. I was gonna move on to free will. You said earlier we don't have free will. I just want to get into that.
Do you know the
Because
definition
last
of free
time,
will?
the ability to make your own choices.
No, ma'am, that's not free will.
Okay, what is free will?
The ability to make your own choices without the constraint of fate or consequences. Constraint of fate means that the decisions you're making, you have there's no one above you that's influencing your decision whatsoever. So your decisions are completely uninfluenced, and you are completely immune from the consequences of that decision you're about to make. So you can do whatever to whomever purely based on how you feel. Take into consideration no one's emotions, no one's feelings. That's what free will is. And in the religious world, there's only one person that can have free will. That would be God. God will be the only one that can do what he wants to do, whenever he wants to do, however he
So,
wants to do.
right. So last time we spoke, you mentioned that you were a believer for over 2 decades or something, right?
Now you remember too much
And
about me. Let's just get married already.
so for over 2 decades, you had a choice to believe, and then you left. Don't you call that free will?
No. I had no
So who made
choice.
you
I
leave?
had no choice. I had
Who made
arrived
you
at the
leave?
point. No, it's not necessarily that who, as much as it is what. I got to the point where I had completely understood my religion. I mastered it. For the same reason that you graduate, after you score all A's throughout high school, you have no choice but to graduate. You're gonna graduate, whether you like it or not. If you drink poison, you're going to die, whether you like it or not. So if you understand a religion, you gain a grasp over it. You're not dependent on it anymore psychologically, emotionally. It's only natural that you move past it into other schools of study. It's only natural. Those who remain in
Okay,
a
wait.
religion for
So
those who remain in a religion
based
for the
on
rest.
that,
Hold up, real quick. Let me
mm-hmm,
finish. Those who stay
mm-hmm,
in a religion for all of their life are those who never understood that religion at all.
right.
At
So
all.
I have a question. So, do you believe love is a choice?
Love, as casually used, I would sympathize with most people. But
That was not my
but
question.
hold up. I know I'm not finished. Okay, let me ask you with a yes or no. Love is not a choice because it is not even something you can do. You cannot really love. It's impossible. What people call love really is just greed.
So,
So love as defined, nobody really loves. We just use it within the framework of our casual conversations. All you
okay,
have to
guys.
do,
So,
all you
everyone that chooses to, you know, not believe or whatever and say that we don't have free will, your friend here, host, is saying that love is not a choice. Whether you're a believer or not, what do you guys think in the comments? Let me know. Do you believe that love is a choice or not?
okay. Tell me, what is love? What's the definition of love?
Love is a choice.
No, that's not the definition of love.
I believe it's a choice every single day.
Your a
It's
belief
like
is just
a verb.
a belief is just an opinion. A belief is not a fact. What is the
Okay, why don't
factual?
you search it
What is
up
the
on Google?
so you're saying you don't know the actual factual
No,
definition of love?
I'm saying that you asked me, you didn't like my answer, and you're
No,
saying
no,
I
no, no,
don't
no. It's not,
believe.
it's not whether I like your answer or not. That's not up to me because I didn't ask you to tell me what you believe love is. I simply asked you what is love. So you either tell me what love is, or you tell me that you don't know what love is, but you have an opinion of
And
what
I'm
you
just
believe love
making
is.
this connection. I'm making this connection with, like, if any of you guys, whether you're a believer or not, like, you're essentially choosing to actively love this person, like acts of services or anything, like how you choose to love this person, and that's a choice,
Listen
right?
carefully. No, it's not a choice. Listen carefully. Love is defined as an intense feeling of deep affection, a great interest and pleasure in something.
So have you
I can't hear you. Now, this is the definition of greed. Mela, are you ready to listen? Remember, love is an intense feeling or deep affection. Now, this is the definition of greed, an intense and selfish desire for something. So, what you guys are calling love, that intense, selfish desire that you have for something that you're calling love, is really greed. Greed is defined as an intense, selfish desire for something. The love that you think you are having because of the other person is not really that you're having it for the other person. The affection, you have it because of how it makes you feel. It has nothing to do with the other person. The other person is just the object of your love, but they're not the recipient of your love. Look it up. Love and greed are both intense feelings. And in the practical application of love, it actually is greed. That's why when you love someone so much, as soon as they cheat on you, you leave because you never loved them. Ah, kindness, on the other hand, kindness is what you should aspire to be. If you think I'm wrong right now, that's just your greed. Melatie, I can't hear you, Melatie. Something's not right with your sound. I'm gonna mute you, and you can unmute.
Yeah.
What happened?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Did you hear my
Okay.
definition? Did you hear my definitions of both love
Yes,
and greed?
yes.
Okay.
I
What
heard all of
what
it.
what 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 does love and greed have in common?
You can feel both of those things.
Love is an intense and deep affection for. In fact, let me just read it again, okay? That way, because you weren't able to respond to me last time. Love is an intense feeling of deep affection, a great
Mm-hmm.
interest and pleasure in something. That's love. Greed is an intense and selfish desire for something. If you observe what people call love, when they do that thing that they call love, it's always selfish. It's always about how they feel. You cannot love
And that's
without it
exactly
being
what I'm
selfish.
saying. That's that point that you just made, that's such a good point that you brought up. I am saying that even though we feel like, hey, I don't feel like I'm so in love right now, things are hard, stuff like that, we still make that choice. Why? Because we have a choice to actively love this person. We have
You
free
cannot you
will,
cannot you
period.
cannot you cannot actively love someone, because love is not about someone, it's about you. You're the one that has the feeling, not them. Your love doesn't do anything for them. What you choose to do for them
Is
is
that
never
how
going to
you
be.
feel?
That is
Like
literally
to
how
the
you
people in
observe the
your
world.
life? To the
The,
people in your life? And you don't even have
everyone,
to be a believer to believe this.
everyone in my life is a recipient of my kindness. You want me to tell you what kindness
But they're
is?
not a recipient of your love? People don't
No,
benefit from love?
because it would be impossible for them to benefit anything from my love. Because love is always selfish. It takes no consideration for other people. That's the definition of the
Dude,
word selfish.
like seriously, I'm being so serious. I'm not being sarcastic. Like the people in your life, I mean, I'm just assuming, I'm just talking right now, but I'm just saying like the people closest to you, your family, they love you. Like I'm sorry if there was someone, something, whatever that hurt you and that made you feel like
That has
love is always
nothing to
selfish.
do. That has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
No, because you're
Listen,
speaking so
listen, listen.
passionately.
What
Let me tell
virtue?
you,
What
the
virtue?
way that you're
Hold
talking,
up, hold up one
it
second. Hold
does
up,
sound like
hold up.
something happened to
Hold up
where
1 second.
you
Hold up one
don't.
second. Hold up 1 second. I told you that it's enlightenment, right? You're clearly not enlightened, so you're not listening to my words. In fact, I'll do you a favor. I will go back and read these three definitions, these four definitions that I've given you. It's called English language. Your problem is that you don't know the meaning of the words you're using. So how could you even know how to apply them, Mela? You didn't know what love was. You didn't know the definition of the word. What makes you think that what you're doing is love? It's not love. We can observe it. It's selfish. It makes you feel like you're a good person. It makes you feel like it makes you
We can love someone
prime.
and be selfish, but we shouldn't.
No,
God encourages. He
no.
says,
You cannot love
mhm,
someone and be selfish. It's all about you. It's
you can
selfish. And
definitely
listen,
be
listen,
selfish.
listen,
That's
listen.
what.
Let me show you.
Mhm.
Let me read you the definitions back to back, right? Love is defined as an intense feeling of deep affection, right? A great interest and pleasure in something. Now, greed is defined as an intense and selfish desire for something, especially wealth, power, or food. You see, let me tell you something. When you say you love someone, the reason why it's greed is because that's really a means that you gain to have power over them. That puts you in a strong position, and they put them, hold up, listen, that puts you in a strong position, that puts them in the weak position. It makes you feel good. It feeds that greed inside of you. You know, "Yeah, I'm a good person. Watch the way I take care of this person. Oh, I love them. And I'm so gentle. It's selfish. Now, this is the definition of the word selfish. Selfish is a person, action, or motive lacking consideration for others, concern, and chiefly with one's own personal profit or pleasure. Love is you're the one feeling the pleasure of that love, not that person. So your love is greed and it's selfish, and your selfish is completely void of consideration for that person. Meanwhile, this is the definition of kindness: the quality of being friendly, generous, and considerate. Considerate. Kindness is literally the opposite of what you get out of love, greed, and selfishness. It's
So
better to be kind. It's better to be kind.
Do people benefit from your kindness?
People have no choice to benefit from your kindness, because your kindness is not about
Okay,
how you
what?
feel. Listen to me,
So,
listen to me, listen to me. Hold up. Let me show you something. Kindness is not defined as a feeling. It's not a feeling. Kindness is at the root of kindness is logic and understanding. You actually understand that person. So you're considerate of them. It makes you friendly to them. It makes you generous to them. Meanwhile,
okay, but hold on. I'm just
meanwhile,
concluding what
love
you
is an
said so far.
intense feeling.
You have said love. We don't have free will to love. Love is not a choice. But you're saying kindness, we're better off being kind than love, but we don't have a choice to be kind.
Yes, listen, because when a person
Are
is
you
kind,
agreeing?
yes, when a person is kind, they're always kind. They don't get to choose to not be kind. It's their nature. It's fundamentally how they think.
So you're
Everything they
saying
do,
I don't
everything
have a
they do
choice
is
right
kind.
now. You're saying I don't have a choice right now to be mean to you?
You don't have a choice to be mean to me.
I don't?
No, if not, you would be mean to me. Go ahead, be mean to me. Go ahead, be mean.
Why
Be
would
mean.
I? That's
If you
so
have a choice,
useless.
you have a choice, right? Do it. You have the choice, do it.
I have a choice.
Okay,
And
then
what am
do
I
it.
gonna do with that choice? I'm gonna be
Listen.
kind.
You don't have a choice to be mean to me, because there's no reason for you to be mean to me. And if there was a reason for you to be mean to me, then you will have no choice but to be mean to me. You have no
But
choice other than
you're
what you
saying
do.
that we don't have a choice to be kind to people. That literally is a choice. There's so
No,
many people that choose
no.
violence every day.
They don't choose violence. They are violent. A person who is violent doesn't choose violence. They are violent. A person who is kind doesn't choose kindness. They are kind. That's why kindness is not, it's not a feeling. Kindness is literally, like I said, the quality. It's a quality. It's somebody's state of being. That's just what they are. You need to be kind.
I don't think we should
And
attach
listen,
moments
not
of someone's life to their character though, because if you say, okay, I'm such a kind person, and then you're having one crappy day, and then out of frustration you say crazy things and you're being mean to someone, does that mean everyone should think that you're not a kind person? Should I attach that to your character? I mean, I do have free will to be like, hey, host is just a mean person. But if you're saying you're so kind and all, would you want me to attach that to your character?
do
Would
you
you
know what
want people to
happens?
think that of you?
Of course. I don't care what people think of me.
I didn't
Haven't
say
you
you
heard?
to care. I'm saying
Listen.
if you're saying you're so kind,
Yes.
in one moment of bad judgment, you were mean. Would
I
you
don't.
want someone
There's no
to
such thing.
see?
There's no such thing as bad judgment in my life. I've never made a bad judgment. I have total and complete peace of mind. I don't try to control things that I cannot
Just so I can
control.
understand, where you're at.
Yeah.
Do you believe you've ever made a mistake?
No, there's no such thing as a mistake in my life.
You've never made the wrong choice? You don't believe that?
No.
Okay, do you believe that one time there was choice A and then there was choice B? Do you ever
No.
believe that you should have picked the other
There was
one?
only choice Z. There was only choice Z. The only choice that there was the one I made. Every other thing was just an illusion. And if you get stuck in those illusions, you think yourself a better person than you actually are. Listen, some people are actually effed up, but they live their lives based on the choices they could have made. They view themselves based on the choices they could have made, so they convince themselves that they actually are better than they are. But every time you give them a chance to demonstrate, they demonstrate the opposite of what they think they are. A person who
And
is
so that's
loving,
why I actually
it,
asked you earlier if you had a bad experience with someone, because the way you passionately speak about,
I've
oh, like
never had a bad
people are so
experience in my
selfish
life.
and
I
greedy.
have
No, and I'm
never.
asking this out of concern. It's not like to cook you or anything. I'm
It's
literally
okay.
just
No, listen,
asking.
listen. You're not asking out of concern. You're asking out of your insecurities. Because everyone that's been watching my show literally sees what I'm doing. And you've heard my philosophy. I don't think there's any such a thing as bad people. You think of myself as making bad decisions and having bad experiences? There's no such thing in my life. All my experiences are valuable, more valuable than gold. I wouldn't change a thing. None of them were any bad or worse or good or better than the other. It's just my life. I know how it ends. You know how it ends? I breathe my last breath. There is no guarantee that that experience that you may consider bad or somebody else may consider bad. There's no guarantee that if that experience hadn't happened, I would be alive today. I could have gotten into my car a day sooner, a day later. I had a car accident and died. Every decision I have made till now, everything that's ever happened to me till now, has guaranteed that I am sitting right here talking to you right now. How could I possibly consider anything that's happened to me as bad? When literally I made the right choice to be here right now. I never made the wrong choice in my life. Every
Okay.
choice
Have you
I've
ever
ever
been
made.
have you ever been mad?
Have I ever been what?
Mad?
I have been angry.
Okay. Have you ever said anything out of anger that was like maybe you shouldn't have said it or maybe it was wrong?
No.
So you've been angry.
And everything I said, I should have said.
Okay, so you say you've been angry, and are you acknowledging that like you've said something out of anger before?
Yes. And what I said out of anger is consistent with what I should have done, which is what I did do. There was no other choice.
Have you ever experienced where like, hey, maybe I shouldn't have said that?
No.
Never, not even once?
You see my arrogance and my confidence? Where do you think it comes from? You think it just came from today? I've always been like this. I don't make mistakes. That means that if I do something that requires I go to prison, I go to prison happily. I don't go to prison thinking that,
Doesn't
oh,
that
maybe I
mean you
shouldn't
did
have done
something
that.
wrong?
No. As far as I'm
Okay.
concerned, that my journey of life is already guaranteed to lead me through high points and low points. So when it's time to go to the low points, I need to intentionally make that decision to go to the low point. If I'm at the point in my life when I'm supposed to go into the valley of the shadow of death, but I choose to escape the valley of the shadow of death, and I'm chasing the pearly streets, I just cheated myself. It's okay. Nothing. Listen, I have never made a mistake in my life. I'm telling you, if I had made a mistake in my life, I wouldn't be alive right now. It's impossible. The only mistake I'll ever make is the decision I make that leads me to die. I'm alive. There is nothing that I have right now that is more valuable than my life. So I simply need to think, how did I get to be alive right now? Every decision I made led me down the path of life. So does it matter how I describe the decision? I'm alive. That's the number one requirement. Before I can even start thinking, am I a good person? Am I a bad person? Am I loving? I first have to be alive. What is it that guarantees that I'm alive? The fact that I made every choice. And you know what that allows me to do? By not categorizing my choices as good and bad, that allows me to learn who I really am. I'm not a good person. Neither am I a bad person. I am just a person. So I never have to judge myself, pity myself, drench in guilt. I don't have to overjoy myself, celebrate just because I did something. I don't need to stand out, right? That's why I can play with these words. You know what Bruce Lee said? Mela, Bruce Lee said, be like water. Water takes the shape and the form of whatever container it's in. Whatever you mix with water, the water will take its shape and its form. Be like water. Flow like water. You know what water does? Water always finds the path of least resistance, whether it likes it or not. You will never see water like give up the path of least resistance to choose to take another path that it has more resistance. No. Water follows the path of least resistance. It doesn't have to choose to. That's its nature.
Okay. Well, all I have to say,
You
that
think
was a lot.
yourself, You think yourself. Listen, let me ask you a question. I'll be honest with you, okay? I want you to give me an honest answer.
Maybe.
Do you suffer with depression and anxiety?
No, I don't. Thank God.
What is depression and what's anxiety?
The definition of depression and anxiety?
You're
Is
free
that
to
your
give me
question?
you're free to give me your subjective perspective. I won't even hold you to a definition because
Um,
the answer you give me will tell me if you are depressed or not. Will
I
tell
feel
me if
like
you have anxiety or not. You wouldn't be able to
okay.
tell me what depression is if you're not depressed. You wouldn't be able to tell me what anxiety is
Oh,
if you're not depressed.
I definitely know the definition of depression and anxiety, but it doesn't mean that I'm experiencing it for myself. I'm also a med student, so like
Okay, go ahead. Tell me then. What is depression? Mela, in your
don't
own words.
answer.
In your own
She
words.
they're saying don't answer.
Because they are
Why
depressed.
are you saying that? Why are you saying that?
That person is depressed and insecure. And so they are trying to share their insecurities with you. Do you know what insecure means? You don't feel safe. And you're threatened by the question. Not you, that person. If you're not threatened by the
Okay, I'm gonna
question,
just continue. I'm gonna continue until that person answers. I'm just gonna continue what I was gonna say. Guys, we definitely have free will. You have the
no, I was
choice
asking
to.
you. I was asking you to
Mhm.
tell me what depression is in your own words and anxiety.
Mm, okay. Um, I think depression is like a prolonged state of like being discouraged or sadness. Anxiety is like being filled with worry. It could be like stress, you're anxious. That's my
What
answer.
what time is it where you are?
It's 3 a.m.
What are you doing up at 3 a.m.?
I literally completely messed up my sleep schedule.
Why did you completely mess up your sleep schedule?
Wow, you're asking a lot of questions. My family has been coming over, staying over. So yeah, my family's been visiting.
So
That's
because of
all.
that you can't sleep?
I can. I'm so tired, honestly.
What are you still doing
But I
up?
wanted to join your life.
Why do you want to join my life over getting rest? Wasn't it more important for you to get some rest rather than come and talk to me?
It wasn't that it was more important. You've been on live a lot, and it's really
I've been sitting
sad
on this chair for the
watching.
last 9 hours. I've been on here for 9 hours. I'm recording right now. It's 9 hours and 15 minutes
Yeah,
and 30
I
seconds.
I saw like once the last guy joined in, halfway through or whatever towards the end. But anyways, lately I've been seeing you on live, and I haven't had the chance to join, since the last time I was in. But other than that, it's discouraging. And I say this respectfully, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're a friend. Um,
Are you sure I'm just a friend?
I see you spreading a lot of like misinformation and confusion. I feel like there's a lot of people just like you that want answers, and
Does it
you
stress
do
you out?
use
Does it
hmm?
stress you out beyond does it make you to where you can't ignore me? Because you literally prioritize your need for sleep and waited in line because you'd actually did wait in line for a little bit. I don't know, if maybe a few minutes.
No, I wouldn't say it's prioritizing, just more so like I wanted to be able to share that like Jesus loves all of us. We have free will, just like basic things. Um, Other
So
than that, yeah, like
let me ask you a question.
perfection. Hmm.
Let me ask you a
Well,
strange
actually, let
question.
me finish.
Can I ask you a
Perfection
strange
is
question
not
real quick?
needed. God wants you to come as you are. He won't let you stay where you are. He
Are you
transforms if
assuming?
you read.
Are you
Mhm.
assuming? Were you assuming when you thought about coming to say that that everybody in this comment section and in the watching you, that they didn't know that? Do you really think that there's anyone right here that does not actively, consciously know what you just said to them as the Christian prerogative?
They may know.
So what makes you think
There's
that
a
you
lot of believers in the comment section too.
so what makes you think that you need to repeat what people already know to them? Is it perhaps because you need to remind yourself of it? Is it possible that when you watch what we're doing, it shakes the foundation within yourself, that you just need to vocally testify what you actually believe in front of people watching you, because it makes you more grounded within yourself? Is it possible that you came up here for you and not really for anyone else?
Well, I guess it's the same reason why you come on here and you have a Q&A, right? Is to spread your information.
Yeah, you sure about
So
that?
I'm on here to spread the information that I have, and it doesn't mean that I question my beliefs or
You
that I
you
question God.
you sure about that?
Yeah, positive more than anything in the world.
So it's 3 a.m. in the morning right now.
Mm-hmm.
When do you have to be up?
I don't have to be up at a certain time. School is online.
So you have nothing to do tomorrow?
I may hang out with my family. Other than that, go
So you do.
exercise, live
So
life.
you were willing to commit this time because you do have time tomorrow, huh?
Because I do have time tomorrow. Yeah, like I'll
Yeah.
sleep in, wake up at like 10 or 11.
If you hadn't slept in, what would you have done when you woke up in the
If I
morning?
what?
If you went up right now, let's say you were slept maybe like 3 hours ago,
Mm-hmm.
how long would you have slept for?
Like 8 hours?
Then you would have woke up sooner. What would you have done when you woke up sooner?
Start my day. What are these questions?
It's okay. What would you have started your day with? Like, did you like go sit on the toilet bowl, play on your phone, brush your teeth, watch TV, go walk your dog, or hang out with family?
No,
What do you do?
I'm trying to do this thing where like I stay off my phone first thing in the morning. Um, I'll just try to like pray, thank God, keep it simple, have a sip of water, and then start my day.
Are you gonna pray when you get off
Play
this
some
life?
music.
Are you gonna pray when you get off this life?
When I get off this live, yeah.
Yeah. How about you
I'm
pray
pretty
right now?
prayerful. I pray in my heart.
How about you
I've
pray
been
right now?
praying through.
How about you pray right now?
I can pray, yeah. What would you
Go
want me to
ahead.
pray for?
Whatever you feel like.
You sure you don't have a certain specific request?
No, I have no needs. And if I told you my request, you're not gonna pray for it.
Please go ahead. Don't do it. Okay. Okay,
If
guys.
if if
I
I
want
if
to
I give
pray.
if I give you my request, you won't be able to pray for it. You still want to know my request?
Go for it.
Can you pray to Jesus to make sure that you're gonna be my third wife? And if Jesus likes you, I mean, I don't mind making you the first wife.
Oof. Anyways.
It's a prayer topic. You asked me if I had a request.
I was just, oof, Jesus. Okay.
Hold on.
God, in
Are
the
you not
name of
gonna pray
Jesus,
for my request or what?
thank you
Is
for
my
allowing
request
us to
not
be
worthy
here
of your
and have
God?
these important conversations. God, I pray that you may touch the hearts of anyone that yearns to know you and your voice, Lord. May you open yourself up for them. And we pray for anyone that's going through a hard time right now, a season of confusion, depression, or anxiety, as host mentioned. God, I don't know what the host is going through, but Lord, I pray that he may come to know you. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
If you replace the you part of it, or the part where you mention other people with yourself, I think that that's the prayer you should pray for yourself when you leave today's show. Pray that God should help you as you struggle with depression. and you can't understand what you're going through, you should pray that God should help you through it. She is pretty. That's why I want her to be my wife. That's why she's
You
gonna be
guys
my
are
wife.
so sweet in the comments. Thank you guys. I'm seeing some of you. Guys are so sweet. Thank you
Melatia,
guys. Vu,
Melatia,
Ask Business Lawyer, thank you.
do your do
Jesus
your
7, thank
do your
you.
tribes do your tribe does your tribe do like dowries and stuff like that?
I was born and raised in America.
But
If
your
that
parents
answers
are
the
from like
question.
your parents are like from Ethiopia, right?
Yeah.
Do you guys do dowries over there? Because tell your father that I will bring 55 goats. I'll give him 75
Mm.
acres of land. Any price that he can put as to take his daughter's hand in marriage. And then maybe you can tell me all about Jesus once we're married. How about that?
Oh, nah. Oh my gosh. You unbelievers, you already know what I'm about to say. God says what is it called? Don't enter any unions with unequally
Come
yoked?
on. Second Corinthians. Do not be unequally
Yo.
yoked. Do not be unequally yoked with unbelievers. That's what it says.
Yeah, see?
What fellowship does light have with darkness? What fellowship does righteousness have with unrighteousness? What fellowship does
Yes.
Christ have with Belial?
Amen. Thank you for
Isn't it
sharing.
isn't it funny that I know your own scriptures better than you?
And so did the demons.
Ah, are you calling me a demon? You're gonna marry a demon?
You thought you ate.
Mela, Mela, I am it.
You are? You
The
are
Lord,
one?
the Lord works in mysterious ways. You know, maybe you're the one that's gonna convert me to Jesus. I can feel it coming. I
Well,
mean,
like you said, this
they say,
whole
they say,
life
they
and
say, they
many times
say, this,
before,
they,
you
this, they
we
say
have
girls
free
often
will.
stay
I can't make
up
you.
late. They say, listen, Mela, they say girls often stay up late to talk to the guys they like. So maybe you kept talking about love because you love me, but I'm not really
Oh,
receiving your love.
hold on. I saw someone's comment. If she doesn't understand what religion has done to her, girly, this is not about religion. Forget religion. I'm not talking about a set of rules, okay? I'm talking about a relationship with Jesus Christ.
Listen, religion has made it to where you can't even see your knight in African armor. Look at that. You can't even see. I know the armor is not shiny, but this is African armor. Your knight. You're my princess with a Bible in her hand. You ain't got a flower like Cinderella. Unfortunately, some princesses come with Bibles, not flowers. But I could make do. Melatia, you are smart, okay?
Anyways,
You are smart.
anyways, good
You are
conversation.
smart and you are kind-hearted. You're just indoctrinated. But if you keep hanging out around Bakanga,
And that kindness is a choice.
it's not a choice.
Yeah, it is.
Do you think? Actually, you know what? I can actually use your belief system to teach you how you don't have a choice.
Oh, please, I'm good. I'm so good.
Does God have a
I'm
choice to
so
be
good on
evil?
that.
Does God have the choice to be evil?
Y'all get it. I know
Can
some of
God?
y'all get it.
No. Based on
I'm
your belief system,
tired.
can God choose to be evil and can Christ choose to be evil? If you're like Christ, you don't have a choice. Your Bible says when anyone is in Christ, you're a new creation. The old have passed and the good has come. It is no longer I who live, but Christ who lives through me. If you're a Christian, you don't really have a choice. You are righteous. You cannot choose to be unrighteous. Because it's no longer you who live, it's Christ who lives through you. The moment you choose to be unrighteous, you've made Christ unrighteous. So now you just defeated your own
No,
religion. Maybe that's why you can't practice.
he will always be perfect. He is perfection.
Does Christ live in you?
Yes.
What fellowship does light have with darkness? Is there darkness in you?
He transforms me.
So you have been transformed. So you only have to shine light. It's like a light. A light that has an everlasting source can never, there will never be darkness in the presence of that light. You really don't have a choice. Even your religion tells you you don't have a choice. You are either for Christ or you're not. You can't pick and choose when you're gonna be. If
I don't have to pick and choose what?
you're not gonna pick, you can't pick and choose what you do. Listen,
We have free will. I
listen,
thought we already covered that. And
listen.
also, thank you
The
guys for
Bible, the
saying I can
Bible, the
leave.
Bible doesn't say you have
Hold
free
on,
will.
hold on. I'm trying to say, like, I know I can leave, but it's like, do you guys know whenever you have an opportunity to have like an edifying conversation, and I won't say help someone because I don't like how that sounds, but like understand where they are or understand their story, it's like, of course it can get like we're human, you know, we get tired, annoyed, frustrated, whatever.
Melatia is trying to tell y'all that she has a deep affection for me. It's okay, y'all. Don't be jealous.
No,
okay.
I'm trying to tell you that I'm doing my best to stay patient.
But you are
Yeah.
patient. You've been patient. You're always patient. I mean, you try to lose your cool sometimes. Then I remember how beautiful you are, and then I just let you talk. You know, I actually do. I try not to like interrupt you and talk over you just because you're beautiful.
Boyo 817, you get it.
You know who I worship, right, Mela? Don't you dare say Satan. You do not
I
dare
literally,
say.
I don't know. I
Do
don't
you know?
know.
Do you know
But
who
it
I
ain't
worship?
God.
It's
Is her
not. It's
father a
not.
pastor? No, he is not.
No, it's not God. But Paul says it in the Bible. Do you remember the part where Paul says you cannot do so and so and serve God? There's something that Paul says you cannot do and serve God at the same time. So I decided that I won't serve God and I would do that. I would do that. I would do that instead.
Like what? Like a medium?
No.
Like an
Paul
in
says
between?
Paul says you cannot serve a woman and serve God. Paul says that. So when it comes to service, I have chosen to serve women instead of God. So I worship women.
Okay. Well, that goes against your belief that you don't have free will. So how did you make that choice?
That's within the context of the illusion of choice. So you may understand what I mean.
So within context that you provide, we have free will. But other than that,
it's an illusion.
I think you're getting tired.
I'm never tired.
Brain fog.
My brain doesn't fog.
Okay, guys. Well, it was nice.
You know anyone with the strength and energy to sit down in a chair and talk for 9 hours the way I do with people that have different belief systems without getting a headache? If human beings are machines that were made for something, this is probably what I was made for, Mela. My brain doesn't work like yours. The average person, their head will explode.
Okay, well, nice talking to you. See ya.
Better dream up a kanga when you go to sleep. Let me bring a goat now. I'll bring a goat.
Assalamu alaikum.
Peace be upon you too. Go straight to your point.
Sorry?
I said peace be upon you too. You may now go to your point.
Thank you. So, I just wanted to know the topic actually.
It's just a Q&A. Ask me anything.
Sure. So, I noticed that you said that you do not believe in a creator, right?
Yes.
So, before I go to my actually counter argument, I would actually want to know what do you judge based on your morality? Where do you get your morality from?
From my experiences.
So your morality is based on subjective. It's not objective, it's subjective.
Like everybody's morality. That's why you called it my. You said your morality, right? You said your. You didn't say the
No, no, no.
morality.
Of
You said
course I
your
did.
morality.
Sure. Of course I did say your morality, but I asked you where do you get it from? Like
Where
for
where else
example,
where else would I get my morality other than my experiences? What is morality? Morality is what you should do and what you shouldn't do, right?
the
I
creator. Exactly. The creator.
what creator?
You get your morality, like for example,
I've never seen
hold
a
up, hold up, hold up,
creator,
hold up.
never spoken to a creator.
So your fault from truth based on your personal experience, meaning that you will only believe in a creator
The
only when
day
you
I
see one.
only the day I see him creating human beings, then yeah, that's the creator. But I'm not gonna believe a bunch of delusional people just because you have feelings and emotions that you cannot put together.
That's a fallacy. That's a
That's
fallacy.
that's that's only a
That's a fallacy.
fallacy. That's only a fallacy to an indoctrinated person like you.
No, hold up. You still wait. We'll get there. We'll get there. Hold up. First of all, you have to prove I'm actually indoctrinated because I'm actually Muslim. I was born Muslim,
And Islam
but
has
I
doctrines.
stayed. Technically, yeah, of course. They call it doctrines in English, right? So, based on my question, my morality is based on objective morality. My morality comes from my creator. For example,
Your morality
would
doesn't
you
come
do
from your
anything?
creator. Your morality comes from a
Yes, it
book
does.
that was written by someone that you don't know. So you chose to just pretend like it wasn't written by
Hold up.
people, and you just pretend like it was
Hold
written
up.
by
Hold
God.
up. Let's track back for a minute. Let's track back for a minute. My morality comes from a book that was revealed from a revelation that came from the Almighty Creator.
You
Now,
don't know
hold up.
that. You
Say
don't know that at
it
all.
was written from somebody I do not know, but that's not actually not true. There's actually evidence that the Quran was not written by the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi
I'm
Wasallam.
pretty sure it's written in
There's
Arabic, and
multiple
Arabic is a human language. I didn't say Muhammad wrote it.
Arabic.
Muhammad probably didn't know anything about the Quran.
Actually, Muhammad, peace be upon him, actually dictated the Quran.
Muhammad what?
Yep, he dictated the Quran.
Well,
He
so that means
dictated the Quran.
that the
The
Quran is
companions wrote it down.
that means that the Quran is the words of Muhammad and not the words of God. You said it, not me. He dictated it, right?
That's
It came out of
that,
Muhammad's mouth.
excellent. Now let me ask you a question. Would the book you actually dictate, would you criticize yourself?
Of course, if I'm trying to make people feel like I'm humble,
Not really, no. It's not
yes,
a
I
question
will.
of making people feel
Yes,
like.
yes, I will.
Hold up. Let me give you a certain event. Let me give you a certain event that happened. The Prophet, peace be upon him. Let me give you one close event because there's many, but let me give you a small event. There was a blind person who was a Muslim who came asking a Prophet, peace be upon him, for advice or a question in simple terms. And the Prophet was in the middle of a conversation with a non-Muslim. I think it was a Jew by that time. And he ignored the Muslim, the blind Muslim, and kept talking to the Jew person, right? The Quran revealed verses moments later. He received revelation that what he actually did was wrong. So let me ask you a question. Why would I ignore someone and a few moments later condemn myself on that?
It might have something to do with the fact that Muslims didn't necessarily like Jews that much. So if Muhammad was showing too much favoritism to the Jews, a bunch of people around him would be gossiping and talking nonsense. So he decided to fix the
Not
problem.
really.
Yes, that's
It happened
natural.
before.
That's natural. That's natural. That's natural. If you're in an
But
environment,
listen,
no. Listen carefully to what I said. If
I'm listening.
Muhammad showed favoritism to a Jew more than he did to a blind Muslim, considering what Muslims think about Jews, you would have had a lot of people saying, "Hey, did you see the Prophet? He ignored the Muslim. He was talking to the Jews." That happens. That's what human beings do. And Muhammad, as a leader, as a true cult leader, he doesn't want to lose favor with his people. So he come out of his room and says, "Well, Allah gave me a revelation that I made a mistake. And the mistake is I
But
did it
that
like
never
this."
happened.
That's exactly what happened.
He never
You
received. No, I'm telling you because we have every single event at the time of the Prophet peace be upon him.
That's a
That never
lie.
happened.
That's a lie. You don't have the events of every time
No.
do you have every event every time the prophet went to the bathroom every day for all his life? You don't have
Yes.
every event. You don't have every event.
Are you
Stop
aware?
lying.
Wait. Are you aware that hygiene came from us? Let me break it down to you,
If I
bro.
read the Quran, that's not
Are
what I
you
said.
aware?
That is not what I said. If I read the Quran, will
We
I
know what the
find
Prophet
bro?
did
No,
when he
hold
went to
up,
the
hold up,
bathroom.
hold up, hold up.
That's your question, right?
Did he tell you how he did it every single time, every single day?
Yes.
So every
Yes.
so
Oh,
every
every single
time
day? Of course not.
of course not. So if you missed even one day, that means it doesn't have every event of what the prophet did every day. It has some events about what the prophet says you should do when you do certain things, true, but it doesn't have an actual event of how the prophet pissed, how he washed his
That's
hands.
irrelevant to the topic.
That's
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 irrelevant to the
relevant.
topic.
That's relevant because you said to me that
No,
every event
that's
is recorded.
irrelevant.
You said to me that every event was recorded, but you're lying. That's a lie because
Of
every
course.
event is every event. Everything the prophet does
No.
is an event.
Hold up. Let's sidetrack for a moment. Hold up. Every single event that he did differently. For example, what the prophet spoke, what he did, every single night. For example, if he went to the toilet every single day, we already know what he's gonna do inside there.
You're not
He
sure.
doesn't.
You
He
have
doesn't
to
need to
make
come
sure that
out.
he doesn't make a mistake. If the
Wait.
prophet, hold up. If the prophet made one
Why
mistake,
would
the
he
prophet
make a
can make
mistake
another
when he's
mistake.
going to pee, bro?
Well, if he made a
Why
mistake,
would the prophet make a mistake?
if the prophet made a mistake when he mistreated the Muslim, when he chose the Jew over the Muslim, the prophet can make a mistake when he go to the bathroom and use his right hand instead of his left hand. How would you know if the prophet ever accidentally used his right hand instead of his left hand? You don't know that because you were not there to record it.
But that never happened.
You don't know that. You were not there with him in the bathroom every time, and the scribes were not there with the bathroom every time. Maybe one day the prophet's stomach was he had constipation, and he didn't think about it, and he used his right hand, and he
But
didn't
that
tell
never
you.
happened.
You don't know
You're
that never
actually
happened.
talking about events that
You
never
don't
happened.
know. Maybe it didn't happen, but maybe it did happen. You don't know.
But why would you put it on possibility that it might have happened when I'm
Because
telling
it's
you it
very
wouldn't
human.
have happened?
Because all human beings make mistakes, and your prophet was no exception. He was a man who shit
I
and
agree.
pooped like the
I
rest of
agree.
us. Yes. So you tell me
I
that
do
it never
not believe
happened.
my prophet was a god. I do not believe my prophet was a god.
So that means that your prophet could lie.
None. That's not impossible. Do you know what they used to call him?
What was that?
They used to call him Sadaqul al-Amin.
What does that mean?
Do you know what does? It means the person of truthfulness. The prophet was the person
I
who,
don't give a
before he
shit what
was
they called
actually
him.
a
If
prophet.
he's human being, he lied
Wait,
like everybody else.
you
If
are
he's a human, he lied like
let me make
everybody
a
else.
statement. Wait, no, I disagree with you. Let me make a sentence and you can respond to me, right? That's normal. Let me make a statement and you can respond to me. Before his prophethood, before he was even a prophet, people from Mecca used to travel and they would leave gold with him, gold and money, and they would tell him, "Hey, we are traveling. Can you keep this for us? And we're gonna be back." And they would come back and they would not find a dime less. The prophet was the type of person who, when it was time for war, when they would ask him a question, this was before his time of being a prophet, none of the people would disagree. People started going against him once he started receiving revelation. So it's not a possibility for him to lie.
People always go against cult leaders when cult leaders start cults. That's just normal. There's nothing wrong with that. It's normal. He was starting a
Sorry, people
cult.
what?
People always
No,
go
it's not.
against cult leaders when they start a cult.
Listen.
And Muhammad started a cult
Sorry, what's your
that
name, by the way?
eventually
What's
became
your
one of
name?
the world's top religions. It's okay, bro.
Okay, what's your name, by the way? What's your name?
The Supreme Lord of the Universe, Bakanga. That's my name.
Sure, Mr. Bakanga.
Oh no. You have to say my whole name. You have to say the Supreme Lord of the
No, I'm
Universe,
sorry.
Bakanga.
Tell that to someone you're gonna simp on next. I'm not gonna do that. Sorry. Listen, Mr.
No, hold up, bro. No. You can't say my name wrong, bro. You gotta say my name right. the Supreme Lord of the universe, Bakanga. If you don't want to refer to me, if you don't want to call me by my name, you can just call me the Almighty. Call me the Almighty.
Is this gonna lead to me being kicked out because you cannot have a conversation?
Is it gonna lead to you being kicked out because you cannot call me by my name as I told you to call me? Call me the Supreme.
Kick me out if I do not.
Yes, if you do not call me, if you do not call me by my name, the Supreme Lord of the universe, Bakanga, or you can call me the Almighty. If you don't want to call me like that, you can leave. Yes.
I was about to enter into my crucial arguments, and
you can go and enter into the same cave that Muhammad got the revelation from Allah from. I don't care. Call me by my name, the Supreme Lord of the universe, Bakanga, or you can call me the Almighty.
Or are you just gonna kick me out because you see that I'm not a woman who you can just bully around?
I don't need to bully you around, bro. If I want to talk to you, I will talk to you. If I don't want to, I don't have to. I think you're misconstruing something.
What's the reason for you to just kick me out because I didn't want to call you by a stupid name?
Oh, you just called my name stupid.
What's the reason for kicking someone?
If somebody calls your name stupid, will you talk to them?
I said stupid name. I didn't call you stupid. I said the name.
You called my name stupid, but that's my name. If I said stupid Mohammed, will you like it? Okay, yeah, you call my name stupid. I call the prophet stupid. Go ahead, let's go. Yeah. So you call you no, because I can call whatever I want stupid, right?
So that comes from your subjective morality, right?
Sure. So I'm not gonna show you any ounce of respect that you're not willing to show me. Call me by my name. If not, you can leave.
I didn't disrespect you. I didn't disrespect
you. You disrespect me if you don't want to call me by my name. Call me the Almighty or call me the Supreme Lord of the universe, Bakanga.
That's my name. Birth certificate. I'll call you by the name in your birth certificate.
Okay, show me Muhammad's birth certificate.
I do not have it. Birth certificate came in the 1900s.
Then you can leave. If you want to see my birth certificate, you can leave. Call me by my name.
But your birth certificate has your real
name,
right?
Call me by my name. If you don't want to respect my name, I don't have to respect you or your religion. You can leave. You respect my name, I respect you and your religion. You respect my name, I respect you and your religion. I show you the same respect you show me. You call me Supreme Lord of the universe, Bakanga. Or you call me the Almighty. And you got to say it with the bass. When you call me the Almighty, you got to say it with the bass.
I hope your fans can see this because you're hanging on a stupid claim.
Bro, you don't think you don't think that I know that people are watching? Of course, I'm telling you how it's gonna be. If you don't like it, my brother, we don't have to talk to each other.
How they see you right now, right? You're gonna kick someone because you do not want to refer to you as something.
Barry, if I saw your face,
you saw my arguments were a bit competitive, that you want to kick me out because you do not want to talk further with me.
If your argument is really that competitive, then be smart enough to call me by my name. Call me by my name, and then you can make your argument. Call me the Supreme Lord of the universe, Bakanga, or call me the Almighty, then make your argument. So I'm giving you a chance to make your argument.
Okay. I'll give you a preposition.
No, don't give me a preposition. Just call me by my name. I want to hear you say my name. No, I'm not hearing you out. You have to say my name. You have to say my name. Say my name right. Say my name right.
Please hear me out.
No, please say my name right.
Okay, I will. Hear me out.
Supreme. No, say my name first. The Supreme Lord of the universe, Bakanga, or you say the Almighty. Once you say it, then the conversation can proceed. Go ahead. Say my name.
Listen,
no, you called my name stupid already. You already called my name stupid. So listen. You already called my name stupid. So there's nothing you can say to me right now unless saying my name right that will make me want to talk to you, my brother. So go ahead, say my name right, or you can leave.
Bro, you're scared.
Sure, and you don't want to say my name. You scared? Are you scared to say my name? Are you scared to say my name?
To say your name?
Yeah, say my name.
Be scared to say someone's name.
Then say my name, the Supreme Lord of the universe, Bakanga. I dare you to say it. Or say the Almighty. Say
no, I'm not gonna say that.
Yeah, because you're scared.
It's blasphemous for me.
Because you're scared.
No,
that's because you're scared.
You're
scared.
I'm not gonna go against my religion for you.
And then I'm not gonna go against my name for you. Thank you for your time. You can leave now.
Your name is not that. If you
that's my name.
You're scared of me.
That's my name. And if you don't want to say my name, if you don't want to say my name, you're scared of me. So you can stay scared of me. It's okay. You don't want to say Supreme Lord of the Universe, Bakanga. Look at you. Sha. No be juju be this. No be juju be this. That man can't say Supreme Lord of the Universe Bakanga. He's scared. How you so triggered? What's up, man? Bronny,
Hello.
what you got for me, bro?
Please, I have a simple question for you.
Go ahead.
Because looking at Africa and Asia, I think we are different in color, both hair and eyes. Where does that come from? Because for my own opinion, I think we are not the same. Because an African man cannot give birth to an Asian child or a Japanese child. It's not possible. It's like rearing a goat. A goat cannot give birth to a sheep.
We're genetically
No.
compatible enough. We're genetically compatible enough to reproduce, but we're genetically different enough to look different the way we look. So what we have in common is the fact that we can have babies with them, they can have babies with us, but we cannot independently produce each other. So we are different, yes, but we also have similarities.
So that means that means the idea of Adam and Eve is false. It's a fake story then.
Juju now. It's a scam.
Thank you. That's
thank you
that's what I
time.
want to clear my head. Because if you rear a goat and a goat cannot give birth to a sheep, it's just like an African man can never give birth to two African men and women cannot give birth to an Asian child.
What do you if a goat and a sheep have a baby, what do you call it? A she goat. So it's a she goat. Thank you for your time, Bronny. Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
She goats. A Shiba. Bakumga. Like, damn, man, who typed my name as Bakumga? You have no respect for the prophet of Bakanga? What's up, entertainment? JC Entertainment. Ladies and gentlemen, this is JC Entertainment in the house. What's going on, man? What's going on, bro? That brother has been raptured. You can go and be with the Lord. Amen. ADY no official. Barry got his feelings hurt because Barry doesn't want to say the name of the Supreme Lord of the Universe, Bakanga. Yo,
What's
Harrison.
up, man?
Yo, bro, where you talking to me from, man? You talking to me from the Marine Kingdom? Are you under the Atlantic Ocean?
How did you get to know that?
Like, damn, all that noise, man. I can hear all the noise in the background. Who are you hanging out with? The Queen of the Coast? Are you hanging out with the Queen of the Coast? I rebuke you. I rebuke you in the name of Jeremiah Omotoy.
Man, you're so funny, man. The Supreme Lord of Bakanga.
That guy don't want to say my name.
You say that's your name, you should be respected with that name. I like your stance, man.
That guy better respect. You see, our Muslim brothers and sisters.
He's so scared, you know.
Our Muslim brothers and sisters want us to respect the name of their prophet, but they cannot even respect our own African names. What you got for me, Harrison? What you got?
Know that I got an encounter with a Sierra Leonean. Okay, what I got for you is, you say you don't believe in a creator at all?
No, sir.
That's the question. Because I heard you. Me personally, I don't believe in religion. I used to when I was in Africa, but at the time my eyes got opened. I discovered that everything was man-made. Anything religion.
Even the creator is man-made.
Getting to believe
even the
there
creator
will be no
is man-made.
You wait. Listen up. The only way I can believe with you that the creator is man-made is that if you are able to prove how did it come about this sky that we are looking at, the sea, the mountains, even the animals, you and I, we know that it's not man like us that created all these things.
We don't
The
know
air
that.
we breathe,
We don't know that.
even how everything is
We don't know
arranged,
that. We don't know
The
that.
dog cannot live in the water. Only the fish. The
Brother, we don't
fish
know.
blood can survive the coldness of the sea. Why the dog can't? Even the human can't. So who
Brother,
arrange all these things? How do we come about all this?
brother, human beings can make computers,
Yeah, I'm listening.
make all these amazing things. You really think there's a limit to what human beings can make? It's just a matter of time now. Brother, you have too much noise, so you have too
No,
much
there's a
noise. You have
limit.
too much.
Human
You
being
have too
cannot
much.
make life.
You have too much noise, bro.
Okay, let me go in then. Let me go in. I was in the balcony. Let me go in. I'm inside now.
Uh-huh.
Can you hear me
So
clearly?
human
Can
beings
you hear me
cannot
clearly?
make what you call life
So,
yet.
like I was saying,
But you don't know what human beings will be able to do 200,000 years from now. 200,000 years from now, there is nothing that we see
then who
today
now
that we
create the
think that.
life we see?
Hold up, bro. Hold up. 200,000 years from now, there is nothing that we see that will be impossible for human beings. Human beings will be making real
I
living
believe that.
beings. You will not be able to tell the difference. You can never underestimate human beings. The problem with religious people is that they have underestimated what human beings can do. They have underestimated human potential. So it has caused them to imagine all these things.
Can do.
And that is how all religions began.
Yes.
All religions began because they could not explain things. So they just found some men called prophets to lie to them. You know what I'm saying? If you take an airplane and you go and show a prophet 1,000 years ago, they would think it was God who made the plane. If you take a machine gun and you show a prophet, they will say it is a weapon of the angels. If you take a television, you show the prophet, they will say it is witchcraft from the jinns. That's just how the world is, bro. The things that me and
So
you look
now,
today, the things that you and I are looking today, and we're saying it's impossible, in the future, it will be like even children will be able to do it. You just have to look at the technologies that we're developing. 3D printing. Let me tell you what 3D printing
no,
is.
I don't have a single doubt about that. I don't have iota of doubt about that, But what I'm saying now is that if you can prove to me how this sky was made, the galaxy, this planet Earth, and it came about, then I will forget about believing in a creator.
So let me give you one principle. If you see a car and you've never seen a car before, what is the best way to know how that car was made? You break it down and you try to put it back together. That's what we're doing to the world. We're breaking it down and we're trying to put it together. Do you know how many artificial islands are in the sea? We already know the chemical compositions of all Earth. All we have to do is find those elements, combine them together, and we can get them. All I'm telling you is that your questions will be answered in time. If you want to find the answers right now, then you might as well believe what you want to be. But if you are patient, maybe your descendants will find out. But there's only a limit that you can know. But what you do know for a fact is that what we have today, the people who wrote the Quran and wrote the Bible, they cannot even imagine what we have today. The internet, is there any book that was ever written? Is
Those
there any
people
book?
don't even know this creator. Like, listen,
Bro, is there any book that was written that can do what the internet does?
bro.
Do you know anything in nature that can do for human beings what the internet does? We have already made things that are more amazing than
I
nature.
understand.
Yes, we've already
You are
made things
right.
that
You
is
are
more
so
amazing than nature.
absolutely right. Exactly, bro. But what I'm saying is that there must be a creator that created this life that we all have. That's what I'm saying. But the scriptures, both the Quran, the Bible, I believe they cannot be able to even explain how he is. All the stories I don't even believe
Check this
none
out,
of them. But I
brother.
believe no
Check this out.
scripture, and no scripture can be able to explain the way how he operates, why we are seeing what we see. His
Brother,
principle.
hold
But we
up.
just have to search him personally.
Harrison, hold up.
Yeah.
Can you explain to me how TikTok works?
Yeah.
Explain to me how TikTok works.
Bro, let me tell you my mindset.
No,
What
no,
I
no, no, no,
believe
no, no.
technology is,
Don't tell
what
me
I
your
believe
mindset. Don't tell me your
everything
mindset.
works, how everything
Don't,
works.
no, no, Harrison. First, try to tell me you the best of your
Hmm?
knowledge. How does TikTok work?
In one word, technologically. Yeah,
Do you
in
know
one
how?
word, technologically. It's
Okay,
technology
okay,
means, you
okay,
know.
okay, okay. You want me to tell you how the sky was
Yeah.
made? In one word, naturally. You see, I answer your question.
Where does nature
Natu-
come from?
where does technology come from?
At least technology come from, man. We know.
Uh-huh.
Where does nature
Na-
come from?
nature comes from natural things. It comes from nowhere. Nature is just the way things work.
You see? You see? You still have to do research on your own. Ask questions. Don't just conclude that there is no creator
Brother,
based on what
brother,
Quran said,
brother,
based
don't
on what
just
Bible said,
conclude.
or what
Don't
all the
just don't
scriptures
just
say.
conclude that.
No.
Don't just
But
conclude that
within you,
TikTok.
you know that you didn't create yourself.
Harrison, hold
How
up.
were you created? How were you
Harrison,
created?
Harrison, hold up.
Did you
Don't
create
just
yourself?
Harrison, hold up. Don't just conclude that TikTok was made based on technology if you don't know what the technology is. I want you to tell me the exact technology. Tell me the exact technology.
The creator of us all, my mindset, I
No,
want
no,
to tell
no.
you,
Harrison.
is the
Tell
one
me,
that gave
Harrison.
us the power to create whatever we want, to
Harrison,
benefit our life,
please
this
calm
life.
down now, Harrison. No, they do that thing when I just want to talk like this. Answer my question. Tell me exactly the technology on how TikTok works. Don't just tell me it's technology. Tell me exactly how. If you want me to tell you exactly how nature works, then tell me exactly how the
Wait, am
technology
I in that field? How
TikTok
am I
works.
supposed to know how? How am I supposed to
Ah,
know exactly? Wait, how
Am
do you
I
expect me
nature?
to know exactly how it works
Am I
when I'm not
nature?
a technologist? I'm not even in
Am
that
I
field.
nature? Am I nature?
What do you mean?
Am I a naturalist? Why are you asking me to tell you how nature works?
We are both nature. We came from nature.
Okay,
You
then
and
tell
I.
me how nature works. Then tell me how
Don't
nature
mistake
works.
that.
If we came from
I
nature, tell
thought
me how
you
nature
read
works.
wide. You should be a very, very enlightened person, you know?
Harrison, tell me how nature works. Since you're from nature, tell me how does it work? How does nature work to make the
I'm
sky?
not God. That's why I believe. Let me tell you, that's why I believe there must be a creator that controls the nature,
Harrison, make I tell you something, my
whom we
brother.
live.
Listen to me. Harrison, the most ignorant thing that ever happened in the brain of a human being is because he looked at something, he could not understand it, so he told himself it has to be God. That is the most foolish imagination a human being can have in their brain. Just
Okay,
because
how
just
do you
because you don't
explain your
understand
own
something.
self, your own
Harrison, relax.
existence? Your own existence. You can
Relax.
explain why.
It's my
Why do
father
you
and my
even
mother
exist? Why
now.
are
My
you
own
here?
existence.
Why are you
My
here?
own my own
How do
existence
you
is not
explain that?
complicated. It's my father and my mother.
What about your father, your mother?
But bro,
Wait,
that's not what you
who
asked me.
created your father, your mother?
Go and ask
Your
them.
At the end of the day,
Go
your
go
ancestors. Who created
go
your
go go,
ancestors?
go and
What
ask
are you
them.
saying?
Go and ask my
Don't
ancestors.
be childish, bro.
Go and ask my ancestors.
You understand?
Listen,
Ancestor came from
you
the
asked me
creator.
about me, right? You
From
asked
the
me about me, right? I told you how I came to be, my father and my mother. If you really want to know where my father and my mother came from, go and ask them. If you want to know where their father and their mother come from, go and ask them. If you sit over here and you don't know, and you don't want to research, and your best thing is that it's a creator because it's easy for you to just think that it's a creator. You know what that means? That means you don't know. Just like you know that TikTok was made by technology, but you don't know how it was made. So you cannot even tell me.
bro,
What if God is the one who made
bro.
TikTok? What if God is the one who made TikTok?
That's what I'm telling you. He made everything using his own
He. How do
creatures,
you know
which
it's
is
a he?
us.
What if it's a
He
she?
made it possible.
What if it's a she?
Everything you see
My
is through him.
brother,
If he doesn't
my
sign it, it
brother,
will not work.
my brother. So what if God is a
You don't
goat?
even understand, bro. You need to read wide. You need to read wide. But I know that you've
What
gone
if
to
God
an
is a
extent.
goat?
But you want to close your mind. You want to close your mind to a
Harrison.
certain extent of belief system. No, open up, man. Think. You have the brain.
I just muted you, Harrison. I don't want to be rude to you now. This one, you just talk, you just repeat the same thing. Oh, he has to be the creator. Okay, yeah, you have to be the creator. Okay, yeah, he's the creator. How many times do you have to say he's the creator? If you say he's the creator one time, why do you need to say it again? Ah, you know, only animals repeat the same sound over and over and over and over and over and over in the same way. You're not even using different words. Use different words now, boy. Now mute yourself. Let us get back to order. Don't tell me you're still talking, bro.
So,
Brother, you don't
bro,
have to. You don't have to say it's
like
the
I was
creator.
saying,
You
let
cannot
me
say
use.
hold up, Harrison. You don't have to say it's the creator 1 million times. You've already said that to me. You have to be giving me new information now. How do you know it's the creator?
Okay, I want to ask you a question now.
No, hold up. I've asked you a question now. I've asked you a question. How do you know it's the creator? How do you know
No, let me ask you a question. You say new information. Let me forget about that. I want to
Harrison?
be in logical way now. How do
Harrison,
you?
I've just asked you a question. Answer my question. How do you know it's the creator and not many creators? How do you know that it was not 1,000 billion creators who worked together? How do you know that it's one creator? Why can it not be that maybe there was another civilization that made it? Why does it have to be the creator? What in your brain makes you think that one person made all of these things?
Me.
No, I'm asking now, bro, just to be curious. Just to
Let
be
me tell
curious.
you, bro.
If you are so sure that all of this was made, what in
I
your
don't even
head?
care to know. See, me, I'm not curious. I'm not curious to know how many they are, who they are, where they are. I'm not curious to know all that because I know human cannot even ascertain that, you know.
So
But all I
okay,
know is that
hold
there
up.
must be
Harrison,
supreme being bigger than human.
why? When you see a building,
Because you didn't create the sky. Because you didn't create the sky. Because you didn't create the
Harrison,
sea. No
hold up,
human
Harrison.
can say I create the sea. I create the
Harrison,
mountains.
Harrison,
Yeah,
hold up, bro.
I'm listening.
When you see a building, you think to your head that it was a supreme being who made the building, even though you cannot make the building. So just because you cannot do something, it means it was a supreme being. Did the person who made that building, that building in Europe, you're in Europe right now, that building,
No,
was it a
that is
supreme being who
illogical.
made it?
No, that is illogical.
Brother, that building that you saw,
That is this
that
illustration you are
building that you
giving is
saw,
just
that is
illogical.
complex. That building that you
It's
saw, that
just
is very
illogical. We
complex.
all know that even the skyscrapers, even the skyscraper is humans that build them. Even the plane that you see.
That guy not gonna keep quiet. That guy will just go. He not gonna answer my question. Next, guys. Sorry, Harrison. I don't get time. I don't be online for almost 10 hours. I don't reach the point of no tolerance. You not gonna answer my question. I just rest. What's up, bro?
Yeah, greetings, Bakanga. Pleasant night.
You're back again. Oh no, you were in the comment section. Never mind. Go straight to your point, bro.
Yes. So, my question is about free will. So, you said we have no free will, and I I am inclined to believe that, but um not like I don't believe that that's an absolute truth, meaning that I believe that we have some degree of free will, even though it's limited. So I've been looking into this subject for a while, and listening to to both sides of the debate, reading about both sides of the subject, and so I have a foundation of understanding. But the thing is, uh, I've also looked on like some philosophical understanding of this, and one of the philosophies that that resonates with me is the dichotomy of control. Before I go any further, I would like to hear your perspective on the dichotomy of control.
You have control over absolutely nothing in this world.
Okay, so the dichotomy of control basically states that majority of things in the world, in the environment, in our environment, is out of our control, especially the things that are external to us. Um,
Are you
but
talking about like external locus of self-control and internal locus of self-control?
Yes.
I think that really has to do with blame, right? So internal locus of self-control, somebody is literally talking about somebody that attributes the responsibility of the things that happen to them to themselves. External locus of self-control are people that attribute the things that happen to them to things outside of themselves. But this is within the framework of self-awareness, right? In reality, control is neither external nor internal. It just is. And you're not the one in control. It begins from the moment of conception. You did not choose to be born. You control nothing about that process. You don't choose where you live. You control nothing about that process. And you're not going to choose when you die. You control nothing about that process.
Sir Bakanga, are we robots, bro?
We are. We are
Damn.
just robots. The only difference is that we are robots that know that we are robots. Above knowing that we're robots, everything else, I'm telling you, people don't understand cohesion, okay? Cohesion. And that's why even those who try to emulate control understand how you control, right? Today, most you can alter events to work in certain ways systematically, but control is systemic. If you're not controlling the system, you're 100% a pawn in that system. Most people use money that they don't print, wear clothes that they don't make, eat food that they don't cook, drink water that they did not fetch. What exactly do you think you're controlling? What exactly are you controlling? Most people
So
are not
you're
even
saying,
conscious. Most people are not even conscious of the breath that is going through their body. It's happening on its own.
so
Most people are not even
basically,
conscious of the thoughts going through their brain. It's happening on its own.
yeah.
You
So if
only
we,
begin to understand control when you give up on the idea of control. You have to completely give up on the idea of being in control. Then you understand the world. The misery and the suffering of most people is born out of their need to control. And when life eventually makes it evident to them that they can't control, that's what makes people sad. That's what generates negative emotions. Every negative emotion is a product of a control gone wrong. Life is always reminding you that you're not in control. Pain, suffering is all evidence that you're not in control.
all right, Bakanga, let's create a scenario here. Let's say somebody comes to me with aggression. They're angry at me and they want to attack me. But it doesn't have to escalate to a violent situation where we're hurting each other. But in a part of how that situation turns out will determine on how I respond to this person, right?
No, how you respond to that person has nothing to do with what happens after you get to the scene. The moment you are already in that scene, you're going to respond to that person one way or another. And even you cannot predict how you're going to respond because it's not really up to you. In fact, how you respond to that person goes all the way back to the day that you were born.
So I can't be mindful in that moment and think consciously about how I will respond.
You can try, and then you're going to learn that you're not going to do what you thought you're going to do. So you just let things be. You try not to control anything. You just be there. You're present. Whatever happens, happens. And whatever happens is what is going to happen. No matter what you think you're going to do. Come to find out he has a gun and he pulls the gun out. Are you going to control whether he pulls the gun or not? No. You don't know. You don't know how you're going to feel about the fact that someone pulled a gun in your face. So what are you going to predict? If you in fact, you have a better chance of surviving if you actually observe the situation as an observer rather than a participant. I am here. What's going on here? Every time I'm in a room, if there's 5 people in the room, from my perspective, there's always 6 people in the room. There is me, and there's the other 4 people. And then there's my perception of what is happening. And the moment I realize that I have no control, then I'm just observing, keeping record for enlightenment purposes. Stop trying to control things. Stop trying to control things. Like I said,
So I
your every negative emotion is indicative of a situation that you try to control and it did not work good, or it did not turn out the way you expected. Your every positive emotion is a situation that you thought you had control, eventually leading to a sad situation and a sad moment. That's why sadness comes and goes like day and night. Do you control when the sun rises and when the sun sets? No.
All right, let's say one day I wake up and I realize that I'm uncomfortable with the way my life
Zero.
is, and I decide I can't continue to live this way. I can't make a conscious decision to change certain things about my life.
You can try, and the only thing you're going to learn is that you can't change anything. Because no matter what you change, you're still not going to be satisfied. And it continues until the day you breathe your last breath.
No, it's no, the satisfaction is a different thing, but can I do anything to change things about myself and my life in general?
No.
So let's say I'm fat and I want to lose weight and put on muscles. I can't decide to go to the gym and decide to work out and decide to do that habitually.
No. You didn't decide to go to the gym. You went to the gym because you're fat. You had no choice.
But I could decide not to go to the gym and continue to be fat.
Then you're not fat.
Really?
Isn't it perception? Who's the standard of what a fat is? Maybe you're just normal and everybody else is skinny. You ever thought about that?
That's
Perhaps,
perception.
exactly. Like I said to you, you want to just be an observer. If you feel compelled that you need to do something, that's because it's a direct response to where you are, what you're currently doing. You think you're in control. Listen, like I said, it's the illusion of choice, okay? And we can still operate within the illusion of choice. If you can just differentiate what you're doing and what you're actually not doing, then perhaps you find a balance. It's the illusion of choice. We're programmed that way. You won't just be able to switch it off all at once. It takes practice. Listen to me, bro. If God exists and I'm going to go to heaven, there's nothing I can do to make myself not go to heaven. So I don't need to try to go to heaven. I'm going to go to heaven. If God exists and I'm going to go to hell, there's nothing I can do to make myself not
Yeah,
go to hell.
yeah.
So I
But
don't need
what
to
if
try
there's
not to go to
certain
hell.
what if there are certain prerequisites that you have to fulfill in order to go to heaven?
The only prerequisite I will need to fulfill to go to heaven is to have made the choice whether to be born or not to be born. If I didn't choose to be born, nothing is within my control. Think about it. Think about it. I didn't choose to be born. Why do I get to then choose where I'm going to go after I die? When I don't even choose when I die. It's an illusion. You don't have a choice. You've never had a choice. You're only playing a game of choice. It's an illusion.
Yeah, but Bakanga, I believe that you're a well-read person. I believe that what you're saying to me is because of your experience and the knowledge that you've acquired. I don't believe that this is entirely just your subjective perception of things.
You want me
But
to be
so,
you want me to be honest with you?
yeah, go ahead.
I have more than 25 books that I bought at different points in time, and I never read past the first sentence of any of them. I don't like reading. I like listening and observing. Well, my favorite thing to do when I was a child was to sit down and watch ants. One day I had this curiosity. I was wondering what ants do at night. Ants work at night, bro. Ants freaking work at night, bro. Ants. Ants work at night. Like, if you think you've ever seen ants working during the day, you have never seen. It's like they're going twice as fast. It's like they're working with a sense of urgency. I used to take matches. You know those little box matches that we have? Those box matches.
Yes.
I will strike them. That's what I was using to watch the ants. And I always ask myself, why are they moving so fast? Why are they in a hurry to go? And then I will watch the way the ants are moving. Every 6 feet, there's like a red ant. And then all the black ants will begin to move. The red ants are just standing there, shaking left and right, shaking left and right. I'm like, what are these ants doing? It's like they know what they're doing. You sit there long enough, you notice that the little pile of rocks that they were piling, it keeps increasing faster than it should, the way my brain would consider that it should work. When I was a kid, bro, I had one of my favorite things I used to like to do too. In fact, this wasn't just me. This was a game we used to play with my friends. Who can catch a honeybee in their hand and shake their hand so far that the honeybee doesn't get a chance to sting you. And then you open your hand, the bee is dead. If the bee is not dead before you don't shake your hand, it will bite you and it would hurt. So I used to practice on how to slowly let the bee on my hand and watch the bee walk around my hand without feeling threatened so it doesn't bite me until it became a skill. So with my friends, I would catch a bee and I wouldn't have to shake it. I'll just catch the bee real quick, then relax my hand real quick, then open my hand real quick. At first, the bee would just fly away. After a while, the bees would actually like wander around my hand, depending on how I had my hand open. I've always loved to observe. You learn so much by just watching and listening. Books cannot really translate emotions the way human beings communicate verbally and non-verbal, bro. Every book that was ever written about something that happened doesn't tell you anything about the non-verbal communication, if not very limited. And non-verbal communication can almost be more than 50% of a communication. If someone is speaking and they're always moving their hands, moving their head in a specific direction, how can you communicate what that person is saying without watching those gestures? You really do learn more by simply watching and listening. We live in a world, bro, where you can learn anything from YouTube. Every book is in audio form.
Yeah. So I get what you're saying, and I I'm a bit like that too, even though I try to read as much as possible. But the thing is, the reason why I made those initial statements is because I've listened to people who have spent years in the field of human psychology and evolutionary biology and neurology and those things. Like, for instance, Robert Sapolsky, and he would say like the same things that you're saying. Like, he doesn't believe in free will any at all. And the thing is that if there is science, if there is credible scientific information that disproves the idea of free will to a great degree, why is it that the world still functions, the justice system and the society still functions as though we have everyone has free will?
Have you ever seen a situation where someone committed a murder and instead of murdering them, we send them to prison instead? The true price for a life is a life. Okay, if you take a life, the true justice is to take your life. But our justice system understands. If you give the death penalty to everyone who deserves the death penalty, there'll be nobody left. At some point, we're all going to go through the death penalty. So our justice system, to a certain extent, understands that people are under the influence of different factors when they commit certain crimes. Even people who are on death row in modern times, a person can be on death row for 20 years and die from natural causes before the execution ever comes. If the principle of justice was truly practiced the way it should be, the moment you kill a man and the evidence is there beyond shadow of doubt, we take you outside and just put the rope. They used to practice that in ancient days. Now, you do it like that, and what happens when the person is actually not guilty? Technology improves, and you find more evidence to suggest that the person was not guilty. Then it's better that you hadn't killed that person, because now you get a chance for restitution. You can at least say sorry, and the person can acknowledge you're sorry, and you can compensate them. Choice begins at the systemic level. The more power you have, the more your ability to actually and truly choose. The less power you have, the closer you are to having no choice, and the average man has no choice. And even those in power that have power, they have no choice. Like I said, if you think you have a choice, don't worry. Death will teach you. You might want to learn this lesson before you actually die. But if you're going to wait until you're getting close to your deathbed or to your dying moment, then you will learn this decision when you're not able to do anything about it. You will not benefit from the peace of mind that comes to know that you don't have to be in control.
Yeah, but Bakanga, what's the healthy way to take on this frame of mind without without being like passive and just allowing life to happen to you?
Thank you. You begin with your negative emotions. You need to conquer every negative emotion. Once you've conquered the negative emotions, that means that the things that make you feel negative emotions are the things you have to try the least to control. Don't even form opinions about things you cannot control. If something happens outside of your control, you don't even need to form an opinion. It is what it is. Once you've gained control over your negative emotions, then you focus on the positive emotion. Don't be overjoyed. Don't allow any, when emotions flow through you, bro, it should be like somebody poured water on you. It should dry out as quickly as it poured out. And then you walk away like there was never a drop of water on your skin. So it all comes down to emotional intelligence. Find anybody who's emotional intelligent. They don't try to control situations. Sometimes having a high IQ will make you want to control situations. But if you have a high IQ and a low EQ, that's a bad combination. It's better to have an average IQ and an average EQ. People who are extremely high IQ, the moment they give into their emotions, they always exaggerate their joys. And their negative emotions are always exaggerated. So there needs to be a healthy balance. If you have a high IQ and a high EQ, you've reached enlightenment. The
Yeah,
most
but
enlightened,
as far as the science go, it's almost impossible to increase your IQ.
not true. If you want to
Well,
increase your IQ, you need to deconstruct. And then you need to go back from the elementary level of study. Go and start from basic arithmetic. But this time around, you're the teacher. Teach yourself again. IQ is intelligent quotient, right? Your ability to absorb information and retain information. You can increase your IQ through practice. It's just that we deem some of those elementary skills that we learn when we're kids, we deem it almost useless. We feel like we already know it. So we never really take the time to think, man, let me teach myself again 1 + 1. Remember the times table? 1 × 1 is 1, 1 × 2 is 2, 1 × 3. When we were growing up, we used to just recite it. But we didn't have the intelligence to understand that. We're not just reciting it to memorize it to pass a test. We're reciting it so that we can have the ability to quickly solve problems in the real world. So if you want to do it, go back and teach yourself from the elementary level. Re-educate yourself. You're no longer studying to pass a test. You're studying to live. People
yeah,
who have high
for
IQ
the
in the first
inherent
place,
value of knowledge.
yes, people who have high IQ in the first place, already they figured it out the first time around that I'm not in school to learn so I can pass a test. I'm learning right now so that I can be really smart when I'm in college. So you learn and you absorb so much information when you sit in the test. It's not even a challenge because the test was never an obstacle to you. It was never anything that you were going to consider yourself not being able to know. The true obstacle is something that is, you foresee it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's the illusion of choice. You can still increase your IQ simply by not trying to be smart. You don't have to try to be smart. You either are or you're not. So
But
if you focus on the little things that you can actually do, if you focus on what you can do, bro, you always be smart, really, to be honest.
yeah, but bro, don't you realize that the way that you're talking to me now is from the supposition that we have the free choice to do these things.
No, it still doesn't invalidate. Like that's why I said, even within the illusion of choice. Remember, I'm talking to you subjectively. I don't think most of you even understand what I'm saying, bro. That you don't have a choice. First of all, like I can't really say it to you and you get it. Like it had to almost dawn on you. Like you know how when you sit in a classroom, some people get it and some people don't get it. The teacher can explain it 100 times, you just won't get it. It's practical. What I'm telling you is practical. If you think you have a choice, the next time you have a choice, think really carefully why you're making that choice. You realize that it has nothing to do with you. You realize that the reason why you chose A is not because B was ever an option. A was always the only option. And you cannot even choose to not do it. Ah, man. Listen. Control gives us the illusion of power. And nobody wants to be weak. Because we don't understand the power of weakness. Just put this to practice. The next time you make a choice, sit down and actually be honest to yourself and don't lie to yourself and ask yourself, why am I choosing to go to work today? If it doesn't dawn on you that it's because you don't have a choice, then you will never get it. And you're going to be miserable at work. Do you know the primary thing about when you don't need to make a decision? That means that the consequences of what happens is not really up to you. You're satisfied with whatever outcome. So rather than thinking about the fact that you do have a choice, focus on being able to identify the only decision that is possible. The only decision that's possible is what you can actually do. There are many reasons why there are some things that you would think that you could do, but that you will not be able to do. Even your emotional state of mind. So your brain can be telling you that you have a choice to stay at home today and just relax. You're not feeling like working. But when you really think about it, you don't have a choice. Because going to work it has nothing to do with how you feel. You have to. So you do what you have to because that's the only thing you could do anyways. So why distract yourself with other possibilities of what would never be? Think about it, bro. Have you ever taken a test? And when you didn't even have to read the questions. There's multiple choice. And you could just identify the correct answer just by looking at the multiple choice. In fact, you didn't even have to even pay attention. You just check it. Choop, 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 choop. It's like you're taking a test that you've already seen the answer key.
Yeah, because
there was never a choice. Listen, they call it multiple choice. Listen, they teach us this in school, bro. They teach it to us in school. A multiple choice question is not a multiple choice question. You really only have one choice.
yeah, I see the logic from that standpoint.
You only listen. In Africa, in Cameroon, at some point they used to give us exam without multiple choice. So you either knew the right answer or you didn't. So they were actually a really complex question. There's no clues. You either have to answer it. Right? Then the Americans, by that time, the Western world, they were doing multiple choice. Let me tell you what multiple choice teaches you. It teaches you what you can do and what you cannot do. It teaches you what the right answer is and what the right answer would look like if it was not the right answer. That's why in a multiple choice system, it's most effective when the answers have similarities in them. And the key will just be like one simple word. Your ability to identify that simple word is when you understand that in life, if you don't get the right answer, it leads to negative consequences. That's why once you check it and you turn in the paper, you can't go back and change what you put on it. The choice you made was the wrong choice. That wrong choice led you to fail the exam. But you didn't make that wrong choice because you knew the right answer. You made that wrong choice because you didn't know the right answer. That was the only choice you could have made anyways. It was the wrong one. If you make the right choice, you make the right choice. The right choice will lead you to passing the exam. You couldn't have put the wrong choice because you know the right choice. Get one decision. It's not the choices. It's the decision. You can make decision, but you can only make one decision. And the one decision the one decision you actually make is what you actually do. Listen, there's some people, bro, they'll make a decision, and then in their mind, they don't like the decision that they make. So they keep thinking about what it would be like if they didn't make that decision. And then they think about it so long that it almost becomes as if they had made that other decision. So they start living their life based on that other decision, not on the actual decision that they made. You see a woman, she's clearly the wrong woman for you.
Yeah.
So you stay with her. So no, listen.
Yeah.
You see a woman, she's clearly the wrong woman for you. But you still stay with her anyways. Why are you surprised that she's cheating on you? Why are you surprised that now you see other women and you want them? Did anybody force you to make that to be with that woman? No. It's because you made the right decision. You made the decision. But when you thought in your head that there was another decision you could make, and then while you've been in that relationship, you keep thinking about the other decisions you could have made until you become coerced to making those other decisions. That's why people cheat. That's why people lie.
Yeah, but outside of that context though, isn't it healthy to reflect on your past actions and learn from them so you will be able to make better decisions in the future?
It's not bad to reflect on what has happened to you so that you don't have to stress about what would happen to you. You don't have multiple decisions. You only have the decision. And the decision is the decision you actually make. Just like you don't know if you tick the right answer on the exam until the teacher gives you the test score. How many people do you think walk out of an examination hall absolutely confident that they passed? They're the people who know exactly not just why the right answer was right, but how it was right. Those who thought that they would just survive because they have multiple choice. Bro, sometimes it's none of the above. So you do nothing. So your one choice right there was to do nothing. You have one life. One decision to make. You know what that decision is? To live. Live.
How you're going to live is a different thing, and you have to make that choice every day. You have to make multiple of those choices every day.
And guess what? Every day is just a repetition of the same thing over and over for you. Nothing really new. You know. Let me tell you what the illusion of choice does to you. You know what a child is, bro? If you tell a child, don't touch that knife, that child will touch that knife. The child's not thinking about choices. The child doesn't think in terms of, I have the choice not to touch that knife. The child sees the knife, he goes and touches the knife. The fact that you told him not to touch that knife doesn't even ring a bell in his head. until you pull up, and then you're like, oh damn, you did tell me that. Oh, I guess I'm gonna get an ass whooping. But the children see the world as it is. Unfortunately for them, they're not experienced enough to understand it as it is. So as we grow and we begin to battle with this illusion of choice, we become slowly and slowly desensitized to the world around us. You don't even notice how beautiful the trees are anymore. You don't even enjoy a car ride anymore. Remember how excited you were to get into a car for the first time?
Yeah.
You do it over and over, it's not enjoyable anymore. When you only have one decision to make, every decision is a new decision and the only decision. You have no choice but to enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, that's because you thought there was a better option. And as long as you think there was a better option or another option, you will always be miserable. Because you will never fully be satisfied with that one decision. Hence, I said to you, bro, if I do something and the consequences of that action is that I'm going to prison, I don't go to prison sad, thinking to myself, man, I shouldn't have done that. Like, if I shouldn't have done that, then I wouldn't have done it. I did it because I should have done that. So I did it. And going to prison is a natural consequence. I'm not even the one taking myself to prison. Like I said, you learn very quickly. You learn very quickly. Your negative emotions are a reminder that you don't have a choice. And if you don't learn that lesson, death will be the last.
This might be my last question. When did you find out that you don't have free will?
During my early days of deconstructing from Christianity. One of the key elements of my deconstruction from Christianity is that it obliviated me of the desire to go to heaven as a source of reward for being good. And it obliviated me from the punishment of going to hellfire as a source of punishment. So there's no reward and there's no punishment anymore. What is there? There's only a life to live. How many lives can I live? Only one life. How many decisions can I make? Only one decision at a time. So every other choice is an illusion. Every other thought, every other regret, every other expectation of making another choice is an illusion. The only choice I could have made is the one I did make. So there are no regrets. Regret is born when there's another choice you could have made, but you didn't make it. Then you will always be in regret. No matter how much you want to lie to yourself, you are literally in a constant state of regret. That's miserable. So roughly 5 years. Roughly 5 years. That's when I say, bro, people really think that I'm crazy. This is how I live my life, bro. I don't really in my day-to-day lives, bro, unless I'm being sarcastic or plain, I don't really lie, bro.
Was it like a
the
realization?
consequences of lying doesn't bother me. If I'm gonna tell the truth and it's gonna cause me to lose a job, so be it. Like, it doesn't bother me, bro. It actually excites me. It's just a new adventure. If I was with a woman and I cheated on her, I'd just go home and tell her.
When you came to that realization, was it like a realization just hit you, like, or did you come to that realization through research or something like that?
Okay. Once you deconstruct from Christianity the way I did, like through education and mastery and graduation, one of the first things you take responsibility for is your own state of mind. So if you're sad, you don't need to pray to God anymore. You need to just look within yourself and process your own thoughts, right? So I began to deal with my negative emotions and the sources of my negative emotions. I even charted down all the possible things that could make me sad, angry, jealous. Nothing was worth it, man. There's nothing that could ever make me sad that's actually worth it making me sad. I was making myself sad because I thought I had an option to not be sad if a situation makes me sad. If I'm sad, The sadness comes through my body, bro, and it leaves. You won't even be able to see it through my facial expression. If I'm angry, especially when I'm angry, you will not know I'm angry. It just goes through me. It flows through me. I can say that now, bro. In the early days, it was a lot of ups and downs. How long have I been doing TikTok? Listen, bro, I sit down here and I've been online for 44 minutes because nothing that I have said and nothing that anyone says affects my state of mind. So it's like my brain can keep going, bro, like an engine that doesn't stop running. I don't know if you guys can observe it. Well, I am at 10 hours and 42 minutes.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
If it's not mind-boggling to you how a human being can sit down on a chair and just begin to talk about something that most people will probably consider irrelevant, either something is wrong with my brain and you are a genius, or maybe I'm a genius and something is wrong with y'all's brains. It's like emotional. It's emotional intelligence, bro. Like, it's not that I don't let myself feel, but when I'm feeling things, the feelings come to me the same way that I drink water. It comes out as waste. Like the thoughts that come to my mind, it's like the food that goes in my body. There is healthy nutrients and there is waste. Some things that, not everything that goes to my mind needs to stay in my mind. Not every feeling that I feel, I need to keep feeling that way. Every feeling has its use. It comes and it goes. The rest of it is waste. Like anger. The old saying is true. Don't sleep on anger. Recycle it. Don't sleep on unforgiveness. You will never forgive somebody in this world for them. It's always going to be for you. Forgiveness is an easy way. It's like maintenance. Listen, forgiveness is the anus, the buttocks of your brain. Of your mind. Forgiveness is the buttocks. If you're not forgiving, it's like you're not shitting. All that shit is accumulating in your system. You're going to be constipated. If you're not forgiving, you're not pissing. All that piss is accumulated in your mind. All that negative waste that need to come out, it's not there. If you forgive yourself, you almost be unoffendable. That's why a lot of people who are Christians, it just seems to me like, what's wrong with their brains? If God is almighty, that means that God is unoffendable. You cannot offend God. So even if God exists, God is an unoffendable being. There's nothing I can do that will make God want to punish me for any reason if God is real. So I can even sit here and tell you God does not exist. I can urinate on God's. It doesn't bother that type of entity. That type of entity exists. If that type of entity exists, it doesn't have time for me. That's why I shouldn't have time for it. That's what makes me me. What makes me me is that my mind is not subservient within its self-awareness. I know I'm me. Everything else I don't control. But as far as knowing that I'm me, that I'm always conscious of, except of course in the moments of sleep or weakness. The only thing you can control is your perception of yourself. That's all happening inside your head. Everything else outside what's in your head, you got zero control. And don't get me wrong, even within your head, there's a specific place where your control is. The Buddhist monk is not a fool, okay? The Buddhist monk sits down on a stone and sits quietly. You don't need to control anything. You just need to sit quietly and hum. People say meditation. Meditation is the practice of letting go, of sitting control, let it go. So people think that they're only supposed to do it when your negative emotions become overwhelming. Do it all the time. Be in a constant meditative state. That's what I am in. My mind is always calm all the time.
Yeah, Bakanga. This was awesome, brother. I enjoy listening to you.
Let me give you one last thing before you go. In the common man's language, y'all, what I have just told you guys in the last 2 hours is called self-discipline. Poor children. It's called self-discipline. Not the illusion of self-discipline. It's self-discipline.
Yeah, but isn't self-discipline basically controlling yourself?
No. Self-discipline is giving up control on everything else and being present with yourself. Not controlling, but being present. The old Buddhist monks call it mindfulness. Mindfulness. Think, bro. Control. There's a process to get to control. A thought crosses your mind. The thought is a desire. The desire becomes an expectation. Then the expectation becomes your will. And then you act upon your will. If you have more than one choice in a situation, that means you had multiple desires for the same thing. But your will was never able to decide which one. But you acted upon one of them anyways. Listen, within the religion of Christians, there's something that says, the path that leads to life is narrow, and few there be that find it. When you talk of a narrow path, and now this part is not in the Bible, I was just quoting that because it's something common people know. The thing about a narrow path is, the narrowest path is so narrow you can only take one step at a time. Not like side by side, one step in front of another. You don't have any other choice. It's like walking on a rope. There's nowhere else for you to put your leg but where you're going to put your leg. Listen, have you ever seen people who walk on ropes? They literally they understand that they have no choice. Many people, there's many disciplines, people do achieve it. Someone ever broken into your house and you realize that you're going to die? Do you even think about what you do? You just do it. It's like your body had a brain of its own. You ever been in fight or flight mode? Why do people have to wait until their brain is stressed before they get into that? You should be in that mode all the time. You're executing. Somebody said ultra instinct. Oh, man. I mean, your lungs breathe, pump air by themselves. Your stomach digests food by itself. Half of your body is already ultra instinct. Half. The only part that we don't allow to be ultra instinct is our brain. Remember, bro, making a decision is to execute what you have willed. Making a decision is acting upon what you have willed. Making a decision is not choosing between two choices, not in practicality. I will do what I will do. I will do what I want to do. That's why it says, I will do. I will do. Not I may do. Every time you think you have a choice, more than one choice, that means that your brain works in I may do. Your brain is never working in I will do. That's why I like asking. Listen, bro, you can start by asking yourself yes and no questions. Yes and no questions would help you understand that you have no choice. The people who have the hardest time answering yes and no questions are people who think they have a choice. So they make up all types of things for themselves in their heads to justify why they are miserable. This
Yeah,
is practical. Go ahead, bro.
yeah. And when it comes to religious people or Christians, one of the things that always confuse me with them, when it comes to free will, they always like to bring up free will. Oh, we have free will, this, we have free will, that. But every time, um, but when they pray, they say, "Thy will be done."
Bro,
So they're giving up their will to somebody else.
let not my will be done, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
Mm-hmm.
It is no longer I who live, but Christ through me. They have no clue, especially Christians. They have no clue what they're actually saying, bro. I'm telling you, it's sad to watch because they think that we have bad intentions. My intentions for you is as pure as your intentions for me are. What I'm telling you is actually practical. If you say let God's will be done rather than your will, how could you ever have free will?
Exactly, bro. Kill us.
But in reality, it's not let God's will be done. What would happen would happen. That's why I often say lekete. You know what lekete means? Lekete means it is what it is. Lekete. Lekete. The word lekete can quench any negative emotion I have in me. The moment a negative emotion comes to my mind, as soon as it is what it is. Damn. If it is what it is, could it ever not be what it is because I worried about it? How many amounts of feeling sad, feeling sorry will make it not what it is if it is what it is? It is what it is, and I will do what I do, when I do, how I do, and what will happen to me will happen to me. That's it. Simple as that. Listen, don't learn this lesson. You will learn it. Death will teach it to you. In fact, you should hope that death will take you by surprise completely. It means you're perfectly healthy and you go in a car accident. Because if death takes you slowly, those last few days will be so miserable you won't be able to put your head together. That's why people who die slowly, they go senile, cuckoo. They start to hallucinate. All those unsolved emotions, all that waste, that emotional waste, just wants to come out by force now. You know what peace of mind is?
Bakanga, I don't want to think about that because I haven't lived for that long, so I don't think about that.
What is death? Let me tell you something. Those who are dead are those who never overcame death. Only the living can overcome death. So when they actually die, it's not that they died, it's that they ceased to exist. It's a relief for them. It is genuinely, as it is stated, it's an eternal rest, a sleep from which you will never wake, a sleep so deep you cannot dream, a darkness so pitch it is brighter than light. What is death? Death will not take me by surprise. I see it coming. It's a long way away when I count that time in human times. But nonetheless, it's going to come. People who don't want to think about death means they've seen it coming and it freaking baffles their mind. Imagine building a house without knowing that you will never get a chance to live in it. You know anybody that will build a house if they know they will die the day before they move in? Do you know anybody that will build a house if they know they will die the day before they move in?
But Bakanga, you see, the reason why I don't really think about death is because of the principle of the dichotomy of control. It's with what, as you say, that's outside of your control. Like you don't control when that will happen. It's so why worry about it?
Because death is the wife of life. Life is the husband. Do you know any husband and wife that don't live together? That's a toxic relationship. Listen, I often tell people that in a certain sense, you begin dying the day you were born. In a certain sense, what we call life is just dying. In a certain sense, it's just a long death that eventually arrives to the point of permanency. You're permanently deleted from this file. You're even deleted out of the recycle bin. Oh man. Go and ask an old person what they think about death. You will see. Listen, if you want to know the type of life that an old person lived, just ask them what they think about death. Don't ask them anything about their life. Say, tell me about death. Any old person, anyone who's like maybe 60 and above, I'll go with 60 and above. Because most people 60 and above, all they think about all the time is death. I can assure you. Well, people who are 60 and above, like you say you don't think about death now. Imagine the way you don't think about death, bro. You're going to get to a certain point where that's all you think about. That's why.
Yeah, because that's probably the time where I'm supposed to be thinking about that. I
No,
think
that's
there's
too
a
late.
point when people should be thinking about that
That's too
because
late.
you have to plan for what's going to happen after
That's
you
too
leave.
late. That's too late. Remember, I don't say to worry about death, but think about it. The thought of death is what makes life important. That's the little bit of enjoyment you can get from life when you understand that it will end, but right now you have it. Have you, listen, bro, I don't know. Have you ever had a one night stand?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. You were enjoying it the whole time. You knew that you would not have it tomorrow. You were enjoying it. In fact, when you thought about the fact that it's not going to be there tomorrow, you were even going harder. You were going harder. Eh? You did not want it to end, but you knew that, okay, tomorrow I will not even see this person. Especially those of you married men. Even you women, especially you women, you know you're sleeping with that one guy that you know you will never see again. And all you could think about is that you will never see that person again. That's what made that moment even more enjoyable. That's why it's called a one night stand. One night stands are far more enjoyable than everyday stands. Everyday stands, you get tired of it. You get so used to it, you become like a child who is desensitized to its environment. You don't even notice how green the trees are anymore. Listen, bro, I am
Yeah.
red
Is
and
that why
green. I am red and green.
people cheat?
That's why people cheat. That's even why people act childish. People just like, listen, bro, when we were children, all you had to do was cry. And here comes your guardian, your mommy or your daddy, your uncle, or whoever raised you. And they will come and magically somehow they will just do what you want them to do. Sometimes they just did what you wanted them to do without you even having to tell them. Like, how did they even know I'm hungry? Like, as soon as you started crying, your mama brought you the food. You were only 3 years old. We get spoiled. But our body never forgets that sensation. So when we're in moments of weakness, we just want mommy and daddy to run to us. That's why religious people have Jesus. That relationship that they're craving with Jesus is just that little child in them that misses that childhood.
Yeah, that's why in church they tell you that you have to born again because it's harder to control grown folks. So they
Exactly.
want you to born again so you become like a child, easily
Exactly.
controlled, manipulated.
See, bro, you're the smart one here, bro. Not me. You're the smart one. You are.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Yeah.
That I don't deserve that compliment though. To say that I'm
Bro,
smarter than you.
brother, but you are. But you are.
You too, bro. You're awesome. You're brilliant.
It's okay if someone is smarter than you. It's okay. It is what it is, right?
Yeah, it is what it is.
You see?
Salute, my brother. Much respect.
Do you know how you can tell someone who is smarter than you? When something is going through your mind and someone can get it without you even saying it. They're smarter. It means your brain is working faster than mine. It doesn't always mean that you can be more skilled. We're just talking about processing information. It's true. Why would I lie about that?
Wakanga, would you guess my age? No, that's a AI portrait.
I don't know, bro. You scrambled my brain.
I'm only 21, bro.
You see? You're thinking the way I'm thinking, and I'm 30. You think it's strange that you're smarter than me? It's not. It's not. When there's a kid over here. His name is Hassan. That kid is also smarter than I am. I just have more experience than him.
Yeah, that's why I always cringe when people say that you're too young, you wouldn't understand.
It's the way the human brain works. It's how a person carries themselves too. You're far younger than me in your stage of deconstruction. It's only natural, bro. You crack the religious code. At least good enough for you to be where you are in terms of being realistic. Being smart is really like understanding, right? So I'm more knowledgeable than you, but you're still smarter than me. Some people don't get it. Some people don't know what being smart is. The ability to process the bit of knowledge that you have and extract wisdom out of it. That's kind of what you're looking at when you're being smart. Now, my ability to accumulate information is quite there. Now, my skill in delivering the information is also quite there. But being smart is just, listen, being smart is almost like being sharp. Sharp, right? You know, you ever said to someone, man, that person is sharp. You don't have to tell them you don't have to use too many words to tell them something for them to get it. So once you've accumulated a lot of knowledge, especially knowledge that comes through experience, and develop your skills in terms of how to deliver. I mean, it's only natural that you'll be though. It's natural that those who are born after us should be smarter than us. When I'm old, I'm going to be living in a world of geniuses. Like when I think of old age, bro, it excites me so much. When I'm like 60 and above, bro, I only want to run into like young people who think the way I think at the age of 60, but they think that way at a really young age. That's like, it's so phenomenal. It's kind of exciting to think about it. The same way that you're impressed when your 1-year-old begins to speak fluently. If you see your 1-year-old speaking English fluently, do you compare yourself with them? No. What parent wouldn't want that? What brother wouldn't want that for their brother? For your younger brother to be wiser than you, smarter than you. Being young and wise is a treasure. You should encourage young people to think, at the very least. Study any school of enlightenment. When you reach enlightenment, you see your feelings don't have power over you. You can get enlightened at any age. Bro, people who are born enlightened usually end up being psychopaths because they don't even experience the weakness of life. Nothing ever bothered them. So they don't have that benefit of the experience of ever having been bothered by anything. That's why I don't know if it's necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. I don't necessarily even know if it's profitable or unprofitable. Some people's brain are just wired that way. They call them psychopath. They can literally lock up their emotions, bro. Nothing's going
Yeah,
through.
I kind of have the ability to do that, but I don't think I was born with that. I kind of developed that.
That's scary, bro. I've met very few people in my life like that. Have you ever met someone and just like, you just met someone and the thought went through your mind, you're like, damn, this person's gonna do some jacked up things in the future. just like, you're just
I
like,
do it for my own benefit though. I do it when things get like too much for me to just for me like when, like for instance, sometimes you're in an environment or a place where there, you know that people are going to do and say things that might irritate you or might get you upset, but you know that this will keep happening, but if you keep giving into it, like it might drive you crazy, so it's best to just detach, you know.
facts. I think that perhaps when we're all younger, we excel at certain emotional aspects than others. Everyone excel at something emotionally, but the sufferings of life and the pain of life as you grow up kind of makes you lose that skill. How many of you, when you were younger, there were just some things you were so good at that now you don't even do those things, and yet that's what was natural to you? I often tell people, right? If you're not doing what you dreamed of doing when you were a kid, your life is probably fucked up. If you're an adult and you're not aware, like you're not on the path, right? I'm not saying it has to even be exact. It has to be that same road that you visualized for yourself when you were a kid. Your life is probably fucked up. It probably is. So what do you
But
do about it?
so yeah, pardon. You asked me a question just now, right?
No, that was a rhetorical question. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So damn. I kind of forgot what I was going to say.
You smart. But you need to work on retaining that information. It's okay, bro. Everyone gets a brain fart. It's all good. You said you were gonna go about 15 minutes ago, though. You said it was the
Yeah,
last question.
yeah. I'm gonna leave now. Actually, thanks so much for this. This
It
was
is what
really, really good.
it
Yeah,
is what it is, my young
it
brother.
is what it is. Lekete.
And like it, and you will do what you would do.
Yeah, much
Yeah.
respect, my brother.
Same to you, bro.
Yeah, man.
Facts. Let's see. I ain't about to get in no fight with nobody, but we're gonna precipitate this. So no seconds waste. What's up?
How's it, Bakanga?
What you got, my brother? I'm giving you less than 1 minute. What's cooking?
1 minute, man. Just 5 minutes, at least 5 minutes.
I've been online for 11 hours and 14 minutes.
I know, I know.
Tired.
Yeah, I know you're tired, man. No, thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing your channel, man. I've been following you for a long time. Maybe you know, maybe you've seen me. Following you for a long time. Um, yeah, I just want to ask something. So, what do you say? I love how you teach about critical thinking and about the five senses. I love how you elaborate on that, and over and above that, um, I have I have reached a point in my life where I do see that, like, what I know, what I don't know, I don't know, right? Whatever I believe is whatever I believe is I don't know. If you believe something, you don't know it, right? So I think I do agree with you on a lot of things, but I just want to ask you something, and I don't know. I don't know if I'm the only person or if there are other people who experience some of these things. Um, but have you ever felt like uh, sometimes there is sort of like an additional sense, not a beyond the fifth senses, beyond the five senses.
It's not an additional sense,
Hmm.
but let me teach you something. Your senses independently function very effectively,
Yeah.
but you have certain senses. I call it co-sensing that work in tangent or work together, parallel, simultaneously. There's some things in this
Okay.
world that you cannot understand them if you cannot see and smell it. There's some things in this world that you cannot understand if you don't see and hear.
Yeah.
There are some things that you can understand very well if you simply see it. There are other
Yes.
things that you can understand if you simply hear it. There's
Hmm.
some things that if you taste it but you don't see it, you quite don't get it. So you have to see it and taste it and smell it and
Okay.
touch it and touch it. Now, there are states of mind in which your five senses like are all working together on a specific thing. That can almost feel surreal. There's some drugs that if you
Okay.
take, it makes you feel like that. It's a strong drawback. People get addicted to that nonsense. Yes, but when certain senses are working together, it can almost feel like a different type of sensation, right?
Yeah.
Now, there are some things that before you see it, you're going to feel it. There are some things that before you feel it, you're going to see it. There's some things that before you hear it, you're going to see it, and there's some things that you're going to hear before you see.
Okay.
You know, they used to tell us, they, they used to tell us when we grew up, right, that if you see lightning but you don't hear the thunder, then the lightning has already struck you. Right? Oh, my bad. I've got it flipped. If you hear the thunder really
But you
close to
don't see
you,
the lightning.
that means you've already been struck. Yes. Because where I grew up at, man, lightning used to strike the ground a lot.
Yeah.
Banana trees, plantain trees.
So
So that was a common saying.
I'm gonna share something with you, and obviously, the reason why I'm not saying that it's anybody's truth or it's the truth. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that it's, but I'm saying it's my experience. It might not even be that my truth. It might just be my experience, right? So, because
But
like I say,
it is what it is.
yeah.
So
So I just
tell
want to share something with.
so tell
I
us
just
what
want
it
to.
is.
I want to share something with you. It started happening like 3 years ago, because okay,
Oscar,
I grew up.
Oscar, you're a bombastic liar. Oscar said that lightning bolt almost hit me, but I dodged. Who are you, Superman? Are you the Flash? Lightning almost hit me, but I dodged. I didn't know we had the Flash in my comment section. Damn. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
So I used to go to church all the time. Like I used to go all the time, never miss church, always there. Used to praise and worship. I was there, and then after a while, I stopped going because I had a lot of internal conflict with a lot of things that you've talked about and stuff like that. But 3 years ago now, three years ago, what started happening is I started having this sort of like experience. So sort of like deja vu, but it's too vivid. So um, I would like while I'm awake, sometimes I'll just kind of fall into a trance, and I'd like see things that haven't happened yet, and then they come to pass. So I'm trying to figure out what does that mean? I don't know if it makes sense what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm not
You
saying
want
it's
me
the truth.
you want me to be honest with you?
I'm not saying it's the truth. I'm not
I'm
saying
not
it's
I'm not I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say it's a lie either. Because what you've said is not
yeah.
unrealistic. It does happen. Your brain is just malfunctioning, bro. Like the have you ever heard someone say
Yeah.
you're missing a screw in your head? Now I'm not saying you're missing a screw in your head. What I'm saying is that our brain is electrical in nature, bro. It can malfunction
Okay.
temporarily. Now, it's almost a same effect like a drug-like effect. It's pleasant, but that's what's happening to you. Anytime you lose touch of time, your brain is messed up. Your brain is like sleeping while you're awake. Some people might consider that a good thing. It's really up to you the way you view the experiences.
hmm But what I'm asking is okay. Let's say I have a trance moment, and then I for that short for that 1 minute, I dream of something, and when I snap out of the trance, I know exactly what happened. I don't know when it's gonna happen, but I know it's gonna happen. Sort of like seeing, like peeping through a window into the future. I know it sounds really crazy, but
Let me put it this way.
yeah.
Like I always tell people, bro, deja vu is actually a brain malfunction, bro. There's some people who have permanent mental issues. That's how they are all the time. Literally, they cannot tell the difference between what's happening right now and what has happened before. But it happens to all of us. Our brains malfunction that way. It's normal. It's happening to you too much. It's indicative of some type of stress. It's not supernatural. It's all your head, bro. So it's up to you what you want to do with it. Perhaps you should practice calming your mind a little bit more. Because when you think that something has happened before, that's because you've lost touch of reality as far as what is happening in the present moment. And then a previous experience that might be similar or not quite it, or even a dream that you had, your body begins to react as if that was that previous moment. It's all the functions of the brain. Some people have vivid hallucinations and illusions. I'm not a
Okay.
brain expert. I'm not a brain expert, but if you speak to a neurologist, they probably tell you more about it. The human brain is an organ. You need to take care of it. You know what I'm saying? If certain emotions are overwhelming your brain in a specific way, it's not strange that you have all those types of experiences.
Okay. No, I get what you're saying. I get what
Bro,
you're
if
saying.
deja vu was real, do you know how many people would have already been millionaires in the lottery?
No, I hear you.
Deja vu,
You know,
deja vu
yeah.
is exactly what it means in French. It means already seen.
Mm.
When your brain, when your brain malfunctions to where you cannot even distinguish between present events and past events, right? You lose touch of time temporarily. It might even be the blink of an eye, but to you it feels almost like a minute, sometimes 2 minutes. It's called being absent-minded. If you ever went to school and the lecturer was boring, you know what it's like to be absent-minded. But there are times that you can be completely absent-minded and yet you don't lose touch of what is actually happening around you. You're actually paying attention.
Yes.
In America, we call it being zoned out. When you have deja vu, you're zoned out, literally zoned out. Like you're not in
So
touch
you
with
don't
time.
you don't think there could be something hidden there? I'm not saying supernatural, but
No,
don't
no,
you
it's
think
okay.
there could be?
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Doesn't it make you feel
Yeah.
special? Doesn't it make you feel special?
No. Don't
Lie.
that?
A little bit.
No, it
A little
doesn't.
bit. It feels almost like a superpower.
No, it doesn't. Because it's not something that I look forward to, honestly.
Your intuition is the proper functioning of your brain that allows you to predict things to near accuracy. And intuition is always
Okay.
based on observation and steady mindedness. So you catch on to
So
things, intuitive.
so you could say, so what you're saying is possibly
Listen, it's that's how predictions work, right? When people predict things, they look at
yeah.
current events and they can almost word for word predict what will happen next based on the patterns of events.
Okay.
That's how your
Okay,
intuition
I
works.
think I understand what you're saying.
Yes.
So
So
basically
if it's
what you're
if
saying.
but your intuition is not outside, it's not outside your conscious mind. You don't lose track of time or anything.
Okay. I think I understand what you're saying. So basically what something like that could be unexplainable. It could just be that your mind
It's
is
not
good at
unexplainable.
making patterns.
Let me tell you something, bro. Don't ever think that there's anything in this world that's unexplainable. Everything is explainable. If you don't yet know, then it's time to investigate. If you don't investigate, then your brain will make something up for you sooner or later. And if you're not sharp enough to pick up on the fact that that's just your perception and your emotional reaction to whatever you're thinking about, then you'll really never know. Everything can be explained. Some things will take time. So it's necessary to be patient with yourself.
So it could be that uh, the mind picks up on specific patterns and predicts and makes you hallucinate for a split second. What could be a
Familiarity,
possibility?
familiarity is a sister of deception. Yeah. You can be
Okay.
too familiar with something that sometimes your body doesn't react the way it should react in a given situation. Bro, your body is made up of sensors, bro. It's an electrical unit. There can be a short in the system. It's not a superpower. Neither is it something so. Unless you're completely deranged, bro. Unless you're completely deranged, you're hallucinating all the time. It's normal, bro. It's normal.
No,
It
it's
happens to.
not all the time. It happens
Yeah.
sometimes.
Then it's
Yeah.
normal. That happens to everybody.
Okay. Yeah. So in my mind, I was thinking maybe there is a sixth sense or something that we all have we don't know about.
It's not a
That's
sixth
what I.
sense. What would be
Yeah.
the sixth sense is intuition. Let me see. What's my other phone? This thing is actually dead. I was gonna look up the definition of intuition to tell you what it is. It's instinctive. It's instinctive. So let's make this your last question, bro.
No, that's all. That's all, man. Thanks. Thanks.
So intuition is the ability to understand something immediately without the need for conscious reasoning. You get it?
Okay.
So you just get it. It happens so quickly. And since your brain is used to consciously reasoning about things for you to understand it, if you understand it too quickly, sometimes it appears to be like, oh my damn, like an epiphany. The ability to understand something immediately without the need of
Oh, that's good.
conscious reasoning.
Mm, mm.
Think about it, bro.
Okay.
Like I said, it's almost like your brain is asleep. Because when your brain is not conscious is when you're asleep, right? But you get it because you're actually not asleep. And that little bust can make you lose track of time. It's very consistent with yourself. It's not a sixth sense, it's just
No,
your
thanks, man.
intuition. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course, I'm going to call it quits right here. Wow, the time is exactly 11:30, 11 hours and 30 seconds. 11 hours, 30 minutes and 20 seconds, 21 seconds. Thank you, everybody. Today was a good one. I don't know if I'm going to come live tomorrow. It's almost time to go back to work. It's amazing how you can have days off and they just fly by. Poo, 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 poo. I'm going to post this on YouTube. Do yourself a favor and go and subscribe on my YouTube. Hello, Coco. Where you been at? Some of you have lived an entire lifetime since I started doing live 11 hours ago. Some of you have gone to sleep, gotten up, went to work, and came back. I literally sacrificed my gym time today to stay online. I was going to go to the gym about 5 hours ago. But I'm kind of sore anyways. Thank you, everybody. Much kindness to you too. Much kindness to everyone. You better sleep well, Coco, so you can work well. Lekete. It is what it is. No matter what you're going through in your life, It is what it is. If you're sad, it's because you think that it is not what it is, but it is. If you're angry, it's because you think it is not what it is, but it is what it is. If you're depressed, it is what it is. Fille de karma. La fille de karma, c'est toi et moi. Il faut venir me voir sans bagarrer, sans faire le combat. Someone was listening from work, went home. That's cat. Woke up and I'm still on. Of course. When I disappear for 1 week or for 2 weeks, don't get mad at me, y'all. But I have plenty of content on YouTube. Nobody hates you, religious people. We just have a worldview that differs from yours, okay? That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Hey, I spend all this time on the internet talking, but you know what I enjoy? Just the silence in my apartment. Just sit down quietly and stay at the roof and enjoy a quiet moment. It's just a 10-hour shift. If I can work a 10-hour shift, why can't I sit on TikTok? One day I'm going to be doing this full time once I'm a millionaire. Once I hit $1 million, yeah, I'll be doing this full time. It's coming. You guys will like it, won't you? Haha, I ain't got no girlfriend right now. Ooh, bro, if I had a girlfriend right now, you know what would happen? I get up this life and I'm gonna have to hear it. So this is like peace. It's peace. The girls come, but they're not friendly. I'm not friendly enough for them to stay. So you gotta leave my place, yo. You can't stay here. It's almost like I'm like, dang. One day I'm gonna have a wife and kids, but I'm still gonna need to have a spot, like a whole ass apartment, just for me. I love silence. Sweet cookie. You want to be? Oh yeah, I'm gonna find a good Christian girl that will submit. I'm gonna find a good Christian girl that will submit. Oh man, you guys are tripping. No be girlfriend, but can't get the final. Girlfriend. Chai. I'm just saying. I've not been in a hurry after my last relationship. I'll tell you something. There's a lot of peace of mind here. And I spend way less money. I spend way less money. You guys don't understand. Way less money. Women are not going anywhere. Women are always going to be there, but sometimes you got to focus on your bigger goals. Don't get me wrong now. I love women. And I love all of you women in the comment section. You're worthy of worship. For lack of better words, I use the word love. As selfishly as it is. It's all about how it makes me feel. Or not feel. How tall am I? I'm exactly 6 foot. Depending on how high of a shoe I wear, maybe 6'1". It's like when I was in high school, I was like, hey man, at least I'm tall enough to dunk. Need to work on some hops. Dang, it's actually been a long time since I dunked. Wow. Sheesh. That's what I should do tomorrow. I should go play some basketball. That's what I'm gonna do tomorrow. But guess what? I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. Shit. If you got a basketball, let's hit the court. Let's hit the court, y'all. I actually enjoy basketball. I've been suspecting that the NBA is rigged though, because all my teams don't be doing good at all. All my teams be tripping. Nah, you don't need to be tall to play basketball. The only thing you can't do is dunk. You can do anything else. You don't need to be tall to play basketball. Anyone can enjoy basketball. 5'6", bruh, you be tripping. That's crazy though. You know what I said to short people? What does the world look like down there? You know what I said to short people? What does the world look like down there? Is the sun much brighter? Are the trees more taller? Are the dogs much bigger? What is it like? Yeah? It must be amazing. Probably. Yeah, I should get out of here because now I'm bullshitting. What are you talking about, Coco? I'm 6 foot without any shoes on. With shoes on, 6'1". No, Coco, I was saying that when I one thing I like to say is shorter guys or even shorter girls. They be like, what's the world like down there? Even though when I walk around like people who are like 6'7", it's so ironic. I'm just like, shit. That's how tall I should have been. Hell no. I think 6 foot is the perfect height to be. Anything taller than 6 foot, you start having knee problems. Your knees are pretty much jacked up. Why does everyone think I'm short? That's weird. These people now wicked though. Wickedness. African wickedness. Now want make me short just by wishing it. I gotta watch out before I go to sleep tonight. Maybe I'll get up. No, I'm not 6'7". Hell no. I would not want to be 6'7". It's a scientific fact. Most people who are taller than 6 foot tall have knee problems. I'm just chit-chatting and bullshitting with y'all. She said 50 cents look Cameroonian. All black Americans look Cameroonian to me. All black Americans. Even you, Mela. Bro, in my heyday, when I was like 25, that's when I used to do a lot of dunking, bro. I could. But I haven't dunked in like 2 years. I'll be lucky to be able to grab onto the rim right now. It takes practice. And I'm probably easily 15 pounds heavier than I was back then. Even though I recently shed a lot of weight. 5'13". 5'13" is 6 foot, bruh. 5'13". Yep. Among all my siblings, I'm the tallest. My dad and my mom are actually short. My dad's short. My grandfather, they said he was like six something, almost 7 foot. Who knows? The excessively tall gene skipped a generation. Y'all seeing how sleepy I am? Yeah, my body is tired, even though my mind is not. My body is tired. It's a little bit too tough because I'm on a diet too. I cannot lose that competition at work. Hey, anybody that doubt how tall I am, you know how big my ego is. You can come and we can measure it out. Especially if you're a woman. Especially if you're a woman. Well, you guys know there's only one height that really matters. And that height is the height that does all the work. You better know what I'm going to say. We're all adults here. Are we children? There's no children here. Yeah, I better get out of here before I keep saying more jacked up stuff. The staff, the height of the staff.